Chapter 1. Let him see whether reading or cooking is more tiring. Fang Shang, come to my office after class. Still half asleep, Fang Shang was startled by a loud roar from above, jumping up reflexively. His eyes snapped open, and the stern gaze of his homeroom teacher and the stares of his classmates instantly jolted him awake. Danger! He'd fallen asleep in class again. The teacher didn't tell Fang Shang to sit down after speaking, continuing to read from the textbook. Turn to the next page. As the teacher's voice rang out, Fang Shang's thoughts drifted further and further away. He still couldn't adapt to elementary school life. He, a working-class man who had graduated from university years ago, had suddenly transmigrated into an elementary school student in a parallel world. What difference was there between this and the sky falling? Not to mention anything else, just getting up early for school every day as a 5th grade student was enough to kill him. With so many classes a day, even if he wasn't sleepy, the teacher's lecturing would make him drowsy. So, unsurprisingly, after repeatedly dozing off in class, his parents were called in. His parents owned a restaurant and lived in an old neighborhood near the school in a 2-story house. The first floor was the restaurant, and the second floor was their residence. So, after receiving a call from Fang Shang's homeroom teacher, Ms. Wu Xian rode her electric scooter to the school in about 10 minutes. It was right at the end of the afternoon. Suppressing her anger, Ms. Wu Xian went to the 5th grade teacher's office. She knocked and entered, only to see her son sitting at the teacher's desk doing his homework. She first glared at Fang Shang, then immediately put on an awkward smile and greeted the teacher. The change in expression was astounding. Ms. Wang, I'm so sorry, Fang Shang has caused you trouble. As the homeroom teacher, Ms. Wang had heard from several other teachers that Fang Shang had been sleeping in class recently, but this time she witnessed it firsthand. Upon further inquiry, she discovered that the child had recently been sleeping in class and showing signs of aversion to school. He couldn't concentrate, often staring out the window, listless all day, and his homework wasn't as diligent as before. This situation definitely needed to be discussed with the parents to understand the situation, since the child wasn't like this before. If this continued, his grades would definitely drop. Fang Shang huddled to the side like a quail, not daring to move. Who likes going to school all the time? He thought. He couldn't help but imagine what awaited him when he got home in this state. A mixed doubles beating? Just thinking about it made his skin crawl. His butt hurt just thinking about it. Fang Shang's expression grew increasingly grave. In Teacher Wang's eyes, it seemed he had finally learned his lesson. After chatting for a while, and seeing that it was getting late and most students had probably left, she let him go. Fang Shang's mother, please don't hit your child when you get home. Hitting him only makes him more resistant to learning. Parents need to communicate and guide him properly. What a kind person. Hearing the teacher's words, Fang Shang's eyes lit up with gratitude as he looked at Teacher Wang. At that moment, he had forgotten that it was the teacher who had called the parents to school, which had led to this whole situation. Becoming a primary school student had shrunk his brain considerably. On the way home, Fang Shang followed dejectedly behind Ms. Wu Xian, both mother and son wearing gloomy faces. As soon as he got home, Fang Jun, who was busy in the kitchen, came out at the sound of the noise, still holding a cleaver he was using to chop vegetables. Fang Shang's brow furrowed. What happened? Why did the teacher call you to school? Did our son get into trouble? Did he get into a fight? Seeing his wife's sullen face, Fang Jun anxiously asked Fang Shang, did he win? Fang Shang, what a father. He's afraid I'm not dead yet. Fang Shang replied dejectedly, no fight. It would have been better if he had fought. Sleeping in class, daydreaming, inattentive his studies are terrible. At least pretend. Getting called in as a parent, how can I face that? I get scolded, and I get scolded too. Wu Xian became increasingly angry, and just as things were about to escalate to physical punishment, Fang Jun quickly grabbed her, coaxing and dragging her into the kitchen. Oh dear, it's normal for kids not to pay attention in class. It's not like you loved studying when you were little. We'll teach him properly, don't get so worked up. Fang Jun's words didn't appease Wu Xian, instead, they fueled her anger. It's because you never discipline the child, and when I try to, I even pull him aside, that's why he's so unruly. No way. Fang Shang stood in the living room, listening to his parents' argument coming from the kitchen, and awkwardly scratched his head. This is driving me crazy. Not only do I have to relearn everything I've already learned, but there's also so much homework. Besides homework, there are street dance classes, calligraphy classes, violin classes. He's constantly running around like a headless chicken. How can an adult like him cope? I really don't want to go to school. Finally, Fang's father coaxed Fang's mother into coming up with a solution. If he doesn't want to study, let him experience the hardships of society. Once he's tired, he'll naturally realize the value of studying. Later, have him come help in the kitchen whenever he has free time, learn to cook with me, and do lots of work. Being a chef is very tiring, let him understand how hard it is for us parents to earn money, and he'll come back to study hard. Wu Xian thought Fang Jun's words made sense. Letting the child experience firsthand whether studying or cooking is harder would help him understand the difference. The couple calmly walked out of the kitchen. Their gazes, falling on Fang Shang, sent chills down his spine. Was this going to start a fight? Was he going to run away? Fang Shang looked at the two men with some guilt and fear. Then Fang's father spoke first. His smile was like that of a wicked old woman. Ahem, son, do you dislike studying? Since you don't want to endure the hardship of studying, then you'll have to endure the hardship of life. Your parents and I have decided that if you don't want to study hard, then you'll have to prepare for working life when you grow up. From today onwards, every day after school, you'll come to the kitchen and learn to cook with me, understand? Fang Shang opened and closed his mouth, wanting to explain or refute, but couldn't find the words until his father finished speaking. Understanding what his father meant, and seeing his parents' serious, unyielding expressions, determined to make him suffer so he would repent, Fang Shang sighed inwardly. If he were truly a child, this tactic might have worked. But now, if only he could help in the kitchen instead of going to school or those extracurricular classes and tutoring, that would be fine too. Okay, can I skip those extracurricular classes? Wu Xin immediately wanted to retort, but Fang Jun grabbed her arm. He gestured for her to turn back and talk later. Okay, let me tell you, kitchen work isn't easy. Your parents work so hard every day, earning money to give you the best education, and you're still sleeping in class. No wonder mom's angry, right? Having finished discussing the important matter, Fang Jun began to reason with Fang Shang. It's best to avoid these kinds of situations where the teacher calls your parents. Chapter 2: The Culinary God's Talent. This way of communicating with children made Fang Shang somewhat uncomfortable, but being able to temporarily escape his extracurricular classes wasn't bad. At least it gave him a break on Saturdays and Sundays. After the agreement was reached, Fang Shang happily took on the role of kitchen helper. He took off his school bag and started washing vegetables. Wash all the greens over there, drain them, and put them in the refrigerator by category. Also, peel the potatoes in the basin and soak them in water. And, Fang Jun said, carefully observing Fang Shang's expression to see if he showed any reluctance. If so, he could logically say, if you don't want to, then go study. Unexpectedly, his son, who never did any chores, immediately rolled up his sleeves and started washing vegetables upon hearing his words. Fang Jun, something's not right, very not right. This kid. Fang Jun decided to increase the workload and observe him further. Fang Shang also froze the moment he put his hands into the sink to wash the vegetables. Ding! Life Career System activated, scanning host. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Life Career Chef God. Newbie gift pack issued. As the dinging sounds in his mind subsided, a brand new system interface appeared in his mind. Fang Shang immediately put down the small green vegetables he was holding. Dad, my stomach hurts. I'm going to the bathroom, I'll be right back. Without waiting for Fang Jun's reaction, Fang Shang quickly slipped into the upstairs bathroom. After locking the bathroom door, Fang Shang looked at the system interface in his mind with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. He had only ever seen protagonists with bound systems in novels before, and now that it was his turn, he discovered how amazing it was. The system interface seemed to exist only in his mind. If he didn't think about it, it didn't exist. As long as he thought about it, it existed. A silly grin involuntarily appeared on Fang Shang's face. He knew that transmigrating wouldn't be without a cheat system. Host, Fang Shang. Life Career, God of Cookery. After carefully reviewing the system's career plan, Fang Shang understood that the life career system operated simply. As long as he did anything related to cooking, he would gain experience points. These experience points could be exchanged for recipes, courses, and other things within the system to help him become a god of cookery. In his previous life, he was mediocre and died young. In this life, Fang Shang looked at the newbie gift pack and couldn't help but wash his hands thoroughly before opening it. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the God of Cookery talent, the most profound taste in my memory. The most profound taste in my memory? What does that mean? Fang Shang was a little confused about this talent. But to be called a God of Cookery talent, it must be very powerful, right? Fang Shang looked at the system interface with a smug satisfaction, lingering for a while before finally emerging from the bathroom. Now, his steps towards the kitchen carried a unique confidence. He exuded an aura of absolute superiority. There was none of the dejection and helplessness he felt before when he was transmigrated into a primary school student. For someone who wasn't particularly outstanding, had average abilities, and had lived an ordinary life, even if he were given a second chance in a completely unfamiliar world, without a cheat-like ability, he couldn't say for sure he would succeed. But with a cheat-like ability, things were different. He didn't crave great wealth or status, nor did he have grand ambitions. This system, which nurtured him step by step, was the most suitable for him. This system, almost like a tool, gave him a great sense of peace. Fang Jun watched his son return from the restroom, his demeanor completely transformed, and a question mark slowly appeared on his forehead. Is this kid having a fit of teenage angst? Dad, I think it's too hard for you to cook all by yourself. Let me help you. Fang Shang was currently eager to gain experience points, and he was interested in everything related to cooking. He looked at his father with an eager, thirsty expression. Seeing him like this, Fang Jun was even more certain that his son disliked studying. Look, he was only promised not to go to extracurricular classes, and he's already this interested in cooking. It's obvious he doesn't want to study. Fine, if you're not afraid of hard work, then do it. Fang Jun felt that it was normal for a child to not want to study as he grew older. This was the time to let him know the importance of learning. He had suffered enough from a lack of education, so naturally he wanted his child to study hard, at least go to university, and not be unable to find a job without an interview. The child was still young and didn't understand what education meant to ordinary people. But they, as parents, had been through so much in society, how could they not know? Wash the vegetables first. If customers order during mealtimes, I'll teach you how to cook. Fang Jun had another reason for having his child help him in the kitchen. If the child really wasn't cut out for academics, learning to cook from a young age would give him a skill, ensuring he wouldn't starve even if he opened a restaurant or set up a stall later. Becoming a parent made him realize that the saying raising a child for 100 years, worrying for 99 wasn't just an empty phrase. Fang Shang was unaware of the deep sorrow in his father's heart in that short time, and excitedly washed the vegetables. Then, during the preparation process, he experimented and discovered that washing vegetables was the task with the slowest experience gain. Compared to handling ingredients and chopping vegetables, the experience gained from washing vegetables was negligible. Among all the things he did, his experience bar was currently growing the fastest while chopping vegetables. During the process, Fang Jun watched his son work with increasing enthusiasm, chopping vegetables with more care than doing homework, almost obsessively trying to cut every single grain. Fang Jun's lips twitched. If this level of dedication were applied to studying, wouldn't the Fang family produce a college graduate? As the sun began to set, Fang Jun went outside and gave Wu Xian a meaningful look. In the same neighborhood, Henan was turning 30 today. After a busy day, he decided to go out for a nice meal to celebrate. His father died unexpectedly when he was young, and his mother passed away from illness later in life. Today he turned 30 and was still single. He didn't have many friends, the only people he could really talk to were his colleagues from work. On days like this, he could only go home after work, take a shower, change into clean clothes, and then go out to find something to eat. Of course, he wouldn't choose anything too expensive. After a moment's hesitation, he solemnly entered Jun's food stall at the entrance of the residential complex. This was the restaurant owned by Mr. Fang. Ms. Wu Xian sat at the cashier's counter at the entrance, and immediately greeted the customer warmly upon seeing him enter. After leading the customer to a spot some distance from the kitchen, she first cautiously glanced at the kitchen before quietly leaning closer to the customer and speaking. "Sir, it's like this." Wu Xian, somewhat embarrassed, briefly explained the situation and then revealed her purpose. "Later, my son will cook one of the dishes you ordered. Please forgive him if it doesn't taste very good, just honestly say it's bad to dampen his confidence. He's never cooked before, so it probably won't be very tasty. The child is still young and hasn't experienced the hardships of society. He needs to know how difficult things are so he'll study harder. We'll serve you a normal meal afterwards, and we'll give you a complimentary soup. How does that sound?" Chapter 3 Stir-Fried Eggs with Chile. Henan felt that today was indeed his birthday. He was quite lucky. Helping out at the restaurant for a small reason resulted in a complimentary soup. He looked at the menu. The cheapest seaweed and egg soup was 18 yuan a serving, so this was quite a good deal. "Sure, can I order the soup myself?" Henan asked, looking at the menu. Wu Xian immediately nodded. Since they were already offering free soup, she might as well give the customers something they liked. Maybe it would even attract repeat customers. Being stingy in business was unacceptable. "Of course. Thank you, handsome." After the customer ordered, Wu Xian placed the written menu at the kitchen window. The restaurant's main dining area was separated from the kitchen by only a wall, with a large glass window besides the entrance, allowing a view into the kitchen. So, if something happened in the kitchen, a shout would be heard outside. The restaurant wasn't large, but it was very clean. In the ordering area, besides the dishes on the menu, the ingredients in 2 refrigerated glass cases allowed customers to see the ingredients before ordering, making it very fresh and convenient. Stir-fried eggs with chili peppers, and chicken and meatball soup. "I'll make the soup." Stir-fried eggs with chili peppers is simple, I'll teach you how. Fang Jun glanced at the menu and said directly. Fang Sheng didn't object when his father asked him to cook. Cooking wasn't something he hadn't done in his past life. He might not know other things, but he could make simple home-style dishes like stir-fried eggs with chili peppers. It just might not taste that good. It was a good opportunity to test his culinary talent. Okay. Fang Sheng quickly went to the vegetable basket to get the chili peppers and eggs. "Dad, how many green peppers and eggs?" If it were just for himself, he could take as many as he wanted, but in business, he had to be mindful of costs. Take a handful of long green peppers, about a dozen, and 3 eggs. Fang Shang nodded, grabbed a handful of green peppers, washed and chopped them, then cracked and scrambled 3 eggs. Add some salt while scrambling the eggs, it'll add flavor. The peppers need to be dry fried in the pan for 2 minutes first, without oil, just a little salt, then stir fry until softened and set aside to cook with the eggs later. Fang Jun stood by, giving instructions as Fang Shang worked. Fang Shang was puzzled. Was this how you cooked stir-fried eggs with peppers? But the method for making a dish varies from place to place, and even between different families. So Fang Shang started cooking according to his father's method. After cracking the eggs, he went to the stove, lit the fire, and watched as the iron pan began to smoke slightly. Without Fang Jun's prompting, Fang Shang picked up a plate of chopped peppers and poured them directly into the pan, then added some salt and stirred it a few times. By the time he smelled the pungent aroma of the chili peppers, they had softened. Fang Jun raised an eyebrow in surprise at his son's methodical movements. This was his first time cooking. How come he seemed to have mastered it after just one explanation? Could it be that he inherited his son's culinary talent? Fang Jun stroked his chin, a hint of pride in his eyes. Not bad, not bad, this kid has his father's flair from back in the day. Pour out the chili peppers. If the pan is clean, no need to wash it. Just pour in the oil. If it's not clean, wash it, then dry it. Heat the pan and pour in the oil. Fang Shang nodded, finding the pan quite clean, and poured in the oil directly. The oil for frying eggs needs to be heated a bit hot. You can pour in the oil when it's smoking hot. After pouring in the egg mixture, add the chili peppers directly, then stir fry until cooked, sprinkle with message and chicken bouillon, and it's ready to serve. Fang Jun explained as Fang Shang cooked. Then, what appeared to be a plate of chili peppers and eggs mixed together was revealed. To be honest, it wasn't very visually appealing. Some of the chili peppers were coated in the egg mixture, scrambled into chunks, and heated unevenly. Some parts were burnt, while others were undercooked. There were also chili peppers that weren't coated in egg mixture, but they were still slightly dabbed in it. In short, it was a rather unappetizing plate of chili pepper and egg stir-fry. Fang Shang glanced at his father, seemingly wanting to say something but then stopping himself. If the system hadn't just been activated and he didn't have much experience points, he could have directly exchanged recipes and gone to the system space to learn. Look at this chili pepper and egg stir-fry made according to his father's instructions. What is this? Fang Jun, on the other hand, was quite satisfied with the dish. Seeing his son cook so skillfully, he had initially worried that his son might have a natural talent for cooking. This time, he wasn't afraid of the heat or the oil splattering everywhere. In fact, he cooked the dish smoothly. If his first attempt at cooking was truly impressive, his plans for later wouldn't be possible. This was good. Take the dish to the window. Hearing his father's words, Fang Shang was shocked and completely dumbfounded. Wait, could this stuff really be served? Won't the customers never come back after eating it? He had thought his father was using the customers' orders as a teaching opportunity, so he could make one dish and his father another for comparison. That's normal, right? But now he lacked confidence. Serving the customers his own cooking directly, that was so inappropriate. It was more appropriate to eat it himself. Dad, isn't this a bit much? It's alright, don't waste it. This was exactly the result Fang Jun wanted. He gave his wife, who was waiting at the window, a meaningful look. Wu Xian received the signal and immediately pushed open the kitchen door. Is the food ready? The guests are urging us. With that, she walked over and took away the freshly cooked stir-fried eggs with chili peppers. Fang Shang was dumbfounded. Wait, Mom, Dad? This? Fang Shang was bewildered, anxious, and a little panicked. He didn't know what to do for a moment. Then he watched helplessly as his mother brought the stir-fried eggs with chili peppers he had just made to the table. Fang Jun had just finished making meatballs and wasn't in a hurry to cook soup. He looked expectantly at the guests sitting in the hall. When Wu Xian served the dishes, she exchanged a glance with Henan. After their eyes met, Henan nodded slightly. Then, a carefully orchestrated drama by Fang's parents was about to unfold. Only Fang Shang anxiously watched the guests. Frankly, he was also curious about the taste of the dishes he would make after being bound to the system and possessing the talent of a culinary master. Under the intense gazes of Fang Shang and his family, Henan slowly picked up a piece of chili pepper coated in egg and put it in her mouth. The spiciness of the chili pepper, after being stir-fried beforehand and then cooked with the egg, wasn't as intensely spicy as it initially was. After chewing it a couple of times, the first impression was that it was a bit salty. The taste was average. It wasn't exactly delicious, but it was edible, not so bad that she would spit it out after just one bite. After chewing it carefully for a couple more times, she began to taste the flavor, and Henan suddenly remembered why she had ordered this dish. It was around middle school, I can't remember if it was the first or second year, 1 year on his birthday. Back then, he always ate lunch at school. When he got home that evening, he found a table full of dishes prepared by his mother, a note wishing him a happy birthday, and a cake in the refrigerator. His mother had prepared it all before going to work. After his mother passed away, no one cooked him a meal on his birthday anymore. He remembered that one of the dishes that day was stir-fried eggs with chili peppers. He reheated the cold food, but his cooking skills weren't great, and the taste was greatly diminished. It was a bit burnt and much too salty. Just like this plate of stir-fried eggs with chili peppers now. Chapter 4. This must be so delicious it'll make you cry. Tears streamed down his face without warning. Nan took a deep breath, then coughed violently from the spiciness of the chili peppers. The more he coughed, the more tears streamed down his face. He thought he had long forgotten what his mother's cooking tasted like, but he still remembered. Realizing that he had never forgotten, Nan burst into tears and laughter, accompanied by coughing, startling the three members of the Fang family. Fang Sheng looked at his father with a "you see what's wrong?" expression. He had told him he couldn't serve the guests this way since it was his first time cooking. Now look what happened, he'd made them cry from the awfulness. Fang Jun was also a little panicked. He had checked the dish, it was cooked according to the normal steps, and it was cooked through. At most its appearance was a little off. How could this be? Fang Jun looked at his wife with the same confusion. Wu Xian stood by, frantically pouring water, wanting to ask the guest what was wrong, but then noticed his pained expression. She was frantically gesturing wildly to herself. Fang Jun, Wu Xian was genuinely panicked. This dish was made by her son. If the guests got sick, it would be disastrous. Even though she had told the guests beforehand, she was still a little flustered. Watching her father leave the kitchen, Fang Sheng nervously followed behind. Are you all right? Did it get too spicy? Quick, drink some water to calm down. Fang Jun pushed a glass of water towards the guests, anxiously observing their condition. Nan waved his hand, indicating he was fine, just unable to control his emotions. If it weren't his birthday, he wouldn't have cried after eating this dish. It just so happened to be his birthday, and he tasted his mother's cooking, which is why he couldn't control his emotions. He cried even louder, unable to stop calling out Mom. Fang Jun, why is she calling him Mom? Seeing the customer's unusual behavior, Fang Sheng suddenly thought of the system's newbie gift pack, the chef god talent and the most unforgettable taste from his memory. Could it be that his cooking reminded the customer of that most unforgettable taste, causing him to cry? Otherwise, it wouldn't be so bad that he cried. It took Nan a while to calm down. His eyes welled up with tears as he remembered the agreement he'd made with the proprietress when he entered the shop. So, this dish was cooked by the owner's son? Nan looked at the child behind the owner. He was quite tall and strong. He perfectly matched Fang Sheng's stereotype of a chef's son. Did you make this dish? Nan had been crying, his eyes were swollen, and his face was red from crying, giving him an inexplicable sadness. Fang Sheng nodded. Wu Xian breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he was all right. Remembering their agreement, he quickly added, yes, this dish was made by my son. Is it not good? Wu Xian, seeing Nan's hint, winked at him. Nan completely missed it, only thanking her sadly. Thank you, your cooking is delicious. It tastes like my mother's. I haven't had it in years. Nan's voice choked with emotion, filled with gratitude. As time passed since his mother's passing, he inevitably forgot some traces of her existence. This plate of stir-fried eggs with chili peppers instantly brought back his memories. He was truly grateful to be able to taste this flavor again. Hearing his words, Mr. and Mrs. Fang were completely stunned. This isn't the routine we agreed on. Wu Xian was so anxious she was practically stating it outright, as she tugged hard at Nan's clothes. Nan understood her meaning, but faced with the taste he'd finally found, he simply couldn't bring himself to say unpalatable. This plate of stir-fried eggs with chili peppers might not be that appealing to others, but to him, no delicacy could compare to the taste of his mother's cooking. To him, this was the best. He wouldn't trade it for any delicacy. Ha! Fang's parents were stunned, completely dumbfounded. This thing, you say it's delicious? It even tastes like his mother's cooking? Fang's parents grew increasingly confused as they listened. No, with their son's skill level, it would be incredibly difficult for customers to find their mother's cooking in a restaurant. Fang Sheng later realized that this culinary genius's talent was indeed as he'd suspected able to evoke the most memorable taste in the eater's memory. He. The guess was confirmed, and Fang Sheng couldn't help but laugh out loud. In Fang's parents' eyes, it was as if their child had found joy in cooking. The first dish he cooked already had a customer praising it. This provided ample emotional value, instantly giving him motivation. Fang's mother's face immediately turned green. What are you saying, sir? This dish doesn't look up to standard, it's not even cooked properly. I'll have the kitchen make another one. With that, Wu Xian happily prepared to take the dish away, but Nan stopped her. No need, I really like it. I don't want the soup, just bring me a bowl of rice. Henan held the stir-fried eggs with chili peppers like it was a priceless treasure, her eyes filled with the preciousness of something lost and found again. She wouldn't let anyone touch it. Wu Xian looked at Fang Jun, indicating she was at a loss. Fang Jun hadn't expected things to develop in such an unexpected way. Fearing something might go wrong, Henan quickly sat down and began eating her spicy scrambled eggs, bite after bite. It felt like she was suddenly transported back to her birthday that year. Fang Jun told Fang Shang to go back to the kitchen first. Seeing the customer eating so intently, he first served them a bowl of rice, then pulled his wife aside to the restroom to discuss the matter. This is probably an accident. Our son's cooking just happened to suit the customer's taste. Next time, the next customer, it would be best to find a regular customer before coming back. Wu Xian understood Fang Jun's meaning. Until they had a better solution, they could only try this for now. Okay, you can go back to the kitchen. Fang Shang took this opportunity to check his experience points. Cooking gave him the most experience points. He earned 10 times more experience points from cooking a simple dish than from washing and chopping vegetables. Looks like he should cook more whenever he has the chance. When Fang Jun returned to the kitchen, he saw his son humming a song while washing the pots, looking quite pleased with himself. His head inexplicably started to throb. He had a bad feeling. Fang Shang's food stall, a Jun's, wasn't well known in the city, but it was still quite popular in the nearby neighborhoods. The prices were reasonable, the ingredients were fresh, and the taste was decent. Plus, there was a food delivery platform, so business was pretty good during mealtimes. Before Fang Jun could say anything, a food delivery order came in. A ding-dong sounded, and Fang Shang thought it was the system notification, then he saw his dad walk over and tear off the delivery slip. It was food delivery. Fang Shang eagerly went over. Dad, what do you want me to cook? Fang Jun looked at his son's bright, eager eyes and was truly at a loss. It was obvious his son was very interested in cooking. Had he given him a bad idea? Fang Jun could almost hear his wife slapping him. No need, I'll handle the takeout orders. Rejected, Fang Shang was disappointed. With nothing to do, he could only look out the window, watching the only customer in the shop enjoying his cooking with relish. He felt a real sense of accomplishment. This must be so delicious it'll make you cry. Chapter 5. What a great subject of observation. When Henan finished his meal and went to the cashier to pay, he saw the proprietress's resentful gaze. Remembering what he had just done, he gave an awkward smile. Madam, your child is still young. Just guide him properly. There's no need to damage his confidence. Besides, the young master's cooking skills are indeed quite good. Henan said this without any guilt, he genuinely believed it. Wu Xian's lips twitched slightly, but she managed not to say anything that would upset the customer. Okay. Wu Xian smiled and nodded, seeing the customer off. Then she waited for the next customer to arrive so she could address her son's dislike of studying. On top of that, she also needed to make the child realize the hardship of work. Wu Xian asked Fang Jun to increase the workload for the child. Thus, Fang Shang was kept running around like a headless chicken. Wash those tomatoes over there, dice half and chop the other half. Crack 4 eggs. Stir the braised pork in the pan. We're running low on garlic, peel some. These instructions sounded like experience points +1 +1 +1, and Fang Shang worked with incredible enthusiasm. Fang Jun watched his son, who was getting more and more excited as he worked, and questioned his own existence. He was afraid that his son was finding enjoyment in cooking and would become even less interested in studying. You haven't done your homework yet, have you? Fang Shang waved his hand dismissively. 5th grade homework wasn't difficult, it was just some copying and memorizing that took time. He could do his homework upstairs when there were no customers in the shop, there was plenty of time. It's okay, there's not much homework, I can do it tonight. Dad, is there anything else I need to do? Fang Jun, stir-fry some water spinach, braised pork with lettuce, pickled fish, cucumber salad with preserved eggs, stir-fried pork, tomato and egg soup, and fried rice. A table of customers came in, and Wu Xian took the menu to the window to read it out. Fang Jun responded, and turning around, he saw his son's eager eyes. You stir-fry the water spinach. Heat the pan, add cold oil, some minced garlic, and stir-fry until cooked. These simple stir-fried dishes are easy, but whether they taste good or not depends entirely on the chef's skill. Having decided which dish Fang Shang would cook, Wu Xian turned and went to the customer's table to discuss it with them. Reiterating the reason, Wu Xian spoke much more smoothly. This table was a group of 4 friends having dinner together, and they were already chatting warmly after ordering. Hearing the proprietress's request, their eyes lit up. These were all young people, and they all had a special enthusiasm for encouraging their children to endure the hardships of studying. Don't worry, proprietress, we've got it covered. How can a child not study hard? Exactly. He. Wu Xin breathed a sigh of relief seeing the enthusiastic response from this table of customers. It seemed these customers were on her side. Hopefully, they wouldn't change their minds like the previous group. Not only hadn't it damaged the child's confidence, but it had actually increased his interest. Wu Xin returned to the counter, and the four of them began chatting about this topic. Hee, when I was little, I hated it when adults would ask about my grades the moment they saw me. Until last year when I went home for Chinese New Year and saw my relatives' kids, the first thing they asked was their grades. Seeing the kids' resentful looks was so satisfying. Hilarious. You're lucky. I gave my niece a set of test papers for her birthday, and she was so angry she only gave me a small piece of her birthday cake. Kids don't really like studying, but parents doing this to make their children realize the pain of not studying is a good thing. Exactly. When children don't have the ability or haven't figured out their future, it's best to let them study step by step. Zilan, you're the best talker. You'll be the main force later. Summoned, Wan Zilan immediately agreed, of course. She loved this kind of selfless act of getting soaked in the rain but tearing someone else's umbrella. Besides, as a teacher, facing these unmotivated children of the nation, of course she had to do her part. After diligently stir-frying a plate of water spinach that had turned black, Fang Sheng hesitated, wondering whether to serve it. Wait, why did this water spinach turn black? Actually, Fang's father had deliberately told him to prevent water spinach from turning black. After cleaning it, soak it in white vinegar water for 10 minutes. It won't turn black when stir-fried. Fang Jun was already being a nuisance to Fang Sheng. He certainly wouldn't actually teach him how to cook. This poorly presented dish was a perfect way to undermine his son's confidence in cooking. So, this plate of water spinach was served. Compared to the other appetizing dishes, this plate of blackened water spinach was obviously cooked by the owner's son without the owner's wife even pointing it out. So everyone pretended to taste the other dishes first before taking a bite of the water spinach. Wow, this tastes exactly like the first time I cooked it. It reminds me of the food in my university cafeteria. It's alright, edible. It's quite delicious. Wan Zilan ate the water spinach, chewing slowly. The water spinach was tender, you could tell the tough stems and leaves had been removed. Only the tender tip remained. The stems were crisp, the leaves soft and slightly sticky, probably seasoned with just a little salt and message. One more bite. Not evenly cooked, I tasted a bit of salt. It tastes even more like my grandma's cooking back home. When I used to go back to my hometown for summer vacation, the water spinach in my grandma's garden grew incredibly fast. There was water spinach on the table almost every day. The food my grandma cooked never looked as appealing as what you see in restaurants, especially the vegetables cooked on the traditional rural stove. Some were practically black, just like the dish in front of her. I never expected to taste my grandma's cooking from back home so well, even outside. It's been so long since I've had this, I'm starting to miss it. Wan Zilan ate it bite after bite. It was clear she really enjoyed it. Wu Xin, who had been watching them eat, was just waiting for them to complain about the food, to move on to the next step, and then she just watched them eat like that. Just then, the sauerkraut fish was ready, and Wu Xin used the excuse of serving the dish to cough and remind the guests. Ahem. The four of them realized what she meant and gave an awkward smile. We almost ate all the water spinach. Why use the bad taste of the vegetables to discourage the kids? Hey, boss lady, what's wrong with this water spinach? It's all black and the salt hasn't even dissolved properly. Are you just trying to fool our customers like this? The guy who thought the food was just okay to eat was the first to complain. He'd never been a picky eater, nor was he a big fan of food. Food was just something to sustain him. Whether it was delicious or not, as long as it was edible, it didn't matter. Fang Sheng had been observing the customers' reactions ever since the dishes were served. After all, only one customer had eaten his cooking so far. He needed to test his culinary genius a few more times. This table had a lot of customers' perfect subjects for observation. Then, hearing this, he was a little confused. Why was this customer's reaction completely different from the previous one? One was overly excited, the other didn't react at all. Chapter 6. How could they betray him like that? Before Fang Sheng could even think, Wu Xin called the father and son out. Fang Jun, seeing his carefully orchestrated drama finally about to unfold, was trembling with excitement. His steps quickened considerably. Guest, what's the problem? Please tell me. I'm so sorry, I'll cook you another one. Fang Jun feigned a serious problem-solving demeanor, but Fang Sheng clearly heard the excitement in his voice. He wasn't really a child. He hadn't missed his parents' unusual behavior today. The fact that they were letting a child who had never cooked before cook for customers was very strange, and more than once. But when he tried to process a takeout order, they wouldn't let him. Why is dine-in allowed, but takeout isn't? Fang Sheng looked thoughtfully at the table of customers. How to put it? They're a bit like the people in a TV drama who nitpick at the main character. Is this the standard of your restaurant's food? Forget about perfect color, aroma, and taste, at least it should be edible. Look at this water spinach, it's all black and bland, the salt hasn't even been cooked through. Can you believe it? Watching her companions criticize the water spinach one after another, Wanzilla knew it was all prearranged. But looking at the owner's son, who was following behind him with his head down like a child who had done something wrong and who was also the cook of this dish, Wanzilla's usually sharp tongue was speechless. It was as if she saw herself as a child, being scolded by her parents for making mistakes, through the child's figure. That same helplessness. Wanzilla interrupted her friend with concern, he's still a child. It's already quite good for his first attempt. It's normal for water spinach to turn black. Originally, everyone had agreed, as the proprietress suggested, to give the child a good beating to his confidence, letting him know that entering society, running a restaurant, and doing business are not easy, and that he should study hard at such a young age. Although the dish wasn't as bad as they described, in fact, the familiar taste made them quite fond of it, but they still planned to find fault. Unexpectedly, Wanzilla suddenly changed her mind. The group was acting perfectly well, and suddenly the whole thing was disrupted. They all looked at her in bewilderment. Fang Shang, hearing her words, suddenly understood. So that's how it is. No wonder it was so strange. They wouldn't let him help with takeout, but for the two dine-in tables, they only let him cook a dish. It was obvious his parents had given instructions. They hadn't mentioned that he cooked this dish when they came over, and this customer immediately said he was still a child. It's obvious he knew. That makes sense. He said his dad was acting strangely, making him cook on his first day in the kitchen, and even though he knew the food wasn't very good, he still served it to the guests. He probably just wanted to discourage him. Fang Shang smiled coldly. If he didn't have the culinary talent rewarded by the system, the very first customer would have already given him a hard time. He didn't expect that even though he genuinely wanted to help, this old man was playing dirty tricks on him. If there weren't outsiders present, he would have made a scene. Fang Jun and Wu Xian were also very embarrassed. What's going on? They were supposed to be on the same side, why did they break their promise again? Wu Xian's eyelids were practically cramping from trying to signal him, but Wanzilla remained unmoved. I think it's delicious, little one. Your cooking is really good, I'll come again next time. But you're still young, you need to focus on your studies, okay? Fang Shang understood what his parents were worried about. Fang Shang nodded, then, wanting to talk to his parents, he called them into the kitchen. Outside, Wanzilla and the others wanted to review the situation. It wasn't what they had agreed upon. Zillan, what's wrong with you? Didn't you just say you wanted the kid to experience the harsh realities of society? Why the sudden change of heart? Yeah, I didn't even get to say the lines I'd prepared. Wanzilla sat down and tasted another bite of water spinach. It was salty and went well with rice. She then shoveled a mouthful of rice into her mouth before speaking seriously. From an adult's perspective, this is understandable. But from a child's perspective, disliking school and not wanting to study is the norm for most people. Think about it, when we were kids, we all cried and didn't want to go to school. As we got older, we'd even fake illness to avoid school. As adults, we naturally think students should focus on their studies and deal with other things later. But put ourselves in their shoes, would we think the same way if we were their children? Her words left the other three speechless. Putting ourselves in their shoes, who didn't go through that when they were young? There's no need to be too harsh. Just talk to the child nicely, they're not that naive. As expected of Teacher Wan, I've learned a lot. Sigh. Indeed, I didn't even realize it until you pointed it out. When did we become such boring adults? This thing can automatically unlock at a certain age. In the kitchen, Fang Shang sighed like a grown-up. He was simply not used to being a primary school student after recently transmigrating. As an adult, he naturally knew why his parents were doing this. They probably thought he didn't want to study and wanted to guide him to study properly. He was only 10 years old. At that age, even he would be focused on studying hard and making progress every day, avoiding anything fancy. He hadn't even finished 9 years of compulsory education yet. He still had to go to school. Fang Shang organized his thoughts and said earnestly, Mom and Dad, I'm not averse to studying, it's just that I've been a bit mentally exhausted lately, and I'm always sleepy, so I wanted to stop my extracurricular classes. I'll study hard, don't worry. Fang Jun and Wu Xian were still awkwardly waiting. Hearing their son's words, they realized he had guessed. The awkwardness intensified. It was all your dad's bad idea, let you experience the hardships of chores. There's a saying, husbands and wives are like birds in the same forest, when disaster strikes, they fly away separately. Wu Xian sensed her son's odd behavior and immediately shifted the blame. Fang Jun felt betrayed and looked at his wife in disbelief. Good heavens, he only came up with this idea to appease her. Now that it's out, it's all his fault? Fang Jun looked at his wife's threatening gaze and silently swallowed the unspoken resentment. Good son, since you don't want to not go to school, then do as you said, take a break from your extracurricular classes, get some rest, and don't sleep in class, study hard. Then you don't need to help in the kitchen anymore. Just do your homework after school and get some rest so you'll have the energy for class during the day. Fang Shang? Good grief, he was trying to reassure them and focus on his studies. How could they betray him like this? They're directly taking away his kitchen chores. If he doesn't cook, where will he get experience points to exchange for things in the system? Fang Shang's face immediately darkened. Wu Xian didn't notice and instead chimed in, right, didn't you want a tablet before? If you study hard, Mom will buy you one. It'll be convenient for watching online classes or playing games. Chapter 7 is forcing him to unleash his ultimate move. No need. I felt very relaxed in the kitchen just now, something I've never experienced before. I enjoy cooking. Let me continue helping out, consider it a rest. Fang Shang flatly refused his parents' suggestion. Good heavens! He'd only just been bound to the system. If he couldn't cook in the kitchen, how would he gain experience points? No experience points? What a waste of his cheat ability. He couldn't just have a cheat ability and not use it until he graduated from university. That would be crazy. His family owned a restaurant, so he could earn money sooner and live a better life. Why wait until later? He wasn't really a child. Fang's parents exchanged glances. Then they hesitated. Actually, kitchen work was really tough. Not to mention anything else, just washing and preparing vegetables took several hours every day. Then there was stir-frying. That iron wok wasn't something an average person could lift for long. It was extremely tiring, especially now that it's summer. The heat from the stove in the kitchen is enough to kill you. Fang Jun sometimes even wishes he could cook shirtless. Seeing his son's face flushed red from the heat, struggling to lift the pot, how could he not see? He hadn't expected his son to be so thoroughly enjoying himself. The couple exchanged a glance, both reluctant to agree. Working too hard, not getting enough rest, or being mentally exhausted would inevitably lead to drowsiness and difficulty concentrating in class. Mom and Dad, please let me help. Don't worry, there won't be a next time you call my parents. If I can't balance studying and cooking then, it's fine if you don't let me help. Fang Shang was serious about cooking. He was even resorting to pleading and begging to get his way. It was truly disgusting. Seeing his parents still considering, Fang Shang gritted his teeth. This was forcing him to use his ultimate weapon. Mom and Dad, please say yes. Please say yes. If you don't agree, he's going to throw a tantrum. He's not a real 10-year-old, he can't get past his own conscience. Fine, since you like cooking, you can learn from me first. That way, even if he's not academically inclined, he won't starve when he grows up with a skill. Seeing Fang Jun agree, Wu Xian didn't say anything more, only reminding him not to neglect his studies. Actually, for parents who love their children, as long as it's not illegal, and the child insists, and it's not a big deal, parents will compromise. Fang Shang's face immediately lit up with a smile after achieving his goal. Dad, then you can stir-fry some water spinach again and take it to that table of guests. Okay, I just told you why that water spinach turned black when I stir-fried it. Wu Xian watched the father and son, one teaching and the other listening, unable to maintain harmony, shook her head, and left the kitchen with a smile. Outside, seeing the customers chatting happily, he didn't disturb them and went back to sit behind the cashier. A little while later, 2 more tables of customers arrived. Fang Shang was helping his father with the cooking. These were dishes he didn't know how to cook, so he could only help out and learn by doing. Honestly, cooking is not easy at all. The heat, the timing of taking it out of the pan, and the addition of seasonings all affect the taste of the dish. Fang Shang was learning very diligently. Although he had a system, he couldn't overdo it. He knew nothing in reality. Suddenly becoming a genius without any instruction would only create trouble for himself. Meanwhile, back home, Nan was in a good mood, cleaning and tidying the house. In the past, he treated his birthdays as just another ordinary day, adding an egg or a chicken leg to his meal. But this time was different. A plate of chili fried eggs, just like his mother's cooking, instantly brought back the joy he felt when his mother was still alive celebrating his birthdays. This joy was enough to heal his current loneliness. How wonderful! As dusk settled, Nan stood by the window, gazing at the night sky, experiencing a long-lost sense of peace. He used to hear people say that food could heal the soul, thinking they were talking nonsense, only money could heal him. It turns out it wasn't that food couldn't heal the soul, it was that he hadn't encountered it. Only when he actually tasted it did he realize it wasn't the food that healed, but the taste from his memory, the memory it brought that healed him. As night fell, Jun's food stall, which had been open all day, closed for the night. Business was average today. They served about 10 tables throughout the evening, not very busy. Food stalls like theirs usually close at 10 p.m. If they run out of food, they close earlier, or they close when customers leave. Fang Shang was ushered out of the kitchen around 9 p.m. to go upstairs to do his homework, shower, and go to bed. Normally, after finishing his homework, he would practice calligraphy, play the piano, and dance. He also had extracurricular assignments. Tonight, he abandoned all of that, finishing his homework directly and going to bed. Then, with his eyes closed, he started browsing the system shop to see if he could exchange for anything. After several hours of searching, he only gained a little over 300 experience points. Forget about skill recipes. He could exchange for a basic knife skills course later. Learning to cook isn't just about stir-frying, knife skills, heat control, and seasoning are all essential. After redeeming the course and clicking learn, Fang Shang felt himself enter a kitchen. A teacher appeared before him, dressed in a chef's uniform, his face obscured but his expression serious. The teacher instructed him on everything from how to hold a knife to how to cut vegetables and how to handle ingredients. Fang Shang studied with utmost focus. His mind, memory, and concentration all improved within the learning space. He could learn anything simply by attending classes. Each lesson lasted 40 minutes. Afterward, Fang Shang could choose to use experience points to exchange for more practice time in the learning space or return to reality. As a poor guy, he used up all his experience points in one lesson. The remaining single-digit experience points weren't enough to exchange for more practice time. He went straight back to reality to sleep. The next morning, the alarm rang, and Fang Shang got out of bed refreshed, looking significantly better. Gone was the initial fear and unease of being transported to another world. Now, with his newfound power as a safety net, and no longer prone to overthinking, his improved state was inevitable. "Good morning, Dad." Fang Shang woke up at 6:30. His father had already bought groceries and returned. He also brought breakfast. "Good morning, breakfast is on the table." Fang Shang didn't have time to say much. He spent 10 minutes washing up, packing his bag, and eating breakfast. It was almost 7 o'clock. Their school has a morning reading session before regular classes, so students usually need to be at school by 7:10. Fang Shang quickly finished breakfast and ran to school. It's no wonder he was having trouble adjusting to this schedule. At least he could sleep until 8 o'clock for his regular job, working from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., overtime aside. But for school, he had to get up at 6 a.m. If there was a morning quiz on memorizing texts, he'd have to get up at 5 a.m. to study. Studying is so tough. Fang Shang arrived at the classroom, put down his bag, and started sighing. His deskmate, thinking he'd been called to school yesterday and gotten a beating, gave him a sympathetic look. "Are you all right?" Fang Shang shook his head to indicate he was fine. Chapter 8. His own misfortune was indeed tragic, but his classmates' happiness made him feel uneasy. His deskmate was a little skeptical, but after carefully observing his condition, he found that he did indeed look quite good. Not only was he much more relaxed, but his complexion was also much better, his dark circles were lighter, and his face wasn't swollen anymore. It was clear that something good had happened. But this shouldn't be the case. Logically, if someone sleeps in class and gets caught by the teacher and their parents are called in, they should at least get a beating or a scolding, right? Looking at him like this, he'd believe it if they told him Fang Shang's parents rewarded him with a game console. "Tell me, the teacher called your parents, and you didn't get a beating or scolding when you got home?" Dai Tianyu asked incredulously. His eyes were full of confusion and disbelief. His own misfortune was certainly sad, but his classmates' happiness made him feel uneasy. His reaction. Fang Shang understood what was going on. He simply laughed. To be honest, his parents were indeed very good. Even if their child was disobedient, they wouldn't hit him unless they couldn't reason with him or he had committed a serious mistake. On his way home, he was worried he'd get a beating. But things took an unexpected turn. "No, why would I get beaten? I was just too sleepy and accidentally fell asleep. I'll just be more careful next time." Fang Shang spoke casually, as if being called to the classroom and sleeping in class was a trivial matter. He didn't mention the hardships behind it at all. Dai Tianyu's eyes were red with jealousy. Watching Fang Shang's smugness, he didn't want to say a word. Why? Why? Fang Shang looked at his indignant expression, his smile undisguised, radiating happiness. Soon, morning class began. Fang Shang's happiness vanished. He'd been quite energetic at first, but now, holding his book, he became listless as he read. He wasn't the only one. Everyone in the class was quietly reading, no one was daydreaming or talking. Until get out of class ended. A group of students seemed to have been turned on, and the entire school building erupted in noise. Various voices, playful banter, and shouts of urging for homework filled the air. "Fang Shang, want to come to my house to play mobile games after class? I'm borrowing my sister's phone, 10 yuan an hour, my treat. She has lots of skins, let's play together." By the end of morning self-study, Dai Tianyu had already appeased him. As deskmates, the two had been friends for 5 years, and their parents knew each other from parent-teacher conferences. When they went out to play, as long as they wore children's smartwatches, reported on time, and returned home on time, there were basically no problems. They often did this before. Hearing such a childish remark, Fang Shang's lips twitched twice, and he refused without hesitation. No, I have something to do after school. Dai Tianyu, what's wrong? It's okay to play for a while. I need to go back and help my dad. Upon hearing this, Dai Tianyu suddenly felt a little better. So it wasn't that he wasn't being scolded, it was physical punishment. Then, a hint of sympathy returned to his gaze as he looked at Fang Shang. I understand. Good luck. Fang Shang. He didn't know if it was because he had entered the system's air conditioning while studying last night and fallen into a deep sleep, but he woke up early, attended classes all morning, and while he was a little bored and restless, he didn't drift off to sleep. At noon, things were busy at home. To gain as much experience points as possible, Fang Shang rushed home after school, ignoring the faint calls behind him, and went straight to the kitchen for lunch. After lunch, Fang Shang volunteered to help, practicing his knife skills from the night before. Once he started chopping vegetables, he clearly felt it was much easier. He knew how to apply force. A piece of meat was cut into distinct strips, slices, and cubes. Chop some meat into the meat grinder, grind it into mincemeat, and make meatballs. A customer ordered tomato meatball soup. Fang Jun, seeing how well he was doing, confidently gave the instructions. Okay. Then Fang Shang tried it himself and found that the mincemeat from the grinder only gave him a few experience points, whereas manually chopping meat had given him tens of points each time. This was ridiculous. Using tools wouldn't improve his knife skills much, he still had to chop the meat himself. Why was he working so hard? It was all for experience points. And after gaining experience points, an experience bar appeared next to his name on the system interface. He wanted to see what would happen when the bar was full. It was like a large-scale live-action game. Practicing cooking increased experience points. Son, go take a nap. Don't work, or you'll be sleepy in class this afternoon. Wu Xian glanced at the time 12:30 and went to the kitchen to urge Fang Shang to go rest. Fang Shang, no, he didn't want to sleep. He'd only earned a little over 100 experience points, not even enough to cover the cost of one basic course. Mom, I'm not sleepy. I slept well last night. I don't need to nap at noon, sleeping will only make me unable to wake up. Don't worry, I definitely won't sleep in class, really. You can ask the teacher if you don't believe me. Wu Xian was truly puzzled that he was so determined not to leave the kitchen. It's the middle of summer, the kitchen is sweltering. Wouldn't it be more comfortable to go back to the room, enjoy the air conditioning, and sleep? Why insist on working in the kitchen? Could it be that he actually likes being a chef after yesterday's experience? Wu Xian decided to wait and see. Kids only have a short attention span, they never stick to anything. He used to insist on learning piano, but after a few days he quit. She shamelessly switched to violin, and now he's complaining about not wanting to go anymore. And street dance too. He sees other kids dancing and thinks it's cool, so he wants to learn too. If she didn't force him, he probably wouldn't go. He can't neglect calligraphy either, his handwriting looks like a dog's scribbles. If he doesn't correct it, he'll lose points on his exams. Ugh, just thinking about it gives her a headache. If you want to work, fine, but if the teacher calls me again, I'll beat you to death. Fang Shang's hands didn't stop moving, he nodded firmly, indicating he heard her. It was almost lunchtime when afternoon classes started. Classes start at 2:30 p.m., so Fang Shang needs to be at school by 2 p.m. Around 1:40 p.m., Fang Shang has to rush to school. The shop isn't very busy at this time. Mom and Dad, I'm going to school. Coming and going in a hurry, Fang Shang dashed off under the blazing sun. Meanwhile, at the factory, Henan's good mood was noticed by her colleagues. A person who usually barely smiles is suddenly much more talkative today, and even gets a smile in return when someone greets him. It's like the sun rising in the west. Naturally, gossipy people seize the opportunity to ask, Henan, what good news? You seem to be in a good mood today. Did you find a girlfriend? Everyone in the factory knows about his family background, no parents, no relatives, no house, no car. It's hard to find a girlfriend. He's 30 and still single. Some of the older women in the factory have introduced him to potential partners, but none of them have taken a liking to him. Some think he's too quiet, some think his family background is bad, and some think he's unattractive. He's quite difficult to please. Henan knows this, so he just keeps quiet and works hard every day. Chapter 9. This tastes wrong. This was the first time in all his years working at the factory that he'd been so openly emotional. Henan knew he was in a good mood today, unlike usual, but he genuinely was happy, and he couldn't very well deliberately frown. No need, he said. No, I ate at a really good restaurant yesterday, it was just my taste, I was in a good mood. Everyone perked up their ears, eager for gossip. Upon hearing this, they all gasped. Henan, this kid, eats out alone too. Which restaurant? You usually don't care much about food, so if you say it's good, it must really be. The boss just said we're having a get-together, so let's go to the restaurant you mentioned. Sure. Hearing their comments, Henan quickly waved his hand. I think it's good, but you might not like it. Taste is a very personal thing. He thought it was good because it tasted like his mother's cooking. It wasn't really that delicious. It's okay, there aren't many good restaurants out these days. Eating out at restaurants all feels the same. Exactly. Last time my daughter got her paycheck and took us to a Western restaurant, and the food wasn't even as good as my cooking. Ha ha ha, you don't understand. Foreign food is all about the atmosphere, the style, you know. Then it's settled. I'll go talk to the boss later. Henan works in a plastics factory, producing plastic products. The workers aren't overworked, and it's common for them to chat while they work. Henan is usually a man of few words. Today, however, he chatted a bit more. He's not good with words and didn't know what to say. Watching his colleagues settle things so easily, he opened his mouth but then closed it again. When the group was taken to a Jun's food stall that evening, his colleagues' spirits plummeted. They were careless. They shouldn't have trusted Henan's taste. He thought the restaurant Henan, usually so effusive, was some fancy establishment, a place with amazing food, but it turned out to be just a roadside stall downstairs in his apartment complex. The owner, standing at the front, smiled. He patted Henan on the back with satisfaction. What a kind man, saving him money. So the group sat down at a large round table further inside. It seems we don't have enough seats. I'll get 2 more chairs. The round table could seat 10 people. Wu Xian counted the number of people. There weren't enough chairs. She immediately went to the storeroom and got 2 more, then brought out menus and a kettle of ordinary barley tea. Then she recognized Henan in the crowd, the one who cried while eating her son's food yesterday. A repeat customer. The factory owner handed the menu to Henan. You recommended this restaurant, so you order. See what's good, then pass the menu around so everyone can order what they like. In a fancy restaurant, the owner wouldn't dare let the staff order so casually. Otherwise, it would be a huge financial burden. At this kind of street food stall, even if you eat your fill, it won't cost more than 1,000 or 2, maybe even less. So the owner was incredibly generous today. Fang Sheng helped out in the kitchen after school today. Since cooking 2 dishes yesterday, he hadn't touched the stove all day. They said his cooking was terrible and couldn't be served to customers. If he really wanted to cook, he should cook a couple for his family. Fang Sheng had no choice. After all, his father was right. But if he can't cook, his experience points will increase very slowly. It seems he still needs to find a way to get a recipe first. Once he learns it, he'll be qualified to cook, and his father won't stop him. That way, his experience points will increase faster. A group of guests have arrived at the large round table. Here's the menu. Wu Xian handed the written menu to the kitchen window. Fang Jun took it and immediately got to work. Son, slice some pork belly, some yam slices, wash a head of broccoli, blanch some edamame, and get some chicken nuggets from the refrigerator. Before he could think, Fang Sheng was being bossed around. Wu Xian wanted to help, but seeing how much fun her son was having, she didn't interfere. She actually never liked cooking, she found it tiring and troublesome. Not only did she have to buy the ingredients, but she also had to wash and prepare them, and finally, cook them. What seems like a simple stir-fry actually takes a lot of time from start to finish. So she married a chef who owned a restaurant. Her husband did all the things she didn't like. She was responsible for cashiering, cleaning, and serving dishes. Unexpectedly, her son didn't resemble her at all. He was surprisingly interested in cooking. This is what they called like begets like, or a mouse's son knows how to dig a hole. Wu Xian muttered to herself for a moment before returning to her seat at the cashier. From this spot, she could see the entrance and immediately serve any customers. Henan, the delicious thing you mentioned, is it just stir-fried eggs with chili peppers? This street food stall was really too ordinary. The menu was full of home-style dishes: braised pork belly, braised chicken, chicken with edamame, stir-fried pork, twice-cooked pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and other common dishes. There wasn't anything particularly good to order, and no one especially wanted anything. Everyone just randomly ordered a dish that suited their taste. Henan nodded silently. His initial good mood at Jun's food stall turned sour after sensing his colleagues' disappointment. His colleagues didn't seem to care, some were on their phones, others chatted. It wasn't until the food arrived and everyone started eating, finding it not bad, that they started talking again. Hey, Henan's chili and egg stir-fry is here. Let me try it. Is it good? It's alright, just like home cooking. Henan joined in and picked up a piece of chili and egg stir-fry. He felt this dish was different from what he'd had yesterday. Could it be the owner's cooking? He wondered if the owner's cooking was like his mother's. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Henan tasted the difference immediately. No, this isn't the taste. He couldn't taste any emotion in this dish. It was just ordinary chili and egg stir-fry, the kind you could get at any restaurant. It couldn't evoke any emotion in him. After tasting the food at this roadside stall, her colleagues were already convinced they couldn't believe Henan's words. They figured he'd never eaten anything good before, which was why he'd thought a roadside stall was delicious. They'd all been misled. Otherwise, they'd at least had a nice meal tonight. In the end, they ate a very ordinary meal. Now, hearing Henan say the taste was off, they became a little interested. What tastes off? Isn't this what you ate? Henan seemed to understand something and immediately called out, "Boss." "What is it, customer?" Wu Xian, who was serving the dishes, immediately came over. "This doesn't taste like the one I had yesterday. Can I choose the one your son cooked?" Henan's question left Wu Xian a little bewildered. She glanced at Henan, then at the stir-fried eggs with chili peppers that clearly looked better than her son's, and seriously doubted this person's taste. Could he have a problem with his sense of taste? "You mean you want to order my son's stir-fried eggs with chili peppers?" Chapter 10. No, why should I? Henan nodded seriously. "Yes, is that all right?" Fearing the owner might refuse, he added, "I'll take this one too. And I'll also order a plate of stir-fried eggs with chili peppers. Can the young owner cook that for me?" Wu Xian looked conflicted and said she'd go ask in the kitchen. The dining area and kitchen weren't far apart, and Fang Jun and his son Fang Sheng both heard this. When Wu Xian entered the kitchen, she saw Fang Jun looking utterly dejected. No way! He'd been running the restaurant for years. When did he become worse than his son, who was cooking for the first time? A customer actually ate his cooking and said it didn't taste right, wanting his son's. Fang Jun was truly shocked. No way! Why? The dish was burnt, and he didn't even know if it was cooked through. He didn't dare eat it. Did the customer have such a unique palate? Fang Sheng, who had just been worrying about when he'd finally get to work at the stove, unexpectedly had his chance. Before his father could answer, Fang Sheng nodded impatiently. Okay, Dad, you cook the other dishes, I'll do this chili and egg stir-fry." As he spoke, he started smashing the long, round chilies. The tender, round chilies flattened easily with the back of a knife, releasing some juice. Flattened chilies have a stronger flavor and absorb flavor better than whole ones. Then he quickly sliced them into strips and cracked a few eggs into the pan. Fang Sheng started stir-frying. Turning around, he saw his father still standing there, looking somewhat discouraged. Fang Sheng frowned. "Dad, what are you daydreaming about? Get to work, the guests are waiting." Fang Jun. In the clean, dry wok, the chilies were added first to evaporate some moisture. This would prevent the eggs from becoming soggy and affecting their crispy texture. The softened chilies were removed from the pan. Oil was heated in a wok until it smoked, then the beaten eggs were poured in, followed by the remaining chilies. The chilies weren't stirred immediately, they needed to be coated with the egg mixture before stirring. Fang Jun was quite surprised to see his son's method was significantly more skillful than his first attempt at making chili and egg stir-fry, without a single mistake. Could this kid really have a talent for cooking? This was only his third time cooking. It already looked quite professional. The order of steps was correct, only the heat was a little too high. After putting the vegetables in the pan, when the egg mixture is almost set, turn the heat to medium-low. High heat will burn it before the inside is cooked through. Having finally spotted a flaw, Fang Jun immediately stood up and began to instruct him in a deep voice. Fang Sheng followed his instructions without question. In no time, a plate of chili and egg stir-fry was ready. The dish looked much better than the first one, and there wasn't much of a burnt taste, it looked quite edible. Fang Sheng confidently carried the dish out himself. Henan's eyes lit up when she saw Fang Sheng come out with the food. "Thank you so much, little boss. I just think this dish is to my liking." The colleagues at the table stared in surprise at the child carrying the food. Wow, the little boss is so young. No wonder his family owns a restaurant, he can cook at such a young age. Everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to the dish Fang Sheng was carrying. "If you like it, come more. Just tell me to cook your dishes when you order." Fang Sheng's reason for coming out was this: to attract more repeat customers, so they would actively request his cooking, allowing him to get back to the kitchen. Okay. As soon as the dishes were served, the chopsticks of about 10 people simultaneously reached for Fang Sheng's plate of stir-fried eggs with chili peppers. The chili peppers were coated in egg, not cooked very evenly, some large pieces, some small, and some chili peppers not coated in egg. Upon tasting it, the entire room fell silent. Most of Henan's colleagues were middle-aged, only the boss was relatively young, still in his 30s. He was actually the youngest among them. One bite of the stir-fried eggs with chili peppers, familiar and warm, like the taste of his mother spreading in his mouth. This time Henan didn't cry, instead, he couldn't help but smile. Taking this dish, his somewhat agitated and anxious mood in the crowd instantly eased. It was as if his mother was there, he had nothing to worry about or be afraid of. The shop owner sitting to the side had a rather intriguing expression. This taste, it's so familiar. He couldn't quite place where he'd eaten it before. After finishing a bite, the owner picked up a large piece of scrambled eggs with chili peppers and put it in his mouth, chewing carefully. one bite at a time, and he finally remembered where the familiarity lay. It was like the boxed lunches he ate at construction sites when he wasn't running this factory and was working away from home. It was this kind of taste. With rice, he could eat 2 boxed lunches. So familiar. Back when things were tough, he could eat more. Now that he's rich, he can't find that old taste anymore. The taste is really good. I haven't had it in years. Boss, a bowl of rice, please. The owner, regaining his composure, said to Wu Xian beside him. Okay. Wu Xian breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that the customers had eaten his son's cooking without any problems. After all, it would be troublesome if a child's cooking caused any problems for the guests. She was now very curious about what the dish tasted like. Neither she nor her husband trusted their son's cooking skills. The only 2 times he had cooked, it was all just for show. But the guests' reactions. Now she was genuinely curious about what her son's cooking tasted like. It clearly didn't look appetizing, but the guests all seemed quite satisfied. She was a little confused. This dish does taste really good. A middle-aged male colleague in his 50s took a bite, his mood immediately somber. Being middle-aged, he wasn't a talkative man. He murmured something and then fell silent. Some were deeply moved, while others weren't. Fang Shang had been observing the guests' expressions and reactions, and then drew a conclusion. The most profound flavors in this culinary genius's memory were dependent on the person. For example, if someone had a particular flavor in their memory, they would experience it when they tasted his cooking. If a person doesn't inherently possess a profound flavor, then there's no real feeling. Understanding this, Fang Shang was somewhat disappointed. He thought he had some kind of cheat code. His dishes, regardless of their quality, were guaranteed to taste exactly what everyone wanted, thanks to his culinary genius. But it turns out that's not the case. It seems that to cook even better and improve his family business, he still needs to honestly hone his culinary skills and become a max-level culinary master. Then his dishes would be invincible. Just thinking about it gives me a lot of motivation. Fang Jun watched his son standing at the kitchen doorway, grinning foolishly. Passing by, he gave him a light slap on the back of the head. What are you grinning about? Go wash the vegetables. Fang Shang, damn it, he actually hit the future culinary genius on the head. What if he makes him stupid? I didn't expect such a small shop to have such a good cook from the owner's son. The owner sighed with admiration, and his colleagues, who were also impressed, nodded in praise. Then, those colleagues who weren't particularly impressed, or even thought the food was a bit salty, fell silent. Chapter 11 Upgrade Rewards, 2-in-1. No, they're all colleagues. I've never seen them fawn over the boss like this before. Whatever dish the boss praises, they just echo his praise. They're even blindly praising him. Did they conspire to flatter the boss so he'd treat them differently? Then, the few colleagues who hadn't spoken exchanged glances, a serious glint in their eyes. Alright, they're going to be this enthusiastic, so they'll step in too. 1 serving isn't enough, boss. Another serving of the young master's stir-fried eggs with chili peppers. A perceptive colleague, seeing the boss enjoyed it, immediately ordered more food. Henan nodded in agreement. It really wasn't enough. 1 plate, for a dozen people, was gone in a flash with just 1 chopstick each. Then Henan grinned from ear to ear. More cooking time. At this rate, his experience points would soon be full, leveling him up to level 1. Fang Shang was getting a little impatient with excitement. A dish might be terrible the first time you make it, but when someone with culinary talent takes the plunge, as long as they know the recipe, 2 or 3 tries are enough to get it to a decent level. Fang Jun watched his son stir-fry chili and eggs for the 3rd time. The presentation was almost identical to his own. At this moment, he truly believed his son had a real talent for cooking. The customers outside clearly had good palates. They praised it after just 1 taste. It's so good with rice. Delicious. Boss, a large portion of rice, please. Even better than the last one. Yeah, this dish is so satisfying. The dish had barely been served when it was gone in 2 bites each, before the rice even arrived. Then, unsurprisingly, Fang Shang stir-fried another one. Fang Jun, well, he was already numb from watching. In over 10 years in the business, he had never encountered customers who appreciated his cooking so much. His son's first attempt at cooking, and his skills were already so highly praised. At this moment, Fang Jun admitted he felt a pang of sadness. Then, remembering it was his son, his expression brightened with pride. What's this called? This is called genetics. What's the difference between others praising his son and praising him? Ding! Congratulations, host, your chef god level has been upgraded to level 1. Upgrade reward, basic cold dish recipe. Fang Shang's eyes lit up after receiving the system notification. From Fang Jun's perspective, his son genuinely loved cooking. Look at how bright his eyes were after just a few dishes. Take a break. There aren't many customers right now. Look how red your hands are. The large iron wok in the kitchen was huge and heavy. Fang Shang was only 10 years old. It was already quite impressive that he had the strength to cook. His hands were probably red from carrying the wok. It's alright, a real man's hands getting a little red is nothing. However, glancing at the time, it was past 8 o'clock. Fang Shang was eager to go upstairs to check his reward, so he went to rest instead. After he left, Fang's parents were silent for a while, somewhat wistful. Honey, our son seems to really have a talent for cooking. No one taught him, but I only explained how to make it once, and he can cook it better and better each time. I saved some of that last dish of chili fried eggs, it tasted a bit like your dad's cooking. Fang Jun mentioned that his father's culinary skills were quite impressive, he was a renowned chef in the village. In the past, not only would people from miles around consult his father for important events, but city dwellers also specifically sought him out for their own occasions. These past few years, he'd gotten older and couldn't work as hard anymore, which is why he stopped cooking for large banquets. Fang Jun learned his skills from his father since childhood. Unfortunately, he didn't have much talent, and his cooking was only average. However, thanks to the variety of dishes his father taught him, he could easily support his family by opening a restaurant. Unexpectedly, his son's talent far surpassed his. Dad will probably be overjoyed to know that. He keeps saying there's no one to carry on the family line. Wu Xian was also quite happy, nothing was more gratifying than seeing her child's ability. But he still needs to go to school. If he really wants to be a chef, he should wait until after graduating from university. Yes, the child is still too young, let's wait and see. In the following days, whenever he needed to sleep, Fang Shang immersed himself in learning about cold dishes in the system space. This basic method for making cold dishes isn't just for one particular dish. It's about the entire cold dish system, what ingredients are suitable for what kind of cold dish, how to season them, and so on. In terms of culinary skills, mastering one thing leads to understanding many, and his progress in seasoning was visibly significant. His familiarity with ingredients also improved considerably. Daily progress fueled his growing passion for cooking, and he enjoyed the thrill of improvement. One day after school, Fang Shang was running off when his deskmate, Dai Tianyu, grabbed him. His eyes narrowed, scrutinizing Fang Shang. You've been rushing off as soon as school's over lately. Tell me, were you secretly playing video games behind my back? Or did you make friends from another school? Or maybe you're dating? Fang Shang? No, you're getting more and more ridiculous. What are you thinking at such a young age? Fang Shang thought to himself, holy crap. These elementary school students these days are so precocious. You're barely grown up and you're already thinking about dating. Then tell me why you've been ignoring me lately. You don't play games with me, you don't ask me to play basketball, you don't even go to the convenience store anymore. I can't find you anywhere except during class. Fang Shang looked at the other guy, who was grabbing his backpack, determined to get an explanation, and sighed helplessly. I go home after school. I can't explain it to you. Come home with me. Fang Shang was too lazy to explain and decided to show him what he did after school every day. Dai Tianyu was very satisfied with Fang Shang's answer and happily followed him home. The joy of reuniting with his best friend was palpable all the way home. Fang Shang, you have so much homework tonight. When are you going to start? How about we play basketball for a bit later? I'll buy you an iced Coke. Can I see your math homework when you're done? Fang Shang. Fang Shang had been listening to Dai Tianyu nag the whole way, and his head was spinning. Luckily, the other man was there. Sometimes he'd even remembered he was still a primary school student. At least his mindset felt much younger. I'll start my homework around 9, and I'll take a picture of it when I'm done. Playing basketball is out of the question, I need to go back and cook. I'll let you try some later. He'd been making cold dishes every day for the past few days, and his parents were getting a headache just looking at them, so he'd sold them cheaply at the shop. With a new taster, Mom and Dad would be happy. Sure enough, Wu Xian smiled immediately upon seeing Dai Tianyu. Tianyu, it's been a while. Did you tell your mom? You're staying for dinner with Fang Shang tonight, and then you can go home. Yes, I did. My mom said she'll pick me up after get off work tonight. She works overtime every day, so she probably won't be there until 9 or 10 p.m. Dai Tianyu was already familiar with the store and didn't need much introduction from Fang Shang. He chatted easily with his mother, making her beam with joy. Aunt Xin, you look so beautiful today. Black makes you look so slim, so pretty. Ha ha ha, really? I also think this dress makes me look slimmer. Last time we went shopping. The two of them chatting became background noise as Fang Shang put down his bag and ran to the kitchen. Dad, did you buy the groceries I ordered? Tianyu's here, are you going to play with him? No, let him try my cooking. Is the blackboard ready? If I make too much, I'll put it out there to sell. Fang Shang has been learning to make cold dishes these past 2 days. The day before yesterday, he made 2 huge bowls of cucumber salad. His parents didn't even eat their main course for dinner, just showing off the cucumbers. Then yesterday, he started making cold dishes like shredded potatoes and seaweed salad, which they couldn't possibly finish. He gave each table of guests a small plate. Today, he dared to say he'd sell cold dishes because the cold dishes he learned to make last night were so delicious that he was amazed. It would be against all reason not to sell them. Yes, you want to sell preserved egg tofu? This morning, Fang Shang got up early and waited for his dad to go grocery shopping, asking him to bring back silken tofu and preserved eggs. They already had the other ingredients at home. They didn't have much stock, and fresh tofu tastes better, so he asked his dad to buy it as soon as he learned how to make it last night. Yes, Dad, I'll make you a portion to try first. No need, let your mom try it. Fang Jun silently wiped away imaginary cold sweat from his forehead upon hearing this. Eating his son's cooking, and constantly thinking about the scenes of his father teaching him to cook. Who could resist that? He'd been having nightmares every night for the past few days. Okay. With Dai Tianyu around, Fang Shang didn't insist. He washed his hands and started cutting the preserved eggs. Following the system's instructions, the most complete preserved egg and tofu recipe he could make was a bit complicated. First, he had to cut the silken tofu into small cubes, then blanch it in hot water to remove the beanie taste. Then, he had to cut all the preserved eggs into the same size cubes, and then chop scallions, minced garlic, and other seasonings. His improved knife skills made even cutting vegetables much easier. Dai Tianyu chatted with Wu Xin for a while before realizing Fang Shang was there. Aunt Xin, where's Fang Shang? Him? He's in the kitchen. He's taken to cooking lately. He stays in the kitchen all day as soon as he gets home. Dai Tianyu was puzzled and greatly shocked. He vaguely arrived at the kitchen doorway and saw Fang Shang holding a cleaver, rapidly slicing tofu. The knife landed on the tofu, leaving it perfectly intact. Then, he placed the whole block into a pot of hot water, gave it a couple of shakes, and it quickly crumbled into pieces. Wow! To Dai Tianyu, this scene was no different from watching the legendary chef Xiaofu Gui. His eyes were full of admiration. Fang Shang, you're amazing. Fang Shang saw him and modestly raised his hand to gesture downwards. Basic stuff, don't be silly. Fang Jun, standing to the side. Such a show-off? So childish. Fang Jun quietly watched his son's boasting, refusing to admit he was just jealous. Damn it, he'd cooked since he was little, and nobody ever cheered or praised him like that. Wow, I never knew you could actually cook. You're amazing. Can I try some later? It'll definitely be delicious. I'm drooling already. Fang Shang was stunned by the praise, his gaze towards Dai Tianyu completely different. He knew Dai Tianyu was good at sweet-talking. Hadn't he noticed his mother's crow's feet from smiling so much? He hadn't expected this skill to be so effective on him. For a moment, he seemed to see this kid grow up to be a womanizer. Looking into the other's sincere eyes, Fang Shang admitted he felt a surge of satisfaction. Before, when reading novels, especially wish fulfillment stories, he didn't understand why the protagonist always had a useless henchman. Now he understood. No wonder there's a saying that novels are based on reality. Okay, I'll make it for you in a bit. You can wait outside. Fang Shang thoroughly enjoys the cooking process, and now he's even learned to judge the quality of his dishes by the experience points he earns. A high experience point count indicates a high level of completion. Low experience points mean a low level of completion. He's pretty much figured out how to use this system. Is there anything I can help with? I'll help. Dai Tianyu saw Fang Shang in his apron, standing there chopping vegetables, and thought he looked incredibly cool, so he couldn't resist learning. Then could you help me crush the peanuts? There are tools over there. Another important point about this preserved egg tofu dish is to crush the roasted peanuts little by little, making sure they're finely crushed, and sprinkle them on the dish. Eating it together doubles the deliciousness. Okay. Taking a moment, Fang Shang even went outside to write on the small blackboard, today's special, preserved egg tofu, 12 yuan a serving. Fang Shang originally intended to sell at a higher price, but his food stall's prices were generally reasonable, with cold dishes costing only around 10 yuan a plate. There was no other way. Not to brag, but his preserved egg tofu was currently the pinnacle of his culinary skills. Wow, it's so delicious. The first serving of preserved egg tofu, freshly made, was visually appealing enough. On a round, 8-inch plate, the bottom was filled with tender white tofu cubes, topped with a layer of dark, greenish-brown preserved eggs, stacked like a pagoda, and topped with crushed peanuts and chopped scallions. Bright red chili peppers were scattered throughout, like rubies. The overall ingredients and seasonings were harmoniously sized and vibrantly colored, instantly whetting the appetite. The seasoning looked surprisingly light. A pale brown broth was only lightly spread at the bottom of the plate, but with a slight stir, the aroma of the seasoning was immediately released. A rich aroma of minced garlic, vinegar, and soy sauce blends together, creating a very appetizing flavor. It's refreshingly pleasant in this hot summer. Before mixing, the dish resembles an elegant pagoda, seemingly unapproachable. After mixing, it transforms into a vibrant and alluring beauty, enticing you to come and eat it. Red, green, white, black. Scooping a spoonful of each, the first bite of the preserved egg sent a rush of coolness to the head, followed by the smooth texture of the tofu and the spicy, sour, and savory flavors of the garlic and other seasonings. One bite was incredibly refreshing, as if the summer heat had vanished. Dai Tianyu, who disliked ginger and was very sensitive to its taste, tasted ginger after taking a bite of the preserved egg tofu, but couldn't detect it, which puzzled him greatly. It's so delicious. It's so delicious that I don't even dislike the taste of ginger anymore. How come I can taste ginger, but I can't see any ginger? If there were real ginger, it would ruin the flavor. The sauce has ginger juice, so you can't taste the ginger. Fang Shang, watching his parents' astonished reaction to the preserved egg tofu, felt incredibly pleased. No wonder people like to show off. This feeling is indeed satisfying. It was as refreshing as taking a sip of ice-cold cola or beer after being drenched in sweat on a hot summer day. How did you make this? It tastes so good. Fang Jun, spoon in hand, savoring the lingering flavor of the preserved egg and tofu, was genuinely astonished. The way he looked at his son was completely different now than when he was watching him cook or the kids play. Chapter 12 is still a bit lacking. This shouldn't be happening. This dish was made right under his nose. The taste was something he'd never experienced before. The lingering aftertaste in his mouth was a blend of vinegar's acidity, a hint of soy sauce's savory aroma, the spiciness of scallions, garlic, and ginger, and the rich fragrance of sesame and peanuts. Under such a strong seasoning, the tofu's beany taste was completely gone, leaving only a tender and delicious texture. The preserved egg flavor seemed to be the dominant flavor of the dish. Once you tasted it, all the other flavors seemed to be suppressed. The coolness of the preserved egg was refreshing and invigorating, its presence was incredibly strong. After this flavor spread throughout his mouth, the previous seasoning sauce suddenly seemed bland. The spiciness and tanginess of the seasoning sauce enhanced the richness and complexity of the preserved egg flavor. The subtle flavor of preserved egg is fragrant to those who like it, but unpleasant to those who dislike it. Fortunately, the refined seasoning sauce made the preserved egg even more delicious. The flavor of sesame oil blends with the taste of crushed peanuts and sesame seeds, making the preserved egg tofu even more delicious. The taste is still a bit lacking. It would taste better if you chilled it in the fridge for a while. Fang Shang took a bite, crossed his arms, and stood calmly to the side, speaking as if making such a delicious dish was nothing special to him. Dai Tianyu just thought it was cool. The Fang Shang who had been calling him that had somehow become Brother Shang after that compliment. Brother Shang, you're amazing. I've never eaten anything this delicious in my life. Dai Tianyu said with absolute certainty. Fang Shang thought about his age and fell silent. If an older person had said that, he might have been even happier. In the blink of an eye, the plate of preserved egg tofu was completely devoured by the group. I don't have much of an appetite in the summer, but a plate of this chilled preserved egg tofu would be perfect with rice. Wu Xian licked her lips as she ate, even feeling a slight urge to have a bowl of rice with it. Son, I think your preserved egg tofu will be a huge hit. Make more and put it in the refrigerated display case. It looks so appealing, who wouldn't want some? Compared to a somewhat bewildered and incredulous Mr. Fang, Mrs. Fang, true to her role as the family's business whiz, immediately had her sights set on how to make money. She'd been eating her husband's cooking for years, and none of his dishes could compare to her son's preserved egg tofu. Whether the shop would be packed every day in the future depended on her son. Hearing his wife's words, Fang Jun looked at her with tears welling in his eyes. The blow was doubled. First, he was thoroughly outdone by his son, who had just started learning to cook, and his confidence was shattered. Before he could recover, he saw his wife showing such appreciation for his son's cooking. What's the difference between this and special promotion? His cooking never received this kind of treatment. Suddenly, he felt his status in the family had diminished considerably. Wu Xian, completely oblivious to Fang Jun's gaze, hurriedly went outside to empty the refrigerator. Dai Tianyu, as if injected with adrenaline, devoutly ground sesame seeds and crushed peanuts. This represented deliciousness. Just thinking about the spoonful of preserved egg tofu he had just tasted, the aroma of sesame and peanuts mingling with the garlic sauce and preserved egg tofu, made his hands feel much stronger. Fang Shang continued making the preserved egg tofu, and Fang Jun stopped doing anything else, simply watching Fang Shang's movements intently. Then it was placed in the refrigerator. After the ingredients were prepared, the next step was assembly. The dish was served very quickly, each ingredient was simply layered and topped with the prepared sauce. Fang Jun watched, itching to try it himself. It was just cutting preserved egg and tofu into small cubes and then pouring on various seasonings, all readily available ingredients, so he decided to make one. Let's not even talk about the appearance. Everyone took a bite, and found it quite unpalatable. The flavor is too strong, one bite is a bit too much. Dad, there are too many seasonings. Too much and the flavor is off. The proportions of each seasoning are very important. your proportions are all wrong," Fang Sheng commented casually after finishing his meal. This was another blow to Fang Jun. Soon it was dinner time. Before 6 o'clock, a table of customers entered the restaurant. 3 middle-aged workers, brushing the dust off their clothes, pushed open the glass door and walked in. The cool air from the air conditioner brought a comfortable sigh of relief to the 3 men. "Boss, we'd like to order." Wu Xin, hearing the voice, immediately smiled and came out of the kitchen. The 3 customers were already standing in front of the refrigerated display case, discussing what to eat. "What would you like, sir?" The 3 had been busy all day at the construction site and now, after get off work, all they wanted was some nice snacks to go with drinks and relax. Cold dishes were their first choice, and coincidentally, they all ordered Fang Shang's dishes. "The preserved egg tofu looks good," one order, and also a cucumber salad, a plate of peanuts, and a seaweed salad, and a case of ice-cold beer. Wu Xin responded and handed the written menu to the window. Fang Jun looked at the 4 cold dishes, silently withdrew his hand, and stood aside. This was no longer his domain. Once upon a time, this kitchen was his domain, his kingdom. Now, let's not dwell on it. Fang Sheng thought these guests had excellent taste. He was serious about making cold dishes. While the other cold dishes weren't as good as the preserved egg and tofu, they weren't bad either. After all, they were recipes from the system. The seasoning was truly exceptional. The proportions and recipes of the various seasonings were unimaginable, and when combined with the ingredients, they created a chemical reaction, making them even more delicious. In short, these guests had excellent taste. Fang Sheng was already feeling a bit like a culinary god. He was very ritualistic before cooking. Since he didn't have a chef's uniform, he wore his mother's apron. An apron that fit adults perfectly. He wore a skirt-like garment, which served as his chef's attire. He carefully washed his hands before cooking. Then he smashed cucumbers. Smashing cucumbers also had an art. Using a skillful touch, the cucumbers were not only flat but also uniformly divided into 4 strips. Then all he had to do was cut them into sections. The prepared cucumbers are flat and have fine cracks, making them easy to season. The pressure applied is just right, not too much juice or cucumber core splattering out. The finished cucumber slices are natural, beautiful, and uniform in size, with an appealing appearance. These cucumbers, treated in this way, have a vibrant green color that makes one's mouth water. A refreshing feeling immediately comes to mind. Outside the kitchen, 3 workers haven't even served the dishes yet, but they're already enjoying their ice-cold beer. This ice-cold beer is the best. If you ask me, it's much more cost-effective to buy some braised pork head and peanuts and eat them right back in the dorm. Cheap and flavorful. The dorm is so hot, no air conditioning, and eating with a fan isn't very enjoyable. True. The 3 of them clinked glasses, then took a big gulp of beer. The cool, creamy bubbles spread in their mouths. The aroma of wheat combined with the taste of alcohol was incredibly invigorating and refreshing. Wu Xian touched the plate of preserved egg and tofu in the refrigerator. It was slightly cool. She then took a serving and brought it to the table. Chapter 13 Century Egg Tofu. The preserved egg and tofu taste even better when mixed together. After Wu Xian finished speaking, one of them picked up a spoon and started mixing. A few stirs, and the ingredients blended together. The aroma that had been frozen in the refrigerator instantly intensified. This was the kind of snack you wanted when drinking. The 3 men couldn't wait to pick up their spoons and scoop up a spoonful, taking a bite. The deliciousness at that moment left the 3 middle-aged men slightly stunned. A taste they had never experienced before. Speechless with amazement. So fragrant, so incredibly fragrant. The smoothness of the tofu combined with the coolness of the preserved egg, paired with spicy minced garlic and scallions, created a rich texture. With each chew, there was the crunch of crushed peanuts and the rich aroma of sesame seeds. The layers of texture exploded in their mouths, instantly igniting their taste buds. The deliciousness of the dish was already astonishing enough, but the emotion it conveyed was even more touching. Delicious. One bite of the preserved egg and tofu, and its unexpected deliciousness brought tears to the man's eyes. He couldn't help but think of his children back home. They had probably never tasted such a delicious dish. Back home, food was simple. He'd lived half his life and never eaten anything this good. The other 2 men were also dazed, clearly lost in thought. The seemingly ordinary street stall downstairs in the residential area, with its inexpensive dishes, had unexpectedly delighted them. What a wonderful era. Look at life now. Who can imagine that when I was a child, we often went hungry? Starvation was commonplace. Such delicious food, I can't even imagine it. Back then, being able to eat raw tofu was a rare treat. The white-haired worker ate the preserved egg and tofu, instantly remembering the hard-won raw tofu of his childhood. The tofu of the past was so much better than it is now. It was mostly handmade, made with pure, natural ingredients and spring water. A hot block of tofu. The kids wouldn't even wait for lunchtime. They secretly broke off a piece and popped it into their mouths, their eyes practically squinting with delight. All year round, they looked forward to that one bite. Now, tofu isn't cheap anymore, but it never tastes the same as it did when they were kids. That's right, I remember when we were little, whenever guests came over, my grandma would give me money to buy a piece of tofu. The tofu used to be so delicious. The two chatted back and forth. There was another person, silently eating preserved egg tofu, finishing a bottle of beer in the blink of an eye. The sound of a bottle opener interrupted their musings. Turning around, they saw their companion had already emptied a bottle of beer and was opening a new one. Looking down again, they saw only half a plate of preserved egg tofu remained. The two, wait, eating such delicious food, don't you feel anything to say? I wonder if it's the little blackboard outside the shop that says, special offer. Just as lunchtime arrived, 4 tables were already occupied, and the stock of preserved egg tofu was gone in no time. 1 serving per table. Soon, praise for the preserved egg tofu filled the air. The atmosphere instantly became lively and bustling. It ignited the diner's most primal passion for food. To passers-by, this food stall looked incredibly popular. A young couple looking for a place to eat saw it and, without much hesitation, went inside. Finding a place to eat in the sweltering summer heat is difficult, and this restaurant looked appealing. The many customers, all with smiles on their faces, made them want to eat. As soon as they stepped inside, the young couple was greeted by the aroma of preserved egg tofu in the air. They noticed that every table had a plate of preserved egg tofu, and it was almost empty. Some tables even had 2 or 3 plates. The couple exchanged a glance and agreed that the dish must be delicious, otherwise, it wouldn't be ordered so frequently. There were menus on the wall and paper menus on the tables, but 2 large refrigerated display cases were filled with fresh ingredients and prepared dishes. It seemed like every customer would look at the menu before ordering. This was far more appetizing than the words on the menu. Wow, is this preserved egg tofu? The girl immediately spotted the preserved egg tofu displayed in the case. Nothing else mattered but its appearance. It looked amazing. The white was dazzling, the black was glossy, the red was vibrant, and the green was dazzling. The most appetizing and contrasting colors are all incorporated, making it hard not to crave it. Yes, sir, today's century egg tofu is on sale for a limited time, only 12 yuan a serving. Would you like one? Wu Xin, as usual, recommended her son's century egg tofu, brimming with confidence in the dish. If it's this delicious, won't customers come back often after trying it? 1 serving, please. And some stir-fried water spinach, it looks quite fresh. Also, 1 serving each of boiled fish and stir-fried chicken. For soup, tomato, and egg soup, please. In this kind of couple's date scene, the boy usually doesn't have the right to order. The girl glances at the menu and chooses a few dishes she wants. Then, she happily pulls her boyfriend to a seat. While waiting for the food, they chat quietly. Actually, I think these small restaurants that serve freshly cooked food are more appetizing than the ones in malls. At least the dishes are freshly cooked and have that wok-fried aroma, unlike the place I ate at before where it felt like pre-made food, and the food wasn't even hot enough to burn your mouth when it arrived. Watching his girlfriend's expression change with his words, from frowning to beaming, Yu Hobo smiled and went to the beverage cabinet to get a bottle of ice-cold mineral water. If you like it, we'll come more often. Drink some water, and we won't drink any more beverages during dinner. Okay, it smells so good. I'm getting hungry. The cold dishes arrived quickly. After placing the menu at the window, Wu Xian brought over a plate of preserved egg and tofu. Given the dark, sticky, greenish-black yolk of the preserved egg, the girl preferred the tofu. She gently stirred the tofu, piled high with preserved egg, then carefully scooped up a spoonful, avoiding the preserved egg, and ate it. Fantastic. It doesn't taste like preserved egg. The smooth tofu, infused with a tangy and spicy sauce, along with chopped scallions, minced garlic, sesame seeds, and crushed peanuts, creates an incredibly appetizing flavor. The tangy and spicy taste, with its varied textures soft yet firm, is so rich and flavorful that it makes your taste buds tingle. You hold it in your mouth, afraid that this deliciousness will vanish in an instant. Along with the deliciousness spreads a chain of memories associated with the meal. It's so delicious. I remember back home, at banquets, whether it's winter or summer, they always serve several cold dishes first. And every time there's a banquet, I can't wait. Before the hot dishes even arrive, I'm already full from the cold dishes. Well-seasoned cold dishes are so appetizing, like this one. The moment you taste it, your appetite is awakened, and you want to keep eating it. Yu Hobo watched his girlfriend eat one bite after another, not even bothering to pick out the preserved egg, and suspected she was just making excuses to eat more preserved egg tofu. Eat more if you like it. Boss, another serving of preserved egg tofu, please. Chapter 14, Has the chef not finished school yet? Then Yu Hobo picked up a spoon and took a bite, immediately falling silent. In the sweltering summer, his appetite was always poor. He rarely ate, sometimes just a bowl of plain porridge with some pickled vegetables, and that was it. If it weren't for spending time with his girlfriend, he might not even eat a meal. But after a few bites of the preserved egg and tofu, he suddenly craved white rice. He couldn't imagine how blissful it would be to have such a flavorful cold dish on top of rice, no need to stir, just taking big spoonfuls straight up. While they were eating, the garlic-flavored water spinach arrived first. Thinking the cold dish was so amazing, the rest of the dishes must be just as good, the girl immediately picked up a piece of water spinach and put it in her mouth. It was stir-fried well, the stems were crisp, the leaves were soft, just the typical taste of stir-fried water spinach. Compared to the amazing preserved egg and tofu, the difference was immediately apparent. The girl didn't hide her feelings and sighed in disappointment. Yu Hobo understood. A restaurant can't have every dish be delicious. Usually, having one signature dish that tastes good is enough to keep a small shop afloat. Business won't be bad. If every dish were delicious, then it's doomed. Yu Hobo said, leaving the girl's attention immediately drawn. She asked curiously, why would it be doomed? Shouldn't business be booming? Yes, booming. We might not even be able to get a table if we wanted to. We might have to wait in line, make a reservation, and so on. The girl thought this made perfect sense. Oh, right. This preserved egg tofu is so delicious, and there aren't many customers. It's a hidden gem. Yu Hobo saw her smile again, happily eating the preserved egg tofu. So easy to please. During the meal, the two barely touched the other dishes, each eating a serving of preserved egg tofu and 2 bowls of rice. They left with full bellies, packing up the leftovers. It's so delicious, so delicious. Let's come again tomorrow, okay? Lunch and dinner, please. This place suits your taste perfectly, it'll help cure your summer loss of appetite, you've even lost weight. The girl said, gently squeezing her boyfriend's arm. It didn't feel as smooth as before. Okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow. The two left the food stall, chatting and laughing. The next day at noon, they arrived early, eager to try it. As soon as they entered, they ordered preserved egg tofu. It was past 11 a.m., and Fang Shang hadn't finished school yet. Fang Jun prepared a plate of preserved egg tofu according to his usual cooking methods. When it was served, the young couple immediately noticed that the dish was different. It didn't look as good as the one they had the night before. But thinking it was the same restaurant, they still tried a bite. Then their expressions changed instantly. This tastes wrong. It's not as good as yesterday's at all. It wasn't bad, but the difference was too great. The food no longer evoked any pleasant feelings, significantly reducing their appetite. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Yu Hobo frowned and called out to Wu Xin, who was sitting at the cashier, "Boss, your food doesn't taste right. It's different from what I had yesterday." Business was booming last night, with so many customers coming and going that Wu Xin hadn't even noticed this was a customer from the previous night. She immediately apologized, saying, "Sorry, sir, my son made the cold dishes last night, and right now." She glanced at the time, it was only 11:28. He hasn't gotten out of school yet. Yu Hobo and his girlfriend froze for a second upon hearing this. "My husband made the cold dishes right now, I'm so sorry." Fang Jun, in the kitchen, also overheard this conversation, his inner voice practically screaming with disappointment. This was so incredibly discouraging. Was his cooking really that bad? He couldn't even compare to his son, who had only been learning to cook for a few days? Could it be that hard work is worthless in the face of talent? Fang Jun was completely devastated. When can we eat your son's cooking? The girl, still thinking about the preserved egg tofu she had last night, asked anxiously. Wu Xin hesitated slightly. He usually goes to school at 12:10 p.m. from Monday to Friday. By the time he gets home for dinner, it's almost 1 p.m., so he might not have time to cook. It depends on how much homework he has in the evening. If not, we should be able to eat his cooking. He has more time on Saturdays and Sundays. The two understood and then ordered 2 more dishes before eating. They had only ordered 2 servings of preserved egg tofu when they arrived, and now, eating the mediocre preserved egg tofu, they clearly weren't very hungry. After Wu Xin left, the girl immediately started whispering, "My God, that dish yesterday was actually made by the owner's son. That's unbelievable. Hilarious. I didn't expect to come all this way just to find the chef still in school." Yu Hobo was also shocked. He hadn't expected a kid to have such good cooking skills, even better than his father. The preserved egg tofu was really high quality. They had been to Michelin 3-star restaurants, trendy eateries, and incredibly hard to get in a home private kitchens during their dates. None of them were as amazing as this cold dish. Truly, there are hidden masters among the common people. Meanwhile, at school, Fang Shang's face had been red all morning. That big mouth of Dai Tianyu had eaten his cooking last night and had been bragging about it to his classmates ever since. Before he even arrived at school this morning, the name of the culinary genius had already reached the homeroom teacher. He knew before that Dai Tianyu was not only talkative but also a chatterbox, but now it seemed he had underestimated him. The school bell rang, and the students who hadn't finished chatting after class all gathered around. Fang Shang, where's your restaurant? When are you cooking? We want to come and support you. Yeah, bro, if you're cooking, we'll definitely be among the first customers. Perfect timing. Meng Duanya's birthday's this week. How about we celebrate at Fang Shang's restaurant? Tomorrow's Saturday, Duanya, what do you say? Sure. Perfect, I don't have to go looking for a restaurant. With Meng Duanya, the birthday girl, agreeing, everyone's eyes turned to Fang Shang, waiting for his reply. For these elementary school students, let alone cooking, simply serving tea, pouring water, and washing vegetables was already considered quite good. Hearing that Fang Shang's family owned a restaurant, and that the food was incredibly delicious, everyone wanted to try it. Some also wanted to support their friend. Fang Shang was truly helpless. He didn't know where these kids learned this from. It wasn't like he owned the restaurant, yet they had to come and support him. It was all so awkward for him. Looking at their faces full of loyalty, Fang Shang was touched, but also felt a little childish. Okay, I'll go back and tell my parents. You can set a time and send it to me. Men Duanya, no problem. Seeing that it was already 12:30 after they finished talking about the birthday party, Fang Shang felt hungry and hurried home. He ran home under the blazing sun, his forehead covered in sweat. Wu Xian saw this and quickly handed him a wet wipe to wipe it off. Chapter 15. When did our business become so good? Every day after school is the busiest time at the restaurant. One person in the kitchen and one person outside is the bare minimum staffing, so no one has time to pick Fang Shang up from school, so he has to go to and from school alone. Luckily, when they got married, they considered their child's future schooling, so they bought a house close to the school, which is convenient. Fang Shang wiped his sweat and raised an eyebrow in surprise when he saw that all the seats in the restaurant were full. Noticing the subtle glances from some diners, Fang Shang looked at his mother curiously. Those glances clearly conveyed, when did our business become so good? Wu Xin, are you tired? Go to the kitchen and eat first. Tell your dad what you want to eat. During busy mealtimes, they don't have time to eat themselves. They usually eat around 1 or 2 p.m., when there are fewer customers in the restaurant. So, after Fang Shang gets out of school, it's just the right time for them to eat lunch. Fang Shang nodded and walked into the kitchen, only to see his father's resentful gaze. Business is good, and you say it's not good? What kind of look is that? What's wrong? Dad, I want cola chicken wings, and some shredded pork with garlic sauce. Fang Shang liked sweet dishes, and every time he ordered, it was either sweet and sour, or spicy and sour, all very flavorful. Even if he had no appetite and couldn't eat any staple food, he could still eat about 80% full from the dishes. Okay, go chop the vegetables. Fang Jun was too embarrassed to tell him that so many repeat customers came specifically for his son's cooking, and that his son was in school and had a short lunch break, so he couldn't cook, yet the customers still insisted on waiting for Fang Shang to get out of school. He was incredibly frustrated. Giving him a few orders made him feel much better. While he was making the cola chicken wings, Fang Shang was chopping the shredded pork with garlic sauce. Making yusiang rou si, shredded pork with garlic sauce, requires many ingredients: shredded pork, carrots, bamboo shoots, wood ear mushrooms, etc., all of which need to be chopped. Cola chicken wings don't take much time. After making them, Fang Shang also prepared the side dishes for the yusiang rou si. He now adjusts the time ratio between reality and the system space every night. 1 minute in reality equals 1 hour in the learning space. Every night before bed, he studies and practices his cooking skills in the system space before sleeping. His knife skills and seasoning techniques are improving rapidly. In his father's eyes, his son is a culinary genius. Every day, seeing his son's progress is a new blow to him. He's become much more humble, losing the greasy feeling of a middle-aged man. Dad, why are there so many customers at noon today? Usually, when he comes home from school, the place is packed. Fang Shang asked while eating cola chicken wings on their own. At 10 years old, he's in the prime of his growth. If he doesn't eat some meat every day, he feels like something's missing. Fang Jun, seeing that he was deliberately bringing up the wrong thing, gave him another resentful look. They all came because of your cooking. I told you get out of school late at noon and don't have time to cook, so you probably haven't finished eating yet. Ha! I have repeat customers? Fang Shang's lips curled up and then suppressed, then uncontrollably curled up again. He tried to appear composed, but his joy was impossible to suppress. That's true, my preserved egg tofu is exceptional, so it's normal to have some repeat customers. There's no time to cook now. If any customers order dishes I make later, just tell mom I'll only have time to cook tonight. It's a small portion, first come, first served. Fang Shang knew his parents' bottom line. If he neglected his studies to cook, he'd probably be stripped of his right to enter the kitchen altogether. He wondered if doing well on the next exam and getting a day trip to the kitchen as a reward from his dad would be okay. Fang Jun nodded. Okay, you haven't been daydreaming or sleeping in class lately, have you? You've been paying attention, right? I'll let you in on a secret. Your mom's going to message your homeroom teacher tonight to ask how you're doing. Tomorrow's Saturday, and she said she shouldn't disturb the teacher's rest. Fang Jun then gave Fang Shang a good luck look. Fang Shang, he thought the sleeping in class was over, but it's been half a month, and his mom still remembers. Fang Shang's mind raced, trying to recall if he'd been daydreaming or dozing off in class lately. Then, remembering how he would go to the system space to chop vegetables for 10 minutes whenever he felt sleepy, and then come back wide awake, she figured he probably hadn't slept in class. She silently breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't sleep in class, don't worry. Fang Jun, seeing that he wasn't guilty, was also relieved. Otherwise, he wouldn't know which side to take in the mother-son argument. The customers dining in the hall, seeing Fang Shang return, had initially hoped he would cook, and that they would get to try the preserved egg tofu. But after he went into the kitchen, there was no further activity. A group of people sighed in disappointment. The preserved egg tofu they had last night was really delicious. They hadn't expected the owner's son to make it. That was fine too. The owner's son was still in elementary school. He had no time to cook while at school. As they paid their bill and left, the diners reluctantly asked the owner's wife for more details. "Boss lady, if you come again tonight, will you be able to eat your son's cooking?" "Yes, I've been craving that taste all morning. I even dreamed about it last night." "Boss." Wu Xian was a little overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of her customers all afternoon. After finally seeing the customers off, she didn't even bother to clean the tables and quickly gulped down some water. She was thirsty from talking so much. "Son, you've really made your mother proud. Now you're even helping to bring in business for the family. You're such a good son. Are you tired? What do you want to eat? Mom will have Dad make it for you." Wu Xian patted Fang Shang's shoulder happily as she spoke. "Oh, it's nothing, it's nothing." Fang Shang blushed at the praise. It was already 1 o'clock, and there were no customers eating in the shop. The three of them were too lazy to cook, so they ate their lunch standing in the kitchen. "By the way, Mom, our class monitor, Meng Duanya, is having her birthday this week. Her classmates said they'd like to celebrate at our restaurant and try my cooking. Could you reserve a large table for us once the time is set?" That girl who's a really good student, right? Her mom always shares her parenting methods at parent-teacher conferences. Fang Shang chose to remain silent on this topic. In both his lives, his grades weren't particularly outstanding, he was always just average. However, he could look forward to the next exam. After all, he went to university in his previous life, he wouldn't be unable to do 5th grade problems. Fang Shang was full of confidence. "Okay, I'll leave you 2 big round tables in the shop then. Is that enough? If not, we won't open the shop. You and your classmates have fun." Fang Shang looked at his mother, touched. "Mom, you're so sweet. I'll tell you after we've discussed it." Fang Jun, as a chef, shouldn't she discuss birthday banquet matters with him? Is it really okay to ignore him like this? On the other side, not getting to eat the preserved egg tofu she'd been craving, Fan Dai was listless on the way home. Yu Hobo, driving, looked at her amusedly and gently ruffled her hair. "We'll come back tonight. Don't look so gloomy." Fan Dai didn't plan to complain to him, men simply don't understand. Unable to express her pent-up resentment, she went straight to her WeChat moments to vent. Chapter 16. Where is morality? Where is humanity? Where is our address? Family. Does anyone know? I ate at a really delicious food stall yesterday, and I've been craving it all morning. I went there, but the chef was still in school. The chef was actually a primary school student. Whose kid is such a good cook? I'm so drooling. He's still in school. Didn't get to eat there, but I waited until the kid got out of school, and he really was a primary school student. Fan Dai had nowhere to vent her frustration, so she posted 3 updates on her WeChat moments. Everyone could feel her resentment at not getting to eat there. After seeing her posts, her best friend laughed for a while, then became interested in the food stall Fan Dai mentioned and called her immediately. "Hey, Xiao Dai, where's the food stall you're talking about? Is it really that good?" Fan Dai wasn't surprised to receive her best friend's call. When she couldn't vent her frustration, only by shifting her emotions could she feel happy. Her boyfriend was too gentle, he just said, "Come again tonight." I had no idea what she was trying to say. Wow, you wouldn't believe it. I've never eaten preserved eggs before, but yesterday I had that preserved egg and tofu dish, and it was absolutely amazing. The preserved egg was so refreshing and chewy, and paired with the tender tofu, it was incredibly delicious. I even ate 2 bowls of rice with the sauce. It was so delicious that last night I dreamt of a childhood feast at my old family home in the countryside. There were 8 cold dishes on the table, which I loved as a child. I rarely eat cold dishes now, but it brought back so many happy memories of my childhood. No dish has ever given me such a powerful feeling. I can't forget it. The first thing that popped into my head when I woke up this morning was preserved egg and tofu. I was thinking about it all morning, and when I got to the restaurant early for lunch, I ordered a dish that didn't taste right. When I asked, I found out it was the owner's son who made it last night, and his son is only 10 years old, still in elementary school, and hadn't even finished school yet. You have no idea, my world collapsed in an instant. It's like meeting your ideal type on the street, only to find out they're a minor. As soon as the call connected, Fan Dai launched into a torrent of complaints, leaving Yu Hobo speechless. They'd been dating for over half a year, and this was the first time he'd seen Fan Dai so emotionally volatile, so talkative and incessant. Her best friend on the other end of the line was equally enthusiastic, responding to every single question with her own emotional outburst. Holy crap, really? Is it really that delicious? Elementary school student? My god, do kids these days leave any room for adults? I just saw a video today of a university professor having to ask his son to substitute for him. A kid teaching university students? Am I the only useless person in the world? Wah! Where is morality? Where is humanity? Where is the address? Did you ask when we could eat the food made by the boss's son? Fan Dai thought for a moment, then realized she couldn't recall. Ever since she'd tried the preserved egg tofu, she'd been distracted. So she looked at Yu Hobo. Huzzy, what did the proprietress say? She said she might not have time to cook on school days, but she should be able to cook on Saturdays and Sundays. If there are tutoring classes or extracurricular activities, it's hard to say. After all, the child is still young. Wu Xian couldn't let him help with the family restaurant while he was at school. That would be too tiring. A 10-year-old is at a crucial stage of growth. He needs to get enough sleep, he can't be too tired, or he won't grow tall. So, facing so many customers ordering Fang Shang's dishes, Wu Xian wanted to make money, but she wouldn't let her son come home from school and work so hard cooking. This was essentially a rejection, as it didn't specify a time when customers could actually eat Fang Shang's food. Customers wouldn't come every day just to try their luck. Oh, I see, Fan Dai said, relaying the message to her best friend. Then tonight and Saturdays/Sundays are the best times to eat the owner's son's cooking. Let's go check it out tonight. Fan Dai relayed this to her best friend, and they immediately made plans for dinner. After hanging up, Fan Dai checked her WeChat moments and saw over a dozen comments. First, there were laughs, then questions about the food stall's address. The main reason was that this whole thing was really interesting. If it were just a one-sided recommendation of a restaurant, probably not so many people would ask. But if the delicious food was made by an elementary school student, that was interesting. People had never tasted delicious food made by a child before. They were curious and wanted to see if it was real and how delicious it was. Seeing so many inquiries, Fan Dai posted another reply on her WeChat moments, including the location of a Jun's food stall. After replying to everyone, her mood improved considerably, thanks to the release of her emotions. It's true, when you have emotions, you have to vent them. Keeping them bottled up is so painful. Ah, that feels good. Fan Dai reverted to the familiar demeanor Yu Hobo knew. Today's events truly showed him the diversity of girlfriends. Meanwhile, in the classroom, everyone gathered around Fang Shang's desk after class to discuss the class monitor's birthday party. Let's count how many people are coming so Fang Shang can arrange the seating. Right, if there are a lot of people, one cake definitely won't be enough. Let's confirm the birthday party time first, then see if everyone's free. Quite a few people have extracurricular classes or tutoring on Saturdays and Sundays. Fang Shang's teeth ached at the mention of extracurricular classes. He still had 3 extracurricular classes to attend, and he felt his mother would be urging him to go this week, otherwise the money spent on those classes would be wasted. Oh right, I definitely can't go on Saturday noon. I have classes all day, finishing at 4 p.m. I have classes in the afternoon. What about Meng Duanya? It's your birthday, so you can decide the time. Meng Duanya, sitting in the group next to Fang Shang, fell into thought upon hearing this. I have painting and calligraphy classes on Saturday morning, and Latin dance class in the afternoon. Let's schedule it for Sunday. I don't have classes on Sunday morning, so I can go to Fang Shang's shop early to help out and wait for you guys to come. Okay, then Sunday noon it is. Everyone who's coming and who's busy for the class monitor's birthday party on Sunday noon should register with Dai Tianyu. We need to confirm the number of people before we can arrange seating. Dai Tianyu was very enthusiastic about organizing everyone to eat at Fang Shang's food stall. He was practically impatient. He was willing to do this kind of troublesome and tedious work. Besides, isn't this also getting business for his good friend's restaurant? Fang Shang might even treat him to a few more meals because of his hard work in attracting customers. Dai Tianyu's little head was spinning wildly, his eyes filled with longing for delicious food. Brother Fang, don't worry, I'll give you a clear breakdown tomorrow, hee. Make lots of preserved egg tofu then, I love it, hee. Fang Shang, okay, good job. Friday after school meant a big cleaning day, and Fang Shang happened to be on duty that day. School ended at 5:10 p.m., and by the time he finished cleaning, it was already past 6 p.m. when he got home. He had told his parents beforehand. They didn't seem to mind that he was late. Seeing Fang Shang drop his school bag and run straight to the kitchen, Wu Xian even tried to stop him with concern. You've had a long day. Go upstairs and rest, take a shower, and have some watermelon. I've chilled it for you. Don't overwork yourself. Your dad can manage on his own, you don't need to help. To Fang Shang, these words felt like a huge amount of experience points were slipping away. Chapter 17. I don't remember what I ate, only that it was sweet. No, it's dinner time, I need to prepare the ingredients. Fang Shang has recently been learning to make cold dishes, and his creations taste even better than his father's. When customers order cold dishes, if he's around, he's the one who usually prepares them, giving his father no chance. Wu Xian watched her son, quickly washed her face, too lazy to even dry it, and went straight into the kitchen to check the ingredients he needed. Cold dishes are actually very popular in summer. Not just in restaurants, but also in places like the braised food stalls in the market, cold dishes are extremely popular. On a hot day, if you don't feel like cooking, just buy some cold dishes and steamed buns, and you've got a meal. So, ever since Fang Shang's cold dish skills improved, the shop has been especially busy in the evenings. Partly because it's around 6 or 7 in the evening, everyone has gone home from get off work, and partly because Fang Shang has finished school. Even if he came for lunch, there wouldn't be enough time. By the time Fang Shang got home from school, it would be past noon. He needed to rest and eat, and while preparing and cooking could take an hour, it was too rushed. His parents wouldn't let him work in the kitchen. Without proper rest, he'd be sleepy in class. Even if Fang Shang promised he wouldn't be sleepy in class, it wouldn't work. In Wu Xian's words, they weren't parents who exploited their children for money. A child's job was to study hard, eat well, sleep well, and grow taller. Fang Shang had no choice. Even though he really wanted experience points, he resolutely resisted his parents' love. Dad, you're so good to me. Looking at the basket of washed cucumbers and the bowl of seaweed soaking in water on the kitchen counter, Fang Shang jumped up with joy and gave him a thumbs up. Fang Jun snorted, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Fang Shang noticed and silently thought, my dad's such a tsundere. Meanwhile, Dai Tianyu returned home, but no one was home yet. He habitually took a shower, turned on the air conditioner, and comfortably lay on the sofa watching TV. By 6:30, and his mother still hadn't returned to cook, he felt something was wrong. Could she be working overtime again? Then, a little while later, his father came home. Dad, you're back. Dai Tianyu turned around and greeted him. His father nodded in response. Your mother is working overtime today. What do you want to eat? Shall we order takeout? Dai's father said, putting down his briefcase. Dai Tianyu's suppressed appetite suddenly surged again. He lay on the sofa, his eyes sparkling as he looked at his father. I want to eat at Fang Shang's food stall. Fang Shang has been learning to cook lately, and his cooking is amazing. Dad, let's go eat there. I was too embarrassed to eat much yesterday, let's eat our fill today, okay? Dad naturally wouldn't refuse such a small request. He was already home, no need to unpack, he could just head out. So the father and son drove to Fang Shang's food stall. There was no parking lot nearby, only a row of parking spaces along the roadside. As soon as they arrived, Dai Tianyu eagerly got out of the car. Dad, you find a spot to park, I'll go grab a table and order. He could clearly see many electric scooters parked in front of Fang Shang's restaurant. What if there were too many customers and no seats? Dai Tianyu was in a hurry. He quickly ran into the restaurant. Standing at the door, Wu Xian greeted him warmly as he entered. Tianyu's here. Alone? Looking for Fang Shang? No, I came to eat with my dad. Aunt Xian, is there a table left? Yes, there is. There's a 2-person table near the kitchen, but the location isn't great. Shall I tidy it up for you? Wu Xian looked around. The restaurant was already full, except for the 2-person table under the kitchen window. That spot was usually where the family ate and rested, but now it was cluttered with items. Okay, no problem, as long as there's a place to sit. What dishes did my brother Shang make today? Bring me one of everything. Wu Xian chuckled helplessly. He was such a child, so boastful. How could 2 people possibly eat so much? He made quite a lot today. He even wrote the menu on the blackboard. See what you want to eat? Dai Tianyu ran over to look. A menu was written on the blackboard. Century egg tofu, cucumber salad, bean sprout and kelp salad, garlic pork belly, mung bean jelly, cold rice noodles, spinach and enoki mushroom salad, and lettuce salad. There were indeed quite a few dishes. So Dai Tianyu picked and chose 5. Aunt Xian, I'd like 1 serving of cold rice noodles, 1 serving of garlic pork belly, 1 serving of century egg tofu, 1 serving of lettuce salad, and 1 serving of bean sprout and kelp salad. All cold dishes? Although Wu Xian knew her son's cooking skills, looking at this row of cold dishes, she felt a little sorry for her husband. That evening, besides cold dishes and soup, it seemed like they hadn't ordered many hot dishes. Her husband had become a kitchen helper, serving dishes. Every time she went to deliver the menu, she would be stared at with resentful eyes, quite venomous. Yes, Don't worry, Aunt Xin, we'll pack up any leftovers, hee hee. The garlic pork belly was a new dish, he had eaten the other cold dishes yesterday. Then Dai Tianyu ordered a new dish and some of his favorites. A little while later, Dai's father arrived. Seeing his son had ordered, he didn't ask any questions, greeted Mr. and Mrs. Fang, and sat down. The cold dishes were prepared in advance and arrived shortly. 3 cold dishes were served in a row, and Dai's father looked at Dai Tianyu in shock. How many dishes did you order? Why are there 3 cold dishes? 5. There are still 2 cold dishes that haven't arrived yet. Dai's father? Wait, why did you order so many cold dishes? Dai's father was dumbfounded. Although he liked cold dishes in the summer, he couldn't possibly order 5 at once. Dad, you'll see once you try them. Seeing his father's smug look, Dai Tianyu cleverly picked up a piece of garlic-flavored pork belly and fed it to his father. This showed his confidence in his brother Shang's cooking skills. Dad's mouth, which was about to speak, unconsciously chewed twice, then he froze. The half-fat, half-lean pork slices were slightly translucent, showing they were thinly sliced and quite large. Wrapped in cucumber shreds and a reddish-brown dipping sauce, they glistened brightly. The first bite was bursting with the strong flavor of minced garlic. The garlic and red oil dipping sauce were intensely flavorful, a fiery yet refreshing taste spreading through the mouth, instantly revealing the charm of Sichuan cuisine. Then, as he chewed, the silky smooth texture of the pork was truly amazing. It had a perfect balance of lean and fat, yet wasn't greasy at all. Paired with the refreshing and crisp cucumber strips, it was fragrant and delicious, so good he was speechless. He could only chew, chew, chew. The deliciousness of the dish then involuntarily reminded him of his first date with his wife, which also seemed to have involved Sichuan cuisine. The two of them sat in a Sichuan restaurant, and he couldn't remember what they ate. His mind was filled with nervous thoughts of his wife. He even forgot to pick up food. It was his wife who served him food, and only then did he realize he was eating. At that time, he didn't even remember what he ate, he only remembered the sweetness. Chapter 18. He remembered everything. He remembered everything. Recalling the sweet memories, Mr. Dai's gaze softened, even towards their child, filled with tenderness. He no longer cared that Dai Tianyu had ordered 5 cold dishes. What a big deal. It's just 5 cold dishes, if the child likes them, let him eat. The taste is really good, you should try some. The pork didn't have the usual gamey smell, it was incredibly fragrant. The texture was just right, soft enough to melt in your mouth, but not so chewy as to be tough. Paired with crisp cucumber strips, it was truly delicious. The cucumber strips not only cut through the greasiness of the large slices of meat but also added texture. The tender meat, the crisp cucumber, paired with a spicy and garlicky dressing, wasn't overly sour, it only had a fresh and spicy flavor, fragrant and delicious. After finishing his meal in one bite, Dai's father smacked his lips, seemingly wanting more. Then, realizing something was amiss, he understood. It wasn't like he hadn't eaten at A Jun's food stall before. After parent-teacher conferences, their children, who were classmates, often ate at Fang's food stall afterward. He knew Fang Jun's cooking skills well, but it wasn't this good. Thinking this, he spoke up with the same question. Did Fang's hire a head chef? The food is this good. As he spoke, he picked up another piece of garlic-flavored pork belly and stuffed it into his mouth. Large slices of pork wrapped around cucumber strips, dipped in the sauce on the plate, and devoured in one bite. The chewing sensation of eating large chunks of meat was simply divine. Dai's father squinted his eyes in enjoyment. Dai Tianyu, his mouth also full of meat, began to mumble. No, this is from Suwo Shangguo. Dai's father? Don't talk while you're chewing. If you can't hear me, you might spit out crumbs, which is disgusting. Dai's father said with a look of disgust. That little bit of affection he had for his son lasted only a moment before vanishing completely. Dai Tianyu was an obedient child. He waited until he finished the meat in his mouth before speaking. This was made by my brother Shang, isn't it delicious? Dai's father, brother Shang? Fang Shang? Dai's father was a little confused. You mean Fang Shang made this? His tone was full of surprise, almost incredulous. Let him think about how old Fang Shang was. He seemed to be a few months younger than his son, right? Only 10 years old and already able to cook? And so well? It's a bit of a blow to an adult's confidence. Yes, I came home with brother Shang after school yesterday, and I even helped him. I saw him make it, how could it be fake? Just then, Wu Xian brought out the remaining 2 cold dishes, and Dai's father took the opportunity to ask her. Fang Shang's mom, Tianyu said this cold dish was made by your son, Fang Shang. It's amazing. It's better than any cold dish I've ever had. That's no exaggeration. Fang Shang's dishes are all about color, aroma, and flavor. Looking at the presentation, the white pork slices, not at all greasy, are arranged neatly at the bottom of a large 12-inch round plate, with a small mountain of cucumber shreds piled in the center. The green of the cucumber stands out beautifully against the white of the pork. It looks incredibly appetizing. Then, half a bowl of bright red dressing with minced garlic and white sesame seeds is poured into the plate and tossed in. The meat and cucumber are coated in the chili oil, instantly making the dish more appealing. The vibrant red oil further enhances the dish's appeal. To be honest, the cold dishes were served cold, so the aroma wasn't as strong, but the colors were truly vibrant, making them incredibly appetizing. The icy cold taste brought a unique summer refreshment, instantly dispelling the lingering heat. Even my appetite improved considerably. Oh, not at all. The kid loves cooking. He's been learning from his dad lately, and I didn't expect him to have such a talent. Wu Xian usually boasts a lot in private, but in front of Fang Shang's parents, she instinctively became modest. A little talent? That's almost master level. Oh, not at all. The child is still young, he can't take such praise. After a few more words of modesty from the parents, the restaurant was crowded, and Wu Xian immediately went to serve more dishes. When Fan Dai arrived at the restaurant with her best friend and boyfriend, they found it packed with people, with no seats available at all. Yu Hobo's best friend got off work at 6:30. After get off work, he first picked up his girlfriend, then rushed to pick up his best friend, and then headed to Jun's food stall. It was rush hour, and the traffic was terrible. They arrived home around 7 o'clock, and of course, there were no seats. Wow, business is so good. His best friend, seeing the situation, hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation and was laughing heartily. Customer traffic is a good indicator of a restaurant's quality. Boss, how long until we get a seat? Yu Hobo asked the owner's wife as she approached. Probably about half an hour more. Wu Xian remembered that 2 tables of customers had just arrived, and the rest didn't seem to have eaten much, so she was worried they wouldn't have a seat anytime soon. Wu Xian recognized them as repeat customers from the preserved egg and tofu stall the previous night. They had already gone there empty-handed at noon, but they were surprised to find no seats available in the evening. Seeing their disappointed looks, Wu Xian remembered that some customers in the neighborhood also liked her son's cold dishes, and seeing the shop was busy, they would often pack them up to take home. Cold dishes are easy to pack, they can be eaten later without any problem, and they'll keep even longer in the refrigerator. There's no seating in the shop, but you can choose to pack them up. Cold dishes are fine. Fan Dai hadn't planned to leave anyway and was prepared to wait in line. Hearing that she could pack them up, her eyes lit up immediately. Then let's pack them up. We'll order a few dishes and eat at my place. We can even have some drinks. Fan Dai immediately imagined themselves back home, on her balcony, drinking some wine and eating cold dishes. It sounded wonderful. Here's the menu. My son's menu is written on the blackboard. There weren't many dishes in total, and Fan Dai waved her hand, ordering one of everything. Then she packed them up. In the kitchen, Fang Jun looked at yet another order of all cold dishes, truly envious. Why has business improved so much since his son started cooking? It's only been a few days. When he goes out to buy groceries in the morning, people from the neighborhood greet him warmly, and after a few words, the conversation quickly turns to when his son will cook so they can reserve a table. Fang Jun feels that in all the time he's run the restaurant, customers haven't been as enthusiastic about him as they are about his son. His popularity has suddenly increased because everyone wants to eat Fang Shang's cooking. This order is all for takeout, son, just cook it and put it in the takeout containers. Fang Shang busied herself preparing the sauce. Several bowls of pre-mixed preserved egg tofu, kelp strips, and spinach were ready to be packed into boxes. The garlic pork belly and preserved egg tofu needed to be packed separately with their sauces, because if they were mixed in advance, the flavor would be too strong when eaten. The presentation would also be much less appealing. Therefore, they needed to be packed separately. Mom, there are only 2 servings of garlic pork belly left. Erase the menu, it's sold out. Fang Shang responded, glancing at the dishes on the counter. Chapter 19 Takeout. Let me help you. I might not be good at seasoning, but chopping vegetables is no problem. Fang Jun watched his son bustling around and came over to lend a hand. Fang Shang flatly refused his father's help. Whether it's chopping vegetables or seasoning, he gains experience points by doing it himself. Therefore, except for tasks like washing vegetables which don't yield many experience points, he doesn't delegate any other tasks. No need, everything was prepared in advance, no need for help. Hey, how come he hadn't realized his son was such a culinary prodigy? He wanted to do everything himself when cooking, not letting anyone else touch a dish. Fang Jun had no choice but to help by getting some takeout containers so Fang Shang could pack the food. Then a takeout order arrived, a green pepper and shredded pork rice bowl and a cold dish platter. Fang Jun, seeing he finally had a chance to cook, immediately perked up. Before, even sneaking a moment to play on his phone during mealtimes was a luxury. Now it seems he's not even needed for basic tasks, no one knows his hardships. It's so tough. He quickly smashes 2 green peppers and slices them into strips. He already has shredded pork on hand. He heats oil in a wok, adds minced garlic and ginger to infuse the oil, then stir-fries a portion of pork until cooked. Next, he adds the green peppers, seasons, stir-fries briefly, and it's ready to serve. For takeout orders, the green peppers can't be overcooked, otherwise, they'll simmer and look unappetizing, and the taste will be even worse. He never skimps on the time for small details that could improve the flavor. Otherwise, even though his cooking skills are clearly average, the restaurant has managed to stay open for years. The food isn't bad, and it's clean. That's already quite good. Of all the takeout restaurants on the platform, very few achieve this. Even those with physical stores don't necessarily meet most people's expectations in terms of taste and hygiene. For those working people who eat takeout during mealtimes or those who don't want to cook, a good takeout restaurant is truly a rare find. Fang Hong'ai was like that. He'd immediately bookmark any takeout restaurant that looked good. Work was already tiring enough. If he didn't eat well, he felt worse than an ox. Between his tedious workday, the thing he looked forward to most was eating. It was his remedy for breathing fresh air and healing himself. Tonight, unsurprisingly, he had to work overtime again. Feeling a bit hungry, he took out his phone to order takeout, only to find that his usual fried noodle place was closed. He was suddenly at a loss for what to eat. He randomly ordered from a restaurant with dine-in service and continued working. Even though he was eating takeout, he still wanted something decent. Many restaurants that only offer takeout and no dine-in service are said to have questionable hygiene, and most of them use pre-made food. Restaurants with dine-in service offer at least some safety assurance. So, he always checked the restaurant's information before ordering takeout. In less than half an hour, his takeout arrived. A rice bowl and a cold dish platter. He opened the still warm box, feeling the steam rising to his face. Judging by the vibrant green of the bell peppers, it shouldn't be pre-cooked, and he felt relieved. Then he opened the cold dish. Wow! The moment he opened the cold dish, Fang Hong'ai perked up immediately. No wonder, this was something he'd never eaten before. A few slices of cucumber salad, some kelp strips and bean sprouts mixed together, spinach and enoki mushrooms mixed together, some lettuce salad, and cold noodles. The portion wasn't large, but the variety was plentiful. To be honest, he imagined a cold dish platter would be something like the kind you'd find at a braised food shop, a mix of dried bean curd, cucumber, tofu strips, peanuts, celery, and other vegetables. This dish was a huge surprise. No wonder it cost 20 yuan a serving. Fang Hong'ai was pleasantly surprised. These cold dishes looked really good. The colors were vibrant, and the sour and spicy flavors were strong. Just the smell made his mouth water. He eagerly picked up a piece of kelp strips mixed with mung bean sprouts and put it in his mouth. Instantly, the sour taste of vinegar spread throughout his mouth, and his mouth watered even more. Then he chewed it, and the smooth, tender texture of the kelp strips combined with the crisp texture of the mung bean sprouts created a novel taste he had never experienced before. Wow, this is so delicious. The surprise was overwhelming. The spiciness of the large, fine chili peppers combined with the umami of the soy sauce and other seasonings flooded his senses, bringing a long-lost feeling of happiness. It tasted like home. It was just ordinary ingredients, vegetarian, yet it was incredibly comforting, even more satisfying than meat. A bite of the spicy and sour seaweed and bean sprouts made Fang Hong'ai feel much more energetic. His appetite returned. He picked up the green pepper and shredded pork rice bowl and took a big, large bite. Then he chewed and chewed. Ugh, how come the food from the same restaurant tastes so different? The green pepper and shredded pork couldn't compare to the cold dishes at all. One was just average, the other incredibly fragrant. Their quality was on completely different levels. It was like they were on steroids. He ate the cold dish first, then the rice bowl, which made the difference in taste even more pronounced. Fang Hong'ai quickly shoveled another bite of lettuce shreds into his mouth, his eyes practically slits. It was so damn delicious. He'd never eaten lettuce this crunchy before. How could it be so crunchy? Like eating dried bamboo shoots. It had a very light flavor, but no bitterness from the lettuce. It must have been blanched and then served cold. But that shouldn't be the case. It might be possible to eat it raw and still be this crunchy. Without the unpleasant bitterness of lettuce, it couldn't have been raw. A hint of Sichuan peppercorn aroma and numbing sensation surprisingly complemented the lettuce. And the taste of sesame oil, so delicious. The pale green lettuce, coated in sesame oil like jade, shimmered like jade. No, this wasn't sesame oil, it was scallion oil. Each jade-like lettuce stalk was adorned with vibrant green scallion-like bits of scallion residue. It was truly a feast for the eyes and the palate. Without hesitation, Fang Hong'ai snapped a photo of the cold dish and gave Ajun's food stall a 5-star review. Thanks to the dish's appealing presentation, the photo looked incredibly tempting. Fang Hong'ai added the shop to his favorites. This would be his go-to place from now on. Where was this shop? It was so delicious that he became curious about the place. There were many delicious things in the world, but he had never tasted anything this good. He also posted something on his WeChat moments. There wasn't much to share about the daily life of a working person. It was all about overtime, no time to go out and have fun, or post photos on WeChat Moments. The last time he posted on WeChat Moments was when a bubble tea shop opened, offering a free lemonade for every 30 likes. He didn't have much to share about his daily life. This was a first. He ate until he was stuffed, just the cold dishes with his meal. He felt that long-lost sense of happiness after eating at home. His mood improved completely. Even redoing the spreadsheet didn't bring the frustration of having to work overtime. It's so delicious. His fingers flew across the keyboard as Fang Hong'ai unconsciously smacked his lips a couple of times, a sigh welling up inside him. Almost a second before finishing his work, he decided that if he didn't have to work overtime tomorrow, Saturday, he would go to the restaurant for these cold dishes. Chapter 20. What did he say? What did he say? Ah, so tired. Finally, all the vegetables were sold out. After closing up shop, Fang Shang slumped into a chair, exhausted. He had been arrogant. His mind was only focused on experience points. He hadn't taken his elementary school level strength seriously at all. When there were fewer customers, it was fine. He mostly did odd jobs, practicing his skills before serving the dishes. Today, hearing that many repeat customers came specifically for his cold dishes, he immediately wrote all the cold dishes he was good at on the menu. More dishes meant more preparation time. They were also very troublesome to make. Fortunately, cold dishes were simple. Once the ingredients were prepared, they just needed to be mixed. But even so, he was exhausted. Reality wasn't like the system's learning space, where you were always at your best, never tired or hungry. He had been working intensely for a whole dinner hour, and now his arms were so sore he could barely lift them. The progressively increasing experience points were just too tempting, even though he knew that continuing to work like this would be exhausting. But seeing the rows of experience points credited to his account was no different from seeing money arrive. He knew all too well what experience points could bring him. The cold dish tutorial reward for leveling up to level 1 had already dramatically improved his culinary skills, and his family's business had been booming these past few days. He couldn't imagine how delicious his dishes would be once he became a true culinary master. Perhaps, just like in the TV dramas, a single dish could sell for an astronomical price. Just thinking about it painted a bright future. How could he stop? His thirst for success, the opportunity right in front of him, who could resist putting in the effort? Feeling the soreness in his arms and hearing his parents' disapproving looks, Fang Shang knew he was being too hasty. Fearing his parents would think he was too obsessed with cooking, neglecting his studies and health, he immediately complained, "Ugh, I didn't expect cooking to be so tiring. I won't make so many menus tomorrow, I'm exhausted. I told you, being a chef isn't easy, it's much more tiring than going to school." Hearing his father's words, Fang Shang relaxed and blurted out, "No, going to school is more tiring, cooking is more interesting." Fang Jun and Wu Xian? Wu Xian looked at Fang Jun, her eyes conveying, "Didn't you say that if he experienced the hardship of being a chef, he would study harder?" If it weren't for wanting her child to experience hardship, she wouldn't have made him work so hard in the kitchen, constantly chopping, preparing, and cooking. In the end, he was exhausted, completely exhausted, and the desired effect wasn't achieved at all. Fang Jun broke out in a cold sweat under her gaze. He gave Wu Xian a reassuring look, "Since you don't find it hard, then continue tomorrow." Fang Shang? Fang Shang, his mind clearing, realized he'd misspoke. Good grief, his parents hadn't given up on making him experience whether cooking was harder or going to school was harder? Looking at his parents' unyielding eyes, Fang Shang silently swallowed his words about only cooking 2 dishes tomorrow. "Okay, so are you still going to your extracurricular classes? And the Sunday Math Olympiad class? I'm afraid you won't have time." Fang Shang really wanted to die from Math Olympiad classes. Why are parents already enrolling their 5th graders in them? It's so mentally taxing. In both his lives, he was never cut out for studying. Getting into university was all thanks to his hard work. Wu Xian thought for a moment and then shut up. Parents who want their children to succeed are not worried about the time it takes. Parents always want to create a good learning environment for their children, hoping they can stand on their shoulders and become even better than them, but they never ask if their children want that. In their eyes, their children are too young to understand. They worry that if other children are learning and they don't, their children will blame them when they grow up. From a parent's perspective, providing a better education and better living conditions is their unspoken expression of love. By the way, tomorrow morning Mom will take you to buy a tablet. You can use it for studying and online classes. You've always wanted one, haven't you? Okay, it's settled then. Go and rest. Fang Shang nodded and obediently went upstairs to rest. The restaurant was closed, but not open to the public. There was still a lot of work to do. The restaurant needed cleaning, the kitchen needed cleaning, and there were piles of pots and pans. The couple worked until 11 a.m. before going upstairs to rest. At 5 a.m., Fang Jun tiptoed out to buy ingredients. Buying cheap and fresh vegetables was his most important task every day. The quality of the vegetables was crucial to the taste of the dishes. As his father would say, if your cooking skills aren't up to par, quality will make up for it. Fresh vegetables, even if simply stir-fried, won't taste too bad. Bad vegetables will only make an already mediocre taste worse. Fang Jun shook his head. He didn't know why, but lately he thought about his father every day. He wondered if the old man missed him, maybe he should call later. On Saturday, with more people off work, customers started arriving at the shop before 11 a.m. Fang Shang's menu today was as eye-catching as ever. He had learned 2 more dishes while sleeping last night. Qianlong cabbage, cold eggplant salad, adding yesterday's spinach and enoki mushrooms, and garlic-flavored pork belly, there were 4 dishes in total. Although Wu Xian was stubborn and told her child to endure hardship, she felt incredibly sorry for him after how tired he had been yesterday. Seeing the 4 dishes written on the blackboard, he didn't say anything. Oh, you even know how to make Qianlong cabbage? Fang Jun, looking at the recipe Fang Shang had written, teased him subconsciously. Sometimes, his playful teasing of children was truly a hobby. What kind of dish is Qianlong cabbage? Wu Xian's attention was drawn to the dish after Fang Jun's comment. She'd lived for decades and had never eaten it before. It's just a cold cabbage salad, I think it's cabbage with sesame sauce. This dish is rarely found in restaurants in the south, but it's more common in the north, especially in the capital. But they'd never tried it, so they really didn't know what it tasted like. Mom, don't let the name fool you, this dish is very simple. I'll make it for you in a bit. Upon hearing that his mother didn't know, Fang Shang immediately grabbed a baby bok choy and started cooking. It's not winter now, so the Chinese cabbage isn't as tender, nor does it have that crisp sweetness after a frost. Wash the baby bok choy, put it in ice water to chill, and then make a cold salad, it'll have a similar texture. Oh, Mom's really looking forward to it. Good son, Mom's so lucky. Having a son who can cook means I can eat whatever I want at home. Seeing his wife's wide grin, Fang Jun's teeth twitched in pain. What are you saying? What are you saying? With a husband who can cook, can't she eat whatever she wants? That's exactly what Fang Jun thought and said. Wu Xian rolled her eyes. Then you cook. Fang Jun, ahem, my son is so filial, I can't take this opportunity away. What did the customer order? I'll make it. Oh, they ordered my son stir-fried eggs with chili peppers, plus a cold eggplant salad. Upon hearing that they wanted their son to make the stir-fried eggs with chili peppers, both father and son knew which customer it was. Chapter 21. The child is still young. Nan ate stir-fried eggs with chili peppers almost every night for dinner, unless he was working overtime. According to him, Fang Shang's version tasted just like his mother's. Eating this dish after get off work every night felt like going back to his childhood, eating his mother's cooking, and he slept more soundly at night. Fang Shang almost couldn't hold back his emotions when he heard this. It was all thanks to his culinary genius, he almost got called mom by a man older than him. After these days of experimentation, he discovered that the impact of his culinary genius on diners was related to their own emotions. Take Nan, for example. The taste of his mother's cooking in his memory had a huge impact on him. He almost couldn't help but want to cry whenever he tasted a familiar flavor. Some people's most vivid memories of flavors are sweet, which makes them feel good when they think about them. Others don't have any vivid memories of flavors, so they just find the food delicious without much reaction. It all varies from person to person. This relieved Fang Shang considerably. He was terrified that if his customers ate his food and ended up crying for their mothers like Nan, he'd be on the news. It's noon today, not evening. Probably taking a break. Can't people have a day off? Fang Jun seized every opportunity to retort, even though Fang Shang only said it casually. It was clear that his son had stolen his status as a chef and his wife's role as her caretaker, leaving him with deep resentment. Fang Shang figured his father was probably going through menopause, so he magnanimously didn't argue. He picked up the washed chilies and started smashing them. After smashing them, he chopped them, then cracked eggs, whisked the mixture a series of fluid, fast, and professional movements. He was starting to look like a professional chef. In a few minutes, a plate of stir-fried eggs with chilies was ready. Fang Shang brought it to the window. The stir-fried eggs with chilies are ready. Coming. Wu Xian turned and came from the doorway to serve the dish. Stir-fried eggs with chili peppers, would you like rice? Nan had been a frequent customer, practically coming every day since trying Fang Shang's stir-fried eggs with chili peppers, and was quite familiar with Wu Xian. He even remembered her food preferences. Yes, thank you, boss. Nan had been eating stir-fried eggs with chili peppers for half a month, and although he wasn't tired of it, he ordered an extra dish to change things up. Besides, Jun's cold dishes had become really famous lately. While scrolling through his WeChat moments, he saw a neighbor's post praising Jun's cold dishes downstairs, saying it was their go-to place to buy after work. This neighbor was someone they'd added as friends when their neighbor was renovating, but they'd never contacted each other, just exchanged nods when they bumped into each other. Unexpectedly, they were both customers of Jun's food stall. He casually ordered a cold dish when ordering today. The steps for making cold eggplant salad were one step more than those for cold cucumber salad. The washed and chopped eggplants need to be steamed until cooked through, then cooled before being used in a cold dish. Round purple eggplants are cut into 3 cylindrical pieces, placed in 3 layers of a steamer, and steamed directly. They're almost done when the eggplants soften and the purple skin has faded. Then they're placed in front of a fan to cool. This fan was bought that morning by Wu Xin when she took Fang Shang to the electronics store to buy a tablet, thinking that the kitchen would get too hot in the summer and that her son would suffer too much. How could Fang Jun not be jealous? He'd been working in the kitchen for so long, and summer had come and gone several times, yet his wife hadn't seen him appreciate his hard work by buying him a fan. The cooled eggplant needed to be torn into strips and arranged on a plate, then drizzled with a pre-prepared sauce before serving. The seasonings had to be carefully checked with the guests to see if they ate scallions, spicy food, or cilantro. Anything they didn't eat had to be omitted. Nan ate them all. So his cold eggplant salad was sprinkled with scallions and cilantro, topped with a spoonful of a spicy and sour vinegar sauce with chopped chili peppers and white sesame seeds. The chili peppers, once poured over the dish, instantly made it look more appealing. Serve it. Nan, holding his rice bowl, looked at the cold eggplant salad that had been served, then glanced at the scrambled eggs with chili peppers next to it. Goodness, the difference in appearance was huge. The cold eggplant salad was casually yet beautifully presented: pale purple eggplant, light brown sauce, bright green scallions and cilantro, bright red chili peppers, white minced garlic and sesame seeds. The vibrant colors and refreshing appearance instantly whetted the appetite. Nan couldn't wait and picked up a piece with his chopsticks, putting it in his mouth. The soft, tender eggplant, soaked in the sauce, released a burst of fresh, spicy, and tangy flavors that instantly spread across his tongue a surprisingly delicious taste. The umami of the soy sauce, the sourness of the vinegar, the spiciness of the chili peppers, the spiciness of the minced garlic, and the rich aroma of the sesame oil, the flavors layered and unfolded, surging through his mouth. He sipped it, chewed it, and the eggplant melted in his mouth. Soft yet tender, with a slightly chewy skin, it was unbelievably appetizing. Tasting it, it tasted just like his mother's cooking. Nan's tears slowly slid down her cheeks. Mom! At the entrance, Wan Zilan, who had just entered the shop, paused when she saw Nan crying so bitterly. Young people these days face immense pressure. She had just seen a girl walking down the street suddenly burst into tears. Most people would just ignore such incidents. Anyone who could break down in public must be under immense pressure. Wan Zilan racked her brains for a moment, then found a seat. Wu Xin came over to order. As a middle school teacher, she taught from Monday to Friday, only having time to go out and eat on Saturdays and Sundays. She missed the food at this street stall. It tasted like her grandmother's cooking from her hometown. And the child cooking what happened to his parents because their child didn't like studying? As a teacher, she felt a heavy responsibility. She couldn't bear to leave him, so she came over whenever she had a spare moment. Boss, is your son still studying hard? Is he still helping out in the kitchen? Wu Xin recognized Wan Zilan immediately, the shill she'd hired to discourage her son, the one who ultimately betrayed him. Wu Xin glanced at her son busily scrambling eggplants in the kitchen and whispered, "No, but he's found his dream. He loves cooking so much. See the menu on the blackboard? That's his own menu. He'd rather be dead than let his dad help. He insists on doing everything himself." This made her worry. She preferred a husband who could cook, but she still wanted her son to study hard when he grew up, to become a policeman, a soldier, a doctor, a teacher, etc., all of which sounded more promising than being a chef. Why did he have to like cooking? Following in his footsteps? Sigh. Wu Xin sighed as she thought about it. Wan Zilan recalled the proprietress's son's culinary skills, understood her worries, and comforted her. The child is still young, only 5 or 6 years old. What he likes now, who knows what he'll do when he grows up? Many people graduate from university and still don't know what they'll do afterward. Don't worry too much. Chapter 22: Overwhelming Takeout Orders, Part 1. Wan Zilan, being a teacher, was adept at comforting parents. Wu Xin had initially thought the same thing, though not as explicitly as Wan Zilan. Now, after venting her frustrations, and seeing someone share her thoughts and offer guidance, her mood improved considerably. That makes sense, they're only in 5th grade. You came alone today? What would you like to eat? Yeah, my friends are all busy. I'll have garlic pork belly and chien long cabbage. Wan Zilan ordered from Fang Shang's menu. Fang Jun, full of anticipation, went to take the order, only to find it was his son's order again. Damn it! He has no use in the kitchen. Looks like only takeout can save him. Most of the takeout orders were stir-fries and rice bowls, which he would cook. Ha, little rascal, you still don't know how to cook enough to take all his orders. Fang Jun glanced at his son with a smug look. Fang Shang, what's wrong with dad now? As the peak lunch hour approached, Fang Jun noticed a surge in orders for cold dishes. Fang Jun was stunned, starting to feel dazed. Wait, why? Why are there so many cold dish orders for takeout today? Saturdays are busy with both rest and work. At lunchtime, everyone expertly ordered takeout, carefully selecting their preferred restaurant. Passing by braised pork trotter rice, glancing at braised chicken rice. Wanting stir fry, they clicked on Ajun's food stall, glanced at the menu, and then checked the reviews. Ordering takeout isn't just about looking at the product pictures that's the seller's show. You need to read the real buyer reviews to avoid making a mistake. Ordering a bad takeout meal not only wastes money but also ruins your good mood. Then, diners clicking into the comments section of Ajun's food stall discovered Fang Hanai's 5-star review with pictures. A cold dish accompanied by a 200-word description of its taste attracted most people's attention. Each cold dish in the photo boasted vibrant colors, refreshing and tempting. Thanks to his phone's high-resolution camera, the photos of the cold dishes looked incredibly appetizing, and combined with the description, everyone was unknowingly drawn in. Orders for platters of cold dishes with rice or steamed buns were generated, making Fang Jun feel betrayed by the food delivery service. Watching his son chopping vegetables until the knife was almost blurry, Fang Jun secretly filmed a video from behind and posted it on his Douyin account, captioned, "My 10-year-old son complained about being tired of studying, so I made him experience cooking in a 30-degree kitchen to see if cooking or studying was more tiring. He did it so well that I had nothing to do. Can any netizens give me some advice?" After posting the video, Fang Jun didn't pay much attention and went to wash the vegetables. His status in the kitchen, whenever his son was around, was reduced to that of a general helper. He only occasionally got to cook a few dishes. It was summer now, and everyone loved cold dishes. When it got light, the restaurant would still need his skills. Fang Jun quickly consoled himself. Meanwhile, the customers who received their takeout orders, after tasting the cold dishes, saw a surge of positive reviews and photos flooding the comments section of Ajun's food stall. Just open the recent comments section, and it's all filled with pictures praising how delicious the cold dishes were. Those pictures made everyone's mouths water. Wow, this cabbage is so delicious. There weren't many cold dishes today, so Fang Jun simply packed a little of each in a plastic bag when he was packing them up. While the packaging was simple, it prevented the flavors from mixing. Besides, packing cold dishes in plastic bags is common practice for anyone who's bought cold dishes from a physical food stall. It doesn't really bother them. At most, you might think the meal looks simple because the food and even the steamed buns are in plastic bags. But once you taste the food, all those thoughts disappear. In the spacious office area, the man's exclamation drew the attention of his colleagues who were lazily eating lunch. Some came over with their bowls of rice, while others looked over with interest. They were all waiting for what would happen next. What kind of cabbage is delicious? Everyone's eating, so naturally, they'll pay attention to what's good. Who wants to eat something bad when they can have something good? This is the Qianlong cabbage. The man, being from the north, was very familiar with this cold dish. He hadn't expected to find a dish from his hometown in a southern city like Jiexing. A wave of homesickness washed over him, and his expression was filled with emotion. The taste is authentic. The cabbage is very fresh and crisp, bursting with juice with every bite. The sesame sauce is also very fragrant and rich. It's even better than what I get in restaurants back home. He devoured a cabbage leaf in just a few bites. The crisp sound of chewing echoed in the office, attracting more and more curious people. What is it? What is it? I've never had Qianlong cabbage before. Let me try a bite. No, I've finally tasted the flavor of home. This won't do. There are other cold dishes here. The man protectively held the Qianlong cabbage to his chest, brooking no refusal. Everyone understood. Working far from home, how could he not miss his family? Being able to taste the flavors of home and ease my homesickness is already a blessing. Which restaurant is it? The sound of you eating is making my mouth water. It's like listening to a rabbit munching on cabbage. It's called Ajun's food stall. I'll order a cold dish platter. The man said, then realized the cold dish he ordered seemed different from the one someone posted in the comments section yesterday. It seems the restaurant changes its cold dishes randomly. The cold dish platter in the comments section doesn't seem to have these dishes. Wow, so many choices. The colleague, who hadn't ordered yet, opened the food delivery app and searched for Ajun's food stall. The colleague standing next to the man, enjoying the meal, opened the bag for garlic pork belly. It was simply 2 slices of pork wrapped in cucumber strips. The bag already contained dipping sauce, which had soaked in the sauce on the way here. The man picked up a garlic pork belly roll and put it in his mouth. One bite and he exclaimed, "A national treasure." He had never eaten such tender and bouncy pork. The aroma of pork combined with the refreshing scent of cucumber, and the rich umami of the garlic sauce, left him speechless, unable to find the words to describe how delicious it was. He could only groan incessantly. Startled, the northern man forgot about his cabbage and turned to stare at the garlic pork belly in the bag. After finishing one piece, his gaze burned as he looked at the remaining piece. Without thinking, the northern man quickly picked it up and popped it into his mouth, his eyes gleaming. This is fucking amazing. The man was shocked. Is this the kind of taste you get for a 20 yuan takeout order? He wouldn't even dare dream of a 5-star hotel. Their initial indifference was piqued by their reactions. Who can tell me, is it really that delicious? Seeing the two of them staring blankly like idiots after finishing their meal, everyone put down their food and curiously looked over. Those nearby even got up from their seats and ran over to see for themselves. Chapter 23 Overwhelming Takeout Orders, Part 2. A dish's appearance is crucial to its appeal. At the very least, if something doesn't look appetizing, even if someone says it's delicious, very few people would dare to try it. But if it looks good, even if no one says it's delicious, there will still be plenty of people wanting to try it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who make a bad purchase. Attracting people with its appearance is the first step to a good product. Which shop has convenient cold dishes? I'll buy some to try. In the sweltering summer heat, the cool, tangy, and spicy aroma of the cold dishes was enough to make even colleagues who had already ordered rice hesitate to add another dish. It's Ah Jun's food stall. The taste is really good. This was the first time a northern man had ever recommended a restaurant to everyone like this. The urge to share was satisfied, and seeing everyone enjoy his recommendation was truly gratifying. It's like recommending something you like to others, and when they like it too, and think you have amazing taste, that look of amazement and surprise is the best emotional value. I ordered, I'll try it later, I'm so hungry. Me too. It doesn't seem like a big portion, we can finish it. It won't spoil even if we don't finish it, there's air conditioning in the office, we can eat it if we get hungry. It's probably strong in flavor. In an office area, 20 or 30 people sat close together, chatting and eating. Ah Jun's food stall kitchen. Fang Jun looked at the orders that kept pouring out and suspected the machine was broken. Otherwise, how could so many orders be coming out at the same time? There had been times before when the machine malfunctioned and sent out empty orders. The machine is probably stuck. Fang Jun wiped the oil off his hands, walked over and picked up the order slips that were hanging on the floor. He looked at them and saw that they weren't blank pages, they were all orders. Is the takeout shop getting a lot of traffic today? Fang Jun looked at each one in surprise, and they were indeed all orders from different accounts. The only difference was that the addresses were all in the same place. All the orders were for cold dish platters. Son, come take a look. It's all takeout orders from the same address, all for cold dish platters. Should we call and ask? Fang Shang looked at his father in surprise upon hearing this. Fang Jun himself might not have noticed, but ever since Fang Shang displayed his culinary talent, his father had gradually stopped treating him like a child, and now spoke to him more in a consultative tone. Fang Jun himself might not have realized this change, but Fang Shang, with the body of a child but the soul of an adult, felt it most acutely, noticing it almost immediately after his father's shift. It has to be said, this kind of equal dialogue made him feel more comfortable. The kind of life where he was treated like a child, with everything arranged for him, not allowed anything, and only allowed to study, was unbearable. Let's ask. So many orders, maybe a dozen or 20. What if they're all made and then cancelled? That would be a problem. Fang Jun nodded, he thought the same thing. Then he randomly dialed a number. Hello, this is Ah Jun's food stall owner. We received several orders for cold dish platters at the same time for this address. Are you sure you want them all, or is there a mistake? The employee who answered the phone replied, yes, they're all for individual orders. Just make them for us, boss. Okay, I'll make it right away. If it's good, please give me a good review. Fang Jun was happy to be sure they weren't there to sabotage their shop. So many orders all at once. Their takeout business was booming. Then he remembered that all the orders were for cold dishes made by his son, and his eyes filled with resentment. Even the food delivery platforms had fallen victim to this. With his son around, the kitchen no longer needed him. Fang Jun sighed sentimentally, lost in thought. Fang Shang looked at the stock of cold dishes on the counter and realized it wasn't enough, so he immediately started making more. Dad, can you pack some up for me? I'll make some more. Fang Shang quickly scooped half a basin of ice from the freezer, added water, took out some baby bok choy, picked off the leaves one by one, tore them into pieces, and put them in the ice water briefly. They couldn't be frozen for too long. If they soaked for too long, the vegetables would spoil. Just enough to keep the bok choy leaves crisp and tender after being chilled. After chilling, the cabbage leaves were dried and then mixed with sesame sauce. The sauce is key to the dish's success. 2 large spoonfuls of sesame paste and peanut butter, along with vinegar, soy sauce, honey, salt, and sugar, were mixed into a thick sauce. The prepared cabbage leaves were then tossed in the sauce, ensuring each leaf was coated. Finally, some toasted sesame seeds were sprinkled on top, and the dish was complete. In his mother's words, these cabbage leaves were much tastier than a vegetable salad. Fang Shang was busy cooking, and Fang Jun was busy packing. The restaurant was already full. It was a hot midday, so there wasn't a queue, but many people were taking their food to go. Many regular customers from the neighborhood also came to buy takeout. Buying a cold dish at the neighborhood entrance to add to your meals is very convenient. In the summer, kitchens get hot, and not everyone likes to cook, so more people buy cold dishes. With so many takeout orders, several delivery drivers had arrived. One person couldn't handle so many. Looking at the orders from the same address, one driver glanced at the unassuming little restaurant with surprise. They usually saw these large orders at bubble tea shops, or sometimes companies would order multiple drinks. They never expected a small restaurant to have so many orders for cold dishes. Could it be really good? The driver glanced into the kitchen and saw a child standing at the counter, gloved, vigorously mixing cold dishes in a stainless steel bowl. An adult in a chef's uniform was packing the food nearby. The driver couldn't help but look again and again. This restaurant is strange, the chef is packing, and the child is cooking. Could the child have made these cold dishes? Without time to think further, the takeout order was packed. The driver picked up his order by its number, and immediately set off to deliver it under the scorching sun. These orders are pretty good. One trip is equivalent to delivering a lot of orders. If it weren't for the limited space on his scooter, he would have accepted every single order. The sun was too strong, so the speeding electric scooter tried its best to find shady routes. After taking 3 or 4 detours, he saw the Guangming building, the address provided. He parked the scooter, and seeing that there was still plenty of time before delivery, he leisurely picked up the orders and headed towards the elevator. "Hey, elevator, just a minute." He had just stepped onto the elevator when a delivery man, his clothes piled high with takeout orders, rushed towards him through the main entrance, calling out anxiously. The delivery man held the elevator doors open. Once inside, the 2 deliverymen exchanged glances. The familiar takeout packaging told them they were going to the same place. "You're delivering to A. Jun's food stall too, right?" "Yes, that restaurant is really popular. I checked, and everyone there, including takeout orders, is ordering cold dishes. I wonder how good they are." Chapter 24 Closing business early. The 2 men chatted as they reached the 22nd floor, the entire floor occupied by their company. As soon as the delivery man arrived, the employees, who had been waiting for ages, swarmed around him. "Thank you. You've worked so hard." Seeing the delivery man carrying loads of takeout, everyone rushed over, not caring who was who. Then everyone went about finding their own food. The delivery man finished delivering and left. The group of employees, carrying their meals, happily returned to their seats. Then the bags were opened, and the other colleagues who hadn't ordered saw this group take a bite, exclaim "Holy crap!" one after another, until everyone else was numb with disbelief. "Seriously? Are you guys making a big deal out of it? It's just a cold dish." A man who wasn't interested in cold dishes rolled his eyes in annoyance. They were all acting like they hadn't even eaten any, making such a fuss. "It's really delicious. You should try it." Immersed in the delicious food, people couldn't bear to hear anyone say anything bad about the cold dishes. These cold dishes were just too good. He shoved a spinach into the mouth of the person who had questioned him. The cabbage was so delicious, he wanted to eat it raw and couldn't bear to share it. The garlic-flavored pork belly only had 2 slices of meat, and the slices were large enough to be rolled up and eaten, so he also couldn't bear to share them. The eggplant was also delicious, soft, and perfect with rice. He didn't like the spinach, but he could share it. The person who had questioned him had just opened his mouth to reply when a spinach was shoved into his mouth. He hated spinach the most. Spinach was so astringent, but his mouth seemed to have a mind of its own. With food stuffed in his mouth, he subconsciously chewed it a couple of times. "Ha! This spinach isn't astringent at all, it even has a slightly sweet taste." Spinach contains excessive oxalic acid, which is why many people dislike it. The oxalic acid isn't completely removed, resulting in a bitter taste. Removing it completely eliminates this bitterness. If blanched for too long, the spinach will become mushy and unpalatable. Therefore, extra attention needs to be paid to blanching time. Different varieties of spinach also exist. Round-leaf spinach is more astringent, while pointed-leaf spinach is relatively tender and delicious, with a better texture. This recipe uses pointed-leaf spinach, and with the choice of vinegar, the flavor is a delightful combination of sour, spicy, and sweet. Some vinegars are purely acidic, while others are mild and slightly sweet. Each different seasoning, when combined, creates a new chemical reaction. Fang Sheng constantly experimented while learning, until she found the perfect blend for the ingredients. For example, the vinegar used for spinach and enoki mushrooms is different from the vinegar used for cucumber salad. Since Fang Sheng started cooking, her family has accumulated a considerable number of seasonings. Fang Sheng wrote down the delicious flavors he tasted while learning in the system space on a menu and asked his father to buy them. "How is it? Pretty good, right?" When you eat spinach and enoki mushrooms together, the texture is amazing. The slippery texture of the enoki mushrooms combined with the sweet and tender texture of the spinach is so refreshing. The overall flavor is smooth and tender, sweet and sour, absolutely fantastic. What's the name of the shop again? The colleague, who had already eaten, no longer questioned the taste of the cold dishes, but instead awkwardly asked for the shop's name. Just search for a Jun's food stall and order the cold dish platter. The man picked up his phone and started searching. He found the shop, but after flipping through it, he couldn't find any cold dishes. Is this the place? They don't have any cold dishes. A colleague leaned over to look, flipping through the menu as well, and asked in confusion, "It's this shop. Where are the cold dishes?" The colleague in front turned away sadly. "I just checked, they're sold out, probably gone." There was nothing they could do. The man regretfully added the shop to his favorites. "It's okay, I'll check again tonight. More people will definitely order cold dishes tonight." Jun's food stall. Before 1 p.m., all the ingredients for the cold dishes were gone. This was the first time Fang Jun had ever closed early in all his years running the restaurant because he was out of food. And this was a whole day's worth. He had bought a lot, intending to use it for lunch and dinner. The result was that he had sold out twice the amount of food he had prepared for lunch. Business was so good, it was astonishing. "Son, are you tired?" At closing time, Fang Jun looked at Fang Shang, who was slumped over the table, and the soul-searching question came again. "Fang Shang, Dad, I helped with the cooking. Shouldn't you be happy that the business is doing well?" Fang's parents were taken aback. They hadn't expected their son to say that. In Fang Shang's memory, when the family restaurant wasn't doing well, his parents, though they never complained to his face, ate the unsold vegetables themselves. They wouldn't sell anything that wasn't fresh. When he was little, Fang Shang was always happy at this time because he could eat several dishes in one meal. If he were here, the business would definitely get better and better. Why were his parents trying so hard to make him study hard? Fang Shang didn't understand, it didn't make sense. At that moment, Wu Xian suddenly realized that her child had grown up. They, as parents, had always thought of him as a child, someone who needed their protection and their decisions. They always thought he was too young to do anything right, even afraid he'd get burned by pouring boiling water. It turned out that their child had grown up without them realizing it. Wu Xian could tell Fang Shang was genuinely confused. Instead of giving him a perfunctory answer, she sat down opposite him, looked him in the eye, and replied, "Because earning money to support the family is your parents' responsibility. You're still a child, a student, and young. You don't need to worry about the family's livelihood. Doing this makes your parents feel guilty for not providing you with a better life and for making you worry about the family business. Thinking about earning money at such a young age will break your parents' hearts." After speaking, Wu Xian gently patted Fang Shang's head. In that instant, Fang Shang felt a lump in his throat. He forced himself not to look up, afraid of being seen with his slightly reddened eyes. "Why are you worrying so much, kid? You're taking over your dad's work. What am I supposed to do? Remember, this is my shop, I'm the chef. If you like cooking, grow up and open your own restaurant. You can cook every day and nobody will bother you, you know? What if one day a customer reports us for employing child labor? The shop will be shut down, and our whole family will starve." Fang Jun's joking words instantly livened up the atmosphere. The family's relationship became much closer without them even realizing it. Isn't that what love is? You care about me, and I care about you. Love often makes you feel indebted. Then let's just make 2 dishes tonight. Too many dishes are tiring. You're really stubborn, aren't you? You're not tired after just 2 dishes? Why don't you go learn? You used to really like street dance, saying it was cool, but you only studied it for a short time and you don't want to go anymore. Speaking of this, Fang Jun felt that Fang Shang's hobbies were all just passing interests, like fishing for 3 days and then drying off for 2. Dancing is more tiring than cooking. Fang Shang thought back to his first week here. After street dance class, his legs and head ached because he had to do handstands and spin around with his head on the ground. Chapter 25. There are still more good people in this world. Seeing his son's reaction, Fang Jun suddenly remembered the Douyin video he had posted earlier, wondering if he had any good ideas. So he hid in the bathroom and silently opened the comments section. "Honey, listen to me, don't post that next time. He chops vegetables better than me. When will this life of being worse off than the old and the young ever end?" The son remained silent, just kept chopping vegetables. There's a saying that studying is the only way out, but isn't reading also important? This kid has the makings of a chef. Tell him he can only cook for a while after he finishes his homework. Fang Jun scrolled through the comments, ignoring the ones that weren't suggestions, and finally found a useful one. "Great stuff, great stuff. There are still many good people online." Fang Jun silently gave this comment a thumbs up. Walking out of the bathroom and looking at his son slumped over the table, he asked, "Have you finished your homework?" Fang Shang slowly raised his head. "Huh." Fang Jun looked at him in confusion. continuing to wait for an answer. Seeing his son's bewildered expression, Fang Jun secretly gloated. Kid, you're totally confused now, aren't you? He couldn't find a way to deal with his son. There are still plenty of good people in the world. Look at him, even his increasingly calm and composed demeanor since entering the kitchen has been shattered. Now he's acting like a real kid. I didn't finish. Unsurprisingly, Fang Shang hadn't done his weekend homework. Fang Jun, remember this from now on, students should focus on their studies. You can only enter the kitchen after you've finished your homework. Wu Xian turned sharply to look at her husband upon hearing this. Holy crap, this is the solution her husband came up with? Such a quick reaction, such high intelligence? She couldn't believe it. Fang Shang's face also showed shock. What is he saying? Did someone come up with a brilliant solution? Fang Shang wanted to object but couldn't find a way. After all, what he said made sense. Students' primary task was indeed studying, and completing homework was expected. Fang Shang looked at his mother's unwavering approval and his father's unyielding gaze. He walked upstairs dejectedly, saying, okay. Once his son was out of sight, Wu Xian excitedly walked to Fang Jun's side. Great, honey. You even came up with such a good idea. Fang Jun's lips curled into a smile at the praise. Oh, the child is too young. School is hard during the week. This method prevents him from thinking about cooking every day. He can cook a little something after finishing his homework on Saturdays and Sundays. Fang Jun basked in his wife's admiring gaze and narcissistically touched his hair. That's settled then. We're out of groceries, go get some. I'll clean up. Running a restaurant requires more than just buying groceries, it also requires preparing them. It's not just about opening on time. For example, the time-consuming meats all need to be blanched beforehand, or some time-consuming stewed pig's feet need to be braised in advance and prepared for later use, to be stewed in a clay pot when a customer orders them. And the vegetables all need to be washed, sorted, chopped, and packed. In short, even when the business isn't open, there's never a moment's rest. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Do you want some watermelon? I'll bring one back for you. I don't want any more. Buy some peaches instead. Okay. The afternoon passed by as Fang Jun and Wu Xian busied themselves with the shop's affairs, while Fang Shang did his homework. Fang Shang, seeing his experience bar just shy of level 2, gritted his teeth and finished all his homework in 3 hours. His hand was practically cramping from copying so much. Of all the assignments, he hated copying the most. Large sections of text were not only useless but also a waste of time and energy. He harbored deep resentment towards copying. Finishing his homework, he checked the time and it was already past 5. He simply lay down on the bed, his consciousness entering the system's learning space to practice cooking for a while. He adjusted the time difference, 10 minutes outside was 10 hours inside. This counted as rest. How did he develop such superb culinary skills? All thanks to the system's cheat code. Entering the learning space was like putting his body into deep sleep, which greatly helped him recover his energy. When it was time, he jumped out of bed full of energy, washed his face, and rushed downstairs. Mom and Dad, I've finished my homework. Did you buy the groceries? Fang Jun's voice came from the kitchen. No, the radishes you ordered weren't very fresh. But you did buy a box of freshly picked cucumbers. I ate a few raw, they tasted pretty good. Fang Shang wasn't surprised. He knew many recipes, and no matter the ingredients, as long as it was made into a cold dish, with the system's recipes, it would taste pretty good. Judging by his cooking skills, some dishes were delicious, some were just average. Then let's make cucumber salad. Perfect for practicing my knife skills. Fang Shang energetically washed his hands and cucumbers, then laboriously carried a large bowl of cucumbers and began to chop them. They'd only ever seen him so enthusiastic before, when he was playing games on his phone. Sure enough, his interests had shifted. After getting his tablet home, the first thing he did wasn't download games, but study recipes. Interest truly is the best teacher. With this level of dedication, no wonder his cooking skills have improved so quickly. Thinking back to the dishes he made at the beginning, they tasted almost the same as his father's cooking used to be, but now, Wu Xian felt that even 10 fathers couldn't match her son's cooking skills. There were fresh dishes again tonight. Stir-fried cucumber in a raincoat, 12 each. Garlic pork belly, 22 per serving. Fang Shang's blackboard menu for dinner only had 2 dishes. Thinking about the flood of takeout orders at noon, Fang Shang had his father set the menu prices and quantities, so it would automatically be taken off the shelves once a certain number were sold. Each dish was sold in 30 portions. The rest would be kept for the shop. His father bought good cucumbers. They were so tender that you didn't dare to use force in your hand. They broke easily with a single snap. The color was vibrant, and they still had small prickles. The cucumber blossoms were still there when they were washed. Cucumbers this tender, torn into a raincoat shape without breaking them, required considerable skill. Now, Fang Shang practices his knife skills for at least an hour every day. When slicing the first few cucumbers, be a little cautious, as you can't keep up with the speed. But then, the speed increases dramatically. You can only see the knife swinging, you can't hear the sound of the knife hitting the cutting board. When the knife touches the board, it means it's cut through. Fang Jun secretly recorded a video. This knife skill is truly impressive. Especially when a cucumber is sliced, lifted up, seemingly intact, but instantly hollowed out. It's incredibly beautiful. The sliced cucumbers are piled in an iron basin, layered with a thin layer of salt. All the cucumbers were piled up, and then the dressing was prepared, allowing the cucumbers to soak up the flavor. It took an hour or two to cut out the hundreds of cucumbers from the 2 large basins. That was considered fast by Fang Shang. Around 6 o'clock, office workers started leaving, and the shop began to pick up customers. A regular customer entered the shop, looking at the menu, which had been drastically shortened, and clutched his chest in distress. "Boss, why is the menu so shrunk? It used to be full." Wu Xian smiled and ushered the customer in. "My son did all the work himself. He must have been tired from having so many menus." Chapter 26. Who do you think made this cold dish? That's impossible to answer. Regular customers all know that the best tasting cold dishes at Jun's food stall lately are made by the owner's 10-year-old son. That's a child who's still in elementary school. How can they, as adults, tell their child to skip school and rest to cook? It's just too much to say. "I'll take both dishes, to go." This regular customer lives in the same neighborhood. They weren't familiar with each other before, but since he's been coming so often, and Wu Xian is so friendly, she can chat with anyone. Okay. No chili, right? Wu Xian remembers that he has a granddaughter in kindergarten who can't eat spicy food. Recently, she's been coming every evening to buy cold dishes. "Yes, my little granddaughter has never liked vegetables, but she eats quite a lot of your cold dishes." Speaking of this, Grandpa Wang is very happy. Picky eating is a bad habit for children. Take his granddaughter, for example. Because she only eats meat and no vegetables, her complexion is sallow, she doesn't gain weight, and she looks like a skinny little monkey. At the hospital checkup, the doctor repeatedly told her to eat more vegetables for a balanced diet. The key issue is that not eating vegetables easily leads to constipation. But now things are different. Ever since his wife came home from playing mahjong one evening and didn't have time to cook, she bought some cold dishes from the local restaurant. My goodness! That day, his granddaughter didn't eat a single piece of meat, she ate all the vegetables. The whole family was overjoyed. Now they come to buy cold dishes every evening. Besides these cold dishes, his granddaughter still doesn't eat any other vegetables. "Oh, right, 1 extra cucumber, please." They sell them one by one, so there won't be enough. Grandpa Wang followed Wu Xian, hands behind his back, watching her pack up her food. Seeing the long cucumber he was holding, Grandpa Wang glanced in amazement at Fang Shang, who was still chopping cucumbers in the kitchen, and couldn't help but praise, "Your child is amazing. He's so young, yet his knife skills are so good. Most kids his age wouldn't even dare hold a knife, but he's chopping faster than an adult." Wu Xian smiled broadly at the praise. What parent doesn't enjoy hearing their child praised? If the child likes it, then so be it. That'll be 46. Grandpa Wang paid and carried the cold dish home. At the entrance of the residential area, he ran into his old buddies who practiced Tai Chi together. Seeing them leading their mud-covered grandson back from outside, he knew they had taken the child out to play. "Old Ding, where did you take your grandson? Did he fall into a mud puddle? Don't even mention it. He was playing in the park, and I wasn't looking for him for a second. He fell into the pond. Luckily, the young men fishing nearby pulled him out, or I would have been scared out of my wits." Upon hearing that he had fallen into the pond, Grandpa Wang's expression turned serious. "You can't let the child run near the water. You're going to have a hard time explaining this when you get home." Grandpa Wang figured the child would get a beating, and he'd probably get a scolding too. Old Ding looked worried. Who could argue with that? "Where did you get these?" "I bought 2 cold dishes from Jun's food stall. Speaking of which, my granddaughter doesn't eat other vegetables, but she eats these cold dishes like crazy. She hasn't been constipated lately." "Really? My child doesn't like vegetables either, he's very picky." "If it's true, I'll go buy some too. Why not give it a try? It's not expensive. I buy it every night," Grandpa Wang said, hurrying home. It was dinner time, and his family was waiting for their meal. Their recent dinner routine consisted of reheating the stir-fried vegetables from lunch and buying a couple of cold dishes. On a hot day like this, dinner was neither perfunctory nor too much trouble. Even his youngest son and daughter-in-law came home earlier from get-off work, just for this cold dish. As soon as he returned carrying the groceries, he was met with 3 similar pairs of eyes. His son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter. They stared intently at him, at the takeout bag in his hand. Their gazes were as if he had returned from accomplishing something extraordinary, warming their hearts. "Dad, you're back. What cold dishes did you buy today?" If you ask me, we could have eaten at a restaurant, they're open on weekends. Grandpa Wang waved his hand, handing the cold dishes to his son who was approaching. The restaurants are always crowded and noisy. It's so close, it's much more comfortable eating at home. That's true, sweetie. Grandpa bought you some delicious cold dishes, let's eat more tonight. His son, seeing his father's hesitant manner despite his age, shuddered in embarrassment. These cold dishes are really good. Is my brother's family coming back tomorrow? Buy some more so they can try them too. Cold dishes, I love cold dishes. His little granddaughter circled the cold dishes, her happy expression bringing smiles to everyone's faces. They're so delicious. Next time it's just the two of you for lunch, Mom and Dad won't need to cook anything. Just buy a couple of cold dishes to eat with steamed buns, it'll save you trouble. His daughter-in-law added considerately. I'll transfer some more living expenses to you, don't worry about money. The couple is busy working every day. Their child is cared for by the grandparents. The father-in-law's meager pension goes entirely to the child. They've always paid for living expenses themselves, without the grandparents contributing. Otherwise, why would they work so hard? It's all for a better life for their family. It's more than enough. $3,000 a month isn't even enough to buy groceries. Grandpa Wang waved his hand, refusing to listen to such talk. It's not that we don't want to buy, it's just that we can't buy any at noon. Upon hearing this, the young couple looked over curiously, waiting for him to continue. Who do you think made these cold dishes? The restaurant owner, of course. He's got such good skills, I never noticed before. The son casually replied, starting to arrange the dishes. Haha, you'd never guess. This is the boss's son's cooking. He's only in elementary school. He's busy with school during the week, so he only has time to cook on Saturdays and Sundays. He doesn't have much homework during the week, so he gets to cook more often. Grandpa Wang finished speaking, chuckling at the incredulous looks on his son and daughter-in-law's faces. Ha, he was just as surprised when he saw the little boy cooking in the kitchen. Now that he wasn't the only one surprised, that was great. Really? It's so delicious. A kid made this. Grandpa Wang's son didn't dare say that this was the first time he'd tasted this cold dish. It reminded him of when his parents went to work in the city, leaving him behind in their remote mountain village. When they came back, they would bring him braised dishes. That was the most memorable taste of his childhood. He never imagined he'd taste it again after all these years. Memories of his childhood flooded back, and he almost cried at the dinner table. What followed was a deep appreciation for the happiness of eating braised dishes from his childhood. The flavor of the food itself, enhanced by the emotional connection. He's recently become obsessed with the cold dishes at Jun's food stall. Every day after get off work, rushing home, he craves these cold dishes. He never imagined that such emotionally resonant dishes were made by an elementary school student. It's unbelievable. He used to see news reports about experienced and knowledgeable chefs creating dishes imbued with emotion, which he used to think was unbelievable. Now that he's actually tasted it, it seems absurd. Chapter 27. The money's already spent, can't be wasted. And this dish is so addictive, could they have added something to it? Wang Jun suddenly felt worried. If it were an adult, he wouldn't have this worry. Jun's food stall has been here since they moved to this neighborhood, it's been open for over 10 years, they wouldn't add anything haphazardly. But a child, they don't understand, they really can't tell. You all say this dish is so delicious, it's addictive. If you don't eat it for a day, you crave it and lose your appetite. Could they have added something special? His words silenced everyone at the table. Grandpa Wang was about to retort. Jun's food stall had been open for so many years, and he'd never heard of anyone having problems with the food. How could that be? But looking at his granddaughter, who never ate vegetables, now holding a long cucumber and eating it nonstop, he couldn't be so sure. They'd indeed been eating this cold dish for days, almost a week now, every single day. Could something really have been added? Seeing everyone's concern, Wang Jun's wife said, I have a college classmate who works in food safety. I'll take tomorrow off work and buy some cold dishes to have him test them. Food safety is something we need to be careful about, especially since the kids love it. If there's anything wrong, it'll be too late to cry. It's good to have it tested. So, are we eating the cold dish today? The family stared at the cold dish on the table in silence for a long time, then simultaneously started eating. They'd been eating it for so many days already. What's one more day if there's a problem? The money's already spent, they can't waste it. At lunchtime, Fang Hanai's phone alarm went off, and he picked up his phone to order takeout. This was the alarm he'd set since ordering late and finding that Jun's cold dishes were sold out. He never expected takeout to sell out, it was something he'd never encountered before when ordering takeout. But thinking about it, it made sense. So many people order takeout every day, he couldn't be the only one who found the cold dishes delicious. If they were this good, he'd definitely order them again. So, to ensure he could enjoy the delicious cold dishes, he would set his alarm in advance while at work and order as soon as the shop opened. He ordered cucumber salad, garlic pork belly, and a side of rice. Perfect. Meanwhile, a short-haired woman, also a working professional, was on her way home from get off work, thinking of ordering a cold dish to enjoy with a drink and relax after a long day. But when she opened a Jun's cold dishes menu, she found they were sold out. Her world collapsed. It's no wonder the cold dishes were sold out so quickly. The employees on the 22nd floor of the Guangming building had all become fans of Jun's food stall. There were dozens of junior staff just in the office area alone, and the limited selection of cold dishes wasn't enough for them. Even when everyone ordered together, many people still missed out. Jun's food stall, kitchen. Fang Jun wasn't surprised to see over 40 takeout orders for the same address. The short-haired office worker, seeing the subway line still some distance from home, got off at the nearest station and quickly ran to the roadside to hail a taxi. Driver, to Jingning Road Garden Community, shop number 27, Jun's food stall. She was currently 4 kilometers away from Jun's food stall. The cold dishes were no longer available for takeout. She wondered if the restaurant still had them. The short-haired woman didn't care about anything else. She'd already mentally rehearsed her day's plans countless times. After work, on her way home, she ordered cold dishes from Jun's food stall. By the time she got home, the takeout had arrived too. She turned on the air conditioner, took out the beer she'd chilled that morning from the fridge, found a movie, and was ready to enjoy a pleasant evening. Every step was essential. The short-haired woman was incredibly meticulous and almost obsessive about things she'd planned out in advance. If anything unexpected happened, she would become extremely irritable. The best solution now was to buy the cold dishes and get her after get-off-work routine back on track. Seeing the short-haired woman's incredibly serious and cold expression as soon as she got in the car, the usually talkative taxi driver didn't dare to chatter anymore and focused on driving. The car drove in silence until they arrived at Jun's food stall. Looking at the sign that resembled the one on the food delivery platform, the short-haired woman's mood improved slightly. After paying, she strode into the shop. "Welcome. There are no seats available at the moment. Would you like to take away or take a number and wait for a table?" Yes, Jun's food stall was already so crowded that a queue had to be formed. Wu Xian was busy running around, her smile as warm as ever. The short-haired woman wasn't surprised by the shop's good business. With food delivery platforms so popular, there must be even more people eating in the shop. "Do you still have any cold dishes?" "Yes, take away." "Yes, one each of the cucumber salad and the garlic pork belly, to go." Since there were no seats in the shop, it wouldn't matter if she ate the cold dishes a little later. Taking them away was definitely better. "Okay, just a moment." Wu Xian went to the kitchen window to place the order. Then she quickly carried the prepared dishes to the customers' tables. When customers finished eating and went to the counter to pay, she immediately returned to the cashier to calculate the money. After finishing, she still had to clean up the remaining tables. She also had to call out numbers and tell the customers at the next table to order. She was incredibly busy. The short-haired woman wanted to ask why the cold dishes on the takeout menu were sold out, but she couldn't find an opportunity. Even after her cold dishes were packed up, she paid, and left the shop, she still hadn't had a chance to talk to the owner. The short-haired woman glanced at the time. It was getting late, so she took a taxi home. Her transportation costs for the day were way over budget just for these cold dishes. But the moment she took a bite of the cucumber salad, her mood instantly improved. How could she describe the taste? A perfect balance of sour, spicy, salty, and sweet flavors. The rich taste was an instant delight to the taste buds. The texture was slightly cool, and biting into it felt like tender cucumbers had been softened by the sauce, transforming from crisp and tender to chewy and crunchy, a truly wonderful texture, somewhat like chewing on dried radish. The cucumber salad was incredibly fresh, each bite bursting with the delicate aroma of cucumber and the spicy, savory sauce, leaving a sweet and sour aftertaste. It was incredibly refreshing and appetizing. The day's fatigue gradually vanished with a bite of cucumber salad and a sip of beer. The short-haired woman, while eating, sat down on the rug in front of the coffee table, leaning back on the sofa, and carefully ate the cucumber salad, wrapping it around the plate. So delicious. Not only was it delicious, but it was also interesting. The cucumbers were sliced very thinly, yet connected, like paper cutting, flavorful and beautiful, a double treat for the taste buds. The delicious cucumbers had no astringent taste at all, only a refreshing aroma and a juicy texture. After being pickled with salt, some of the moisture was removed, giving them that crisp and chewy texture. A whole cucumber was gone in no time, and a bottle of beer was finished as well. "I bought too few." The short-haired woman estimated she could probably eat 2 or 3 more. "Next time I'll buy more." Luckily, there was also a serving of garlic-flavored pork belly. Chapter 28. This family still depends on him. It was night at Dai Tianyu's house. Dai's parents were earnestly nagging him. Remember to pack some of your brother Shang's cooking for us after dinner tomorrow, okay? Absolutely not. Here's 200 yuan. If you don't have enough, use your smartwatch to pay, understand? By the way, did you buy your classmate's birthday present? Dai Tianyu's eyes were glazed over from the nagging. He had been excitedly packing up the game console he was going to take to see brother Shang tomorrow and the gift for the class monitor. But then his parents came over and started nagging him. He just couldn't understand it. Wanting to eat brother Shang's cooking was easy. He could just go find brother Shang. Why go through all this trouble? His parents insisted that it wasn't good, that he was always going to freeload, that it was impolite, and so on. So, instead of going to see brother Shang, they even assigned him tasks for the birthday party. Okay, don't worry, I won't forget. Just wait and eat. Finally, he got his parents gone. Dai Tianyu first messaged his friend Shang, but received no reply, so he called his good friend to chat. The conversation, of course, revolved around tomorrow's birthday party. This was a very important gathering for these elementary school students. Hey, what did you buy for the class monitor? I bought an exercise book. The class monitor likes to study. Wow, you're so mean. You bought an exercise book. I bought an extracurricular book. What was it again? It was so thick, a collector's edition. By 7 p.m., all the ingredients for the cold dishes in the kitchen were sold out. Fang Shang looked at the system interface. His level had already reached level 2. Surprisingly, he didn't stay to help. Instead, he took a shower and went to bed early. Fang Jun and Wu Xian didn't think much of it, assuming the child was just tired. The vegetables sold out early today, and they'll probably close early too, once all the customers have finished eating. Fang Shang opened the level 2 upgrade reward. Then he obtained the complete guide to basic soup making skills. Goodness, he hasn't even finished learning the cold dish course yet, and now he's got the complete guide to soup making. His daily course load will double again. Fortunately, the system's learning space-time can be adjusted at will. It's just that long hours of learning and practice, with only himself in the system space, while not tiring or sleepy, can feel lonely. So usually, after a few hours of learning, he'll return to reality to play for a while, otherwise, it's too unbearable. 10 minutes passed in reality, and 10 hours of learning in the system space ended. Fang Shang wrote down the ingredients he needed for tomorrow. It filled a whole A4 sheet of paper. Tomorrow is the class monitor's birthday banquet at noon, and all the classmates will be coming to support his business. He definitely needs to put on a good show. Not to mention the many student customers at school, there are dozens of students in his class alone. Whether he can turn his classmates into repeat customers depends entirely on his cooking skills. His dad's cooking is too ordinary, nothing special, not bad, but nothing amazing either. He's only managed to keep the shop open for so many years by ensuring cleanliness and freshness. This family still depends on him. Sunday morning, 4:30 a.m. After getting up and washing, Fang Jun saw the A4 menu on the coffee table in the living room and silently widened his eyes. Good grief, this isn't a wishing well internet cafe. Is he trying to make a wish here? There were 10 earthenware pots, 20 caddies of beef, 10 caddies of pork ribs, 5 black bone chickens, 5 yellow feathered chickens, and a whole host of Chinese herbs. Not to mention ginger, scallions, and red dates. There were also over 20 kinds of vegetables, including yams, corn, and carrots. Fang Jun felt that his son needed more and more ingredients to practice his cooking skills, and the prices were getting higher and higher. This one purchase would cost several thousand yuan. He bought fewer Chinese herbs and didn't know their prices, so he'd have to go to several shops to ask. Fang Jun suppressed the urge to sigh, afraid of ruining his luck for the day. Business people are quite superstitious and don't do anything unlucky first thing in the morning. Fang Shang, on the other hand, slept until dawn, having practiced his cooking skills all night. When he opened his eyes, it felt like a long time had passed. Next time, he shouldn't stay in the system space all night. It was a bit scary, but he gained a lot. He had completely mastered the basic skills of making cold dishes. All that was left was different ingredients and different cooking methods. Practice makes perfect, and more practice would do the trick. Knowing how to make a dish is different from being able to make it well. Dad, have you bought all the ingredients I asked for? Fang Shang was thinking about the ingredients he needed and couldn't wait to find his father after getting up. Do you know how much those ingredients cost me today? 5 black bone chickens cost over 500 yuan, not to mention the Chinese herbs. What kind of dish are you making that requires such expensive ingredients? He knew that it was a birthday party for Fang Shang's classmates today, so he definitely needed to buy a lot of food, otherwise, with so many students coming, there wouldn't be enough to eat. But high cost of ingredients meant a higher selling price. If the meal cost too much and exceeded the expectations of the classmates' parents, wouldn't that be a case of good intentions gone wrong? Meng Duanya's family owns a company, they're very wealthy. If the food is bad, it will be worse. Fang Shang had already communicated with Meng Duanya before finalizing the menu. The other side simply said to bring out whatever was expensive and delicious, and that his father's assistant would settle the bill later, so they should prepare plenty of food so his classmates could eat their fill. Otherwise, Fang Sheng wouldn't have stayed up all night learning to cook, and he was learning dishes that were a bit complicated for him, all for the sake of making this birthday banquet a success. That's all right then. Fang Jun felt a stab to the heart after hearing his son's account. There are so many rich people in the world, what difference does one more make? After confirming that the menu he had written was complete, Fang Sheng began preparing the dishes. First, cold dishes and soups were definitely his current specialties: braised beef, poached chicken, garlic pork belly, cucumber salad, and 12 other cold dishes. Then there was pork rib, yam, corn, and carrot soup, black chicken soup, tomato and egg soup, and mushroom soup, all of which he had learned to make last night. The remaining dishes would be prepared by his father, who would cook a few of his signature dishes. A long menu page was pasted on the kitchen wall, and the father and son, not even having time for breakfast, started bustling about. The aroma of stewed meat wafted freely through the kitchen window, enticing passers-by to inhale deeply. Fang Jun watched his son's rough approach to braising the beef, his cheeks twitching in shock. 20 pounds of beef, couldn't they just go to waste like that? Although his son was good at making cold dishes, he hadn't been learning to cook for very long. Could he even make braised beef? Son, how about I braise the beef? Fang Sheng, sensing his father's distrustful gaze, explained, "Trust me, this recipe is absolutely perfect. First, braise it, then cool and toss it. The taste is amazing." Fang Jun, listening to his son's earnest explanation, was a little bewildered. When had his son ever made braised beef? He had no idea. Anyway, if your cooking is embarrassing, don't blame me. Seeing that Fang Sheng's hands hadn't stopped moving while he was talking, Fang Jun decided to let it go. If all else failed, there was always his own cooking. He had prepared some of his best dishes today, determined to make sure his son's classmates were happy. Chapter 29: Birthday Banquet. At Meng Duanya's house. She was checking the gifts she had prepared for her classmates today. Is the imported sticky notes, black pens, and notebooks all packed? Prepare several sets, more is better than less. Put them in the trunk. Is the cake ordered? We're booking the whole place for lunch. 1 cake per table. Only after confirming that the birthday party was all arranged did she feel relieved enough to reply to her friends' birthday wishes. The birthday parties for relatives and friends had already been held last night. Today's party was for her classmates. She hadn't specifically announced her birthday, but everyone remembered and wanted to celebrate. Meng Duanya's family wasn't short of money, so she would definitely treat the classmates who gave gifts to a meal. She also needed to prepare return gifts. If her classmates saw that everything about her was arranged by her, they would probably say, "The class monitor is indeed the class monitor." The birthday party was scheduled to start at 12 o'clock, but the classmates began to arrive around 11 o'clock. The regular customers of Ah Jun's food stall also discovered that the stall had been booked out for lunch today and was not open to the public. In an instant, everyone felt like their world had collapsed. What? They booked out the whole place? Can't they really sell me a cold dish? Wu Xian apologized to her regular customers. "It's my son's classmate who booked it today for a birthday party. We'll be open as usual tonight. I'm really sorry." The notice about the booking had been posted on a small blackboard at the entrance that morning. Usually, it showed the menu, but today it was a blackboard notice celebrating Meng Duanya's birthday. These kinds of blackboards at the entrance are rarely noticed by passersby. Only customers who come in to order notice that it doesn't show the menu, but rather a notice about the birthday party booking for lunch. "Okay, then tell the owner I'll come back tonight. I'll make a wish. I hope they have my favorite pickled cucumber. I've never had such delicious cucumbers." The customer came happily, but left heartbroken. Outside, Wu Xian was busy serving one customer after another. Inside, Fang Jun was also on the phone with a food delivery platform. "Hello, is this A Jun's food stall?" "Yes, hello, who is this?" "It's already 11 o'clock, why isn't your delivery service open yet? I can't even order." "I'm so sorry, we're closed for lunch, but we're open as usual in the evening." "Oh, okay, could you order more? The portions are too small, not enough to eat." "Okay, I'll talk to the boss." Fang Jun continued plating and preparing the food while on the phone. After hanging up, Fang Sheng asked suspiciously, "Dad, aren't you the boss? Why did you say to ask the boss?" "It's a good excuse. Normally, workers don't make things difficult for other workers. If I say that, he won't bother me, you know? It saves a lot of trouble." Fang Sheng was surprised that his seemingly honest and kind father had this cunning. He was truly impressed. Fang Sheng started preparing the dishes around 7 a.m., but seeing his classmates arrive, he had only just finished preparing the cold dishes. The soup had only been simmering in the steamer for one batch, the rest hadn't been cooked yet. "What should I do? There's no time." "Dad, you cook the rest of the dishes, I need to focus on making the soup." The heat for simmering the soup is also very important. The prepared ingredients are placed in earthenware pots, clay pots, and other cooking vessels to simmer. There were so many people that he used every stew pot and pan he could find at home. But watching each dish he prepared, his experience points skyrocketed. He had to go out and greet each classmate who arrived before returning to the kitchen to cook. The classmates, seeing that Fang Shang could actually cook, chatted enthusiastically. "Wow, so amazing." Auntie said all the cold dishes on the table were made by Fang Shang. "So beautiful. Who's still here? When can we eat?" "I don't know. Meng Duanya looks so beautiful today, dressed like a princess." Meng Duanya has bodyguards. They're always following her. "I just asked, they're not bodyguards, they're assistants." My dad said Meng Duanya's dad is very successful, he owns a company. Meng Duanya was sitting at a large round table in the restaurant, surrounded by piles of gifts. She reciprocated each gift from her classmates who came to her birthday party. It was supposed to be a children's birthday dinner, but it felt strangely formal. Wu Xian's admiration for Meng Duanya was practically overflowing. Such a sensible and well-behaved daughter was truly enviable. Her interpersonal skills were excellent. She didn't seem like a primary school student at all. Wu Xian figured this child's upbringing must be exceptional. Her family must have been cultivating her abilities from a young age. Brother Shang, everyone's here. Is the food ready? Come on out and eat." As the head chef for the day, Fang Shang couldn't possibly raise a toast without everyone present. Hearing Dai Tianyu call him, Fang Shang hurriedly instructed his father, "Dad, keep an eye on the broth in the pot. It'll be ready in about 10 more minutes. Then you can serve the dishes. Finish your stir-fries and serve them too, okay? I'm going out." Fang Jun, who's the head of this family, him or this kid? Even he, the head chef, was given orders? Fang Jun felt his position was seriously threatened. Thinking about the video he posted yesterday, he wondered if there were any better ways to control his son. As soon as Fang Shang came out, cheers erupted in the room. A whole roomful of classmates chanted in unison, holding drinks and wishing Meng Duanya a happy birthday. This pure, unanimous blessing was quite touching. At least Fang Jun felt a pang of emotion. Back in their day, they didn't have this luxury. For classmates' birthdays, close friends would exchange gifts, or at most invite each other over for dinner. There was never a whole class of classmates celebrating together like this. Looking at the children's smiling faces, it felt so good, and it was clear his son was popular in class, greeting and chatting with everyone. This put their minds at ease as parents. Since their child started school, they had heard so much about school bullying and were always worried that their child would be bullied at school. Now I'm relieved. Quickly try the cold dishes Brother Shang made. I guarantee you've never tasted anything so delicious. Dai Tianyu, seeing that the birthday wishes and birthday song were over, couldn't wait to dig in. As soon as he said this, his close friends immediately burst into laughter and teasing. "Oh, you're now Brother Shang's little brother? You're bragging like that. Let this great one see for himself, he. Wow, delicious." Before everyone could finish their exclamations, a quick-fingered classmate interrupted. Everyone's experienced this kind of banquet scene to some extent. As soon as the meal begins, chopsticks are already in motion. But after just one bite of the cold dish, everyone's dumbfounded. The main dishes are always served cold dishes first. And the first thing you eat is also a cold dish. One unprepared bite, and you're completely stunned. What is this? Chapter 30. Can't we really add one more person to the seat? How can it be so delicious? Chen Xiang had his eye on the poached chicken ever since the dishes were served. It was called poached chicken, but it was a little different from anything he'd had before. Half a chicken was sliced into pieces, the skin was a golden color, almost like jelly, and the natural oils gave it a delicate sheen. Picking up a slice, you could see a jelly-like substance between the skin and the meat. Before he could even take a closer look, the delicious aroma of the chicken wafted up to him. Seemingly without thinking, he put it straight into his mouth, completely oblivious to what his classmates were saying. The tender, slightly crisp chicken skin, combined with the translucent jelly, and the juicy, tender meat, showcased the chicken's exquisite flavor. He had never eaten such tender chicken before, and the juices that flowed between his teeth as he chewed were like concentrated chicken broth. It was so delicious it made him doubt his own perception. But the lingering, savory flavor was captivating. Chen Xiang was so excited he wanted to shout, urging everyone to stop and savor this delicious chicken. He was no longer sure if it was really poached chicken, because it tasted completely different from any poached chicken he'd ever had. It was in a completely different league. By this time, most of the students had also tasted the dishes. A series of exclamations and chatter from the students rang out. Fang Shang sensed their shock, but for a moment, he maintained a calm and nonchalant demeanor. This feeling was enough to offset the fatigue of working since 7 in the morning. While the students were in disbelief and shock, Dai Tianyu had already silently and quickly tasted all the cold dishes on the table. No one noticed this. Only Meng Duanya, habitually observant of her surroundings, saw him doing this. Meng Duanya's lips twitched slightly as she looked at Dai Tianyu, whose mouth was stuffed full and who was barely chewing, and the rapidly diminishing amount of braised beef. Curious, she picked up a slice of braised beef and put it in her mouth. The sliced braised beef was arranged on a plate, topped with a sauce containing chili oil. The sauce wasn't plentiful, but it was quite thick. Picking up a slice randomly, only the half closest to the center of the plate had sauce, the other half was untouched by the chili oil. Meng Duanya first tasted the unsauced beef. It was incredibly tender, completely different from its otherwise hard exterior. Before eating it, she had expected a chewy texture. It was much softer than she imagined. Chewing carefully, a subtle braised aroma and beef flavor spread in her mouth. Quite fragrant. It's just a bit bland. She figured her grandmother would definitely like it. Her baby teeth weren't good, and she wore dentures, so she usually preferred soft foods. Then, with the next bite of the beef slice with chili oil, Meng Duanya instantly changed her mind. This kind of delicious food was definitely suitable for her too. Looking at the bright red chili oil, she was surprised to find it wasn't spicy at all. She'd been fooled twice by the appearance of this beef. How is this braised beef made? Why does it look chewy but actually taste so tender, and the chili oil looks spicy but isn't? Meng Duanya, a very inquisitive person, immediately looked at Fang Shang and asked after her initial surprise. Hearing the class monitor's words, the other students, who had been excitedly chattering, finally realized that the delicious dish was made by Fang Shang. It was made by a primary school student like them? My goodness, they're all primary school students, why is there such a big difference? Without time to think further, seeing everyone around them grabbing for the food, they didn't care how it was made. Only Meng Duanya looked intently at Fang Shang, waiting for his answer. Because we added a step when braising the beef after it's fully cooked, we wrap it tightly in cheesecloth to keep it in shape before putting it in a pressure cooker to braise. Although it's not as flavorful, it'll be very tender. Then, without removing the cheesecloth, we put it in the refrigerator to cool. As for the chili oil, it's very simple. Choose fragrant but not spicy dried chilies, soak them first, then dry and chop them, and fry them in oil. After frying until fragrant, add seasonings and fry together until fragrant, then pour it over the beef. Oh right, I also added a few drops of white wine to the chili oil for flavor. Meng Duanya had taken many courses, but never a cooking class, so she only vaguely understood what Fang Shang was saying, but she thought it tasted delicious. It was even better than the dishes her family's chef made. The key was that eating this dish gave her a feeling of happiness, like getting a perfect score on a test and going home for a feast. This feeling lingered in her heart, making her eat faster without realizing it. Especially with Dai Tianyu as a comparison, that guy stood up and grabbed food, using his chopsticks very steadily. A group of students were eating heartily. At lunchtime, a customer who came to A Jun's food stall was surprised to see the room full of children. "Do you still have a table, ma'am?" The customer looked longingly at the dozen or so dishes on the students' tables, including many cold dishes he'd never tried before. "Sorry, my son's classmate is having a birthday party today, so we're not open to the public." A regular customer, Wu Xin was honest. It was obvious at a glance. The customer suddenly understood, no wonder there were so many children and so many dishes on each table. Could we add someone? I'd like to give a gift." Wu Xin? Wu Xin stared in shock at the adult man before him, wondering how he could even say that. Where was the social etiquette of a normal adult? This was a group of elementary school students' birthday party. I'm not entirely sure. The gentleman in the suit over there is the birthday girl's assistant. Go ask him. As a parent of a classmate, she certainly couldn't decide this. The guest followed Wu Xin's direction, then met the assistant's gaze, and eagerly approached. Then Wu Xin saw the assistant step forward, seemingly to ask Meng Duanya's opinion, before declining the regular customer's offer. As for why she immediately recognized the rejection, Wu Xin overheard what the assistant said. "I can book a table myself, but can't we add one more person?" The closer he got, the more fragrant the food became. The beef, the poached chicken, and the cold celery and peanut salad, he'd never tasted any of it before. It was clearly the young owner's cooking. He was already here, letting him watch others eat was worse than death. "I'm bringing a birthday present for the birthday girl, and my sincerest blessings." The man clasped his hands together in a pleading manner. He wasn't really a glutton, he was just unable to resist the sight of the table full of cold dishes. Many of them were things he'd never tried before. If he missed this opportunity, would he ever have another chance to catch his boss's classmate's birthday party? The man wasn't sure, his mind was completely focused on getting a free meal. Chapter 31. Could it be that you're a genius? 2 chapters combined. The assistant smiled and refused. Seeing there was no hope of getting a free meal, the customer turned his attention to the owner. As long as these dishes were still available that evening, he might have another chance to eat there. "Madam, I'm a regular customer. There are dishes I haven't tried before. Surely you have to put them on the menu, right? His words were firm, but his eyes were pleading. Wu Xin. As expected, the customer was rejected. Then, as anticipated, he came to pester her. Wu Xin had already dealt with several groups of customers that afternoon, sending them off with just a few words, which were practically meaningless. She seemed to have said everything, but hadn't provided any concrete answers. Wu Xin had certainly honed her verbal skills over this period. After seeing off the regular customer, Wu Xin watched a group of elementary school students in the lobby imitating adults, offering drinks, and going around toasting customers, which she found amusing. Kids these days are really funny. The adults were drinking, rolling dice, and playing rock, paper, scissors, and the children were mimicking them with great enthusiasm. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock. Ha ha ha, I won. Drink up. Fang Shang lost. He silently downed his Sprite in one gulp. This stuff doesn't make you drunk, but it'll make you bloated. He hadn't even eaten much food before being dragged into playing such a childish game as rock, paper, scissors. The worst part was he couldn't win. These kids' moves were completely unpredictable. Even if he remembered what they played, his predictions were always wrong. Then he gave up calculating and just played randomly. Still lost. Cheating. He must have cheated. Fang Shang felt the pain of being defeated by elementary school kids. His face turned green. This is illogical. Why can he lose at rock, paper, scissors? Let's play again. I'll call out. Let's all play. Fang Shang stood up and shouted with great enthusiasm. Rock, paper, scissors. Fang Shang chose paper, only to be defeated by his classmate scissors, winning a glass of juice. Next, I don't believe it. Fang Shang thought this classmate might be his nemesis. He wanted to play with Dai Tianyu, but all Dai Tianyu did was eat. He didn't even have time to talk. He waved his hand to indicate he wasn't playing and continued eating and drinking. By the time all the dishes were served, the table was piled 3 layers high. The students had almost finished eating and were either playing games or chatting, making so much noise it was almost enough to lift the roof off. Fang Jun had never experienced dozens of ducks chattering around him like that. From initially standing there with a loving smile to now wearing headphones and hiding in the kitchen with a blank expression, in just half an hour, he no longer found a group of children laughing and joking cute. There's so much food left. I can't finish it all. Can I take it home? Dai Tianyu had eaten from beginning to end, but finally couldn't eat anymore. Looking at the large amount of food left on the table, he took small sips of a bowl of pork rib soup, saying with a regretful expression. Although his stomach was full, he could still manage a few sips of soup. Class monitor, class monitor. Dai Tianyu called out to Meng Duanya. Meng Duanya was still in a daze. To be honest, she agreed to have her birthday party at Fang Shang's food stall because it was just a get-together among classmates. Everyone wanted to try Fang Shang's cooking, which was why they came. She hadn't had any expectations for Fang Shang's cooking. This was such a trivial matter. As long as everyone was happy, she was always fine with going anywhere it was just a meal. But unexpectedly, the place she had held the lowest hopes for gave her the biggest surprise. She could say she'd eaten her fair share of delicious food in her life, but this was the first time she'd tasted anything so perfectly suited to her palate. This food felt more than just food, it represented emotion. The satisfaction of taste, the visual appeal, and the emotional fulfillment all surged within her. This food was irreplaceable. It, along with the lively birthday celebration, was deeply etched into her memory, taking root and sprouting. Ha! What? Meng Duanya heard someone call her and looked towards Dai Tianyu, her expression somewhat puzzled. I was asking if we could pack some leftovers. It's a bit wasteful since we didn't finish them all. Oh right, pack some too. Auntie, could you pack some cold dishes and soup for me to take home for my family to try? They didn't get to eat at my birthday party. Meng Duanya wasn't lying, but she sounded like a thoughtful child who cared about her parents. However, judging from her family's situation, her birthday party with her family was already yesterday, her parents just weren't here today. This is probably the art of conversation. Wu Xian immediately brought over some takeout containers. Have you all finished eating? I'll pack up the rest for you, so you can take it with you when you leave. They're all still children, some have big appetites, some don't. There was a lot of food prepared, and there was quite a bit left over at each table. Mainly because everyone had cut and eaten cake before the meal, and cake is quite filling, which led to a lot of food being left over. Okay, thank you, Auntie. I want soup. This soup is so delicious. Indeed, the soup, simmered in an earthenware pot and steamed, has an exceptionally rich flavor, much more delicious than soup simmered in a clay pot. The fresh pork ribs, during the double boiling process, absorbed the sweetness of the carrots, corn, and yam, making the broth less oily and adding a touch of fresh vegetable sweetness. The combination of meat and vegetables, with its sweet and savory flavors, is simply irresistible to the elementary school students. Even if they're stuffed, they can still drink a bowl and then reluctantly put it down. Today's feast is all at the children's table. Besides the cold dishes and soup prepared by Fang Shang, there are several main dishes prepared by Fang Jun, as well as many fried snacks. For example, there are chicken cartilage skewers, pork tenderloin skewers, chicken nuggets, and a chicken popcorn platter. There are also fried chicken legs, French fries, and other junk food that children love. This arrangement is indeed very much to the children's liking. Wow, it's so delicious. I want to celebrate my birthday at Fang Shangji again next time. Upon hearing this, all the classmates in the room turned to look at the speaker. After realizing what he had said, their eyes lit up. It's settled then, you have to invite me next time. Yeah, invite me too. How about this, from now on, whenever someone in our class has a birthday party, we can all come to Fang Shangjia for a get-together, and everyone can take turns eating. Wow, how did you come up with that? Are you some kind of genius? It's settled then, I think it's a good idea. Me too. Fang Shang, sitting at his table, saw that no one needed him to do anything, and everyone was becoming regular customers at his shop. He nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he'd won over these classmates. His hard work that morning hadn't been in vain, his shop's business was sure to get better and better. That's how repeat customers are built. Fang Shang could almost picture his family's food stall becoming a grand restaurant. In the kitchen, Fang Jun, wearing headphones, hadn't heard anything. Sensing the kids' voices getting louder, he quietly turned up the volume. Wu Xian, sitting at the counter, heard everything and was overjoyed. This was the greatest recognition their food stall could receive. Adults might eat a dish even if it wasn't very tasty, but it was nutritious or they didn't want to waste it as long as it wasn't terrible, they could eat it. But children are different. Especially these days, most families only have 1 or 2 kids, and they're raised like precious treasures from a young age, making them incredibly picky eaters. Picky eating is very common. He wouldn't eat this, he wouldn't eat that, he wouldn't eat anything he didn't like. Since he had earned their approval, Wu Xian naturally didn't think it was her husband's cooking skills. It seemed like her family was really going to produce a master chef. How could this child have such amazing cooking skills at such a young age? He could just whip up any dish with a couple of stirs and it would taste delicious. His father hadn't really taught him much. Wu Xian had never met a genius, but she felt that her son was a genius in cooking, a self-taught genius. At Grandpa Wang's house, the harmonious meal, which was made more pleasant by the presence of cold dishes, became tasteless because they couldn't buy any for lunch. The little granddaughter didn't fuss about not getting any cold dishes, she just wouldn't eat the stir-fried water spinach and amaranth and soup. She ate quite a bit of the braised pork ribs, though, and even picked out the bits of meat from the stir-fried shredded pork and potatoes. Fortunately, the tomato and egg soup wasn't drunk separately, the chopped tomatoes and egg pieces were consumed together. Wang Jiao-jun, on the other hand, hadn't had any cold dishes and had little appetite for the rest of the meal. Dad, didn't you buy any cold dishes today? Grandpa Wang gave his son a disdainful look. Yao Yao said she wanted to have a friend check it out, so I didn't go buy any. You're such a grown man, but you're not as well behaved as your daughter. She's always been like this, she won't eat unless she wants something. Wang Jiao-jun felt more wronged than Do Yi, a legendary figure known for her tragic fate. He had just woken up, wasn't very hungry, and had only asked casually, yet he was scolded. This life was unbearable. Fang Yao Yao, seeing her husband being scolded, made no attempt to help. A father scolding his son was perfectly justified. Wang Jiao-jun was certain his father was taking his anger out on him because he couldn't get his daughter to eat the vegetables. Definitely. I went to that food stall at noon to ask, and they said they booked the whole place for lunch. A group of students were having a birthday party. They're not open to the public. Grandpa Wang thought for a moment, I think that's true. I heard the owner mention before that they're closed on Sunday noons because her son's classmates are having a birthday party there. At the time, he was busy picking out the cold dishes his granddaughter was eating and didn't pay much attention. I couldn't remember after a day. I'm getting old, my memory isn't what it used to be. Wang Jiao-jun stroked his chin thoughtfully. They're basically serving the whole thing to their classmates, so there shouldn't be any problem, right? Otherwise, if so many children get sick from eating it, such a small shop probably couldn't bear the consequences. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. When I was younger, I ate braised dishes with shells, and they were really addictive. Not eating them felt like a craving for cigarettes, making me feel restless. These cold dishes are just tasty. If I can't have them, I just crave them, nothing else. Wang Jiao-jun's mother calmly chimed in. She was just worried about the children getting sick from it. In her opinion, at her age, she'd eaten all sorts of things, good and bad. It wouldn't kill her, so why act like other things are so healthy? Nowadays, food from outside can't compare to these, they're all full of additives. Back in the countryside, we grew everything ourselves, it wasn't healthier than this. I'll go buy some more tonight, and deliver some to my classmate too. In the evening, Fang Yao Yao carried her bag downstairs to a Jun's food stall to buy cold dishes. As she walked to the entrance of the residential area, she could see a large group of people gathered at the shop. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Ah Jun's food stall. On the same street, only the Snow King milk tea shop at the intersection had such a long line for ice cream. 2 yuan each, loved by adults and children alike. The line was incredibly long. If it weren't for the crowd, she would have wanted one too. When she arrived at the food stall, Fang Yaoyao glanced at the time. It was only a little past 6, and the stall was already packed. In summer, it gets dark late, and eating dinner at 7 or 8 is common. She hadn't expected this food stall to be so popular. Oh my god, I knew it would be a treat on Saturdays and Sundays. Today they have not only cold dishes but also clay pot soup. Boss, this soup isn't cheap, 26 yuan a serving. The ingredients are all fresh, made with fresh pork ribs, double boiled for a time and effort. It also contains Chinese medicinal herbs, so it's safe for the elderly and children. Wu Xian knew the price was on the higher side for a small shop like theirs, but she felt her son's cooking was excellent, so a slight markup wasn't unreasonable. Besides, the portions were small. If the price were too cheap, they wouldn't be able to keep up with demand. Small portions, first come, first served. As soon as Wu Xian finished speaking, those customers who had complained about the price started ordering. A bowl of black chicken soup, and a serving of poached chicken, please. No wonder the poached chicken looked so tempting. The golden brown half-eaten poached chicken, piled high with green and white minced garlic and scallions, all chopped into a paste and mixed with a sauce, looked incredibly appetizing. I couldn't even imagine how delicious the tempting chicken would be dipped in the sauce and eaten. And another serving of cold spinach salad. It was strange, really. Spinach, which I usually never touch, had a naturally sweet and refreshing taste when dressed like this. Paired with enoki mushrooms, it was incredibly delicious with rice. It looked like I wanted to eat everything, but my appetite was limited. Ordering was fun, but paying for it 2 dishes, a soup, and a bowl of rice cost almost 100 yuan, half a day's wages. Eating like this every day wouldn't be sustainable. A weekend splurge. When it was Fang Yaoyao's turn, she ordered one of every cold dish on the menu. Poached chicken, enoki mushroom and spinach salad, cold tofu salad, and 2 servings of cold noodles, please. Wu Xian responded and quickly packed up the food. Perhaps because many customers couldn't buy cold dishes at lunchtime, the restaurant was packed with customers in the evening. Wu Xian was almost overwhelmed with work. With this much customer traffic, they'll definitely need to hire more people. They'll need someone to clean, wash dishes and vegetables, and someone to serve, pack, and handle orders. Before, when business wasn't this good, the couple was just getting by. Now, since their son started cooking, they never expected business to be this good. Fang Yaoyao paid and carried the cold dishes directly to her classmate's workplace. She had already informed him beforehand. When Fang Yaoyao arrived at their company, her classmate was already waiting. What good stuff did you bring personally? Fang Yaoyao got out of the car with the cold dishes. It's a cold dish place, the taste is excellent, my child loves it, they've been eating it for a week, and the adults love it too. I just wanted you to check if they've added anything to it. Her classmate immediately understood. He knew she worked in this industry, and many of her friends had asked her to evaluate their food. Chapter 32. It's so delicious, no wonder it needed to be sent for testing. 2 chapters combined. He was very skilled at this. After explaining the pricing to Fang Yaoyao, Su Shui leisurely strolled back home carrying the bag of cold dishes. His colleagues, seeing him return with a bag of groceries, assumed he had gone downstairs to pick up takeout. When he took the samples into the lab for testing, the bag of cold dishes was opened, and a faint aroma wafted through the office. His colleagues, who were eating lunch, followed the scent. It smells so good. What did you buy? I've been eating a diet lately, and my mouth is practically watering. His colleagues' eyes widened when they saw the 3 bags of cold dishes on the table. Before Su Shui could react, his chopsticks had already picked up a piece of poached chicken and put it in his mouth. Su Shui hadn't even uttered a word, the food was already in his mouth. This was sent for testing by my college classmate, Yu. The colleague, having tasted the poached chicken, acted as if he hadn't eaten meat in 8 lifetimes. After one piece, he was practically mumbled aha in various tones, as if he'd been poisoned. While gesturing wildly at Su Shui, he made exaggerated facial expressions. Su Shui, speak like a human. After gesturing for a while, the colleague finally calmed down. Forgive him for not having eaten meat in so long. Now, even a plate of fried rice would make him ecstatic, let alone such delicious poached chicken. It was a testament to his strong willpower that he hadn't burst into tears. Wow, it's so delicious, no wonder they sent it for testing. Go get it tested quickly, expedite it. Test this first. If it's okay, I'll start eating. The colleague urged anxiously, seeing Su Shui holding the sample without moving. Su Shui hadn't eaten the cold dish, so of course he didn't understand his colleague's feelings. He went to get tested, speechless. To be honest, he didn't take his colleague's words to heart. What wouldn't taste good to someone on a diet? It's like not trusting the recommendations of celebrities and influencers who need to control their diets long term. What they consider delicious might be on a completely different level from what the average person considers delicious. For someone who controls their diet long-term, an occasional meal high in oil, salt, and sugar is already incredibly delicious. This doesn't mean they have a problem with their taste buds, it's just that their bodies need that energy. The sudden ingestion and the resulting pleasure transmitted to the brain is what they perceive as delicious. Su Shui went to get tested, leaving his colleague frantically swallowing his saliva at the cold dishes on the table, afraid that he might accidentally drool from the corner of his mouth. On the other side, Meng's parents, returning home from get-off work, saw that their daughter hadn't eaten and was waiting for them. They gently patted her head with tender eyes. "Why aren't you eating first? Your parents came home late. Next time, you eat first, okay? You're still growing, you can't go hungry, you know?" Meng's mother said, washing her hands in the sink the nanny brought over, then sat down to eat. "I packed some of the good dishes from today's birthday party and wanted to eat with you." Meng Duanya happily introduced the cold beef salad, poached chicken, and other cold dishes on the table to her parents. Meng's parents were clearly surprised to hear that their daughter had packed food to bring home for them. They had taught Meng Duanya not to waste food, but they had never taught her to pack leftovers. "At home, we've never eaten leftovers, not even slightly stale food. Whatever we want, the chef cooks it fresh. When did our child learn to pack food? The food today was so delicious, I wanted to bring some back for you to try," Meng Duanya said, placing food on her parents' plates, looking eager for them to eat. Meng's parents exchanged a glance, looking at their daughter's expectant eyes, and silently picked up their chopsticks to eat. Although they had never eaten leftovers in their lives, their daughter had specially brought them this. This thoughtfulness was even more precious, they definitely had to eat it. "Baby, we won't eat leftovers next time, they have no nutritional value." Meng's father put a piece of braised beef in his mouth, but before he could finish speaking, he tasted it and changed his mind. "That's true, but good things shouldn't be wasted. Bringing back what you can't finish is very thoughtful of your parents, Dad likes it very much." Meng's mother. What the heck? Did her husband, who always pretends to be so serious, really say that? Is this guy possessed? He spends all his time reading CEO romance novels, trying to learn how to be a CEO. He didn't learn the CEO's overtime work skills, but he did learn to be pretentious. He can't drink coffee, yet his assistant makes it for him every morning. He won't drink instant coffee either, making his assistant grind beans and make it fresh every morning. After all that fuss, he'll smell the coffee before he even starts working. It's unbearable to watch. This person, so particular about everything, is now saying we can't waste food? Meng's mother felt like she was dreaming. Then she picked up a piece of braised beef and put it in her mouth. Ugh, what's going on? The braised beef she brought back from lunchtime, she thought it would be dry and tough, but it wasn't dry at all. While not juicy, it was moist. Perhaps due to the cold dressing, the beef retains a touch of juice or chili oil, keeping its surface moist and infused with the aroma of onions. This, combined with the fragrance of chili oil, creates a delightful combination. As you chew, the beef's natural savory flavor emerges. This flavor is truly delightful. The beef is tender and juicy, not dry at all, offering a rare and delightful tenderness. The original braising flavor is not overpowering, allowing the natural taste of the ingredients to shine through a pure beef aroma. However, the cold dressing enhances the flavor, making it easy to overlook the beef's original taste. It's truly flavorful with every chew. "Honey, are you sure this is the food you ate at your classmate's street food stall?" She'd believe it if you told her it was cooked by a chef from a state banquet or someone whose ancestors were imperial chefs. She just wouldn't believe it was made by a street food stall chef. "Yes, these cold dishes were made by my classmate. We've also tried his dad's cooking, but it's not as good as my classmate's, so I didn't bring any." Meng's parents were very surprised to hear this. "This skill, you're saying a primary school student made it? It feels unscientific." "Really?" Meng Duanyan knew her parents didn't believe her, but she had indeed watched Fang Shang make them. She would definitely be the first to arrive at her birthday party and then greet her classmates. So, arriving early, she practically watched Fang Shang make the cold dishes. Fang Shang's knife skills are amazing too. He cut those cucumber slices, and I even filmed it was so impressive. Meng Duanya shared the video with her parents. The family of three didn't care about formalities or fancy dining, they chatted and ate the takeout cold dishes they'd brought back, creating a warm and comfortable atmosphere. At Grandpa Wang's house, the family was also eating cold dishes. "Ah, this is so delicious. What if they find something added to it? What will we do when we can't eat it anymore?" Wang Jiao-jun ate with relish, savoring every bite. He seemed to have a feeling that this meal was a one-way street. Perhaps deep down, he felt that such delicious cold dishes made him crave them, so there must be something wrong with them. What if there's nothing wrong? Fang Yaoyao was also eating. These cold dishes were suitable for all ages, even in the summer when appetites were poor, they could make one eat a big bowl of rice. Those with money would buy more cold dishes. Those without money could eat a bowl of cold noodles for 10 or so yuan, and the taste was good. That's why the business was so good. Even if there's no problem, we can't afford to eat like this. These few cold dishes must cost over 100 yuan. If we eat like this every day, our food expenses will double. Grandpa Wang, as an elder, is generous only to his grandchildren, otherwise, he's quite frugal. He only buys a little for his granddaughter each day. The adults can eat occasionally. Money is hard to earn these days, you have to be careful with your spending to save. Eating costs money. Otherwise, why do you think it's called eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling? The fact that eating and drinking are listed alongside whoring and gambling, and even placed before them, is enough to prove its importance. Those who say eating doesn't cost money are talking about eating until you're full, not eating well. Eating until you're full can be done with a few steamed buns, but eating well can cost thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. There's no limit to how much you can spend. So don't underestimate the power of simple food. If you don't control it, it can be very expensive. Grandpa Wang's words, upon reflection, are indeed quite reasonable. Wang Jiaojun had never thought about things from this perspective before. Thinking about it this way, eating well really is expensive. For example, a hot pot or barbecue meal costs around 300 to 500 yuan, and a more expensive hot pot can cost over 1,000. Eating out, even just 2 or 3 dishes, costs over 200 yuan. A casual stroll through the supermarket, buying snacks, drinks, and fruit, will easily cost 500 yuan. Damn, when you calculate it like this, his appetite costs a fortune every month. Wang Jiaojun was shocked by the amount he spent on food each month. Everyone says raising children is expensive, but raising his own appetite isn't cheap either. At 10 o'clock at night, urged by his colleagues, Su Shui finally finished testing the ingredients of 3 cold dishes. The test results were fine, even the additives were only present in trace amounts. This was unavoidable. You can't cook without any seasonings, can you? Even if you don't add additives when you cook, those seasonings also contain additives. So these 3 cold dishes tested fine. Su Shui removed his mask and showed the results to Fang Yaoyao. Is everything alright? Is the food okay? His chubby colleague had already finished his diet meal. He hadn't left work after all, staying in the office to work overtime for these cold dishes. Faced with the urgent food testing Su Shui was doing for his classmate, he immediately expedited the process. Many hands make light work, and the results were in just a few hours. You know, these kinds of food tests usually take at least 2 days, and sometimes 5 to 7 days. It's very slow. That's probably the power of a foodie. Have you gone mad with your diet? Are you waiting for my test results to sneak a snack? Su Shui was startled by his colleague's frantic behavior. This dieting is terrifying. It's turned a perfectly cheerful and lively chubby boy into a madman whose eyes light up at the sight of food. It's truly horrifying. Don't go back and weigh yourself. If you haven't lost a single pound, you won't get any food tomorrow. Su Shui's words were so hurtful, catching him completely off guard. The chubby boy clutched his chest, his heart aching so much he could hardly breathe. You've hurt my fragile heart. Give me one of these 3 cold dishes. I'll take the vegetarian one. Su Shui's words had left a mark on him. He dared not eat meat, only vegetables. Su Shui had no objection, waving his hand, letting him take it. 3 large bags, he couldn't possibly finish them all by himself anyway. At Grandpa Wang's house, Fang Yaoyao received the test report and was quite surprised. She immediately thanked him and transferred the payment. It's out so quickly. Wang Jiaojun, upon hearing this, dropped his game and excitedly approached. So, did they add any kind of shell? No, all the indicators are normal, it's quite healthy. This was a food report from a reputable testing agency, very authoritative. This meant that Wang Jiaojun felt addicted, wanting to eat it every day. It was purely a craving. Fang Yaoyao sighed helplessly. She should have realized it sooner. They didn't feel addicted, they just thought it tasted good. Even the children just liked it, not to the point of not eating without the cold dishes. There was no feeling of anything added. It was only after Wang Jiaojun said he was addicted, craving it if he didn't eat it for a meal, that he decided to get it tested. Turns out, this guy was just a craving. Even the children have more self-control than him. Wang Jiaojun gave an awkward smile. Oh, I see. Looks like nothing was added, it's just that their cooking is good. Wang Jiaojun hadn't expected that he was just craving it. After all this trouble, he'd ended up getting beaten up. How embarrassing. Fang Yaoyao ignored him and forwarded the results to the family group chat. She told her father-in-law that since their daughter liked it, they should buy more, and the test results were safe. Grandpa Wang and his wife weren't too surprised by the results. They were old and didn't have much of an appetite. But why wasn't the child asleep yet? She had to get up early for school tomorrow, Monday. These days, children usually start getting up early for school around 3 or 4 years old. This kind of life often lasts at least 10 years, sometimes 20, a long period of continuous schooling. Daughter, go to sleep quickly. You have school tomorrow. Be a good girl and grandpa will pick you up from school tomorrow to buy some cold dishes, okay? Fang Shang was also being urged by his parents to go to sleep early because he had to get up early for school tomorrow. The 2-day break passed in the blink of an eye. He had a fulfilling weekend, though tired, he gained a lot. This kind of rewarding effort is incredibly addictive. Like playing a game, he gained experience points just by doing a little bit, and he couldn't stop. Going to sleep, good night mom and dad. It was almost 11 p.m. in the blink of an eye, and Fang Shang quickly took a shower and went to bed. After getting into bed, his consciousness went directly into the system's learning space, and his body automatically entered a deep sleep. It was time for Fang Shang to secretly work hard again, hiding it from everyone. Just as Fang Shang was diligently learning culinary skills, rumors of him being a culinary genius had already spread from their class to other classes. Since they were all from the same school, every student in their class had a few friends from other classes. After tasting Fang Shang's cooking, the impact on these elementary school students was immense, directly opening the door to their taste buds. And so, the rumor spread like wildfire. The next day, from the moment Fang Shang entered the school, he noticed people watching him from time to time. This feeling intensified as he walked up to the 5th grade floor. Children don't know how to hide their feelings. As soon as Fang Shang appeared, they would gather in 2s and 3s, whispering and looking at him. When Fang Shang looked at them, they would hide their gaze by looking down or glancing around furtively. It was obvious something was amiss. And this wasn't an isolated incident. Every time he passed a classroom or a group of students, he witnessed this scene. Chapter 33. Don't you know any Jianyu etiquette? 2 chapters combined. Fang Shang wasn't the type to be arrogant and just go up and ask. He walked silently to the classroom. But when he got there, things got even more outrageous. The moment he entered, someone called out, "Fang Shang's here," and immediately the entire class turned to look at him. Whether it was the students doing their homework in the back row, the group leader collecting assignments, or even those sneaking a bite to eat breakfast, everyone was staring at him intently. Being stared at by so many people, and with such heavy, visceral gazes, Fang Shang froze. What was going on? Fang Shang walked stiffly towards his seat. His deskmate, Dai Tianyu, saw him approach and, with affected manner, picked up a napkin and swept it across Fang Shang's seat twice, looking incredibly obsequious. Fang Shang's lips twitched slightly. He didn't know how to respond to this earnestness. He could only mumble, You're still half asleep? Oh, I knew Brother Shang cared about me the most. He came right back and immediately asked if I'd slept well. Honestly, I'm so embarrassed. Fang Shang almost vomited upon hearing this, while his classmates looked at Dai Tianyu with envy. What's with the smugness? He's just taking advantage of being Brother Shang's deskmate, getting closer to him first. Just you wait. Brother Shang belongs to everyone, he won't be captured by that little bastard Dai Tianyu. Good morning, Brother Shang. Coming to school? Is your backpack tiring? Let me put it down for you. Have you finished your homework? Do you need me to do it for you? To be honest, at this moment, Fang Shang once again understood why protagonists in novels enjoy having followers. For a fleeting moment, if he weren't worried about his frail body, he would have genuinely agreed. Having someone do your homework for you at school, he'd never even dared to dream of such a thing before. Fang Shang, have you had breakfast? This is freshly squeezed soy milk from my chef this morning, I brought you a cup. Even the class monitor, who usually treats everyone equally, brought Fang Shang a cup of soy milk in a white thermos. It all felt so surreal. Fang Shang finally escaped the enthusiasm of his classmates when the school bell rang. The morning's events were too bizarre, so Fang Shang took out a piece of white paper and passed a note to Dai Tianyu, asking what had happened. Dai Tianyu scribbled down a whole bunch of notes, like he was writing a short essay. Fang Shang didn't receive the note until 10 minutes later. When people are speechless, they either laugh or roll their eyes. With the teacher lecturing at the front of the class, he certainly couldn't laugh, so he rolled his eyes. Dai Tianyu recounted the entire conversation between the classmates yesterday, detailing everything, as if writing a narrative. Fang Shang had only one thought after reading it: Dai Tianyu's writing was terrible. What was he even writing? It could have been summarized in a single sentence, but he rambled on and on. It's just that the classmates who attended the class monitor's birthday party spread the word that his cooking was amazing, and the story got so out of control that he's practically a celebrity in the 5th grade now. Almost everyone on this floor knows him. Wow. And it's only been one night. Fang Shang was genuinely curious about how these people were praising him. Why didn't they just praise him to his face, so he could enjoy being flattered? What's with praising someone behind their back? Don't they know any manners? But Fang Shang couldn't openly talk about this kind of boasting, so he looked at Dai Tianyu beside him. How did they spread it? Fang Shang asked discreetly, just wanting to know how his classmates were praising him behind his back. But Dai Tianyu didn't understand. Another 10 minutes passed. Fang Shang thought he had written a lot about how delicious his cooking was, but when he received the paper almost full of writing, he nearly ground his teeth to powder. Look at what this is. It's all about worrying that his best friend's identity will be stolen. The entire text emphasizes at least 3 times that they are the best in the world. After reading for a long time, he didn't see any useful information. Fang Sheng gave up. Anyway, it's a good thing. His fame means his family restaurant will be famous, and when the family business is good, his quality of life will improve. He's still a child, still growing. He's still many years away from adulthood. Getting rich early is the best policy. Maybe he'll even become a second-generation rich kid. Zhou Yufang had to go to school, so when Fang Jun went to buy groceries, he took less produce. He didn't have many other redeeming qualities, but he was at least self-aware enough to know that the shop's recent success was due to his son's culinary skills, resulting in a large number of repeat customers. Now that his son was at school, he would definitely take less produce. Just in case, he would immediately remove the cold dishes from the delivery platforms during meal times. Otherwise, if a customer ordered them and they didn't taste right, they might get a bad review. Too many bad reviews would affect business. He would just remind the customers in the shop when they ordered. Then, when meal times came, the customers who had eaten at Ajun's food stall opened the delivery platform, and the sky fell. Wait, why are the cold dishes removed again? So one by one, they opened the restaurant's phone number and dialed directly. Hello? Boss, why are your cold dishes unavailable again? Fang Jun, who answered the phone. He'd received several calls in that short time. He'd given the same script countless times. Because the chef who makes cold dishes is away at school, we don't have any, so they're unavailable. The other chefs in the restaurant don't make the same flavor either. Customers can try their luck on Saturday and Sunday. The diners, upon receiving this answer, felt like their world had collapsed. They'd thought it was just today that they didn't have cold dishes. But not having any from Monday to Friday was too much of a blow. They hung up the phone in a daze, feeling hopeless. And it was only Monday. The heartbroken diners didn't even bother to think about the meaning behind Fang Jun's words. They casually ordered takeout, logged off the food delivery platform, and then started slacking off. It was unclear whether it was their deep-seated obsession with Ajun's cold dishes, or something else entirely. While scrolling through Xiaohongshu and Douyin, TikTok, I kept seeing people nearby or from my city asking about cold dishes. Does anyone know why that really good cold dish place on Jingning Road is always sold out? With their keen sense for good cold dishes, many regulars at Ajun's food stall instinctively checked the comments. Then they realized they were right. The person was talking about the cold dishes at Ajun's food stall, and there were many others in the comments section echoing their sentiments. The blogger is talking about Ajun's food stall on Jingning Road, right? Their cold dishes have been selling really well lately. I've seen queues every time I pass by. Does anyone know why sometimes I can order cold dishes on delivery and sometimes I can't? I see many people in the comments section ordering cold dish platters, but they weren't available when I ordered. I live in the garden community, and I can tell you responsibly that if you can't buy them, it's because the chef is at school and can't cook. If you don't want to make a wasted trip, try to go on Saturdays and Sundays. What's going on? Such delicious cold dishes are made by students. This person is probably right. I just couldn't get any cold dishes with my delivery, so I called the restaurant, and they said the chef who makes cold dishes is at school, and the other chef's versions taste different, so they took them off the menu. Wow, a college student? Doesn't he go to class on Saturdays and Sundays to help out at the restaurant? No, it's a primary school student. The delicious cold dishes are made by the owner's son, who's in primary school. This comment has over 10 replies, showing how shocked everyone is by this news. A quick glance revealed more than just a page of people on their phones asking questions. Then someone even tagged Fang Jun's Douyin, TikTok, account. Wow, this generation of netizens can dig up anything except a boyfriend/girlfriend. Many loyal fans of the cold dishes followed the internet to Fang Jun's Douyin account. They were immediately drawn to Fang Sheng slicing cucumbers in the first video. Wow, I didn't believe the person making the cold dishes was a primary school student. How could a primary school student have that skill? My younger brother, who's in primary school, can't even cook rice, let alone cook. This boss's son is amazing. That knife skill. Fang Jun's first video was the one he previously posted showing Fang Sheng demonstrating his knife skills by slicing cucumbers. Customers who had tried the cucumbers left comments saying they wanted some. Fang Jun's account gained dozens of followers in a short time. Fang Jun, busy cooking, didn't have time to look at his phone. A customer ordered cold preserved egg and tofu salad, which the chef was preparing. Fang Jun's version of preserved egg and tofu salad consisted of a single preserved egg cut into 4, 6, or 8 pieces, arranged around the edge of a plate, with a piece of silken tofu in the center, and then drizzled with sauce. The presentation was definitely not as appealing as Fang Sheng's version, and the customer noticed the difference as soon as it was served. But remembering the owner's warning that different chefs prepared cold dishes, resulting in different flavors, he figured the difference between the chefs in the same restaurant wouldn't be too drastic, so he ordered it anyway. Unexpectedly, the preparation method looked drastically different. The customer, unconvinced, picked up a spoonful of tofu and took a bite, his expression immediately falling. The difference was too great. It was completely different from any preserved egg and tofu he'd had before. It was like comparing heaven and earth. Whether a dish is good or not, your taste buds will give you a direct feedback the moment you put it in your mouth. Having tasted the unforgettable preserved egg tofu from the previous bite, he couldn't stomach this plate of mediocre, even slightly salty, preserved egg tofu. So, curiously, he looked at the proprietress and asked, "Ma'am, where's the chef who used to make the preserved egg tofu? Why isn't he here?" The customer's mind raced uncontrollably, wondering if the chef had been ostracized and forced out because of his superior skills. Or what? He always assumed the worst. It was a personal habit, and he couldn't change it. Wu Xian didn't think much of it, simply explaining helplessly, "My son cooked the food. He went to school on Monday and hasn't gotten out yet." The customer. He had just imagined that if the chef had been ostracized, he would fund a restaurant for him, determined not to let such delicious food be tarnished. He had even rehearsed the scenario in his mind. Unexpectedly, reality delivered a heavy blow. What? The customer thought he was hallucinating, his mind still reeling from the chef's rivalry. Learning that the chef was still in school, he was truly dumbfounded. Faced with the customer's somewhat doubtful gaze, Wu Xian nodded firmly, indicating she hadn't misspoke. She was telling the truth, otherwise, wouldn't all the regular customers be giving her food? Because Fang Shang is still young and in school, even if people can't buy the cold dishes, they might sigh, but they won't pester him to buy them. Anyone with school-aged children knows that even though kids are young, elementary school homework is already very heavy. Those school bags are so heavy they can bend their backs. Every day is tough with school and homework. Everyone understands that he can't cook during the school week. The customers who know the details feel the same way. He came for lunch, but the chef hadn't finished school yet. What could he do? He could only eat something quick and try his luck again next time the elementary school students finished school. It's too difficult. He never expected that such delicious cold dishes were made by an elementary school student. It's impossible to eat them whenever he wants. When Fang Shang finished his painful day of studying in the afternoon and got home, he was about to go into the kitchen when he remembered his father's new rule. You can't cook until you've finished your homework. As a student, you should prioritize your studies and focus on your learning. Don't let cooking ruin your grades and get your parents called again. Fang Shang gave his parents a resentful look. Can't I really do my homework after dinner? Fang Shang, recalling his past experiences, decided to try harder. Then Wu Xian did some math for him. You get out of school at 5:10, so you get home around 5:30 every day, which is about right. Then, subtracting rest and bathroom breaks, it'll be around 6 o'clock by then. 6, 7, 8, that's dinner time. If you cook, you won't be finished until almost 9. Add in shower time, and you'll be done around 10. Then you should be in bed by 10. What about your homework? Considering the 2 or 3 hours spent on homework, do you even have time to cook? Besides, don't you need to review what you learned during the day at night? Don't you need to preview tomorrow's lessons after finishing your homework? Fang Shang was speechless. He suddenly realized a flaw in the system. Why could the learning space only be used for practicing cooking, and not for anything else? Otherwise, he wouldn't be short of time. Fang Shang sighed softly. After so many days, he couldn't afford to be careless about his elementary school courses. He thought that going back to elementary school would allow him to rely on his existing knowledge and easily get first place. Then, when he absent-mindedly drifted off in class and looked at the math problems on the blackboard, he was completely baffled. He realized he had been too complacent. He had been too influenced by reincarnation novels, believing that being reborn into childhood would make him a genius and skip grades a breeze. But when it came to actually doing it himself, he discovered that he had almost forgotten everything he had learned. Different regions, different eras, and different learning methods. His experience was really not very useful. He vaguely felt that if he continued to neglect his studies, his final exam results would likely be poor. "Dad, I want sweet braised pork for dinner, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, and I want mung bean soup." Fang Shang ordered the food and listlessly walked upstairs with his school bag. Today, his cooking experience was probably hopeless. He didn't make any cold dishes. Then the regular customers who came to buy cold dishes at that time. Chapter 34, The Chef's Homework Wasn't Finished, Part 2. After speaking, Fang Shang slung his school bag over his shoulder and went upstairs. Wu Xian looked at her son's listless appearance and glanced at his father with a hint of pity. "Honey, is this really okay? Our son doesn't seem very happy." Fang Jun gave Wu Xian a disapproving look. So she got to play the good guy while he played the bad guy. She was the one who told the child not to cook, and now she's the one who feels sorry for him. Why can't she just die? Fang Jun only dared to mutter these words to himself. He spoke them aloud with excellent emotional control. Do you really want to see our son, at such a young age, spending his time cooking and doing chores after school? Wu Xian's mind involuntarily conjured up images of Fang Sheng coming home from school every day, having to cook, then doing homework after a long day, and only being able to sleep at the very end. Just thinking about it made her feel so sorry for her son, so she firmly shook her head. I can cook on weekends, but during the school year, forget it. The academic pressure is too high these days. I heard from a friend about a third grader who was sent to tutoring every day after school, and had to go to classes on Saturdays and Sundays too. His parents were constantly watching his studies, and he became depressed at such a young age. Studying is tiring enough, it's best to do homework and rest after school. Parents are really pushing their kids too hard these days. Their family is considered lucky. If Fang Sheng heard this, he would definitely say that cooking isn't tiring at all. But right now, he was putting down his school bag to take a shower. It's hot in the summer, he was already drenched in sweat by the time he walked home from school. After showering, hearing the voices downstairs, Fang Sheng knew the restaurant was already full. If it were last week, at this time, he would have been cooking non-stop, without even time to shower. Now he's leisurely. Sigh. I wonder if his regular customers will miss him today since there are no cold dishes. Fang Sheng decided to practice cooking in the system space for a few hours before doing his homework to ease his mind. Downstairs, after 6 o'clock, regular customers from the nearby neighborhood had already arrived at a Jun's food stall, familiar with the place. As soon as they entered, they started glancing at the small blackboard to see if there were any new dishes. Fang Sheng's culinary repertoire was extensive, with new dishes almost every day. Everyone was enjoying their meal immensely. They assumed today would be the same. Then, a regular customer looked at the blackboard and saw it was empty, looking puzzled. Why wasn't there a menu today? Boss, what cold dishes do you have today? Wu Xian sighed inwardly, having a rough idea of today's sales figures, and began to explain. It's Monday, and the kids have school. They haven't finished their homework yet, so I can't cook. I guess we'll have to wait until the weekend. The regular customer's expression was one of shock. He had always expected to have cold dishes every night, and now that he suddenly couldn't have them, he couldn't suppress his disappointment. Oh no, does that mean we won't be able to eat here for the next few days? This is like the sky has fallen. He'd gotten into the habit of buying cold dishes on his way home from get-off work every night. He never expected this. There's nothing I can do. The child is still young. I can't let him come home from school and help cook at the shop. Wu Xian's words made sense. The customer had no way to argue and could only leave sadly. Afterwards, one customer after another came to buy cold dishes, and Wu Xian gave the same answer. What could anyone do? They came full of enthusiasm, only to leave disappointed. Ever since Grandpa Wang recommended the cold dishes, Old Ding had bought some for his grandson once, and the grandson had taken a liking to them. He thought that since it was a shop near his home, he could eat there whenever he wanted. But he never expected this. Grandpa Wang, holding his granddaughter's hand, was about to buy cold dishes when he ran into Old Ding. Seeing his frown, he went up to greet him. Old Ding, what's wrong? You look so worried. Did your grandson get into trouble again? Grandpa Wang's immediate response showed just how mischievous Old Ding's grandson was. Old Ding rolled his eyes, annoyed. No, it's Jun's food stall. His son is doing his homework after school. He didn't make any cold dishes. So, he means he didn't have time to cook while at school because he hadn't finished his homework. Grandpa Wang's eyes widened upon hearing this. His family had just had the cold dishes tested and confirmed to be safe, and they were looking forward to a big meal. And now they couldn't have them? What? Really? No cold dishes today? Old Ding felt a surge of relief seeing someone else sharing his distress. Old Ding nodded and continued complaining. Ever since I bought a cold dish last time, my grandson won't eat without it. I'm so worried about not being able to buy any today. At this point, Old Ding suddenly added with concern, do you think they added something to the dish? Otherwise, why would my precious grandson refuse to eat without it? He hadn't thought much of it before, but not being able to buy any today made him imagine his grandson refusing to eat. Grandpa Wang laughed upon hearing Old Ding's words. What a coincidence. My son thought the same thing, so he bought some cold dishes and had them tested for food safety. The report came back last night. The vegetables are fine, perfectly healthy. Grandpa Wang wanted to show off to his old friend, so he picked up the report his daughter-in-law had sent him on his phone and handed it to Old Ding. Look, it even cost a lot of money for testing. Old Ding hadn't expected that Grandpa Wang, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, would do such things behind the scenes. He had only casually expressed his suspicions. This guy actually had food safety testing done. That's really wonderful. Oh, now I'm relieved. I'll buy it for my grandson without worry. He loves it. He usually eats like crazy, but now he can eat a whole bowl of rice with just some cold dishes. It turns out that picky eaters either don't like a particular dish or the dish itself is unpalatable. If it tastes good, most children can eat quite a bit. For example, taking a picky eater to KFC can often cure most picky eaters. But parents think it's unhealthy and prefer to cook nutritious and healthy meals for their children at home. To be honest, overly healthy and nutritious foods aren't very palatable. Unless a child hasn't tried anything particularly delicious, once they've tasted something much better, they'll become picky eaters and refuse to eat healthy food again. After their conversation, Grandpa Wang, still unconvinced, took his granddaughter to Jun's food stall again. And sure enough, they couldn't buy any cold dishes and went home empty-handed. Then, Grandpa Wang didn't expect that old Ding would run into someone on his way back, stop and chat for a bit, and they happened to be talking about Jun's food stall as well. The conversation quickly spread that old Ding had done a food inspection for Grandpa Wang. "Hey, you like the cold dishes from Jun's food stall too? My grandson loves them too, but they're not selling them today. I didn't know the owner's son had such a skill. Kids like that are busy with school and homework, they don't have time to cook, it's a real hardship for us." "Ah, I was just about to go buy some. I just got back, they weren't selling them. I was worried that something might have been added, since they're so delicious, but..." "What? Really? Old Wang really had a food safety test done?" "No, his son brought it over to be made. He said he was worried that if the kids loved it and ate it every day, something might have been added. It's all right now, the results are fine, so we're relieved." Old Ding looked happy. It's true, a cold dish this delicious, even simple vegetables are made so flavorful. They were indeed a little worried about that after eating it for several days. But they hadn't really thought about it. Now that they had no worries, they could buy it for their kids without worry. "That's great." Old Ding finished chatting and walked home, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. Then, not long after, word spread. Jun's food stall had recently introduced such delicious cold dishes, and in this old neighborhood, the news had already spread far and wide. Everyone in the neighborhood was familiar with the food options. Suddenly, with this new development, everyone tried it out, wanting to see just how good the cold dishes, which were praised every day, really were. Unexpectedly, after tasting them, they couldn't stop eating them. Jun's food stall's cold dishes were practically word-of-mouth sensations. Many people hadn't even tried them, but they'd all heard of them. So, news about Jun's food stall, especially rumors about food safety, spread very quickly. And since many people hadn't ordered the cold dishes that night, the discussion was high, and the topic spread rapidly. The next day, Fang Jun and Wu Xian overheard some regular customers talking about it discreetly. Boss's wife, let me tell you, some people are suspecting that your cold dishes are so delicious because your son made them, and they're even taking them for testing." Fang Jun and Wu Xian's eyes widened upon hearing this. What? What kind of scoundrel would do such a thing? Are they trying to ruin our son? Adding something to the food that's incredibly malicious. If word gets out, even if it's false, it will be a fatal blow to a small shop like theirs. And this food was made by their son. If this gets out, how will their son face anyone? Wu Xian exploded upon hearing this, interrupting the customer before even hearing what was to come. Seeing the owner's strong reaction, the customer who had spoken quickly reassured them, No, it's just that someone suspected they added something addictive, and then another person said his son had it tested, and it showed nothing abnormal. The cold dishes are perfectly healthy, so don't worry about them." And then the rumors spread. After hearing the explanation, Wu Xian's anxious heart immediately settled. Thank goodness. If people had spread these rumors, it would have been a huge blow to their shop's reputation. Their shop has been open for so long, and business has only recently improved. We can't let business be so good only to be hit with a fatal blow. "Oh, I'm sorry, I overreacted. Did I scare you?" Wu Xian smiled awkwardly. It's all right. I was angry when I heard it too. I thought someone was trying to smear your business because they couldn't stand your success. Honestly, I think this is a good thing. Regardless of what the person who sent the cold dishes for testing was thinking, the result is good now. Your business will definitely get better and better in the future. Seeing the smiles on the customers' faces, Wu Xian forced a smile, then pulled Fang Jun to the kitchen. I knew that with so many people, there would be trouble. These past few days, because my son's cooking is so delicious, we've had so many customers. But with so many customers and so enthusiastic staff, I felt a little uneasy, so I didn't want my son to cook. I didn't expect this to still happen. They hadn't added anything to the dishes, which is why they escaped this disaster. What if some bad person wanted to sabotage their business, adding something to the dishes for testing and then slandering their restaurant? Then, even several people wouldn't be able to explain themselves. Although most people wouldn't target a small shop like theirs. But her son is young, what if something happens? Wu Xian had watched her son's cooking skills improve dramatically. Sometimes, just one bite would leave her mesmerized, almost in a daze. How could her son's cooking be so delicious? This beyond her comprehension inexplicably made her uneasy. So, she subconsciously started to avoid him, wanting to reduce the frequency of Fang Shang cooking. Don't worry, it's fine. Our shop has been open for so long, and nothing bad has happened. We cook with integrity, and the neighbors all know that. Seeing Wu Xian's unease, Fang Jun hugged her, patting her back gently to calm her down. Wu Xian gradually calmed down. With many customers outside, it wasn't a good time to talk. The two composed themselves and continued with their business. Even on school days, without Fang Shang's cold dishes, Jun's stall saw much better business than before due to its increased reputation. Delivery orders and dine-in customers have both more than doubled compared to before. So it's quite busy during mealtimes. When Fang Shang returned home in the evening, Wu Xian and Fang Jun had composed themselves, so Fang Shang didn't notice anything amiss. Fang Shang tried to do his homework during recess at school today, but he couldn't stop the teacher from assigning homework after school. Ugh, why do some teachers finish their morning classes and then wait until after school to assign homework? Fang Shang didn't understand. He only knew that his plan to finish his homework at school and cook at home after school had failed before it even began. Son's home. Did you have a lot of homework today? Fang Jun stood at the kitchen window, cheerfully greeting Fang Shang. Fang Shang, it's alright, I managed to finish. It's just that today his math homework was suspected by the teacher not being his work. He solved the problems, but not using elementary school knowledge. The process is omitted, only the result is shown. Then he was called on to answer a question in class. Luckily, he answered it correctly, otherwise he would have been kept after school like those others looking for homework. Sometimes he felt that elementary school courses weren't that difficult, the difficulty lay in solving problems at an elementary school level. The teacher's instruction was too complicated. Using his ingrained way of thinking to write was too difficult for him. This time, he not only had to act like a primary school student, but his knowledge was also regressing. This kind of half-baked approach is the most troublesome. He knows a little bit, but not much. He learns a little, which makes it very awkward. It's like learning to drive. Those who can't drive at all are actually easier to learn, they just follow the instructor's instructions. Those who already know how to drive are the hardest to learn, because they already have ideas and understand some principles, but the exam requires following the rules, making learning very difficult. They have to abandon their old knowledge and habits. Fang Shang is in this situation now. He's so tired from school that he has no energy to cook after school, because it's the end of June now, and the final exams are next month. If he doesn't do well on the exams, he's worried that his summer vacation will be taken up by tutoring classes. Chapter 35, A Plan That Failed Before It Even Began, Part 2. Hey, why are you upstairs doing your homework today? Fang Jun was surprised to see his son so self-disciplined. Wu Xian, maybe he has a lot of homework. Fang Jun nodded without saying anything, continuing to fiddle with his phone. Wu Xian looked at him suspiciously. Something was wrong, very wrong. When did this man become so attached to his phone? These past 2 days, he'd been glued to his phone whenever he had a spare moment, occasionally even grinning like an idiot. She'd even seen Fang Jun typing. Who was he chatting with? A woman's intuition told her this wasn't normal, so she cautiously approached. Without making a sound, Fang Jun was still typing away on his phone. His Douyin, TikTok, followers had grown rapidly these past 2 days, now exceeding 2,000. He saw many new comments every day when he opened his account. He'd reply to those he could when he had a spare moment. These were all customers from his restaurant or fans. Seeing many people asking why there were no cold dishes for the past 2 days, Fang Jun specifically posted a video to explain. The cold dishes that have been selling very well recently are all made by his son, and the accompanying video shows Fang Jun cooking. From Monday to Friday, as a primary school student, his son has to go to school, so the cold dishes are temporarily unavailable. They will be available again on the weekend when his son wants to cook. This explanation is quite clear. The cold dishes are made by his son, who is still in school. During the school year, he doesn't have time to cook, so they are temporarily unavailable. On weekends when his son is not in school, it depends on whether he cooks or not. If he doesn't, then there's no food. After this explanation video was posted, the customers who came to inquire were devastated. Then they went back to the previous video. The customers saw the video Fang Jun posted where he asked his son what to do when he didn't want to go to school and asked him to cook, but his son did an excellent job. The thought that this child was the one who made the incredibly delicious cold dishes, coupled with the comment section full of suggestions to stop the child from cooking, truly shattered the diner's world. Especially one comment from a netizen who suggested that the child should finish their homework before cooking, a comment Fang Jun had previously praised. The restaurant used to sell cold dishes in the evenings. Could it be that the owner listened to this netizen and made the child finish their homework before cooking, thus eliminating the evening cold dishes altogether? The more everyone thought about it, the more likely this seemed to be the case. Before, they sold cold dishes every evening. Now they're gone. If it wasn't this netizen who came up with the idea, then who else could it be? As a result, the comments section exploded with numerous replies. Fang Jun didn't dare to speak, fearing the ensuing chaos would affect him. Good heavens, it's you. You're the reason I haven't had any cold dishes. Do you know how long it's been since I've had any cold dishes? 2 days. 2 whole days. And no cold dishes again today. Bro, here's the address, I have some local specialties to send you. No wonder I haven't had any cold dishes since Monday this week, it was your idea. You bad guy, you owe me cold dishes. Fang Jun felt incredibly guilty looking at these comments, unaware that Wu Xian's head had already leaned in. Then, after seeing what he was doing, she casually asked, "What are you looking at?" The sudden sound startled Fang Jun, who nearly dropped his phone. Wu Xian snatched it and started looking at it. Fang Jun realized Wu Xian had deliberately startled him. He calmed himself down, feeling utterly exasperated. "How old are you? Still trying to scare people?" "Nothing much, just that a lot of customers have contacted me on Douyin, TikTok, asking why I'm not selling cold dishes anymore. I explained it to them." Wu Xian, having gotten her phone, ignored Fang Jun. He could look it up himself. "You go ahead and do your work, I'll take a look," she said, taking her phone and leaving the kitchen. Fang Jun. Upstairs, Fang Shang was scratching his head, struggling with his 800-word essay. His classmate Chen Xiang had written over 1,000 words on his draft paper, exceeding the word limit, and was still figuring out how to cut it down. Today's Chinese homework was a test. The essay topic on the test was the most memorable thing. When Chen Xiang saw the essay topic, his first thought was of the food Fang Shang cooked at the class monitor's birthday banquet. The taste of that food left a deep impression on him, so much so that he would think of it every time he ate. Now, seeing the essay topic again, that was his first thought as well. So, without hesitation, he chose Fang Shang's cooking as the theme of his essay, focusing on the birthday banquet and introducing each dish. Even now, recalling it, he can still accurately describe the taste of that earthenware pot pork rib soup. The piping hot earthenware pot was brought out of the steamer by Uncle Fang, completely different from the pork rib soup he made at home. The pork rib soup at home was always cooked in a rice cooker. When the lid was opened, there was no billowing steam and aroma like with earthenware pot soup. 1 pot of pork rib soup could be poured out into 1 bowl, and I got just enough for 1 bowl. The cooked pork ribs looked intact, but the bones fell off when you picked them up with chopsticks. It was obvious that the meat was very tender. Then, I didn't rush to eat the meat. The clear pork rib soup, glistening with swirls of oil, was beautiful, not too oily, and the broth was crystal clear. I could see 1/4 of an ear of corn, golden and glistening, floating in the soup, very appealing. Next to it was a piece of carrot, bright red, stewed until soft and flavorful. The sweetness of the carrot and corn infused the soup. 1 sip felt like heaven. The intense savory flavor of the pork ribs combined with the sweetness of the vegetables. 1 sip and I couldn't get enough. Sweet, savory, and aromatic, each bite was a burst of flavor, as if I were tasting the essence of pork and vegetables. I felt so ignorant, like a frog in a well, unaware that such delicious food existed in the world. At the end of the article, he was still marveling at Fang Shang's incredible culinary skills. This essay, edited down to 800 words, is all the essence. Not a single unimportant word can be found. It incorporated all the writing techniques he had learned so far. It was his masterpiece. The next day in Chinese class, Chen Xiang's essay was displayed by the teacher. Chen Xiang's essay from yesterday was excellent. The word choice, sentence structure, and even the descriptions were very vivid. Everyone can take a look and learn from it after class. If you can write at this level on the exam, you'll very likely get a high score. It has both skill and emotion. There's a writing competition for primary and secondary school students in the city. Chen Xiang, I'm submitting your essay for the competition. Come to my office after class. After the Chinese teacher finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Chen Xiang. It's rare for someone to be praised by a teacher in class, especially since this essay is going to be submitted for a citywide competition. That's incredible. Everyone was immediately curious about what Chen Xiang's essay was about. Alright, those who are curious can look at it themselves after class. Now, let's open our papers and spend 10 minutes explaining the questions. Skip the fill-in-the-blank and multiple-choice questions, they're all in the textbook. If you got any wrong, go back and copy the wrong answers 10 times. Getting these wrong shows you're all too lazy to even look at your books. The class representative will collect them tomorrow. These words were followed by another groan of despair from below. Fang Shang's vision blurred. He had been too confident in his memory, he had forgotten to look up a poem he had memorized. Another homework assignment tonight. It's so hard. Going to school is so painful. Cooking is much easier. 2 consecutive Chinese classes. After the test, class starts, and my mind is filled with the author's feelings, the meaning of each sentence, and the circumstances under which the essay was written. After class, Fang Shang slumped onto his desk, completely listless. Getting old, I'm exhausted after just 2 classes. My classmates have a much younger mindset. As soon as get out of class ended, they all crowded around Chen Xiong's seat to look at his essay. Fang Shang was curious too, but he didn't join in, planning to wait until the essays were posted before looking at them. Then he noticed that after seeing Chen Xiong's test paper, all the students were looking at him. Fang Shang, why are they all looking at me? Fang Shang tilted his head, his face full of confusion. Before he could ask, his classmates exclaimed in surprise. Wow, you wrote about Fang Shang. It's making my mouth water. Is Fang Shang's cooking really as good as you all say? Since the birthday party last Sunday, the rumor that Fang Shang can cook and cooks well has spread like wildfire. But since Fang Shang hasn't had time to cook lately, the discussion stopped after a couple of days. This essay makes it even clearer how delicious Fang Shang's cooking is. The written description is more enticing than words alone. Everyone's mouth watered just looking at it. They had a desire to try it. I never knew Chen Xiong was such a good writer. Yeah, I never knew Fang Shang was such a good cook. Awesome. Fang Shang, when are you cooking? We'll come and support you. I'll ask my parents to take me. Seeing his classmates crowding around him again, he could guess the content of Chen Xiong's essay from just a few words. The most memorable thing. He wrote about the birthday party he hosted that day, the dishes he made. Fang Shang knew his culinary skills were extraordinary, the seasonings and recipes he had learned were rare in the world, and coupled with his culinary genius, it was normal for his dishes to be so memorable. But seeing how much others actually enjoyed his food was a completely different feeling. Chen Xiong had never been surrounded so enthusiastically by his classmates before, and he smiled awkwardly. Noticing Fang Shang's gaze, he scratched his head sheepishly. When I saw the essay topic, the first thing that came to mind was that birthday party, so I wrote it. I didn't expect the teacher to think it was good. He had barely finished his self-deprecating remark when a classmate who had read the essay bluntly told him not to be modest. It's so well written. At least it makes me want to eat Fang Shang's cooking. Just how delicious is it? I'm dying of curiosity. The classmates who had attended the birthday party simply nodded vigorously, telling them it was delicious. Those who hadn't eaten it couldn't even imagine how delicious it was. Don't ask, the answer is regret. I wish I hadn't gone to my grandma's with my parents that day. I missed the birthday party. If all else fails, class monitor, why don't you hold another birthday party this week? I'll definitely go. Men Duanya. She was actually a little tempted by the suggestion. No, she was absolutely thrilled. But quickly calming down, Meng Duanyan knew the key wasn't with her. The initiative was in Fang Shang's hands. If he wanted to cook, everyone could still enjoy a meal even without a birthday party. If he didn't cook, there was no point in her having a birthday party. It depends on Fang Shang. We only get to eat if he cooks. Brother Shang, my birthday is next month. Can I celebrate at your restaurant too? Yeah, the class monitor's birthday's over. Whoever's birthday it is, we can take turns having our parties at Fang Shang's restaurant. Fang Shang was so bothered by his classmates that the bell rang for class, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although this was the scene he wanted, being constantly pestered by his classmates to go to the bathroom was unbearable. During class, Fang Shang pondered his classmates' comments. Holding a birthday party, as long as it's a genuine birthday, would definitely be a good way to boost business for his restaurant. A banquet like that would be more profitable than casual customers. And as his restaurant grew, the number of banquet bookings would undoubtedly increase. He'd ask everyone if they really thought so, and then go home and discuss it with his parents. He couldn't make the decision entirely on his own, after all, he was still a child. However, he figured his parents wouldn't refuse business that came knocking on their door. After class, everyone gathered around again. Fang Shang explained his idea, and everyone agreed. They registered the birthdays of the classmates who wanted to host birthday parties and then waited for Fang Shang's reply. These 10-year-olds were starting to understand things. They knew that hosting birthday parties cost money, and if their parents didn't give them money, they couldn't host one and would have to discuss it with their parents. This was the first time these elementary school students had planned such a formal project. Everyone with an idea seriously considered how to tell their parents after school. When Fang Shang got home, he told his parents that his classmates wanted to have their birthday parties at their family's food stall and asked for their opinions. They're all coming because of your cooking, right? Wu Xian had heard this at the birthday party and wasn't surprised. This was the first time Fang Jun had heard this, and as Fang Shang was surprised, his parents agreed. There was no reason to refuse such a lucrative opportunity. However, we really need to hire more people for our shop, otherwise we won't be able to handle the workload. Fang Shang hadn't cooked for the past few days, and business at the shop hadn't worsened, though it wasn't as good as when he was there, but it was still much better than before. Then the couple was a bit overwhelmed. Then hire someone. Don't worry about money. If you let me cook, our business will be even better, and we'll earn even more money. Fang Shang said this with absolute confidence. He practiced his cooking skills like crazy in the system space every day, and he wasn't just doing it for fun. When you grow up and graduate, you'll have plenty of opportunities to make money. Right now, you should focus on your studies. Wu Xin shoved a piece of watermelon into Fang Shang's mouth with annoyance. Then she looked at Fang Jun and continued, "Okay, then. I'll put up a notice at the door, hiring a waiter and a general helper." Fang Jun nodded. Seeing that there was nothing more to say, he took out his phone and started scrolling through videos. He didn't have any other hobbies. He usually just worked in the shop, scrolled through videos, posted videos, and was a loyal user of Douyin, TikTok. Then, Fang Shang glanced at it casually and saw his photo on his father's Douyin account. Fang Shang? Chapter 36. No school tomorrow, Saturday. Dad, let me see your phone. Fang Shang suddenly spoke, catching Fang Jun off guard. He assumed his son wanted to play games on his phone, as usual. The child was still young and didn't have his own phone. He always used adults' phones. He held out the phone, but then remembered what his son had posted on Douyin, TikTok, and instinctively pulled his hand back. This guilty behavior made Fang Shang narrow his eyes, increasingly certain that his father had done something behind his back, and that it involved him. Otherwise, based on his previous behavior, his father would have simply tossed him the phone if he wanted to play, not given it to him and then taken it back. Fang Jun knew he had been too obvious, and then coughed guiltily. Didn't your mom buy you a tablet? Go play on the tablet." Fang Shang looked at his father with a very threatening gaze. "I saw it. What did you post behind my back?" Fang Jun didn't dare show his son the phone at all. Otherwise, wouldn't his secret advice to his son from netizens be exposed? That would damage their father-son relationship. "It's nothing, just a picture of you chopping vegetables. I wanted to post it to show off." It's getting late, we'll be having guests soon, I need to go prepare the ingredients." Fang Jun pretended to be busy, put away his phone, and headed to the kitchen. Fang Shang glanced at his mother, who guiltily looked away. Eat watermelon, just took it out of the fridge." She then followed him behind the cashier, pretending to be busy. Fang Shang smiled silently, then carried the watermelon back upstairs. He showered, rested, ate some fruit, and started doing his homework. Facing his homework for each subject, Fang Shang remembered how his classmates had asked him why he hadn't been cooking lately. It turned out he'd been making cold dishes as soon as school was over, and now they had nothing to eat. Fang Shang bluntly stated the truth: his parents forbade him to cook until he finished his homework. There was no other way. He dared not do his homework during class, fearing the teacher would catch him and tell his parents, which would only make things worse. Get-out-of-class breaks were only 10 minutes long, and some teachers even extended the time or didn't assign homework in advance. In short, finishing his homework before school ended was incredibly difficult. Looking at these assignments now, he recalled the scenes of his classmates vying to do his homework. He had never experienced such a privilege in his life. With a wave of his hand, people would rush to do his homework. It was truly exhilarating. Anyone with a normal adult soul would succumb to this temptation. Now he had no choice but to do his homework by himself. At mealtimes, his persistent regulars, even knowing there were no cold dishes available, still went to ask, just in case, what if the young owner didn't have much homework and had made cold dishes? But still, there were no cold dishes. After asking if they had any cold dishes, Grandpa Wang noticed the job posting on the restaurant's entrance and casually asked, "Is the owner so busy that she needs to hire someone?" Wu Xin nodded. The job posting had just been put up, and she'd been checking on passersby to see if anyone was interested. Generally, restaurant servers and general helpers don't earn much, averaging around 3,000 yuan, so finding suitable people depends on luck. "Yes, business has been better lately, and my husband and I are a bit overwhelmed. You need to hire someone, otherwise it's too busy during mealtimes." After a brief chat, a customer entered the shop, and Wu Xin busied herself attending to them. Grandpa Wang strolled home leisurely, hands behind his back. A Jun's food stall had been opened downstairs in the residential area for over 10 years. Residents of the nearby neighborhood were quite familiar with it, seeing it every day as they passed by. Recently, their business had been booming, and everyone knew it was due to new, delicious dishes. It's normal to be busy and need to hire more staff. Some housewives who knew A Jun and his wife were good-natured and easygoing started looking for employees. Working during mealtimes actually suited their needs quite well. The job duties were similar to what they did at home, serving dishes, cleaning, washing vegetables, and so on. A Jun's food stall catered for lunch and dinner. It was convenient for them to drop their children off at school in the morning before going to work. Lunchtime was a bit more work, but they could prepare meals for their children in advance or let them eat at school. After the lunch rush, they could rest during the rest of the time. So, when the customers were almost gone, people came in for interviews. "Hello boss, I'm here for a waitress interview. Aunt Zhang is 50 years old and has no formal education. The only jobs she can do are odd jobs or cleaning in restaurants. Her previous restaurant had recently closed down. She saw the job posting on her way home from grocery shopping that evening and immediately thought it was a perfect fit. The job location was close to home, and the work was familiar to her. So, after finishing her meal, she rushed over for the interview. The restaurant was nearly empty, with only 2 tables occupied, giving Wu Xin time for the interview. After a brief chat and asking some basic questions, and confirming that the woman had a health certificate, she was told to come back for a trial interview the next day. She seemed clean and healthy, and appeared to have some strength. How well she performed on the job remained to be seen. Okay, boss, what are the working hours? 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., then lunch break. The evening shift is 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., a total of 8 hours. Lunch and dinner are provided. If all the customers haven't left, the closing time will be extended. You understand, right? That's how the restaurant industry works. Even after closing time, if there are still customers eating, staff can't leave completely, otherwise, they'd have to rush them out. Aunt Zhang had no objections. She had worked as a waitress before and knew these working hours very well. No problem, boss. I'll come tomorrow. Wu Xin nodded, and the two exchanged contact information as they left. Besides Aunt Zhang, an elderly man came for a waitress interview. Wu Xin noticed his hair and clothes were unkempt and greasy, and his nails were unkempt with black grime under them. With such hands, customers would likely lose their appetite just looking at his hands, so she rejected him outright. Cleanliness is paramount when running a restaurant. If the place doesn't look clean, it will definitely affect the business. The shop didn't close until 10 p.m., after all the customers had left. In summer, it gets dark late, and many people eat late, so it's not early when they finish eating. But 10 p.m. isn't considered late. Fang Sheng hadn't finished his homework yet. That damn copying. He had to copy the question and answer 10 times for each wrong answer. The Chinese exam paper already had a lot of words, and copying made his handwriting increasingly messy. However, it still had some effect. At least he'd copied the wrong poem 10 times, so he probably wouldn't forget it. Friday arrived in the blink of an eye. After 5 days, Ah Jun's food stall business was back on track. He knew it was Friday. Tomorrow is Saturday. Fang Sheng doesn't have school. Before Fang Sheng even got home from school, his regular customers were already waiting at the shop. Chapter 37 Handmade Cold Noodles. Oh my god, it's finally Friday. The little boss doesn't have school tomorrow, so he should be able to make cold dishes today, right? Wu Xin nodded helplessly. She felt like she and her husband were obstacles hindering the business from reaching their customers. One of them stared resentfully at the kitchen, unable to cook. The other came to the shop every day asking if the little boss was cooking. One stayed up all night writing the menu, had his dad buy the ingredients, and cooked the new dishes after school. The other came to the shop even before school ended, waiting for them. Isn't this a two-way street? The new waitress, Aunt Zhang, smiled as she served water and glasses to each table. After a one-day trial period, Aunt Zhang and another waitress, Aunt Chen, were successfully retained. So far, they've been very diligent and efficient, and Wu Xin was very satisfied. Good business at the shop makes Aunt Zhang happy, and good business makes the owner happy too. Plus, a good business means the shop is less likely to close down. She likes stable work, it gives her a sense of security. Changing jobs all the time is too exhausting, so she hopes the shop's business will continue to improve. What are you making today, little boss? My kid's been craving that cold dish for days, he's been craving it so much. We've bought cold dishes from so many places, but none of them taste as good. I don't know, we'll find out when he gets back. Wu Xin didn't know either. She didn't even know what her son could cook, she could only wait for him to come home and write down the menu. She glanced at the time, it was past 5. Her son should be home from school by now. At the school gate, Fang Sheng was back, but he was followed by a group of people. They were all his classmates. The story goes that after school, Dai Tianyu asked him if he would cook after school since he didn't have class tomorrow. If he did, he would come along for a free meal. Then the other classmates overheard this. And so, things unfolded like this. Fang Sheng walked ahead, followed by more than 20 students, a large group, until they reached the shop entrance. The door opened, and Fang Sheng and the others were dumbfounded to see the shop packed with customers. It was only 5:30, not even lunchtime yet, so why were people already eating? The customers inside were equally bewildered to see Fang Sheng returning with a group of students. What to do? The shop was clearly overflowing. Wu Xin was the first to react, beckoning Fang Sheng in. Fang Sheng brought his classmates back to play? Come in, come in. Dai Tianyu and the other classmates greeted her politely. They swarmed in, filling the shop to the brim. Seeing this, Wu Xin quickly smiled and told Fang Sheng to take his classmates upstairs. There wasn't enough room downstairs. With so many people suddenly appearing, the regulars exchanged bewildered glances, not even having a chance to ask Fang Sheng if he was making cold dishes today. Then, not long after, they saw Fang Sheng come downstairs wearing a small-sized chef's uniform he had specially bought online. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw his outfit, and the atmosphere immediately became lively. Little boss, you're going to cook after school? No school tomorrow, no homework today, of course you'll be cooking. What do you want to cook, little boss? Give me one portion first. No, I want two. Little boss, if you don't cook, we won't have anything to eat. You bet, I feel like I've lost weight these past few days. Fang Sheng greeted the customers with a smile, not at all shy about the occasion. These people had all come specifically for his cooking, waiting for him to get out of school. To be honest, Fang Sheng was quite touched. When he wasn't cooking, this group of people patiently waited for him. There are a lot of people today, so I can't make too much food. I'm going to make some cold noodles myself, they're delicious. It'll probably take a while, as they'll be made to order. Fang Sheng had the foresight to plan the menu well in advance, anticipating the large crowd. The menu and ingredients were generous in portion size, easy to prepare, and, most importantly, exceptionally delicious. Wow, the young boss can even make cold noodles himself. I always buy the kind outside. I heard handmade cold noodles are really chewy. I'm in for a treat today. The room full of regular customers immediately cheered upon hearing this. Having something to eat was a joy. Under the gazes of the diners, Fang Sheng strode confidently towards the kitchen. What was once Fang Jun's territory and battlefield now belonged to Fang Sheng. Fang Jun's lips twitched twice as he followed them into the kitchen. His son's classmates had just come over, and as a parent, he naturally had to greet them warmly. Luckily, there were still seats upstairs where his son's classmates could rest. It was past 5 in the morning, the sun still high in the sky. Fang Sheng glanced at the weather forecast and knew it was perfect weather for making dough. The prerequisite for making liangpi, cold skin noodles, is having flour and water. First, the dough needs to be kneaded, then washed. Time was tight, so Fang Sheng took out a large stainless steel bowl, opened a bag of flour, poured it in, and then slowly added water to knead the dough. Kneading dough is very physically demanding. It's also a skill-intensive task. The strength and technique of kneading affect the smoothness of the final dough ball. In making pasta, it also affects the elasticity of the dough. In short, it's a crucial step, and Fang Sheng had practiced kneading dough for a long time before mastering it. With many customers, Fang Sheng kneaded a lot of dough, and just kneading it into a ball took considerable effort. Then he covered it with a gauze and placed it on the windowsill in the back kitchen, letting the sunlight shine on it. Okay, the dough will be ready in less than 30 minutes. This spot didn't receive direct sunlight, but with the window open, the outside temperature and light definitely reached it, making it an ideal warm place for fermentation. While waiting for the dough to rise, Fang Sheng continued preparing the seasoning for the cold noodles. To highlight the texture and flavor of the cold noodles, Fang Sheng didn't prepare many side dishes. A little cucumber shreds and crushed peanuts were enough. The seasoning was a wonderfully blended sauce made with chili oil, sesame paste, minced garlic, and other seasonings. It looked a bit rich, but after stirring it with a spoon, the aromas of sesame, peanut paste, chili oil, minced garlic, and vinegar immediately filled the air sour, spicy, and savory, with an enticing color that made one's mouth water. After the dough had risen, Fang Sheng placed the stainless steel basin on the ground and sat down on a small stool, patiently washing the dough. Making liangpi, cold skin noodles, by hand is a very time-consuming task, otherwise, people wouldn't buy it from outside these days. Just for one bite, it takes half a day of work. It's not worth the effort. Besides, it's cheap. Roadside food stalls sell it for 6 or 8 yuan a serving, or even 10 yuan a serving. Making it yourself is really not cost-effective. But from a diner's perspective, being able to eat handmade liangpi, cold skin noodles, prepared from the very beginning, starting with kneading the dough, would be worth any price. This was truly handmade liangpi, made right before their eyes. They eagerly watched the owner knead the dough, wash it, and steam the liangpi, waiting until almost 7 o'clock before finally getting their taste. By then, the queue was so long that Fang Jun didn't dare put the liangpi on a food delivery platform, fearing there wouldn't be enough to sell. The queue stretched from the shop into the street, a frightening sight. Chapter 38 The Child is Lost, or Where Did He Go? Young boss, can we sell the liangpi, cold skin noodles, yet? Watching the steamed liangpi, each sheet translucent and clear, being peeled off and piled into a small mountain, the customers who had been waiting for almost 2 hours were already incredibly hungry. It looked so tempting. Fang Sheng was used to being urged. He heard this question many times every few tens of minutes. From his initial anxious explanation to his current calm response, it only took a short while. The liangpi is still hot. It doesn't taste as good now. It'll be chewy once it cools down. The more he learned to cook, the more serious he became. Before, when he was only learning the basics, he would have his father buy the ingredients at the market. He would buy ready-made ingredients like liangpi and cold noodles, season them, and then mix them. They tasted okay, but they would never reach the deliciousness of something he made himself. Fang Sheng cherished this opportunity to enter the kitchen. Being young meant many limitations. Mainly, he couldn't go against his parents' decisions. If he said he was quitting school to focus on cooking, not to mention his parents' reaction, the teachers and principal would come knocking on his door. He hadn't even finished 9 years of compulsory education yet. What a load of rubbish. However, being able to relive his childhood, to have the chance to revisit the age he most wanted to return to slowly and enjoy growing up, made him happy. Who hasn't thought of going back to childhood when they've achieved nothing as an adult? Being able to transmigrate into a primary school student was, in a way, fulfilling a long-held fantasy. To be the model child from childhood, a child everyone praised, an awesome child. This was a scene he had imagined countless times, and now it was happening. Fang Sheng truly enjoyed it and experienced the joy it brought. Alright, the cold noodles are ready to sell. All flavors are fixed. If you want scallions and cilantro, go to the side dish counter and add them yourself. The advantage of hiring a kitchen helper was that these tasks of chopping scallions and cilantro were already prepared, a large bowl placed at the side dish counter, very convenient. Finally, we can eat. Boss, 2 servings of liangpi, cold skin noodles, a stir-fried pork, a pickled fish, and a potato pancake, please. The room was full of seated customers, some of whom hadn't even ordered yet, waiting for Fang Sheng's liangpi to be ready before starting to order and eat. The shouts and calls filled the air. Wu Xian looked at the queue outside and quickly put up a sign limiting each person to 1 serving, otherwise, they simply wouldn't have enough to go around, especially since her son's classmates were upstairs. It was already 7 o'clock. Some parents who had left work early went home. Seeing that their children weren't home yet, they checked the security camera footage and, confirming their children hadn't returned, immediately called the homeroom teacher. Teacher Wang, is there anything planned for school today? My son, Fang Yang, hasn't come home yet. Normally, school ends around 5, and even if he gets home late, he should be back by 6. Today at 7, why isn't he home yet? Fang's mother felt an uncontrollable panic. She had assumed her 5th grader was already a teenager, and since both she and her husband were busy with work, their child usually went to and from school by himself. They had never had a situation where their child wasn't home when they got off work. This was the first time something like this had happened, and she couldn't help but feel anxious. There were no school activities. Everyone left at dismissal time. Ms. Wang, who was already at home, was completely flustered upon hearing this. What happened? Is her child missing, or where did he go? Ms. Fang Yang, did Fang Yang mention going to any classmate's house or going anywhere to play? Ms. Wang asked, while thinking carefully about Fang Yang's studies that day. Then, she reviewed the class's activities throughout the day in her mind, and immediately noticed something amiss. Ms. Fang Yang, don't panic, think carefully. Ms. Fang thought carefully, and then it occurred to her. He recently asked me for 200 yuan, saying he wanted to eat at a classmate's restaurant. Does that count? That was the only discrepancy Ms. Fang could think of. Other than that, she hadn't heard her child mention where he wanted to go. Okay, don't worry, I'll ask the class. Teacher Wang hung up the phone and immediately tagged everyone in the class group chat, asking if Feng Yang had gone to any student's house and hadn't returned home yet. The parents were very worried and asked the class to help inquire about their children. After sending the message, Teacher Wang saw a flurry of parents commenting in the group, saying their children hadn't come home after school, saying they'd gone to a classmate's house for dinner. More than 10 parents followed suit. Teacher Wang and Feng Yang's mother also saw the message in the group chat and immediately understood. With so many children participating together, Feng Yang was very likely among them. Which classmate's house did he go to? After sending the message, Teacher Wang remembered Fang Shangjia's food stall, which had been mentioned by many students and teachers recently. It stemmed from an essay Chen Xiang had written about the dishes he cooked at Fang Shangjia's food stall. The essay was posted at the back of the classroom, and students and teachers who saw it had discussed the topic. She'd read the essay too. It was very well written. After reading it, she even felt a bit tempted to try Fang Shang's cooking at his food stall. The students in her class were probably thinking of skipping class tomorrow and going to Fang Shang's together. Teacher Wang sent her guest to Feng Yang's mother, and then other parents replied in the group chat. Cai Ningxiu told me she was going to Fang Shang's house. Teacher Wang can ask Fang Shang's parents. The group chat had been buzzing with messages for a while, but Fang Shang's parents hadn't replied, probably busy. Teacher Wang replied okay and then called Fang Shang's mother. The shop was incredibly busy, and Wu Xian hadn't even noticed the group chat messages. Her phone rang, and seeing the contact name was her homeroom teacher, Wu Xian's smile vanished instantly, and she glanced at Fang Shang suspiciously. Could it be that Fang Shang had gotten into trouble at school again? Without time to think too much, Wu Xian immediately gestured to Fang Jun and went to a quiet spot in the restroom to answer the phone. Hello, Teacher Wang, is Fang Shang in trouble again? Wu Xian asked impatiently as soon as the call connected, feeling a little guilty holding the phone. This is truly something else, afraid of teachers as a child, and still afraid of their calls even after becoming a parent. No, it's not about Fang Shang. It's just that a classmate didn't go home, and his mother is very worried. I wanted to ask if many students went home with Fang Shang today. Hearing that it wasn't Fang Shang's problem, Wu Xin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She felt disgusted with herself for instinctively suspecting her son. She immediately replied, yes, he brought a group of classmates home, they're all at my house. Then ask Fang Shang if Fang Yang is here. Okay, Teacher Wang, just a moment. Wu Xin took the phone and went to the kitchen to ask Fang Shang. Fang Shang, your homeroom teacher called to ask if Fang Yang came over with you after school? Comment from 1 minute ago in chapter 39? Yes, he's upstairs. Fang Shang thought for a moment, then answered confidently. Teacher Wang heard Fang Shang's words, and the huge weight lifted from her shoulders. Fang Shang's mother, I'll pass your phone to Fang Yang's mother. You can let Fang Yang answer the phone. As long as the child isn't lost, that's all that matters. Fang Yang's mother is terrified. Wu Xin understood. If Fang Shang hadn't returned home after school, she would probably be frantically searching for him. Okay. After hanging up, Fang Shang looked at his mother with a puzzled expression. The diners in line, seeing that the owner was clearly busy, stood quietly to the side and waited. Mom, what happened? Your classmate didn't come home, and his mother can't find him. The teacher called to ask if he came home with you. Fang Shang had completely forgotten about this. He had an adult's mentality. When his friends made plans to eat out or have a get-together, he completely forgot that they were now elementary school students and needed to report where they went. He forgot, and probably his classmates forgot too. This was a completely unexpected event. Everyone heard his phone call with Dai Tianyu after school and immediately wanted to come along. They were probably so excited they forgot to tell their parents. So this situation was truly unexpected. The diners in line knew what had happened, and seeing that nothing serious had occurred, more people started talking again. Oh, it's normal for kids. When I was little, I often ran off to play after school, and if I came home late, I'd get a beating. I'm used to it. Back when we were kids, we all went to school in the countryside. The school was in the village, and our families didn't care what time we got out or came home. We wouldn't get lost. Now it's different. There are so many cars and people in the city, so much more danger. But kids this age are sensible. They know their way home, so nothing usually happens. I see many kids going to and from school by themselves. Fang Shang listened to the diner's conversation while continuing to make cold noodles. A large, round sheet of cold skin noodles was peeled off the pile of noodles, then quickly sliced into wide strips and placed at the bottom of a bowl. Next, a spoonful of dressing was ladled over the translucent noodles, instantly changing their color. Fang Shang then grabbed a small handful of cucumber shreds and topped them with the dressing, finally sprinkling on some crushed peanuts. A serving of cold skin noodles was ready. The vibrant green cucumber shreds looked incredibly fresh against the reddish-brown sauce. The scattered crushed peanuts added a touch of elegance to the dish. The presentation alone was enough to attract attention. Fang Shang then had the students line up to get their own cold skin noodles. Fang Yang followed, just as his mother called. Wu Xian answered the phone, and after exchanging greetings, she handed the phone to Fang Yang, who was standing in the crowd. When the other students heard that Fang Yang hadn't gone home and his mother had come looking for him, those who had informed their families beforehand didn't react much. Their eyes were only on the cold noodles. Seeing that the customers in the shop were already eating, and the cold noodles looked delicious, everyone's eyes widened. Those who had also forgotten to tell their families felt guilty. They hadn't realized they needed to tell their parents while playing with their classmates. They were too excited and had completely forgotten to inform them. Now, seeing their classmates' parents calling, they were all terrified. So, after Fang Yang finished his call, a student nervously looked at Wu Xian and asked, "Auntie, can I use your phone to call my parents? I forgot to tell them." Wu Xian naturally agreed. Seeing that more than one student said this, she quickly arranged, "There's another phone at the cashier. You can call separately. It's lunchtime, their parents must be worried. Call them back quickly." After saying that, she took out Fang Jun's phone for the students to use. "Anyone else need it? Use my phone." The other diners also took out their phones to call the students. Everyone could understand this situation perfectly. Putting themselves in the children's shoes, they had done similar things when they were young, and the feeling of guilt after doing something wrong was still fresh in their minds. Putting themselves in the parents' shoes, they knew they would be incredibly anxious and have the urge to hit their children. On Friday, the usual cold dishes weren't available for delivery from Jun's food stall, something the regulars had gotten used to. Not seeing any cold dishes, they casually checked Jun's food stall owner's Douyin, TikTok, account to see if there were any new posts. Then, in the comments section, they saw a photo posted a minute earlier by a netizen eating liangpi, cold skin noodles, at Jun's stall, specifically mentioning that it was made by the owner's son, handmade, and took 2 hours to prepare. A comment from a minute ago? What does this mean? Why is there liangpi made by the owner's son in the shop, but not on the delivery platform? The regular customer thought he had missed it and quickly went back to the delivery platform to carefully check Jun's food stall menu, looking for liangpi. Undeterred, he looked 3 times, but still couldn't find Liangpi, and he exploded. Why? Why is there Liangpi in the shop, but not on the delivery platform? A regular customer went crazy in the comments section. He'd been going crazy for 5 days straight without delicious cold dishes. Now everyone else could eat them, but he couldn't. No wonder he was going mad. As time went on, more customers following Fang Jun's account saw photos of their cold noodles posted online, and the comments section was flooded with orders from fans who had ordered takeout. Fang Jun's phone was inundated with calls from customers. Even students who used Fang Jun's phone to call their parents were afraid to make those calls. The phone kept vibrating. She quickly handed the phone to Wu Xin. Auntie, there's a phone call. Wu Xin took the phone and answered it immediately. Hello, who is this? The next second, a loud, wailing voice came from the other end of the line. Boss, why do you have handmade cold noodles made by your son in the shop, but not on the delivery platform? It's so painful, boss. I work overtime every day, and I survive on these cold dishes. I haven't had them for days. How can you be so cruel and discriminatory? Boss, please help me. I can't live without handmade cold noodles. This was the first time Wu Xin had received such a frantic call from a customer demanding food. She was stunned. In reality, customers who couldn't buy cold dishes at the shop maintained their composure, only expressing disappointment. No one had ever cried out for them. I never imagined that everyone could be so lively, even through a screen. Wu Xin wanted to comfort her, but the other person was talking so fast, accompanied by fake crying, that she couldn't get a word in edgewise. Fang Jun's phone didn't have very good soundproofing. Plus, the voice on the other end of the line was loud. The customers at the 2 tables next to Wu Xin heard the crying on the other end of the line. Suddenly, they picked up their bowls of cold noodles with immense care. Putting the noodles on the table wasn't enough to show how much they valued them, they had to hold them in their hands. Chapter 40. I finished a bowl in 3 bites. Then, with great care, I started mixing it. The thin, translucent, milky white cold noodles were evenly sliced into wide strips, with a wonderfully chewy texture. I was almost afraid to break the strips while mixing with chopsticks. But surprisingly, after mixing in the sauce and cucumber shreds, the noodles didn't break. They were surprisingly elastic. Once the noodles were completely coated in sauce, they were no longer milky white, they were a vibrant, rich red of chili oil and sesame paste, looking incredibly appetizing. Stirring requires patience and time. While mixing, one of my classmates, whose self-control isn't as good as an adult's, unintentionally opened his mouth, and saliva dripped down unconsciously. The glistening strands of saliva hung down, startling him. He quickly swallowed the remaining saliva. Some of the customers in the queue nearby saw this and couldn't help but laugh. Kids are so cute. You really do drool when you're hungry. I used to only see videos online of little kids drooling while watching adults eat, but I never imagined a kid this age would do that. Ha ha ha, can't control their mouths. Several servings of cold noodles were mixed together, and the shop was filled with a delicious aroma. The aroma of food was the first thing you smelled as soon as you entered the shop. Wu Xin went to the kitchen while still on the phone. She really didn't know Fang Jun hadn't put the cold noodles on a food delivery platform. Today, the shop was packed, and she had been busy serving customers outside, so she hadn't had time to deal with the food delivery platform. Not only were there many customers in the shop, but regular customers who knew they were selling cold noodles tonight were also messaging her directly on WeChat, saying they wanted to buy some and asking her to reserve a serving. She couldn't even reply to her own messages on her phone in time. Please calm down, I'll go ask the boss. Give him the phone, please wait a moment, customer. Unable to handle this wailing customer, Wu Xin said as she handed the phone to Fang Jun. Fang Jun? Fang's parents were running around like mad. Only Fang Shang remained calmly steaming cold noodles at the stove, completely undisturbed. It's so good to be a primary school student. If he wants to cook, he can just do it, the adults will take care of everything else. The customers wouldn't give a little kid a hard time. In fact, they all wore beaming smiles, practically showering him with praise. Fang Jun, holding his phone, gave a very official reply. I'm so sorry, the shop is a bit too busy, so we haven't added any delivery platforms. For now, you can only eat at the shop. I'm really sorry. The complaining customer, hearing the gentle female voice on the other end of the phone turn into a serious male voice, paused her rhythmic crying, regained her composure, and her mind raced. Are there still cold noodles left at the shop? It was already past 7 o'clock, and from the comments section, she could see that there was a long line of people waiting for cold noodles. Given the distance between her home and Ajun's food stall, she might not arrive until 8 p.m., and then there was a good chance she wouldn't be able to buy anything. Otherwise, she wouldn't have immediately chosen to call and order Liangpi, cold skin noodles, through a food delivery platform. At least she could get it, instead of going to the stall only to find it empty. Now that delivery was out of the question, she could only pin her hopes on the shop. We still have some, we just started selling. Fang Jun glanced at his son kneading another dough ball and letting it rest, and said, "Okay, wait a minute, I'll be right there. Boss, please reserve a serving of liangpi for me. My surname is Zhang, Lizao Zhang, meaning early morning. With that, Ms. Zhang slammed down the phone, grabbed her phone and electric scooter keys, and set off. The call ended, and the next call came in instantly. Fang Jun answered the phone, holding it between his ear and shoulder, tilting his head to speak so his hands wouldn't interfere with cooking. Some customers bought liangpi to take away, while others ate at the shop, ordering liangpi and other dishes along with it. The shop was currently quite busy. After discovering that washing the dough didn't require much skill, Fang Sheng assigned the task to Aunt Chen. Aunt Chen had some cooking skills. She used to cook for the workers on construction sites. Whether her cooking skills were good or not was another matter, but she certainly had plenty of strength. The water from washing a large lump of dough was initially very cloudy, but it became clearer and clearer as it was washed, until only the gluten remained. The gluten was also delicious, absorbing the sauce perfectly. Cut into small cubes and mixed into the cold noodles, it had a wonderfully chewy texture, and nothing was wasted. Fang Sheng scooped a spoonful of batter onto a round tray, gave it a couple of shakes, and the batter spread easily. He then steamed it in a pot for a minute or two until it solidified, then peeled it off and let it cool. With help in the kitchen and dining area, things were finally much easier. Otherwise, the three of them would have been overwhelmed by the long queue. Wow, Brother Shang, your cooking skills have improved so much in just a few days. It's so delicious. Dai Tianyu was thrilled with a bite of the icy cold noodles. My goodness! This is even better than any cold dish I've ever had before. The cold noodles were soft, chewy, and delicious. How can I describe the amazing texture? One bite, and it was as soft as a glutinous rice cake, almost melting in your mouth. The result? The liangpi, cold skin noodles, was chewy and springy, its perfect texture making even the most delicious sauce pale in comparison. After one bite, the bouncy texture lingered on your lips and teeth, as if still clinging to you. It made you want to take another bite. The sauce, with its hint of chili oil and spiciness, offered a rich and mellow sesame paste flavor, the sourness of vinegar, the umami of soy sauce, and the spicy aroma of garlic. All these flavors were absorbed by the gluten sandwiched inside the liangpi. With each bite, the juices exploded in your mouth, carrying the refreshing fragrance of cucumber shreds. It was indescribably delicious. For a moment, all you wanted to do was savor this delicious treat. Even a small bite felt unsatisfying. You had to stuff large mouthfuls of liangpi coated in sauce into your mouth to experience unparalleled pleasure. This kind of culinary pleasure from carbohydrates intensely stimulated your senses. A joyful mood spread, bringing a smile to everyone's face. They couldn't help but eat bite after bite. In the blink of an eye, the bowl of cold noodles was completely empty, their faces smeared with sauce, still holding the bowl with lingering satisfaction, not quite recovered from the happiness. The stomach felt a little full, but the mouth still felt like it hadn't had enough. The gaze unconsciously fell on the still-standing queue for cold noodles. Someone voiced everyone's sentiments, but everyone knew they hadn't had enough. Boss, can you not limit the number of servings? It's simply not enough. One serving isn't even enough to fill a tooth. Yeah, we've been waiting a week. We finally get to eat some cold noodles, and even if we can't eat our fill, at least let us eat our fill. It's definitely not enough. I finished a bowl in 3 bites. Boss, another bowl, please. Is chapter 41 correct? Initially, everyone was quietly eating their liangpi, cold skin noodles, and the shop was relatively quiet, except for the people in line or the students from Fangsheng University talking and calling their parents. But then, the first group of customers who got their liangpi started scrambling for a second bowl. Even a fool would know the liangpi was delicious, otherwise, they wouldn't want a second bowl. How can that be? It was agreed that 1 bowl per person. How many can the small owner make? There are so many people in line. You've already eaten and you want a second bowl, but we haven't even had any yet. Many things in this world, when they don't involve oneself, can be left unattended. Only when it concerns one's own interests will one fight for what's right. Yeah, if you want another serving, are you going to rejoin the queue or what? Can you just quit and rejoin the queue? Or are you trying to cut in line? No way. It's 1 serving per person, 1 serving per person. We haven't even had any yet. Every time the customers who had already eaten complained that they weren't getting enough, they were met with a barrage of retorts from those in line. The customers who had finished their liangpi, cold skin noodles, were practically grinding their teeth in frustration. If these people hadn't been causing trouble, and they had insisted, the owner might have considered that everyone was still hungry and sold them another serving. But now that everyone in line was objecting, it was impossible to proceed. The customers who had already eaten their liangpi thought these people in line were fools. If they could buy another serving, they could buy more when it was their turn. What good would it do them to ruin their chance to get another serving? The people in line thought those who had already eaten the cold noodles were being unreasonable, complaining that they had already eaten and wanted more. There were only so many cold noodles, and a group of elementary school students were also fighting over them. Who could guarantee everyone would get some? Everyone had waited in line for so long, they couldn't leave empty-handed. Whether it was a lot or a little, they had to make sure everyone got some. So Fang Jun and Wu Xian remained silent, watching the two groups of diners argue for a long time, neither willing to give in, and continued making cold noodles one serving at a time. Fang Yang's mother arrived at a Jun's food stall to pick up her child, only to find the line too long for her to squeeze in, so she could only text Fang Shang's mother, telling Fang Yang to come out by himself. Upon seeing the message, Wu Xian immediately shouted to the group of her son's classmates, "Fang Yang, your mother is here to pick you up. She's at the door, hurry up and go." To avoid a beating at home, Fang Yang, despite having bought cold noodles, didn't dare eat them. He planned to take them home to share with his parents, hoping to avoid a beating. After seeing that there was a limit of one serving of cold noodles per person, Dai Tianyi used his smartwatch to send a message to his parents, telling them to come over after get off work to buy some themselves. It was limited. As darkness fell, besides Fang Yang's mother, several other parents of his classmates also came to pick up their children. Seeing the long queue outside a Jun's food stall, and noticing how popular their children's classmates' restaurant was, they were all somewhat surprised. In China, most people, seeing a restaurant doing well, would want to try it. The general reaction is, "What's so delicious? There's such a long queue, I want to try it too." When a restaurant is connected to someone in their community, they're even more inclined to try it. For example, if the restaurant is owned by someone from their hometown or fellow villager, or if it's owned by a friend. The same goes for restaurants owned by their child's classmate. Parents who know each other often meet at A Jun's food stall and chat while waiting for their children. "If my child hadn't come, I wouldn't have known his classmate's restaurant was so popular. Yeah, it's packed. I couldn't even squeeze in. I saw a lot of people getting takeout, I wonder what they bought. Oh, my son's out. That little rascal ran off with his classmates after school without a word. I wouldn't have known if I hadn't seen the group chat." Fang Yang, carrying a bag of cold noodles in his school bag, skipped towards his mother. He was met with a big slap on the shoulder from his mother, making him wince in pain. Mom, I was wrong. I wanted to call you, but I forgot my smartwatch at home. I'm sorry." Fang Yang slid to his knees incredibly fast. Past experiences of being beaten taught him that when you make a mistake, never argue. The faster you admit it, the fewer slaps you'll get. His mother loved slapping him. Mom, look at the cold noodles I bought you. I told you, Fang Shang's cooking is amazing." Chen Xiang ate it and wrote an essay that passed the preliminary round of the city's primary and secondary school essay competition. So awesome. Fang Yang's mother, hearing about the dish's history, instantly became interested. "Is that so? What essay? Tell me about it." The fragile mother-son bond was successfully repaired by Fang Yang's entertaining gossip. After arriving home, he finished explaining the whole story. Fang's mother listened with great interest. These days, primary school students' lives are quite exciting, you know. "Is this liangbi, cold-skin noodles, really that delicious?" Upon arriving home, Fang's mother looked expectantly at the liangbi Fang Yang had brought back. It was simply wrapped in 2 plastic bags, looking quite plain. "I didn't even get to try it myself, so I just packed it up and brought it back." "Mom, you should try it." Fang Yang opened the bags. The aroma of red chili oil and sesame sauce from the mixed liangbi wafted out. Fang Yang had been shaking and kneading it occasionally on the way home, and the liangbi had unknowingly become well mixed. Now, the mother and son picked up their chopsticks and started eating. After one bite, the mother and son looked at each other, their eyes widening in astonishment and disbelief. Holy crap! This is liangbi. What kind of liangbi had they eaten before? The texture. Just moments before, the mother and son had been so loving and affectionate, but after one bite of liangbi, they began frantically stuffing it into their mouths without a sound. One serving isn't enough for one person, let alone 2. Like mother, like son. When the mother and son were fighting over the food, there was no respect for elders or children. They were both afraid the other would eat more than them. They'd already started taking another bite before finishing their own. In the end, Mrs. Fang realized she couldn't even get enough from her son. Is this right? Grandpa Wang, who was in line, only learned about the purchase limit after buying a serving of cold noodles. After leaving a Jun's food stall, he quickly sent a message in the family group chat, telling anyone who wanted cold noodles to come and buy some. That's one bad thing about Chinese people, they love to join in the fun. If something gets popular, rationing inevitably starts. It's like that when you buy eggs at the supermarket, 1 bag per person. Now, even cold dishes are rationed. Why are so many people here? After seeing the message, Fang Yaoyao thought of her college classmate who had asked her where she bought the cold dishes. She had asked someone to help with the testing before, and the results came back so quickly, she hadn't repaid the favor yet. Knowing the classmate also wanted to buy cold dishes and now that they were being sold, she quickly sent them a message. Chapter 42. He'll never make those kinds of jokes again. Two-part summary. Su Shue's eyes lit up when he received the message. Ever since he tasted the cold dishes Fang Yaoyao had brought, he and his colleague Xiao Pang had become complete fans of that restaurant. They also deeply understood why Fang Yaoyao had wanted to test the food safety of a particular cold dish restaurant. It wasn't that they were maliciously speculating, food safety in society was indeed a serious issue. They always felt like nothing they ate was safe. They had never tasted cold dishes this delicious. It was normal to suspect that some unsafe, addictive substance had been added. Now that he had personally tested the ingredients of the cold dishes, and they contained nothing added, they were perfectly safe. So what was he waiting for? Eat it. It was such delicious food, missing even a single bite would be a loss. He immediately regretted sharing the cold dishes with Xiao Pang. However, when Su Shui turned around to ask Fang Yaoyao where she bought the cold dishes, he was met with one piece of bad news after another. First, the chef had gone to school and there were no cold dishes available. Then, upon inquiring, he discovered the chef was actually a primary school student. He was in school Monday through Friday, with lots of homework, and didn't have time to help cook at the restaurant. Su Shui was completely dumbfounded. He repeatedly confirmed that the cold dish really was made by a primary school student. The world is truly full of hidden talents. If a primary school student has this skill, what will he be like when he grows up? Su Shui only asked Fang Yaoyao to let him know after the primary school student made the cold dish, and he would immediately go buy it. Fang Yaoyao kept her word. After seeing the message her father-in-law posted in the family group chat, she immediately told Su Shui. She even included the location of a Jun's food stall. What a kind person. Su Shui immediately packed up his things to leave work. Their company's normal closing time was 6:30 p.m., but there was nothing to do after get off work. Sitting in the company collecting overtime pay, eating takeout, playing on their phones, playing games, how comfortable. So, no one was usually in a hurry to leave. Su Shui was seen hurriedly packing his luggage when the chubby boy next to him looked up from his game and glanced at him. Something up? Leaving so early? Yeah, that food stall is selling cold dishes today. With that brief sentence, the chubby boy immediately pressed the power button on his computer. Grabbing his phone and car keys, he was even faster than Su Shui. Let's go! Su Shui. If he were Su Shui's teammate this game, he would have wanted to come and kill him through the internet connection. After waiting a week, it was Friday, and Fang Sheng finally cooked. Some regular customers were so moved by their newfound cold noodles that they cried. If the young owner's parents hadn't been there, I would have advised him to stop going down this wrong path of studying. With this culinary skill, why worry about the future? He could easily make a fortune setting up a stall. That's true, but the child is still young. You can't just say that. What if the child takes it to heart, doesn't study, and just stays home cooking? The owner and his wife would be so angry they'd close the shop. As neighbors, Jun's food stall has been open for over 10 years. They've seen Fang Sheng being beaten and sent to school crying when he was a child. For Chinese parents, there's a proper age for each activity. Even if a child is incredibly skilled, it's impossible to make them skip school and stay home cooking. If they did that, people would criticize the parents, calling them heartless for not letting their child go to school at such a young age and making them cook in the shop. So these old neighbors and regular customers wouldn't say anything like that if they couldn't buy cold dishes. Hee, just kidding, just a joke. The man who spoke didn't expect his casual joke to be responded to so seriously, and he awkwardly dug his toes into the ground. He'd never make jokes like that again. The students in the class left one after another with their cold noodles, and Fang Sheng, busy as ever, didn't forget to wave goodbye to them. Everyone had achieved their goal for the day, and seeing that Fang Sheng's shop was very busy, they all chose to take their food to go, mainly because there wasn't enough space. As the children gradually arrived home, Teacher Wang also received messages from the parents letting them know they were safe. Finally, she could have a peaceful weekend. If even one child had gone missing, she probably wouldn't have been able to sleep tonight. Being a teacher inherently carries a greater sense of responsibility than other professions. Lying in bed that night, Teacher Wang couldn't help but feel curious about Fang Sheng's cooking skills. She had also read Chen Xiong's essay, and it had left a deep impression on her. Unexpectedly, today's events deepened her impression. With no work tomorrow or the day after, should she go to Fang Sheng's food stall and try his cooking? As a homeroom teacher, wouldn't the parents think it was a home visit? That's not good. After agonizing for a while, Teacher Wang had a sudden flash of inspiration before going to bed. She suddenly remembered there was always takeout, and she breathed a sigh of relief. She had really fallen into a logical fallacy. Thinking about going out to eat, she was only focused on how to eat as a customer, forgetting that she wanted to order takeout. The Fang family of 3 were exhausted and didn't close the shop until after 10 p.m. Even the 2 women who worked there were exhausted, slumped in chairs in the shop. Wu Xin, there's some cold noodles in the kitchen that I asked Xiao Sheng to leave. It's getting late, let's clean up, you can take the cold noodles home for a late night snack. Fang Jun was responsible for all the kitchen purchases and other tasks at the shop. Wu Xian didn't handle them. Wu Xian handled all the outside tasks, from arranging the cashier to managing the reception staff. Fang Jun didn't interfere. The couple each took care of their own tasks, without interfering with each other, resulting in harmonious family life with very few arguments. Fang Sheng nodded, indicating the food was packed and in the kitchen. He had been busy since school until after 9 o'clock, and he was exhausted. But his experience points, which hadn't increased for many days, had surged significantly. This was a hard-won opportunity to gain experience points, and he cherished it greatly. He wondered if it was because his cooking skills had improved, but tonight's experience points were much higher than before. Whether it was as he suspected, he would have to test it again tomorrow. "Mom and Dad, I'm going upstairs to shower and go to bed." He didn't need to do the cleaning, so his parents nodded, urging him to rest. "Go to sleep. Don't stay up so late next time. You know that children don't grow tall if they stay up late." Fang Jun, just like when he was a child, threatened his son. "Fang Sheng, why are there so many customers today saying they came from Duyan? Dad, do you know what's going on?" Fang Sheng squinted, looking at his father with a probing gaze. Fang Jun, who had initially relied on being the father, immediately lost his confidence. He stammered that it was an adult matter and that children shouldn't worry about it, and should go to sleep. Fang Sheng didn't press the matter further and went upstairs to write down the types of ingredients needed for tomorrow. He didn't specify the quantity, and he wasn't sure how much to buy. Let his dad worry about that. Back in his room, Fang Sheng thought for a moment, then picked up his tablet, downloaded Douyin, TikTok, and tentatively searched for a Jun's food stall to see if he could find his dad's account. The first thing that appeared was his picture. Fang Sheng awkwardly watched the video of himself chopping vegetables. Being filmed like this, completely still, would be incredibly embarrassing if someone he knew saw it. And what kind of angle was that? What a terrible angle. It made him look so short. Although he's only 10 years old, he's already 154 centimeters tall, exceeding the average height for his age at his physical exams. With sufficient nutrition, he should be able to grow to 180 or 183 centimeters as an adult, and with even better development, maybe even 185 centimeters. Fang Sheng's current goal is to exercise hard and grow to 188 centimeters, maybe even a male model's height. He knew he'd become famous soon, and what if these videos and photos became his embarrassing history? What on earth did they film? Opening the comments section, Fang Sheng's eyes lit up as he saw that most of the comments were from his food fans. "Boss, I have no other requests, just take good care of your son, and have someone cook for him more often, you know what I mean? I'm devastated. How come they still have handmade cold noodles on Fridays? Nobody told me beforehand, and they were all gone when I got there. Hee, I got some cold noodles. Living nearby is so great, they're so delicious. I really can't believe such a young student has such good cooking skills. I've tried the boss's cooking before, and it's just average. I didn't expect his son's skills to be so unexpectedly good. I wonder if the boss has someone else teaching him or if he's just naturally gifted." Fang Sheng saw this comment and curiously clicked to read the replies below. "My house is near a Jun's food stall. The young boss has to go to school every day and help out at the shop on weekends. He simply doesn't have time to apprentice. I guess he's just naturally gifted. My aunt's brother said the young boss is absolutely gifted, even his first attempt at cooking was delicious." That's different from what I heard. The young boss's first attempt at cooking was terrible, it even made a customer cry. But after cooking a few more times, his skills improved by leaps and bounds. I heard that the young boss's first attempt at cooking was so delicious that it made someone cry, and then that person even brought their entire company to eat there, supporting the boss's business. After that, whenever the young boss cooked, they would go every day. Fang Sheng looked at the replies below and remained silent. What gossip these days that netizens don't know? Even the story of his first attempt at cooking has spread? Although the content of the rumors is somewhat different from reality, it's still somewhat plausible. It's clear it's not entirely baseless. Fang Sheng scrolled through his feed and saw the first video his father had posted. If the comments under the first video were all from fans who had tried the cold dish, the earlier videos were simply because people were drawn in by Fang Jun's content, offering him advice. Then Fang Sheng saw the culprit that kept him from touching a kitchen knife on Mondays and Fridays. Wow, the comment that made him finish his homework before he could cook for a while had more likes than the video itself. Fang Sheng initially opened the comments section angrily, wanting to condemn the netizen. But then, seeing all the replies from fans who were cursing because they couldn't get the cold dishes, he immediately fell silent. This is terrifying, truly terrifying. He even felt a little sorry for the netizen. After watching the video, Fang Sheng was also a bit sleepy. Unusually, he didn't go into the system space to practice cooking, so he naturally fell asleep. He slept soundly until dawn. Fang Sheng used a few hours of cooking practice in the system space to wake himself up. Then he woke up feeling refreshed. Fang's parents were already up, resting upstairs. Seeing Fang Shang get up, they pointed to the breakfast on the table and said, "Get up, there's breakfast on the table. Your dad specially went to buy you chive pancakes from that place in the old city, your favorite. That chive pancake shop is very popular, they might sell out after 8 o'clock. If you want some, you have to go early." "Thanks, Dad." Fang Shang remembered the delicious taste of chive pancakes from his memory, hurriedly washed up, and then plopped down at the dining table. A square chive pancake was fried to a golden brown and crispy perfection, its deep-fried color incredibly tempting. It wasn't as hot now, but his mother had probably reheated it in the air fryer, so it was still warm and crispy in his hand. One bite revealed a crispy exterior and tender interior, the aroma of chives filling the air. Besides the fresh, juicy chives, the filling also contained bits of egg and vermicelli, all mixed together in an incredibly delicious way. Chives are a very fragrant food, their fresh, slightly spicy flavor combined with the crispy outer layer made it impossible to stop eating. Ever since learning to cook, Fang Shang subconsciously considered what was in what and how it was made whenever he ate something. It had become a conditioned reflex. This time was no exception. These chive pancakes aren't difficult to make, but the seasoning is excellent. The chives are very fresh and tender, and they retain their juices after frying, so they're not dry at all. They have a very fresh flavor, and the scrambled eggs cooked in lard add a meaty aroma. It's delicious. The glass noodles, judging from the color, were first tossed with soy sauce and chili powder, which tastes great. The overall texture is rich and delicious. Seeing Fang Shang's comments while eating, Fang Jun and Wu Xian watched with broad smiles. This child truly has a talent for cooking, and they didn't want to waste his talent. They were thinking about whether to have him apprentice under a master. He might not have time during the week, but he could learn on Saturdays and Sundays. Talent deserves a good teacher. Fang Jun shared his thoughts. Wu Xian, standing to the side, looked at him questioningly. "Isn't Dad's cooking excellent? Everyone in the surrounding villages praises him. He's been a village chef for decades, and even now, people in the village still want him to cook for them." If Dad knew they sent Fang Shang to learn cooking from someone else, unless they found a truly exceptional master chef, they'd be in for a world of trouble. "Fang Jun, Dad's getting old, I'm afraid he can't spend the time and effort teaching Xiao Shang." Fang Shang looked at his parents, who were seriously discussing the matter, and felt a little helpless. Weren't they asking him? Why are they discussing it like this? He already has a system. What kind of master does he need? With his current cheat-like abilities, not to mention all dishes, how many people could be his master for certain dishes? As his culinary skills improve and his experience grows, he'll learn more and more. It would be troublesome if he actually took on a master and revealed something. Fang Shang interrupted his parents, refusing, "No need. My main focus is still on my studies. No one in our family has ever gone to university yet. I have to get into university. Cooking is just a hobby, something to relax and enjoy." Fang Jun wasn't happy to hear his son's words. Instead, he felt an itch to hit him. He almost couldn't control the urge to hit him. He wanted to say something but didn't know how to refute, and he was practically gritting his teeth in frustration. Wu Xian hadn't expected her son to say that either. She was a little speechless, feeling like she'd been shown a joke. That was true, they thought the same thing. They wanted someone in the family to go to university. But why did those words sound so unsettling? Is there anything wrong with what's said in chapter 43? Two parts combined. This reason was irrefutable. Fang Jun and Wu Xian couldn't answer it. They were even too lazy to pay him any attention, waving their hands and going downstairs. "Fang Shang, what's wrong with that? Isn't this what his parents most wanted to hear?" Fang Shang was completely baffled and continued eating his breakfast. After finishing breakfast, it was only 9 o'clock. Fang Shang didn't rush into the kitchen. He took out his homework and did some of it first. If it weren't for his tablet, which allowed him to look things up online, he would have struggled with some math problems. The teacher, for some reason, always assigned homework with some knowledge beyond the textbook, and then he had to do the problems according to elementary school students' knowledge level. Anything that didn't meet the answer standard wouldn't work, because it wouldn't be recognized on the exam. Fang Shang sighed every time he did his homework. An hour of homework was much more tiring than an hour of cooking. Cooking was physically tiring, but mentally enjoyable. Doing homework wasn't physically tiring, but it was mentally and emotionally exhausting. In short, if he had to choose, he'd definitely choose stir-frying. He'd recently finished the basic cold dish course, and the rest was up to him. The focus was on learning to make soup. Throughout his long culinary learning process, he gradually understood why the system wasn't like other systems that directly rewarded him with recipes, allowing him to learn everything without any prior instruction. Now he understood. If he didn't learn from the basics and was directly rewarded with recipes, he would only know that one dish, and wouldn't be proficient in anything else. But this learning method was different. Having mastered the basics, even without a recipe, he knew how to cook. For example, after learning how to make cold dishes, even without a recipe, just thinking about how to make a cold dish from a single ingredient would give him a wealth of knowledge to experiment with and recreate the dish. Instead of only knowing one dish, the system rewarded him with all the knowledge he painstakingly learned was his most valuable asset. Fang Shang was now like a thirsty sponge, wanting to soak in the system space to learn whenever he had free time. The thrill of absorbing knowledge was truly captivating. Every time he cooks in the restaurant, observing the customers' reactions is a demonstration of his learning achievements. Century egg and pork patty soup in a clay pot, 20 yuan. Egg and pork patty soup in a clay pot, 20 yuan. This pork patty soup is a new soup he recently mastered, and it tastes excellent. Today at noon is the demonstration day. Upon arriving in the kitchen, Fang Shang saw pork leg meat soaking in the sink, 8 parts lean and 2 parts fat. The fresh meat didn't have much blood, and the water in the sink was a pale pink. Fang Shang took a stainless steel basin, scooped out all the meat, and rinsed it. Then, he patiently removed the skin from the pork, cut it into small pieces, and then chopped the meat. Fang Shang picked up 2 cleavers, stood in front of the cutting board, and tentatively chopped a couple of times. Feeling a bit awkward, he moved a small stool over, stood on it, and then chopped the meat perfectly. The 2 cleavers began to chop rhythmically in his hands, and the kitchen was filled with a series of clattering sounds. Fang Jun, seeing that Fang Shang was actually going to chop the meat himself, glanced at the meat grinder beside him, somewhat speechless. "Isn't there a meat grinder over there? Just cut the meat into small pieces and throw it in to grind. Chopping like this is both laborious and time-consuming." Fang Shang continued chopping, thinking to himself that his father had no taste for good food. How could meat chopped by hand be the same as meat ground by a meat grinder? Minced meat completely destroys its fibers and stickiness, resulting in meat chunks with a texture vastly different from chopped meat paste. Meat paste chopped piece by piece, without any added ingredients, naturally retains its stickiness, and the meat is thoroughly pounded and chopped until very loose, resulting in a very tender texture after stewing. The difference is so subtle that even someone with a dulled sense of taste can taste it. Delicious food is rarely simple or easy, it usually requires care and time to prepare. That wouldn't taste good. Fang Shang didn't explain much. His father, a chef for so many years, surely understood this principle. Just like everyone knows that dumpling wrappers made by kneading and rolling dough taste better, but why buy wrappers? It's convenient. If you don't have time, slowly kneading and rolling the dough yourself is too time-consuming and laborious. Minced meat and chopped meat are the same principle. Convenient, time-saving, and the taste difference isn't significant and is acceptable, so most people choose this method of preparation. Fang Shang was very demanding of his cooking. After seriously learning to cook, he wouldn't show any dish that wasn't quite right. "Dad, could you peel some preserved eggs for me? 1 bowl should be enough." Fang Jun, he's annoyed with him, isn't he? Isn't he? Damn it. Damn it. Fang Jun was so angry he wanted to post a video complaining again. But then he remembered that his account's followers were all there for Fang Shang. If he posted a video complaining about being bossed around by his son, the comments wouldn't be what he wanted to see. Fang Jun figured it would be better if everyone made him do more work. He knew all too well how crazy those fans could be for a meal. Before 10 o'clock, Aunt Chen and Aunt Zhang arrived at the shop early. Seeing everyone working, they immediately put on aprons. Then they didn't forget to thank him for the late-night snack from last night. "Thank you for the cold noodles last night, boss. My daughter was hungry after her night shift and ate every last bit, saying it was delicious." What Aunt Chen didn't say was that her daughter was crying while eating, pouring out things she'd never told her before. She complained that her boss exploited employees, didn't pay overtime, and constantly yelled at her at work. She said jobs were hard to find, and she didn't dare quit. The pressure was immense, even being a few minutes late meant losing her perfect attendance bonus. She was exhausted and didn't want to work anymore. But she couldn't stop. No work, no money, so she had to grit her teeth and keep going. But even after a tiring day at work, coming home to her mother's cooking gave her renewed energy to keep going. Like the cold noodles, it felt warm, like the late-night snacks her mother made for her every night. Whether she was at school or work, if she was hungry at night, there was always something to eat. Last night was the first time Aunt Chen had truly understood her daughter's inner world. She never imagined her seemingly happy daughter was under so much pressure. Her daughter cried, and she cried too. The mother and daughter ended up sleeping in each other's arms on the same bed, a closeness the child had never shown since she grew up. Aunt Chen was very grateful for the cold noodles, which allowed her to connect with her daughter's heart. Even if she couldn't help her daughter with work, she could take care of her more in life and make her daughter feel happy. "My family goes to bed early, so I ate the cold noodles. Oh my god, I've never had such delicious cold noodles before. It's just as good as the food I had at a 5-star hotel back then." Aunt Zhang's mouth watered just thinking about the cold noodles she ate last night. Oh my god, it was so delicious. The last time she ate something so good was when she was young, when she went to a 5-star hotel in a big city with a boss and ate a meal there. She remembered the taste for decades. Now, that taste has been replaced by last night's cold noodles. Fang Sheng smiled modestly at the compliment. Sigh. Being praised every day is a sweet trouble. Luckily, he's not a real child, or he'll get carried away with the praise sooner or later. I'm glad you like it. As employees, it's good to have some perks. Wu Xin replied with a smile. These perks help keep employees busy and motivated, encouraging them to work harder and more diligently. Why not? Zhang Dashan and Aunt Chen were indeed excited upon hearing this, and they worked even faster. We're not selling cold noodles for lunch today, we're selling soup. Aunt Chen looked at the meat Fang Sheng was chopping and the menu on the blackboard by the door, and was a little confused. In her mind, if a dish sold well and made money, then more would be made to sell that would be much more profitable. She never expected that such a popular dish wouldn't be sold today. How much money would that cost? Aunt Chen couldn't help but calculate the customer traffic from last night, and took a deep breath with heartache. Yes, Xiao Shang has recently become very interested in making soup. Wu Xian had already noticed that Fang Shang was now cooking whatever he was interested in, and she wondered where he'd learned all these skills. Everything he made tasted incredibly delicious. She felt like she'd gained a little weight lately. Wu Xian pinched her belly, clearly feeling a significant increase in the amount of flesh. It was a happy kind of pain. Aunt Chen understood from Wu Xian's reaction that the owners weren't the type to let their child earn money, nor did they expect him to make money from cooking. It was all based on the child's own wishes. He could cook if he wanted, and making money was secondary. It would be great if he could earn money, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. Young boss, your skills are excellent, everything you make will sell well. I'll go wash the vegetables in the kitchen now. Aunt Chen smiled and praised him, then didn't linger. The kitchen was quite busy with washing and preparing vegetables. With Aunt Zhang's arrival, the cleaning outside was left to her. Wu Xian easily sat in front of the computer, adding 2 soup options to the food delivery platform, entering the inventory, and setting the order number to be removed once sold out. Then, before 11 a.m., customers started arriving at the shop. Oh, Uncle Wang, you're here so early today. The usual mealtime is between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m., and the shop doesn't start serving customers until 11 a.m. That's considered the official opening time. Arriving early means many dishes might not be prepared yet, and very few people eat lunch so early. Wu Xian greeted Uncle Wang with a smile. Uncle Wang responded and headed straight to the small blackboard at the counter to check today's menu. It was Saturday, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the owner would definitely be cooking, so he arrived early. Frankly, if he wasn't worried about arriving too early and the shop not being open yet, he would have come at 9 or 10 a.m. She patiently waited until 10:30 before leaving home and heading to Jun's food stall. She was indeed early, but it was good to know what delicious food the young owner had prepared for lunch. Today they're selling soup? The clay pot soup is great, especially the egg and meatloaf soup. It's nutritious and perfect for my little girl. Hearing Grandpa Wang mention his granddaughter, Wu Xian chimed in, of course. My husband bought all the fresh pork from the wholesale market this morning. From slaughtering the pig to bringing the meat back, it took no more than 5 hours. If we hadn't gone early, we wouldn't have been able to buy any. That's great. I'll have several portions, 2 servings of preserved egg and meatloaf soup, and 3 servings of egg and meatloaf soup. Grandpa Wang chuckled. There are 5 people in his family, so 1 serving per person is fine. It's not cheap, but it tastes good. 1 serving per person. Why don't you have a family member take a number and 1 person can wait? The Fang family is small, and they can only make a limited quantity, so limiting purchases is inevitable. Otherwise, fewer people would get to try it. Then, customers who didn't get any would linger in the shop, which would be troublesome. Grandpa Wang wasn't used to the purchase limit. After Wu Xian reminded him, he quickly sent a message in the family group chat, telling them not to cook yet, but to come down, get a number, and queue up 1 serving per person. While waiting, Wu Xian took the opportunity to ask Grandpa Wang something. Grandpa Wang, you're so well informed. Do you know who suspected our Xiao Shang of adding something bad to her food and sent it for testing? Eating our food and then suspecting us of adding something? Luckily, that person didn't have bad intentions. The test results were good. Otherwise, how could my Xiao Shang face the world? Wu Xian hadn't been able to shake off the news since she heard it. What others said about them didn't matter, but Fang Shang was still a child. They couldn't let their guard down over anything. They didn't want it to affect her future. Grandpa Wang stood there awkwardly, momentarily avoiding Wu Xian's gaze. He'd only told old Ding about it. How could it have become common knowledge? It must be old Ding, that big mouth, spreading it everywhere. Now even the boss and his wife know. If it's revealed that it was his family who sent the cold dishes for testing, all the good relationship he'd worked so hard to build with the boss would be gone. Grandpa Wang didn't know how to respond, and cold sweat broke out on his brow. These kinds of things are easy to find out. Just ask around, and you can find the source of the rumor and then find the boss. It all depends on whether the boss and his wife are willing to do it. Now that he thought about it, they were willing. Well, I guess that person had never tasted anything so delicious before, which is why they suspected something was added. Now everyone knows the young boss's food is delicious, purely because of his skill. Business is probably even better than before. Grandpa Wang didn't dare tell the truth, so he could only praise the food indirectly. He wanted to downplay the negative aspects of the matter. Wu Xian knew this too. She couldn't just ask every customer who suspected someone had added something to their food, could she? It wouldn't be good if she brought it up herself when the customers hadn't heard about it. In short, it's very frustrating. Parents generally don't like outsiders talking about their children. Actually, Fang Sheng doesn't care, she understands this behavior. Now that this outcome is established, future diners won't have any doubts about it. There are always some people who can't stand to see others do well. The moment they hear a dish is delicious, they immediately say it has additives, addictive substances, and so on. This behavior is like seeing a young, beautiful woman driving a luxury car and living in a mansion. There's always someone saying bad things. Mediocrity doesn't attract envy. This kind of external suspicion is sometimes unavoidable. That's true, but what if someone exaggerates this later? I'm afraid it will affect the children. I'd like to see who dares to talk nonsense. Your shop has been open for over 10 years, everyone in the neighborhood knows. If anyone dares to cause trouble because your business is doing well, they'd better see if we, your loyal customers, are willing. Old Mr. Wang, despite his age, immediately saw Wu Xian's worries. Business people are afraid of their business doing well, attracting jealousy from competitors who will then sabotage your business so theirs can thrive. There are many good people in this society, but there are also bad ones. Chapter 44. Taking what others cherish is no different from killing their parents. Such excellent skills. If someone forces us to close the shop, where will they find such delicious food? Take away what others love. What's the difference between that and murdering their parents? Your business is booming right now, someone might be jealous. Boss lady, why don't you create a few more customer groups? Everyone in our neighborhood should join. If you need anything, just let us know, and we'll all come to help. Wu Xian hadn't expected that Grandpa Wang would say something like that, even though she was just worrying unnecessarily. She was so touched she didn't know what to say. Don't worry, just focus on running the shop. We, the regular customers, will take care of things. Wu Xian happily agreed. Creating a few customer groups was definitely a good idea. They had many repeat customers, and many people wanted to know when her son would cook or not. Joining the groups would make communication easier and prevent her from being overwhelmed by phone calls every day. Okay, I'll set up the group chat right away. We'll put the QR code in the shop, and anyone who wants to come in can scan it. Wu Xian hadn't expected that Grandpa Wang, despite his age, would be so knowledgeable. His idea made a lot of sense. A large fan base means that if anyone gets jealous and tries to cause trouble, they'll have to consider whether others will believe them. The Douyin account also needs to be built up. With a large following, they'll have more influence and can better protect their son. With her son's outstanding skills, he's destined for greatness. This was a mother's intuition. Fang Jun and Fang Shang, in the kitchen, overheard their conversation. In their family, Wu Xian was the most thoughtful, proactive, and had a sense of preparedness. The father and son were pure technicians. The father and son exchanged a glance and continued chopping meat and vegetables. Fang Jun bought another 5-tiered steamer for the kitchen and dozens of earthenware pots. Fang Jun thought for a moment and still added a word of advice. It would be a waste to buy these tools and ingredients and only use them once. We can add the clay pot soup to the regular menu later. Fang Shang nodded. Clay pot soup wasn't difficult. With the ingredients prepared in advance, it was simple to make. The longer it simmered, the more delicious it became, making it perfect for the menu. Okay, Dad, how about you order a custom menu for me to hang on the wall, just for my regular menu? That was no problem, and Fang Jun nodded in agreement. While Wu Xian was talking to Grandpa Wang for a few minutes, his wife, son and daughter-in-law, and granddaughter arrived. As soon as they entered, they heard Grandpa Wang and the proprietress discussing a customer group. Then they were pulled into a Jun's food stall, Group 1. Fang Yaoyao thought for a moment and added Su Shui to the group. Then Su Shui sent a 60-second thank you voice message and added Xiao Pang to the group. In the blink of an eye, there were about 20 people in the group. Grandpa Wang had the most friends, and he quickly added over a dozen. People like Old Ding, Old Pang, and Old Zhang. You could tell they were all quite old just by looking at their profile pictures. In the blink of an eye, the group grew to over 100 people. Grandpa Wang asked everyone to help promote it and post on their WeChat moments. When people saw it was Ajun's food stall group, they joined without any prompting. The group instantly became lively. Everyone was asking if the owner made any cold dishes for lunch. Wu Xian posted a picture of a small blackboard in the group chat, announcing that there would be no cold dishes for lunch, only clay pot soup, 1 serving per person, limited quantity, first come, first served. Within half an hour, a long line formed outside Ajun's food stall. It was cloudy today, and although the temperature was 30 degrees Celsius, the lack of strong sunshine meant it wasn't too hot, so the line was even longer than before. Summer clouds mean strong UV rays. Even the girls in the line braved the sun to queue for meatball soup. It was already past 11 a.m. A photo of the finished meatball soup had already been posted in the group chat, making everyone drool. The tender, stewed meatballs were plump and round, topped with an egg, resulting in a milky white egg on top of the meatball. Stuffed with a few scallions and goji berries, the soup was clear and transparent, making it incredibly appetizing just to look at. According to those who had tried it, it was so delicious it made their eyebrows fall off. The meat patties were tender and smooth, without a trace of fishiness, perfectly complemented by the savory flavor of the eggs. It was so delicious it was unbelievable. Less people ordered the preserved egg and meat patty soup, but according to those who liked preserved eggs, it was incredibly flavorful. It seemed like delicious was the only word that could describe it. Wu Fa, a migrant worker on a business trip to Jiexing, was staying at a hotel on Jingning Road. For the past 2 days, he'd been ordering takeout from the hotel. Among the nearby takeout options, a Jun's had the most positive reviews and the most long queues, with many appetizing photos in the comments section. So Wu Fa ordered takeout from a Jun's for lunch and dinner. Today was no exception. Because he skips breakfast and sleeps in late, he woke up early and ordered lunch. Then he saw the limited edition meat patty soup in a clay pot and casually ordered the preserved egg and meat patty soup. He was surprised to find such a local specialty clay pot soup in another city. He vaguely remembered this clay pot soup being a local specialty. He'd had it during a business trip before, and it was quite delicious. A bowl of soup and a bowl of rice just right, a quick and easy meal. It was nearby, so the delivery was fast. Wu Fa had just finished showering when the delivery arrived. He'd just gotten up and wanted some soup to soothe his throat before lunch. Then, as soon as he opened the takeout bowl, a rich, savory meaty aroma, like a powerful jet of water, assaulted his senses, leaving him instantly defenseless. It smells so good. Wu Fa looked at the pale pink meat patty and the whole, round preserved egg in front of him, swallowing hard. Almost impatiently, Wu Fa picked up a spoon, scooped up a spoonful of broth, and put it in his mouth. He loved clay pot soup because the double boiling method brought out all the umami and nutrients from the meat, resulting in an incredibly flavorful and rich broth that was never bland. He thought the clay pot soup he'd had before was already delicious enough, but today's soup had captivated him even more. He took a sip, unable to resist closing his eyes to savor the savory taste that filled his mouth. This is so incredibly delicious. In the empty room, Wu Fa murmured incredulously. Then he tasted a meat patty. It was stewed until very soft and flavorful, without any fishy or unpleasant odor from the preserved egg, just pure meaty freshness lingering in his mouth. He then looked at the whole preserved egg. A preserved egg stewed for over an hour is completely different from a raw preserved egg. Almost all the unpleasant odors had disappeared. One bite, and the preserved egg yolk had completely melted away, dissolving in the mouth without needing to be chewed, leaving only a rich, mellow taste. Eating it with the broth, it didn't dry out the throat at all. It was silky smooth and soft, almost like eating cement. But every bite was a completely new sensory experience, truly amazing. A bite of preserved egg, a bite of meat pie, a sip of soup. Wu Fa barely had time to react before he finished the entire bowl of soup. Chapter 45. What's going on? It's sold out already? After finishing his bowl of soup, Wu Fa instinctively opened the food delivery app to order another serving. Then he saw 2 large sold-out signs. What happened? It's sold out already? He casually checked the comments section and, sure enough, saw a customer post a photo of the clay pot soup. Having tasted the preserved egg and meatloaf soup, he looked at the regular egg and meatloaf soup. The egg white was milky white and smooth, with a pale yellow yolk underneath. The meatloaf was hidden underneath, making it difficult to see. The broth was crystal clear, even clearer than the preserved egg soup. The preserved egg soup was cool but slightly whitish. Overall, the 2 eggs were quite different. Wu Fa was really craving it, but since he couldn't buy any, there was nothing he could do. He sighed and prepared to eat a rice bowl. Stir-fried beef rice bowl. It looked alright. If he hadn't tasted the clay pot soup, he would have thought it tasted good. These days, it's common to order takeout or eat out and find bad food. If there's even one decent restaurant, you have to bookmark it and eat there again. This place, Jun's food stall, has decent dishes, but the soup is unexpectedly amazing. This unexpected clay pot soup gave him an idea for where to take his client out for dinner that evening. He wasn't familiar with Jiachen to begin with, and being sent by his company to visit a client meant he was struggling to decide where to go for dinner. Now, with this clay pot soup, why struggle? He's almost 30, and he's never had a better soup in his life. He'd definitely satisfy his client. Finishing his work sooner meant ending his business trip and returning home sooner. So, Wu Fa immediately sent Jun's food stall's address to his client and arranged a time for dinner. Of course, he had called Jun's food stall beforehand to ask about their opening hours for the evening. He had originally wanted to reserve a private room, but they didn't have any, so he had to make a reservation by the table. Most of his fans had enjoyed Fang Shang's cooking on Saturday, and even their tempers had improved considerably. He Jizhang, expecting to see a flood of well-wishes when he opened Douyin, TikTok, was surprised to find only 2 or 3 new replies. May good people live in peace, brother, listen to me, delete this comment now, or you'll regret it. Dante likes cilantro, loves cold dishes version ugh, what did you say? I hate you. He Jizhang stroked his chin, feeling puzzled. Ever since the last time he was scrolling through Douyin, he had seen a parent say their child liked cooking but didn't like studying. Being a helpful person, he had casually replied, suggesting the child finish their homework and be rewarded with cooking some food. At first, there was no problem. The post got a lot of likes, everyone was just having fun, enjoying the spectacle of the blogger's son. The author even liked it, indicating they liked his idea. It was another day of helping others, and he was happy. Then, a few days later, he went on Douyin and saw a sudden flood of comments, all of the same reply, but all insulting him, saying he was inhuman, how could he come up with such a malicious idea, etc. Some people even messaged him crying. At first, he was confused, but after watching the blogger's later videos, he roughly understood that the blogger's son was a very good cook and made delicious food. The blogger took his advice and made sure the child couldn't enter the kitchen until he finished his homework. The diners, having nowhere to eat, went to Douyin, TikTok, saw his comments, and realized the owner had acted on his advice. That's how it ended. Initially, He Jizhang found it amusing to see the diners so upset, until he was constantly being insulted, and the insults finally got to him. He developed a rebellious streak. Were these people crazy? They couldn't get food, so why were they throwing a tantrum? He Jizhang was so angry he wanted to fly over and see what was going on at the restaurant. Who could stand being insulted every day? The more they bothered him, the less he deleted the comments. Why were there so few insults today? He Jizhang scrolled through the comments section and quickly found the reason. It was Saturday, and the blogger's son was cooking at the restaurant at noon. The fans were probably enjoying their meal and didn't have time to send in their greetings. This was ridiculous. He was a little unaccustomed to it. He Jizhang was itching to try the restaurant. But it's a bit far, he'd have to fly there, arriving in the evening. He Jizhang hesitated for a moment, then checked flight tickets. If there were any flights that evening, he'd go, otherwise, he'd pass. After mentally preparing himself, he opened the ticketing platform, selected his departure and destination, and then, after get off work, found there was indeed a flight to Jiexing that afternoon. It was the height of summer, not summer vacation, the off-season for tourism, and the tickets were very cheap, just over 300 yuan. So He Jizhang bought a ticket, packed a change of clothes, and headed straight to the airport. Time was of the essence, he had to get to the boarding gate quickly. The regular customers queuing up with Jun were unaware that they had just cursed He Jizhang over. Saturday was a wonderful day, he actually got to eat the small restaurant owner's clay pot soup. Delicious. He hadn't had such delicious food for a week, he had been craving it so much. So much so that eating it improved his mood. With a good mood, his resentment lessened, and no one bothered to greet He Jizhang. The business closed for lunch. Around 2 p.m., Jun's food stall closed, and Fang Shang's family and 2 employees finally started eating lunch. Fang Jun cooked several dishes, and there was also some clay pot soup that Fang Shang had saved, 1 serving for each person. Aunt Chen felt a little embarrassed to eat. This soup costs 21 yuan a serving, and customers are scrambling for it. There aren't enough to go around, yet they saved some for their employees. In all her years working here, this was the first time she'd encountered someone so stingy, saving the best food for their employees. We've all been busy all morning, let's eat something good so we'll have the energy to work tonight. Fang Shang wholeheartedly agreed with his mother. He now had a huge appetite, eating 2 bowls of rice, a bowl of soup, plus meat and vegetables every day. He could eat a lot. But he was indeed full of energy, strong, and very robust, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to lift the iron pot. Seeing that the owner's family didn't seem to care about the soup, Zhang Dashan and Aunt Chen also started eating. The boss provided them with their staff meals, and they didn't feel comfortable suggesting taking some home, so they all started drinking from the earthenware pots. A sip of the delicious soup instantly seemed to wash away all their fatigue. Their spirits were lifted. Originally, she wanted to praise Aunt Zhang, but seeing the silent family of 3, she silently swallowed her admiration and focused on eating her soup. To be honest, before tasting the young boss's cooking, she thought the best thing about this job was that it was close to home. The salary and other things weren't that high. The boss has very high standards, but thankfully isn't difficult to get along with. However, starting with that cold noodle dish last night, she realized the biggest advantage of this job is the delicious meals. They're so good that she feels as long as she has these meals, she won't want to change jobs. Even if there's no money, being given food is great. Otherwise, buying food herself isn't cheap, especially year-round. Unlike being an employee who gets to eat for free. Chapter 46 Dumplings. What dumplings? 2-part series. Wife, we have to go back and properly pay respects to our ancestors at their graves this winter solstice. Our family's ancestral graves are truly blessed this time. Fang Jun slowly sipped the meatball soup, finding it even more delicious than the pork rib soup he'd had last time. Such simple pork and an egg, yet it was so incredibly flavorful. These portions of soup had been steamed since noon, completely tender, and even the toothless, 90-year-old couple ate it without any problem. The meatballs were truly melting your mouth tender, so delicious it made his tongue tremble. Fang Jun was immersed in the delicious meatball soup, his expression slightly dazed, as if his thoughts were drifting away. Every time he tasted his son's cooking, he was reminded of the days when he followed his father to work as a village cook. Back then, life wasn't good, and his happiest moments were when his father cooked for the family. Because there was meat to eat. His father's meat dishes were exceptional. Decades ago, when living conditions were generally poor, meat was always considered a more precious commodity. His father said that cooking required imbuing the food with emotion, only then would the flavor carry feeling. His father always cooked with great care and attention. When marinating a piece of meat, he would massage and knead it repeatedly, his expression one of unprecedented seriousness and tenderness. Unconsciously, he recalled his father's words that he lacked emotion in cooking. That would prevent him from becoming a good chef. Any profession, if lacking inspiration and soul, lacks its most crucial element. The same applies to chefs. A painter without soul lacks the depth of feeling in their work. A writer without soul cannot create truly moving works that resonate with countless people. The same applies to carpenters, sculptors, musicians, dancers, and so on. The same is true for cooks. Without the crucial element of emotion, the food they create is merely ordinary food. At that moment, he seemed to taste the soul of his son's cooking, a flavor so radiant and full of happiness and sunshine. It was enough to lift one's spirits just by drinking it. It resonated with one's soul. With food in her mouth, Wu Xian couldn't speak, but nodded vigorously. This was truly incredible luck. Her son's culinary talent was amazing. Thinking of this, Wu Xian suddenly remembered something and looked at Fang Jun. Honey, have you told Dad about our son's cooking? Every time she went home, her father-in-law would sigh and complain about her husband's cooking, saying he had no talent and no one would inherit his skills. Now that his grandson had talent, the old man must be ecstatic. Fang Jun's expression froze. He stood there dumbfounded, his eyes widening, his expression revealing guilt and panic. Fang Shang, seeing him like this, sighed inwardly. Once again, she marveled at the advantages of being a child. At a time like this, he wouldn't be the one getting beaten up. His dad is probably lucky. Wu Xian understood Fang Jun's situation. Good luck to you. There's nowhere to go home right now, but his son's summer vacation is coming up soon. His grandparents will miss their grandson and need to go back for a few days, right? Then it won't be a secret anymore. Besides, there's no need to hide it. It's best to tell him now, otherwise, if the old man finds out that such a big thing hasn't been told to him, he probably won't even let Fang Jun into the house. It's okay, I'll call my dad tonight and tell him I just discovered Xiao Shang has a talent for cooking, and I'll take him home for summer vacation. Fang Jun quickly came up with a plan. If you don't tell him and I don't tell him, the old man at home won't know. I've finished eating, I'm going to rest now. The menu won't change tonight, we'll still sell meatball soup. Fang Shang thought the soup was quite delicious, so he'd sell another bowl. Okay, then I'll pick up some more stock this afternoon. Fang Jun agreed, and Fang Shang went upstairs to rest with peace of mind. Their family's long-standing habit was that children shouldn't interrupt when adults were talking, and children shouldn't worry about anything. The children just needed to eat well, study hard, and be healthy and happy. Aunt Zhang and Aunt Chen didn't interrupt either, both heads down, enthusiastically showing off their food. Even those who do physical labor can eat it. A 6-inch bowl of rice is usually enough for at least 2 people, and with some side dishes, it's a quick and satisfying meal. Fang Jun and Wu Xian weren't in a hurry, they ate slowly, chatting as they ate. Since they worked together, there's a lot to talk about. One second they were discussing what to do with all the extracurricular classes they'd enrolled Fang Shang and they hadn't started yet, and it was all money wasted. The next second they were talking about how the restaurant was getting too busy and there weren't enough seats, wondering if they should add private rooms upstairs for customers. They had bought another apartment in the same complex. Over the years, they'd accumulated some savings. A down payment on a loan wouldn't be a problem. This restaurant used to be okay, though business was so-so. Now, it's packed, especially during mealtimes. It's like being on a crowded subway. This is indeed a problem. We'll consider our available funds later. House prices have dropped significantly recently, so we need to look into it. Fang Jun agreed. The shop was indeed a bit small, and to earn more money, they definitely needed to make some changes. Okay, I'll ask a real estate agent about it later. After the lunch break, around 5 p.m., the sound of Fang Shang chopping meat echoed again in the kitchen of Ah Jun's food stall. Chop 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 chop. Two cleavers alternated as he chopped the meat, using precise force and technique. The chopped meat didn't splatter, it all lay obediently on the cutting board, forming a large, flat cake. The chopped meat wasn't finished yet. It was placed in a stainless steel bowl, and then soaked scallion, ginger, and garlic water was added little by little to the meat, allowing it to fully absorb the water, achieving the effect of removing any fishy smell and enhancing the aroma. I think this minced meat would be great for dumpling filling too. I haven't had minced meat chopped like this in years. Fang Jun watched Fang Shang chop the meat, and his mouth started to water. He usually used a meat grinder when he wanted dumplings, too lazy to chop the meat himself. Meat chopped like this would definitely taste even better for dumplings. Fang Shang, is this his father's way of not helping, but actually hindering him, trying to eat him alive? Fang Shang understood what his father meant. This tactful remark was meant to get him to use the meat to make dumplings for him. Fang Shang understood, but he pretended not to hear. He calmly continued chopping the meat, chop chop chop, as if he hadn't heard what his father said. Seeing his son didn't respond, Fang Jun, his mouth watering, circled around and came to Fang Shang's other side, saying, "Son, do you want some dumplings? Dad will knead the dough and make some for you." Fang Shang, dumplings? What dumplings? Wu Xin, passing by with a rag, heard about dumplings and asked casually. Fang Shang wondered if his parents had suddenly developed some kind of foodie side. They weren't like this before. If you want some, you can make them yourself. The meat filling is already seasoned, and there's a whole bowl in the fridge. They're his own children, what can you do? It's no big deal if his parents want some dumplings. Sure, honey, we haven't had dumplings in a long time, let's make some. Okay, you just wait and eat. Fang Jun, now with the meat filling, enthusiastically started kneading the dough. Wu Fa, because he was taking clients out to dinner, arrived early at a Jun's food stall that afternoon to scout out the location and prepare. For example, if he brought his own good wine, he had to ask the restaurant if they allowed customers to bring their own. The food also needed to be ordered in advance. There are usually certain rules for hosting a meal. The quantity of dishes, cold dishes, hot dishes, main courses, soups, etc., are all predetermined. If it's not done well, it seems insincere. It will affect the client's impression of their company. Jingning Road Garden Community, shop number 27. The taxi stopped at the intersection. Wu Fa paid the fare and got out. Looking up, he saw the storefront of a Jun's food stall. It was a shop not far from the community gate, with a very ordinary entrance, but it was still easily visible from the car. Wu Fa's first impression was that the shop was very small. He had assumed that a shop that could make such delicious clay pot soup must be very popular. If it was popular, the shop wouldn't be too small. Now it seemed that the entrance was only the size of a normal storefront, with double glass doors, allowing a clear view inside. Wu Fa saw 2 tables occupied inside. He glanced at the time, 5:26. Customers already eating so early? The thought only flashed through Wu Fa's mind before disappearing. He walked to the shop entrance, pushed open the glass door, and was immediately enveloped by a refreshing coolness. Only air conditioning could save him from the summer heat. Hello, welcome. The menu is on the wall, and the limited edition chef's menu is on the small blackboard by the door. Aunt John greeted him warmly as soon as she saw a customer enter. Following her words, Wu Fa subconsciously looked at the small blackboard on his left. There it was, the clay pot soup he had tasted at noon. So it was a limited edition menu. No wonder he hadn't had it for the past 2 days. Hello, I've reserved a table for 6 for dinner. Can we order now? Sure, we don't have private rooms. Is this round table okay? Wu Fa then scanned the shop again. The space is rectangular in shape. To the left of the entrance is the cashier, and to the right is a standing air conditioner. Each table on the wall has a fan. 2 rows of rectangular dining tables and long benches are placed against the wall. Further inside are 2 large round tables with chairs. Behind these round tables is the kitchen. It's clear the shop isn't spacious, but it's quite deep. In front of the kitchen are 2 rows of refrigerated display cases containing prepared dishes for customers to order. Customers can order from the menu on the wall or by looking at the dishes in the display cases. Wu Fa also saw a man in a chef's uniform making dumplings at a table under the kitchen window. Each dumpling was a uniform size and looked quite appealing. Before entering the shop, he had worried that this roadside stall looked too cheap and lacked class, unsuitable for entertaining clients. But thinking of the clay pot soup he had for lunch, he went in anyway. Entering the shop, he relaxed a bit with the clean and tidy tables and chairs and the bright kitchen. At least the environment looked clean and hygienic, which didn't affect his appetite. The tables are fine. We need 6 servings of that clay pot soup. Can we order after everyone has arrived? Aunt John, with customers arriving, took out an order book and pen from her apron, noting down the dishes. She also responded promptly to any questions from customers. No problem, this soup is limited to 1 serving per person. Wu Fa hadn't expected such a small shop to have a purchase limit, but considering how delicious the clay pot soup was, he could understand. What's your shop's signature dish? Wu Fa first ordered 2 dishes he'd already tried, then looked at the menu on the wall and asked. For unfamiliar shops, asking about specialties or signature dishes is usually a safe bet. Braised beef stew, mixed fish stew, twice-cooked pork, seafood pancakes, these are all specialties. Of course, the best ones are the limited-time offers, Aunt Zhang explained. Listening to Aunt Zhang's introduction, Fang Jun, sitting across from the two making dumplings, silently glanced at Aunt Zhang with his deadpan eyes. What a waste that he was making dumplings to save for everyone's late-night snack. He wanted to protest. Then one of everything, and another order of dumplings. Wu Fa noticed Fang Jun's gaze, and seeing the handmade dumplings on the table, his appetite immediately whetted. One main dish too, one order, they looked delicious. This. Aunt Zhang sensed that the owners meant these dumplings were for their own family. Could they even sell them? Aunt Zhang looked at Wu Xin with pleading eyes. These dumplings aren't on the menu. We're making them for ourselves. Ordering them might be a bit pricey, 2 yuan each. Do you want some? Because it was for family. Fang Jun rolled out the dough very large, stuffed it with plenty of meat filling, making them plump and juicy. For dumplings could probably fill a bowl. Selling them cheap would definitely result in a loss. The labor costs alone would exceed the profit. Sure, just 1 plate will do. Cook a few as you see fit. Wu Fa had the company reimburse him for meals, so he had no intention of saving the company money. How expensive could a street food stall like this be? It was much cheaper than eating at fancy restaurants. Okay. Hearing Wu Fa order dumplings, the customers who had arrived early to wait for the clay pot soup also ordered a few dumplings. These handmade dumplings were a rare find. Boss, I'll also have 6 dumplings. The girl glanced at the size of the dumplings and quietly changed her mind. She could usually eat 10 small dumplings, so she'd better order fewer of these large ones. Okay, you'll have to wait a moment. The soup in the clay pot is still simmering. The dumplings can be cooked now if you want. There's no reason not to take advantage of money that's practically handed to you, so Wu Xian immediately figured out how to sell the dumplings. No need to cook them first, just bring them out with the soup. The girl was a loyal fan of Ah Jun's food stall cooking. She got off work early on Saturday, at 5 p.m., and took a taxi straight over. It wasn't lunchtime, no problem, she could just sit and wait. She'd just play on her phone at home anyway, nothing else to do. Eating was the most important thing. Okay. Wu Xian went to the kitchen and smiled as she approached Fang Shang. Son, selling dumplings without dipping sauce is just not right. Why don't you make a bowl of dumpling dipping sauce and put it on the side table? Fang Shang, didn't we agree to eat them ourselves? Is the amount Dad made enough to sell? Wu Xian looked at the dumplings Fang Jun had made and felt it wasn't enough. A few people could easily share them, and that was before the shop even had any customers. Once the regular customers arrived, they'd probably be gone in seconds. Consider it a perk, first come, first served. Fang Shang nodded indifferently. Making a dipping sauce was simple. After completing the cold dish course, he became very familiar with making sauces and dipping sauces for cold dishes. He even learned how to make seasonings that don't exist in reality within the system. All of this was to make food taste better. Fang Shang always felt that the system's content wasn't limited to real-world recipes and cooking methods, otherwise, how could he explain the cooking methods and seasonings for many dishes he'd never even heard of, let alone tasted? Of course, it could also be that his knowledge was limited. Anyway, he was having a lot of fun learning. Chapter 47. It might be different from what you imagine. Fang Shang made the dumpling dipping sauce with ease. He simply pulled out a large soup bowl, poured in 1/3 vinegar, 1/3 soy sauce, and 1/3 mineral water. Then, he added sliced garlic, chopped chili peppers, and scallions according to the proportions. The simple sauce was ready, requiring no special skills, just ordinary vinegar and sour sauce. But the one Fang Shang made tasted better. Fang Jun had tried it. For example, the clay pot soup. Fang Jun used minced meat pounded by Fang Shang into patties, put it in a clay pot, covered it, and steamed it. He and his son both added eggs to the pot, and the resulting soup tasted vastly different. It was truly strange. When the difference in skill was only slight, Fang Jun felt ashamed to ask his son for help, unable to save face as a father. But when the difference was huge, Fang Jun believed that humbly asking for help was a virtue passed down through generations. Wu Xian took a picture of the dumplings Lao Fang made, along with the sauce Xiao Shang prepared, and posted it to the group chat. Today's limited time offer: dumplings with meat filling prepared by Xiao Shang, dough made and wrapped by Lao Fang, and Xiao Shang's own dumpling vinegar. First come, first served, limited quantity, 2 yuan each. The WeChat customer group was already set up. Wu Xian knew a bit about marketing. If there was anything good that wasn't on the menu, she'd take a picture and post it in the group to emphasize its importance. Otherwise, customers who didn't come to the restaurant, or those who arrived late, wouldn't know there were dumplings. This post boosted everyone's enthusiasm, and business was good for the evening. Making more money would allow them to move to a bigger location and open a larger restaurant. Wu Xian's message instantly made the group chat lively. Wow, handmade dumplings. They're huge. I've never had truly handmade dumplings outside of my hometown. These days, some shops' handmade dumplings just mean they make the filling themselves, buy the wrappers, and hand wrap the filling. Boss, I'm here. Boss, could you please not open so early? My child, who gets off work at 6, is crying. By the time I get there, will there still be dumplings left? I was originally planning to go when the sun wasn't so hot, but since you're tempting me with this, I'll head out now. Wait, don't you guys work on Saturdays? It's so frustrating. I haven't finished get off work yet. Boss, can I send a delivery person to buy them for me? Wu Xian replied immediately when she saw the message tagging her. Sure, sending a delivery person is possible, but the clay pot soup is limited to 1 serving per person. The busy time passed quickly. When Henan finally got off work and arrived at Ajun's food stall for dinner, the place was packed. He felt relieved immediately. It seemed the young owner was cooking, otherwise, the restaurant wouldn't be packed so early. Boss, I'd like a plate of the young owner's stir-fried eggs with chili peppers, and a bowl of meatloaf and egg soup. He hadn't had stir-fried eggs with chili peppers for 5 days since the young owner had classes from Monday to Friday. He really wanted some, and thinking that it was Saturday, the young owner would probably be helping out at the restaurant, so he came over as soon as he got off work. Okay, I'll go ask in the kitchen. Wu Xian saw Henan come over, walked to the window, and asked, Xiao Shang, do you make stir-fried eggs with chili peppers? Fang Shang, busy cracking eggs into a clay pot, knew a regular customer was there as soon as he heard stir-fried eggs with chili. Make it, tell him to wait a moment. Okay. Wu Xian nodded and went to serve the customer. The other diners' eyes widened when they saw they could order dishes made by the young owner. What? We can order dishes? Boss, can we order the young owner's stir-fries? Can I order the cold dishes he used to make? Yes, I haven't had the white-cut chicken yet. I heard the skin is crispy and delicious. I want to try it. Henan hadn't expected her order to trigger such a surge in orders. Seeing everyone wanting to order her son's dishes, Wu Xian quickly explained, the principle is that if it's not on the menu, we don't make it. It depends on my son's personal wishes, so we can't make any of them. He hasn't learned how to cook yet, and the taste is far from the level on the menu. Wu Xian was telling the truth, but no one believed her. With such excellent skills in making cold dishes, braised dishes, and soups, how could his stir-fries be bad? But the chef is just a kid. What can you do if he doesn't want to cook? So, everyone looked at Henan with resentful eyes. Their gazes swept over Henan, seemingly trying to find something special about him that would make the young boss cook for him separately. Having never been the center of attention before, Henan stood awkwardly in place, unable to move. Some of the more outgoing ones, seeing that Henan was ordinary and couldn't see anything special about him, pulled Wu Xian aside and curiously inquired, Boss lady, why did the young boss make chili fried eggs for him? It was a long story, but Wu Xian thought for a moment and summarized it in one sentence. It's probably because this customer is the first customer my son ever served this dish. The first is always different. Once Wu Xian said this, everyone understood. Their eyes towards Henan were filled with envy. How lucky is this guy? This is the chef's first time cooking, and you got to enjoy it. The guy standing in front of Henan said enviously, his tone tinged with sourness, the young boss's stir-fried eggs with chili are delicious, aren't they? Only you get to eat them. Can I have a bite? We can share a table, it's on me. Honestly, he couldn't imagine how happy he would be to taste the young boss's stir-fried eggs with chili. It was such a delicious dish, he could eat an extra bowl of rice. Henan, feeling the envious gazes, hesitated, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly, wanting to say something, then tightly shutting his mouth, his face turning red. Well, maybe it's not what you think. After a long pause, Henan could only offer a subtle suggestion. He couldn't very well say that the young boss's cooking skills weren't on par with the other popular dishes. It was comparable to his mother's cooking. Saying it was bad would be an insult to his mother's culinary skills. To say it was delicious would make him seem like he had a pica. Honestly, he was eating the emotions embodied in the food, it was as if tasting it transported him back to the past. But to call it delicious was a stretch. I didn't think about it. I just wanted to try some stir-fried eggs with chili peppers. It'll be my turn soon. If you share a table with me, you'll get a seat right away. Besides, I arrived early and even ordered the limited edition dumplings. I'll share one with you. Henan's eyes brightened little by little. He was deeply moved by this offer. He wanted to agree, but some things had to be said beforehand. It's possible, but the taste won't be what you expect. You can't go back on your word. The customer's mind was completely occupied with the small restaurant owner's chili fried eggs. He'd never tried them before and couldn't think of anything else. Seeing that he'd agreed, he immediately pulled the man over. You stand here with me. Once the other customers finish eating, we can start eating too. Chapter 48. Was this made by the boss? Arriving at the guy, Nan belatedly remembered, dumplings? What dumplings? Did you have limited edition dumplings today? Yeah, I saw the group message and rushed over. I even managed to get some, but they were all gone just now. Group? What group? Nan felt like he'd only been away from Jun's food stall for a few days, and things had progressed so fast he couldn't keep up. It's posted on the wall. Just scan the QR code to join. It's a customer group created by the owner. He'll announce in the group whether the owner has any dishes to make. Hearing this, Nan immediately took out his phone, scanned the QR code, and joined. The group already had 300 members, and that was without many customers knowing. Wu Xin was busy and hadn't had time to post the news of the WeChat group on Douyin yet, otherwise, even more people would have joined. You see, the takeout customers, who didn't have time to eat in the restaurant, had already taken over Fang Jun's Douyin account. If he had known about the group chat, he definitely would have switched to it. Nan thought about how his colleagues at the factory were now all customers of a Jun's food stall. They had common topics to discuss, and he wasn't as withdrawn at work anymore. When the topic turned to a Jun's food stall, he would join in the conversation, chatting about which dishes were good and when to go again. Recently, the young owner wasn't helping with cooking at the stall because he was at school, so they hadn't had any food. He figured everyone probably didn't know about the group chat yet. Nan shared the group chat in the employee group, tagging everyone. This is a Jun's customer group. We'll announce any news about the young owner cooking in the group. There'll be clay pot soup made by the young owner tonight. Nan lived nearby, in the same neighborhood, and had been assigned the task of informing everyone about the young owner's cooking during the chat. So he directly forwarded the group chat to the factory's employee group. Soon, the customer group gained about 20 more members. Word spread quickly. This 500-person group could be filled in a single night. Wu Xin even managed to sneak in some replies to messages in the group. She barely had time to sit down, constantly moving between customers serving food. Luckily, she was smart enough to hire more staff before the weekend, otherwise, with this much work, she'd be overwhelmed, handling orders, serving food, and cleaning up tables all by herself. No, wait, if she really had 3 heads and 6 arms, she could manage. Right, the two of them only have 2 heads and 4 arms. Sure enough, abstract thinking is hereditary. Wu Xin was so busy, yet she still had time to think about whether she had 3 heads and 6 arms. After finishing his stir-fried eggs with chili peppers, Fang Shang wondered if serving this dish would damage his image as a culinary genius, given his current popularity and the fact that customers flocked to his restaurant specifically for his cooking. Thanks to the times. These days, if you leave behind a dark history, it's all in high definition. To ensure his image as a culinary genius is flawless when he grows up, he must protect his reputation from a young age. Before Fang Shang could even come up with a solution, Wu Xin, who was serving the dishes, casually took the stir-fried eggs with chili peppers from his hands. What are you doing? Are you so tired you're spacing out? Seeing her son remain silent for a while, Wu Xin told him to go and rest, and that he shouldn't cook if he was tired. I'm not tired. Just prepare the ingredients for the soup, and be careful with the heat. Fang Shang snapped out of his reverie and stopped worrying. He continued cracking an egg into the clay pot of meat patties that had been simmering for several tens of minutes. If the meat patties and eggs were steamed together, the broth might not be as clear. By cracking a raw egg into the broth after the meat patties were fully cooked and the broth was boiling, the egg white would instantly turn white and solidify, preserving the integrity of the meat patties and the broth's color, preventing it from becoming cloudy. Before serving, he added some chopped green onions, goji berries, and a pinch of pepper for seasoning. No need for message or chicken bouillon, it was flavorful enough. Time is the best catalyst for enhancing flavor. Dad, don't cook all the dumplings. Save some for tonight. Fang Shang watched his father continuously cooking dumplings and started to crave some himself. I saved 50. That should be enough for one meal. These dumplings are big. It's true that a teenager can eat his father out of house and home. Fang Shang originally thought he had a decent appetite, but when eating his own cooking, he could eat even more. Every day after school, he'd devour 4 or 5 steamed buns in one go, like a starving ghost. He felt he could eat 20 of these dumplings. Nan and the customer who wanted to share his table looked at the stir-fried eggs with chili peppers that had been served. Nan gave an awkward smile. I told you it might not be what you expect. The appearance of the stir-fried eggs with chili peppers was quite different from that of the clay pot soup. The stir-fried eggs with chili peppers were neither pancakes nor chunks, some were coated with egg, and the color clearly indicated they were overcooked. Some chili peppers were loosely scattered to the side, still pale, not golden brown. The colors were uneven, making it unappetizing. This isn't something the young owner made, is it? The boss made it. Seemingly surprised by the guy's comment, Nan's expression went blank for a moment. His mouth dropped open, and he instinctively glanced at the kitchen. Their seats were quite close to the kitchen, separated only by 2 large round tables. Unsurprisingly, Wu Xian and Fang Jun, who were nearby, heard what they said. Fang Jun's face visibly flushed red, and the next second he rolled up his sleeves, ready to rush out. Fang Shang's lips twitched, rising and falling like a spasm. He couldn't possibly empathize with his father's feelings. Dad, calm down, calm down. The customer is king. It's a small matter, a small matter. Worried about his customer's dining experience, Fang Shang grabbed his father's waist, preventing him from leaving. He spoke while suppressing a smile. Wu Xian, seeing the father and son bickering again, smiled awkwardly and shielded Henan's view. Henan lowered his head, smiling, picked up a piece of chili fried egg and put it in his mouth. The familiar taste spread in his mouth, a taste that always brought tears to his eyes. Now that she's eaten more, she can control her emotions much better and won't burst into tears in public. Memories of youth are always so vivid. The more you try to forget, the more you think you've forgotten, but the memories are unexpectedly deep. Henan hadn't tasted her mother's cooking for days, and after taking a bite, she shoveled mouthfuls of rice into her mouth as if she hadn't eaten in days. The diners who initially thought the food was bad, seeing Henan eating like this, began to doubt themselves again. Damn it, how could he doubt the young owner's cooking skills? This stir-fried egg with chili peppers definitely doesn't look good, but it tastes amazing. Seeing Henan enjoying it so much, the customer even forgot about the soup in the clay pot and quickly grabbed a large mouthful of the stir-fried egg with chili peppers and put it in their mouth. One bite, and the spiciness of the chili peppers and the texture of the egg spread throughout their mouth. The customer's anticipation instantly cooled. This really must be the owner's doing, right? The chili peppers were very spicy, but the eggs were actually quite bland. You could only taste the texture of the eggs. Besides the taste of chili peppers and a little saltiness, there was practically no other flavor. This stir-fried egg with chili peppers could be described as bland. Chapter 49 Meatball Soup in a Clay Pot, Part 2. Why does it taste like this? The diner's face contorted. He felt cheated. It wasn't what he expected at all. I think it's not bad. Henan ate happily. He was used to it. The diner definitely suspected something was wrong. This was nowhere near as good as the cold dishes and clay pot soup the owner made. After finishing a bite of chili fried eggs, the diner quickly picked up a dumpling, not even bothering to dip it in vinegar, and took a big bite. The dumpling wrappers, made with kneaded dough and rolled out, were different from those sold outside. The wrappers were thicker, making them chewier. These were large, handmade dumplings. Only a third could be eaten in one bite. The sealed wrapper contained delicious juices. One bite, and the pork juices spread in his mouth, the savory juices and tender pork blending together with each chew. There were no other flavors, just the wheat aroma of the noodles and the tenderness of the pork. This was the first time he'd ever eaten pure pork dumplings. The dumplings he'd had before, even those with pork filling, were always just pork and scallions inside. And the steamed buns were the same. They said they were pork filling, but they weren't pure meat. There was always some scallion for seasoning. These pure pork dumplings had such a satisfyingly firm texture. The pork flavor was incredibly rich. They felt about the size of 2 meatballs, but the texture was much more tender, not dry at all. He'd been told that 1 or 2 of these pure pork dumplings would be too greasy to eat. That's when he discovered the advantage of the slightly thicker dumpling skin. The dough acted as a neutralizer, allowing him to eat the whole dumpling without feeling overwhelmed. And with the tangy, garlicky vinegar sauce, it was incredibly appetizing. After taking a bite of the dumpling, the diner completely forgot the effects of the chili fried eggs he had just eaten. He pointed at the dumplings on the plate and enthusiastically recommended them. Delicious, try it. Henan picked up a dumpling, a little embarrassed, dipped it in the vinegar sauce, took a bite, and then nodded in approval. The taste was indeed excellent, much better than the dumplings he had bought at other dumpling shops before. It had a homemade feel to it. Henan ate another big bite with the chili fried eggs. Seeing him eat such delicious dumplings and not even leave the plate of chili fried eggs untouched, the diner was completely convinced. Isn't it a bit wasteful for one person to sit at that round table over there? Can't we share a table? A customer who had just finished get off work and rushed to a Jun's food stall looked at the long queue outside and saw that only Wu Fa's round table was available. He asked, somewhat puzzled. That table has 6 people, the others haven't arrived yet. Wu Xian explained with a smile. Oh, okay. The seating inside was still too small for the customer flow. Most customers stood in line outside. Unless there were large groups and people genuinely wanted to order food inside, most people simply bought a clay pot soup to go and left quickly. There was no need to wait for a table. Wu Fa's clients, based on the location, had also found a Jun's food stall. On this street, a Jun's food stall was the most popular. Seeing the queue, the group of clients felt their resentment at being neglected lessened slightly. They began to wonder if, as locals, there were any hidden gems of delicious food they hadn't discovered yet. When a client invites another client to dinner, they certainly don't want to offend anyone. With this mindset, the employee responsible for the handover with the contractor picked up his phone and messaged Wu Fa, "We've arrived." Wu Fa, who had been waiting anxiously for ages, immediately rose from his seat to greet them at the door, simultaneously calling for the owner to serve the food. For cold dishes, for main dishes, for stir-fries, for vegetarian dishes, a steamed egg, a tofu soup, a clay pot soup, and dumplings. The dishes were piled high, one on top of another. "Mr. Huang, thank you for coming. Please come in. This restaurant may be a bit simple, but the clay pot soup is truly delicious. I specially came early to queue up so you could try it." A group of people, with Mr. Huang in the middle, flanked by his secretary and assistant, and behind him were the project manager and employees. Exactly 5 people, seated perfectly. "What we eat doesn't matter. We've cooperated so many times, there's no need to be so particular." Mr. Huang replied with a smile, revealing no hint of his true feelings. Wu Fa, as the person visiting the client to deliver gifts and host a meal, didn't need to worry about anything else. His job was simply to convey the company's goodwill. Everything else had been agreed upon. Inviting General Manager Huang to dinner, how could we be careless? "Try the soup at this restaurant, I've never had anything so delicious." The group bypassed the crowd and went straight to the round table behind their seats. Several dishes had already been served. "They have preserved egg and pork patty clay pot soup, and egg and pork patty clay pot soup. Which would you like?" The group chose their preferred soup in turn, and then sat down to chat and eat. Wu Xin and Aunt John took the clay pot soup they ordered from the steamer and brought it directly to the table. "Be careful, it's hot." The restaurant was busy. After serving the dishes, Wu Xin gave this reminder and then turned to attend to other matters. It was true that the service at the restaurant hadn't been as attentive as before. Water was placed on the small serving station on the table. Customers had to pour their own, unlike before when everyone would serve tea and water to the guests. When things get busy, you really don't have time for that. Luckily, the customers didn't seem to mind. The service wasn't overly enthusiastic, but at least they answered all questions patiently and thoroughly. They just weren't as enthusiastic when they were busy. "Okay, thank you, boss." Wu Fa had been drooling from the delicious aroma of the clay pot soup for ages, swallowing hard as he tried to resist. Now he could finally drink it. "Everyone, try it. It's incredibly delicious." Seeing everyone with a bowl of clay pot soup, it was obvious that this was a specialty, and there was even a long line of people waiting to take it away. Unconsciously, everyone became curious about the soup. The lid had already been opened when the soup was served, so what was in the crystal-clear broth was immediately apparent. The oil from the steamed pork floated on the surface, like a glossy filter coating the ingredients, making the umami flavor almost tangible, wafting to their noses. Everyone picked up a white porcelain spoon, gently scooped up a spoonful of soup, felt the heat, blew on it slightly, and put it in their mouths. Unexpectedly, they were still scalded and jolted. "Ouch! It's so hot." Those with low pain tolerance spat out their mouthful of soup immediately and rushed to the refrigerator for a cold drink. In the sweltering heat, such a scalding hot soup was a disaster for their tongues. Seeing their miserable state, the others drank their soup even more cautiously. He blew on it vigorously for a long time before cautiously taking a small sip. The next second, he froze on the spot. As the soup melted on his tongue, its savory flavor spread throughout his mouth. A complex mix of emotions welled up inside him, leaving him overwhelmed with feelings. Mr. Wang's voice rang out softly. "This tastes so similar to the meat broth simmering in the earthen stove at home when I was a child. I haven't had it in so many years." As people get older, they often recall things that left a deep impression on them, whether it's an event, a person, or a dish. Back in his rural hometown, the most delicious thing from his childhood was the soup simmering in an earthenware pot over a traditional stove. Incredibly delicious. Infused with the aroma of firewood, it would simmer for most of the day, sometimes more than 10 hours. He usually went to school in the morning and only got to drink it when he got home in the evening. The savory flavor of the meat was infused into the broth by time. That soup, just a small portion, enough for 2 bowls, with meat the whole family would save it all for him. They said he was growing, and drinking the bone broth simmered until tender would help him grow taller and get calcium. After growing up and leaving home, he hadn't tasted soup simmered in the earthen stove for many years. Because their old home was demolished, the whole family now lives in a resettlement apartment. The bright kitchen no longer tastes like that earthenware pot soup. He'd longed for it for years, never imagining he'd taste it again. It turns out, what he loved wasn't the soup itself, but the memory of that time. How could he not miss it? As a child, he was like a precious treasure, pampered and cherished by his family. Now, he'd become a marginal figure in society, desperately climbing the social ladder to give his family a better life. But whenever he thought of that bowl of soup, it was as if he were still that precious treasure. Mr. Huang lowered his head, hiding his slightly reddened eyes, suppressing his emotions. He strained to open his eyes wide, but a single tear still uncontrollably dripped into the earthenware pot, mingling with the soup. Mr. Huang never expected to feel so sentimental. He smiled bitterly and scooped up another spoonful of soup, the tear adding no change to the taste, only intensifying the emotion. Mr. Huang was the highest-ranking person at the table, and everyone naturally flattered him. That's right, when I was a child, the rice cooked in the big pot on the earthen stove at home was delicious. Rice cooked underneath, vegetables steamed on top, all cooked at once. When it was served, the crispy rice at the bottom was especially delicious. A colleague from the countryside resonated deeply. I don't know why, but I always feel that some things from the countryside just taste better than those from the city. Different places, different waters, even the taste of the water is subtly different. Speaking of which, the porridge and congee I eat outside just don't taste as good as the kind cooked in a big iron pot over a wood fire back home. The rice even has that wonderful aroma. I'm different from you guys. This meatball soup is the best soup I've ever had. It's so delicious. Mr. Wu, you're amazing to have found such a great place. Even we locals don't know about it. At this, Mr. Huang and the others all looked at Wu Fa. That was true. While they didn't say they were all from Jiexing, they lived there long-term for work. They should theoretically know more about what to eat and do than someone visiting from out of town on a business trip. They didn't even know about this little shop. Wu Fa had found it. Hee, it's fate. My hotel is nearby, and I ordered takeout for lunch. I got this clay pot soup, thought it was delicious, so I came early to order and save a seat. That's really lucky. Indeed. The restaurant is so popular, it's kind of you to come and queue up so early. Everyone, eat as much as you can, don't let Mr. Wu's kindness go to waste. General Manager Huang appreciated the gesture, and besides, he was genuinely satisfied with the soup, so his smile broadened considerably. Around 7 p.m., some of his Shang's fans, who were only following him because they couldn't get to eat Fang Shang's cooking, unexpectedly discovered that he had posted an update. The accompanying picture was of someone queuing in front of a Jun's food stall, the shop name clearly visible, along with the location. The text was blank, but the meaning was already quite clear. This morning, the person's IP address was still in Anhui province, but now when they checked again, the IP address was showing up in Daxing province. Jiachen, where a Jun's food stall is located, is in Daxing province. What does this mean? It means these fans who curse him every day have come all the way to Jiexing. What are they doing here? Are they planning to order him to a fight offline? Or are they going to make the fans pay for their actions and go directly to the small business owner? The fans who realized this panicked. As the saying goes, if you haven't done anything wrong, you have nothing to fear. The fans who actually cursed him, feeling guilty, shared the video on Douyin to a Jun's food stall customer group. In the group of several hundred fans, someone immediately recognized He Zhizhang. Isn't this that good guy? He's in Jiexing? Holy crap, what's going on? This guy isn't from our area, is he? Is he queuing? Oh my god, did we curse him all the way here? While some recognized He Zhizhang, others didn't know Fang Jun's Douyin account. What's going on? What are you talking about? It's just someone queuing up for a meal at A Jun's place, right? What's going on? Why do you all seem so shocked? The group had few followers on Douyin, TikTok, some of whom had joined after seeing the group's QR code while dining at the restaurant. Everyone was busy drinking their soup. The news of the group's creation hadn't spread widely yet. Seeing that many in the group were unaware, a follower of Fang Jun on Douyin started explaining. The story is a long one. It all started with the owner's son cooking for the first time. The owner posted on Douyin asking for help from netizens on how to make his son experience the hard work of cooking so he would enjoy learning. But instead of experiencing the hard work of cooking, the young owner actually developed a liking for it. The owner felt his position was threatened. He continued to post videos asking for help from netizens. That's when the good guy appeared. He suggested that the young owner could only learn to cook after finishing his homework. At this point, some regular customers in the group suddenly realized what was going on. I was wondering why. We used to be able to buy the owner's cold dishes on weekday evenings, but not this week. They said the owner hadn't finished his homework and didn't have time to cook. So that's what happened. Oh, I see. No wonder there were no cold dishes this week. That person really came up with a great idea. Then, as the story continued, everyone finally understood why some people were so shocked by this Douyin video. Is anyone eating at the restaurant? Let's see if this good guy is causing trouble. Surely not. There are so many customers eating here, who would cause trouble? Then what's he doing here? Fans of A Jun's food stall were all curious about this. Within the online world, everyone's comments on He Zhishang's post were much friendlier. Brother, what brings you to my great city? Is he going to eat at A Jun's food stall? In the few lines of comments, there were still clueless passers-by who passionately left messages upon seeing A Jun's food stall. I also ate at A Jun's food stall today. The quality of this restaurant is very different on weekdays and weekends. A fan who had been waiting for a reply couldn't help but respond to this incongruous comment. Chapter 50. Is this person alright? Bonus chapter. Because the boss's son is home from school on the weekend. If you think it's delicious, it must be because of the boss's son's cooking. After the fan replied, he anxiously refreshed the page for ages, waiting for a reply, almost driving himself crazy with worry. He Jishang, who hadn't paid attention to the follow-up after posting the video, had no idea that his casual post would cause such a big disturbance to his loyal fans at a Jun's food stall. He finally got to taste the clay pot soup made by the young boss, and in his frustration, he slapped himself. The loud slap startled all the diners in the shop. Some were crying while drinking the clay pot soup, others were happy, but no one slapped themselves. He Jishang hadn't held back, his face turned red as soon as he hit himself. Wu Xian stood to the side, a little flustered, unsure what to do. She looked at the tray in her hands, then at the ground and her surroundings, and then reached out a hand to Yi Jishang, as if to ask him what was wrong. He was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to serve or retreat, extremely busy. He Jishang stared at the empty earthenware pot, wishing he could lick it clean. If this was soup, then all the soup he'd ever drunk before was just water. Compared to this, it lacked flavor. This simmered soup absorbed all the umami from the ingredients. This umami flavor couldn't be achieved by simply adding message or chicken bouillon. It was oily yet not greasy, with a slightly sweet aftertaste. The broth was fresh, the meat fragrant, the eggs tender. No other soup could compare. One serving was only about the size of a 6-inch rice bowl. He hadn't had enough, barely tasting it before it was gone. Instinctively, he wanted another serving, but there was a purchase limit. For the first time, He Jishang so regretted his suggestion. With this amazing culinary skill, why bother studying? Even those who get into university might not have this skill. No, even among all the chefs in the world, how many could produce dishes of this caliber at the age of 10, just beginning their culinary journey? Skill can't be cheated, you won't find another dish this delicious. The young boss's father simply doesn't have this skill. Only the young boss, standing in the kitchen, could make it. Guest, are you alright? Wu Xian placed the potato pancake the customer ordered on the table, asking with a worried expression. He Jishang looked up sadly, his eyes filled with pain as he looked at Wu Xian. I take back what I said before. Is it too late? Wu Xian was completely confused by his words, not understanding what he meant. Guest, I don't quite understand what you're saying. He Jishang, his eyes filled with tears and regret, opened Douyin, TikTok, and showed Wu Xian his comment. Wu Xian, of course, recognized the comment. She looked at He Jishang in shock. This was the first customer to come all the way from out of town to eat at their restaurant. It's a 6 or 7 hour drive between Ontario and Daxing province, and even the fastest flight takes several hours. This person came all this way just to eat her son's cooking. You came from Ontario? He Jishang nodded listlessly. He hadn't even had time to book a hotel after getting off the plane, he just grabbed his bag and came straight here. Fortunately, the taste exceeded his expectations and didn't disappoint him. No wonder those customers who couldn't get their food kept chasing after him and cursing. If he used to be able to eat such delicious food every day, and suddenly one day he couldn't eat it anymore because of someone's words, he'd think he would also break down. People nowadays have a lot of pressure in life, and many people have special preferences for food. He had a female colleague on his WeChat moments before, a usually very composed person, but because she missed her red bean buns due to overtime work, she went crazy on WeChat moments. Her mental state was worrying. He heard that after that, her boss was afraid to ask her to work overtime, for fear of upsetting her. Looking at it this way, a Jun's food stall fans only harass him, draw circles to curse him, and at most say a few words about him being inhuman. It's actually quite cute. He Jishang has completely forgotten his original reason for coming to a Jun's food stall. He just wants to stay in Jiachen for a few more days. No, judging from the frequency of those fans' curses, the cursing is the worst from Monday to Thursday, and it quiets down on Friday night. This explained that the boss had taken his suggestion. On school days, the young boss hadn't finished his homework and couldn't cook. Since he works Monday to Friday and his weekends off, if he didn't mind the extra work, he could easily come to Jiachen for dinner on the weekend. It would cost a bit more money, but for this clay pot soup, he felt it was worth it. He could just be more frugal during the week. Looking at it this way, if he couldn't eat it, no one else could either, so the suggestion wasn't made for nothing. He Jishang gave a silly grin. Wu Xian became even more frightened. Is this guy alright? Do you need to get your face treated? He Jishang waved his hand, indicating it wasn't a problem. He often slapped himself. For example, when he made a mistake while playing mahjong, or when he made a disastrous move while playing video games, he would subconsciously slap himself. It was a habit. Wu Xian. Once all the ingredients for the clay pot soup were used up, Fang Shang's menu was taken off the shelves, and the restaurant's customers dwindled by more than half. Only a few tables remained with diners who hadn't finished their meals. Fang Shang looked at his father, who used to be drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Today, his father's short-sleeved shirt was soaked with sweat, while his father remained clean and refreshed, his face without a trace of oil. He didn't look tired at all. Fang Shang suddenly felt resentful. What's going on? Dad, what's wrong with you? Didn't we say we were going to move to a bigger restaurant? How can you not work hard? Sweat from hard work is the true symbol of money. Fang Jun. Silence filled the air at Cambridge tonight. Fang Jun had 1,000 curses to utter. Is it because he doesn't want to work hard? Of all these customers, how many actually ordered his dishes? They all ordered the clay pot soup. Fang Jun's eyes were filled with resentment, and he looked at Fang Shang with almost gritted teeth. Get upstairs before I unleash my fury. Fang Shang realized he'd touched a nerve and made a zipping motion with his mouth. Hee, Dad, I want seafood for dinner tonight, do you have any? Fang Jun rolled his eyes, irritably waving him away to go rest. Fang Shang, feeling sticky and uncomfortable from the sweat, didn't refuse and went upstairs to shower. Fang Jun called him downstairs to eat after he'd finished preparing dinner. Restaurants usually start serving meals when most customers have left and there aren't many more coming in. Even if some customers haven't left, people can still eat when there's not much else to do. Fang Jun cooked several dishes, including steamed scallops with garlic and vermicelli, and stir-fried squid. His son had ordered the dishes, so he made sure everything was perfect. As they ate, the regulars at the next table started chatting with a smile. Young master, you must be exhausted today. If the clay pot soup hadn't sold out, there would probably still be a queue. They were the last table to order the clay pot soup. They were incredibly lucky. Chapter 51. These are repeat customers, Part 2. It's alright, just making soup, not tiring. Fang Shang is currently really into cooking and cherishes this hard-won opportunity to be in the kitchen. He wouldn't be able to sleep at night if he missed even a single experience point. He worked tirelessly until all the ingredients were used up before finally leaving the kitchen. This is why Fang Jun felt that with his son in the kitchen, he was relegated to an assistant, unable to contribute and his position seriously threatened. If I could eat the young master's cooking every day, I'd probably go bankrupt. This skill is phenomenal. The customer gave Fang Shang a thumbs up, praising him sincerely. Fang Shang was overjoyed, but maintained his future culinary godlike demeanor, calmly bowing in thanks. Not at all, the customer's satisfaction is my greatest encouragement. Fang Jun and Wu Xian watched their sons boasting with twitching lips. Where did he learn that? It's so fake. The customers were amused by the 10-year-old's imitation of adults' greetings and forced smiles, struggling to hold back their laughter. They were being considerate of the young owner's pride. After several tables of customers finished eating, they made a point of saying goodbye to Fang Shang as they left. Young owner, we're leaving now, come again tomorrow. Okay, welcome back next time. After seeing the customers off, Fang Shang looked at his parents with a smug expression. See? I'm even helping you attract repeat customers now. Wu Xian, these are already repeat customers. Fang Shang, the shop closed earlier today than yesterday. Aunt Zhang and Aunt Chen ate with them and then started cleaning up. Wu Xian finally had some free time to check the group she had created. Upon opening it, she saw that the group had 99 plus messages. Clicking on the group chat, she saw that everyone was tagging her, asking her to create another group. The current group was full, and some of their friends hadn't been able to join yet. Wu Xian was shocked. She knew the shop had been doing well lately, but it was all thanks to her son, so she didn't really feel it. Until now, seeing the number of people in the group chat, she realized how many fans her son had brought to the shop. After quickly creating the group and replying to messages, she finally had time to scroll through the hundreds of messages, perfect for keeping her entertained while eating. When she wasn't busy, Wu Xian liked to eat slowly, scrolling through her phone as she ate, a personal habit for relaxation. Scrolling up, she saw the group chat mentioning the good guy. Seeing the fans were confused and worried, she immediately replied, "The good guy just came to eat. He praised the food after his meal, that's impressive. Don't worry." She sensed that these customers genuinely loved her son's cooking, which was why they were so concerned and even knew about the good guy's visit before she did. They were all tagging her in the group chat. It was a busy time at the store, and with so many messages flooding in, she hadn't been able to check them in time, causing her fans to worry for so long. Wu Xian was touched as she replied to message after message in the group chat. She also shared the QR code for the second group on Douyin, TikTok, and posted it on food delivery platforms to ensure customers could find their way around. Grandpa Wang's suggestion was excellent. Fang Shang's cooking schedule was irregular, so to prevent customers from making wasted trips or wasting time, he could promptly notify them in the group chat whether his dishes were available. This would be very convenient. Customers who wanted his dishes would definitely ask in the group. This way, it was also convenient for them, as they didn't have to worry about too many customers making wasted trips. The couple, one holding a phone, replied to comments on Douyin, TikTok. The other held a phone, replied to group messages. Fang Shang was also in his room, replying to messages from his classmates on his tablet. Many classmates brought their parents to buy his clay pot soup at noon and in the evening. He was too busy to chat then, so he said he would chat in the evening. They all messaged him afterward, and now that he was done, he had to reply to each one. They were all classmates, and they had a good relationship. While they were chatting, Dai Tianyu called him to play games. Elementary school students only have time to play games on weekends. They rarely have a phone during the week. After playing for a while, Fang Shang lost interest. Instead, he was thinking about what dishes to make tomorrow. He'd only gained less than half the experience points needed to level up from level 2 to 3. Conservatively speaking, it would take another 2 weeks to level up. He needed to speed things up. The system's learning space allowed him to freely adjust the time difference. If he wanted to, he could adjust the outside world by 1 minute and the space by 100 years. It just meant he couldn't stay in the space alone for that long. When his learning progress was slow, he would repeatedly study in the space, so his progress was incredibly fast. The diner's comments were right. Fang Shang's culinary skills were far beyond what a 10-year-old child possessed. Including his learning time in the space, it must have taken him at least a year. The culinary genius wasn't just about the most memorable flavors, it was the talent of a culinary genius. He could understand recipes instantly, and after just one bite, he could replicate most of what he tasted. These were all insignificant abilities brought by his talent. He was craving crucian carp and tofu soup. He'd learn how to make it tonight, and make it tomorrow, and sell it at the shop. There's soup now, I'll make a quick and easy cold dish too. Fang Shang pondered what he wanted to eat and finally decided on poached chicken. He was craving meat. He couldn't imagine how satisfying it would be to have a perfectly cooked poached chicken, uncut, just wearing gloves, tearing off a chicken leg, and dipping it in sauce. A teenager like him, craving meat is at its peak. He gets really hungry if he doesn't eat meat for even one meal. Fang Shang wrote down his chosen menu on a piece of paper and placed it in the living room, then lay down on the bed to study cooking. 8 hours of sleep later, the alarm clock rang. Fang Shang had been studying in his space for 2 days and 1 night. The moment he opened his eyes, he was ready for another energetic day. Early in the morning, Fan Dai had planned to have lunch with her boyfriend and best friend at a Jun's food stall. But before she even started getting ready, her parents started talking about their plans for the day. Your grandma twisted her ankle while working yesterday, but she's fine today. Let's go back and check on her. Fan Dai, brushing her teeth, was stunned. Her Jun's food stall. But grandma twisted her ankle, so we definitely had to go back and get it checked out. Is it serious? How is grandma? Fan Dai spat out the instant noodles in her mouth and asked worriedly. I don't know. She said it's not serious, she's just resting at home. Let's go back and check on her first. We'll leave after breakfast, and we should be home by noon. Her family lived in Jiexing, while her grandmother lived in their hometown, a 3-hour drive away. Going back wasn't too much trouble. That's why they could leave so easily. Okay. Although Fan Dai agreed verbally, her parents could easily see the hesitation on her face. What's wrong? Do you have a date with Xiao Yu today? Yu Hobo often came to pick Fan Dai up to go out, and her parents knew him. It was common for young people to go on weekend dates. Yeah, we're meeting for lunch, it's fine. Going home to see her grandmother was definitely more important than eating lunch. It was just a little regrettable. She'd heard that the young boss cooked for her on weekends. She wouldn't get to enjoy that. Okay, tell Xiao Yu, we'll pack up and leave. While Fan Dai was eating breakfast, her parents had already prepared the nutritional supplements in red envelopes she would take back. The elderly woman didn't spend much money in the village, but she always left some cash for living expenses when she went back. After lunch, the family of 3 drove onto the highway back to their hometown. Just as Yu Hobo was about to wake up, Fan Dai canceled their plans for the day and explained the situation. Sure enough, she had a good grasp of her boyfriend's schedule. Less than 10 minutes later, Yu Hobo sent a message. He also transferred 2,000 yuan. Please give my regards to grandma. This is a token of my appreciation, please help me give it to her. Because they weren't married, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to go, but the gesture showed that he cared about his girlfriend's family. Fan Dai was very touched and told her parents about her boyfriend's actions. Her parents' impression of Yu Hobo improved significantly, and they even said they would treat him to dinner when they got back. Yu Hobo, ever the helpful one, said he would go to a Jun's food stall early that evening to queue up, and then come over for dinner when Fan Dai's family returned. Fan Dai thought this was a great idea. She had just regretted that her lunch at a Jun's food stall had fallen through, but unexpectedly, this was a stroke of good luck. As for whether to go back today, they definitely would. Tomorrow is Monday, and all 3 of them have to work. After visiting grandma, they'll definitely be heading back in the afternoon. Mom and Dad, Xiao Yu said he'll book a place for dinner tonight, so we can go straight there when we get back, saving us the trouble of figuring out what to eat. I'm telling you, that place is really good, but it's not easy to get a table there. Let's go, let's go. Fan Dai blinked her big eyes, her gaze filled with longing for food. Fan's parents naturally agreed. That's settled then. As for her best friend being stood up at the last minute and deciding to eat alone at a Jun's food stall for lunch, that was naturally left out. Fan Dai appeased her best friend with a lipstick. After Fang Sheng got up and ate breakfast, he saw only his father at home and asked, "Dad, where's Mom?" Fang Jun, seeing his son looking for his mother as soon as he woke up, gave him an annoyed look. "All you ever talk about is Mom, can't you tell me what's wrong?" "Okay then, I need to buy study materials, give me 200 yuan. Fang Jun coughed awkwardly twice. Your mom went to the market, wait a bit." His usual in-person payment method could only be used to pay for things, not for transfers. Thus, the brief exchange between father and son ended with Fang Sheng sighing. "I knew it would be like this," and he still asked. Without his workbook, Fang Sheng couldn't finish his remaining homework, so he went to the kitchen to check on his fish. "Dad, have you killed the fish yet?" "They're all killed, soaking in water. Just need to be washed and it's ready to use," Fang Jun said, then went to help his son clean the crucian carp. He had also bought many boxes of soft tofu, which were piled up in a corner of the kitchen. Fang Sheng put on his chef's uniform and started slicing ginger, then heated oil in a wok and boiled water in the other pots. He placed the cleaned crucian carp whole into the oil, frying it until golden brown on both sides. Then he used a spatula to break it up, stir-frying until the fish meat and bones had a caramelized aroma, and then poured in the boiling water. In an instant, the clear water turned milky white from the high heat. There was too much broth, so Fang Sheng wanted to pour the pot of fish soup into a large soup pot to simmer slowly. He tried lifting it with both hands, but couldn't, so he had to ask his father for help. "Dad, I can't carry this. Help me pour this pot of soup into the soup bucket." A 60-liter soup bucket can hold quite a bit of fish soup. Fang Sheng didn't mind the trouble at all. He stir-fried the crucian carp in pot after pot, poured in boiling water, and waited for the fish soup to turn milky white before pouring it into the soup bucket and simmering it over a low flame on the coal stove. Time is the catalyst for delicious soup. The moment Wu Xian returned from the street, she smelled the fresh aroma of fish soup filling the house. "It's fish soup, isn't it? It's so delicious." The fish soup had a freshness that had a hint of river fish, completely different from the previous meat soup. You could tell what kind of soup it was just by smelling it. "Yes, Mom, do you want a bowl?" It wasn't the best yet, but it was drinkable, it was all cooked. "I just had a cup of iced milk tea, I can't drink anymore. It's really hot." "Son, look what Mom bought for you." Wu Xian proudly pushed her brand new bicycle into the shop. Fang Sheng looked up and couldn't take his eyes off it. A bicycle? To be honest, Fang Sheng found walking to and from school every day quite tiring, but he had never thought about getting a bicycle. He never expected his mother to buy him one. "I've seen your classmates riding bicycles to and from school these past few days, so I thought I'd buy you one. If others have it, we should have it too. See if you like it." The bicycle was all black with silver trim, it looked really cool. Fang Sheng turned off the stove and happily ran out, touching this and that. The quality was visibly expensive. "Mom, how much did it cost? It's not cheap, is it?" Fang Sheng had a good eye. This wasn't just any bicycle, it was a road bike, and it didn't look cheap. "It's not cheap. This bicycle costs over 5,000. I didn't know beforehand. The one I initially liked in that store cost over 40,000. My goodness, are bicycles really that expensive these days? You're still in elementary school, you don't need something that expensive." This was recommended by the shop owner. The brakes are sensitive, and he said it's easy to ride, not tiring, and perfect for kids. The seat is also adjustable, so it works even with a small seat. Seeing her son's happy expression, Wu Xian felt the money was well spent. She had seen her son's classmate riding this brand of bicycle and specifically went to buy it. Her son had looked at the bicycle several times, he definitely wanted it. "Mom, just buy a few that cost a few hundred, why buy something so expensive?" Fang Sheng gasped in pain. What kind of bicycle costs over 5,000? How many vegetables would it take to earn this back? Business was just starting to pick up, and she's already spending money like this. What a spendthrift mom. Didn't we say we'd move to a bigger shop? Why are you spending so much? We need to save money. He's just a kid, what's there to worry about? This is money you earned, it's all coming from him, don't worry. Fang Sheng's touched feelings instantly vanished. His carefully cultivated emotions, before he could even say a few words of gratitude, were choked back by his mother's words. Wife, is there any for me?" Fang Jun looked enviously at his son's bicycle, then longingly glanced at Wu Xian. Wu Xian smiled at Fang Jun. "Want a slap? You haven't done as much work as our son lately, and you still have the nerve to say that. Fang Jun, this life is unbearable. Thank goodness tomorrow is Monday, his status will be back." Chapter 52 Crucian Carp and Tofu Soup. Fang Jun truly wanted to cry. Before, there was a group of netizens on his side. Even when he posted a video, kind netizens would offer him advice. Now, his Douyin account was overrun by his son's fans, who would constantly comment on his videos, urging him to cook, some even claiming to be college students offering free tutoring, just asking for meals. Some even asked if he needed a daughter-in-law. In short, the comments section was completely different from before. He could no longer post videos on Douyin asking for ways to control his son. Heartbroken, Fang Jun picked up his phone, wanting to see his good guy friend, the only one who could offer him a good solution to maintain his position in the family. Then, when he opened the video, Fang Jun discovered that the comment was gone. Fang Jun was stunned, then reopened the comment section, carefully searching for his good guy friend's comment. Then he saw a prominent comment from several tens of minutes ago. Yesterday I saw good guy eating at A Jun's food stall, and today I checked again and sure enough, that comment was deleted. Deleted? What does that mean? Fang Jun found his Ishang's account through the backend system, clicked on it, and saw two posts. One was a photo of him queuing in front of their shop, and the other was a long video with white text on a black background praising the clay pot soup. Looking at the betrayed good guy, Fang Jun felt a chill run through him, like drinking a bottle of ice water in the sweltering summer heat. Now, he truly was the bad guy in the eyes of the diners. Fang Jun looked sorrowful, heartbroken at his lone struggle. Unable to bear seeing his son so happy, Fang Jun said resentfully, "The fish is all washed, are you still going to make the fish soup?" His bicycle was a favorite, but cooking was his true love. Fang Sheng asked his mother to put the bicycle at the bottom of the stairs so he could start cooking. Fish soup needs to simmer for over 2 hours to achieve its thick, rich texture, so Fang Sheng had to quickly fry all the fish into a paste before the mealtime to make the soup. Normally, restaurants shouldn't mash the fish meat when making Crucian carp soup, otherwise, without whole fish pieces, diners might doubt whether they're drinking real Crucian carp soup. But Fang Sheng didn't care. Crucian carp has many bones, and after simmering, all the flavor would infuse into the broth, leaving the fish meat itself with poor texture and taste, making it less practical. Only by mashing it, frying even the bones until they're charred, and then using them in the soup, could the best parts be used to maximize the deliciousness. Fang Sheng returned to the kitchen to continue simmering the soup. Wu Xian took a moment to film a short video of the fish soup preparation and then posted it to the 3 customer groups. Yes, after just one night, the customer groups had reached their third. The moment the video was posted, the quiet group chat immediately erupted into a frenzy, like a drop of water falling into hot oil. Oh my god, so many fish. This is fish soup. It's so white. How did this fish soup turn white? I didn't see what they put in it. I love this kind of white fish soup, it tastes so fresh. My mom doesn't know how to make it and insists she added pure milk. My mom said it had additives /smile/. Later I found out that you just need to fry the fish to render the fat, then add boiling water to make the soup milky white. Fish soup today. My favorite. Boss, what time can I have it? I'm coming downstairs right now. I'm going to compete with the people living in the garden community upstairs. When Grandpa Wang saw Wu Xian's message in the group chat, he immediately forwarded it to his WeChat moments to promote A Jun's food stall. Last time, Wu Xian had pulled him aside to ask about food testing, which had made him incredibly guilty. Originally, they had acted out of concern for their child's health, without considering anything else, nor did they expect the matter to become so widely known. Now, he was genuinely afraid of the negative impact it would have on A Jun's food stall. He diligently promoted A Jun's food stall every day, speaking highly of it everywhere. Those who didn't know the situation simply thought he was promoting it because he loved A Jun's food stall so much. They didn't think anything of it. Wang Jiaojun and Fang Yaoyao were the same, after all, they were the ones who had caused the incident. Now, whenever someone brought it up, the two of them started blaming each other. It's all your fault. You were craving it, but don't blame the other people for the cold dishes. Now word is everywhere. If the owner finds out we did it, how are we supposed to eat here anymore? If you hadn't said your college classmates could help identify it, I wouldn't have thought of this. So you're involved too. Fang Yaoyao was too lazy to deal with this gluttonous boy. Seeing that some people in the group chat had already started queuing at 10 o'clock, she quickly got up, packed sunscreen, and went to queue. They lived in the garden community, they couldn't let outsiders get there first. It's so sunny, over 30 degrees Celsius outside. Surely no one will queue up early? Wang Jiaojun looked at the sun outside, a little scared. It was so hot. Anyway, it's limited to 1 drink per person. If you don't go, you won't get any. We won't share with you. Of course I'm going. I'm saying Nanan isn't going, she might get heatstroke. Are you stupid? There's no line now. Let's grab a table first and eat lunch at A Jun's food stall. Fang Yaoyao didn't want to talk to this guy anymore. The internet was right, the secret to a good mood is not talking to your husband. When they were dating, she never noticed how slow and unintelligent he was. And he's greedy. Lazy. This place would have fallen apart without her in-laws' help. Not long after Wu Xian posted the video, customers who lived nearby arrived at the restaurant. Seeing customers arrive before 10 a.m., Wu Xian was quite surprised. So early? They're not even open yet? The staff haven't even come to work yet. Sorry, we open at 10:30. We're still cleaning and can't take customers right now. Since they were already there, the customers were reluctant to leave. It's okay, boss, I'll wait inside. It's too hot outside, and running back would be exhausting. A customer who had come downstairs after seeing the group message looked at Wu Xian unexpectedly, trying to beg for her to stay. Wu Xian knew it was because she hadn't explained things clearly. There was no other way but to agree, thinking she'd put forward a rule later. Mainly, nobody used to come to the restaurant at 9 or 10 a.m. Customers usually started arriving around 11 a.m., with peak hours around 12 p.m. She hadn't expected customers to arrive so early now. When Aunt Zhang and Aunt Chen arrived at 10 a.m., they were surprised to find the restaurant packed, thinking they were late. Sorry boss, I went out to check the time and realized I'm late. I'll get to work right away. Wu Xian waved her hand helplessly. You're not late. It's only a few minutes before 10 o'clock. The customers just arrived early. At this pace, she was even considering having them come to work earlier on Saturdays and Sundays, willing to pay extra if necessary, otherwise the schedule was a bit rushed. Knowing the situation, Wu Xian first arranged their work, then didn't forget to advise the customers in the group chat to come later. The restaurant was full, and coming now would mean waiting in line forever. It really wasn't worth it. Chapter 53 Boiled Chicken. That's what they say, but the diners have to listen too. Wu Fa, still at the hotel, saw the restaurant was packed and hurriedly packed his luggage, dragging his suitcase straight to a Jun's food stall. His business trip was over, and he needed to go back today, without missing work tomorrow. He checked out of the hotel at 12 noon, intending to have lunch and dinner before leaving, so he had to take his luggage. He planned to kill time somewhere else in the afternoon after lunch, then catch his train after dinner, a perfectly planned itinerary. Then, as he dragged his luggage into the elevator, he ran into He Zhizhang, who was also dragging luggage. At first glance, Wu Fa felt he looked familiar. After looking a few more times, he suddenly realized why. Wasn't this the guy who slapped him while eating at a Jun's food stall yesterday? They even stayed at the same hotel. Wu Fa felt a sense of connection. He excitedly greeted him. Hello, I saw you at A Jun's food stall yesterday. Are you going there for dinner too? He Zhizhang nodded, glancing at the group messages. The stall was packed, it was getting late, and who knew if he'd even get a table at the young owner's restaurant. Yes. He Zhizhang didn't know what to say to strangers, but Wu Fa was quite talkative. Seeing that the other person's destination was the same, he immediately started chatting. Great. I'm going for dinner too. We can go together. I've called a car, so you won't need to take one later. Are you also in GXing on a business trip? He Zhizhang, no, I came specifically to eat at the young owner's restaurant. Where are you from? I'm from Xianjun. Xianjun is also in Daxing province. He Zhizhang recognized him. I'm from Yunnan province. Wow, that's so far. It must have been hard for you to come all this way. It's all right. So, are you going to have dinner before you leave, or are you leaving right after lunch? I'll have dinner first. The two of them continued this back and forth until they arrived at a Jun's food stall. It was 10:30 p.m., and the stall was not only full, but completely packed. How many customers? Wu Xian glanced at the two of them with surprise. She remembered them from yesterday's meal. One was the good guy from the comments section, and the other was a customer who had reserved a round table in advance. She was surprised that they knew each other. Boss, 2 people dining in. Wu Xian nodded and wrote down a number for them. You two know each other? How did you come separately yesterday? No, we stayed at the same hotel and bumped into each other just outside, so we came together. Wu Fa explained with a laugh. He Zhizhang nodded. The shop was busy, so Wu Xian didn't ask many questions. It'll probably be about an hour before you can eat. Why don't you go out and look around first, or rest somewhere, and come back when it's almost time? The shop was mainly crowded. The customers who came before them had just taken a number and waited in their cars until it was time to eat. Leave your numbers, and I'll call you in advance when it's your turn. Okay. So the two put down their luggage and went to sit at the Mingzhu ice cream shop at the street corner. The two grown men sat there chatting, each with an ice cream cone. I feel like an hour is too long. We're still late. We'll be lucky to get our food before midnight. Good food doesn't wait, just wait. You can't get this good anywhere else. He Zhizhang was exceptionally patient with delicious food, because deep down, he believed that precious things deserve waiting. For example, appointments with specialists at hospitals are incredibly difficult to get, even queuing up to register doesn't guarantee a spot. And some famous restaurants always have long queues. Sometimes, even queuing doesn't guarantee a table, you have to make a reservation in advance. Waiting for over an hour is nothing. True. Ah Jun's food stall. Wu Xin looked at the table. It was only 11 o'clock, and there were already 30 tables lined up for dining. Could they give out more numbers? Wu Xin felt that they might not even have enough ingredients to serve all these customers. If they continued giving out numbers, the fish soup and poached chicken definitely wouldn't be enough, because there were also customers queuing up without numbers to buy fish soup and poached chicken to take away. So Wu Xin quickly hung up the sign that said the ingredients for the day were sold out. This was the sign she had picked up that morning. She placed it directly at the entrance. There shouldn't be many customers coming after that. What does this mean, boss? We're out of stock. The customers who had just arrived at the shop were stunned when they saw the sign. Their hearts sank, and they didn't even bother to wipe the sweat from their brows. They stared blankly at Wu Xin. I'm so sorry, there were too many customers ahead of us. Wu Xin hadn't expected that after the first table of customers arrived around 9 a.m., even though she had reminded them, the customers kept arriving earlier and earlier, waiting in the shop even if they couldn't get any, making it seem like the fish soup would disappear. The clumsy customer, seeing the shop packed with people, clutched his wounded heart and staggered away. Wu Xin felt a pang of sympathy. But there were just too many customers. This was the busiest she had ever encountered at the shop. They said they'd open at 10:30, but customers arrived early. In the sweltering summer heat, could they just turn them away? Then, one early arrival led to another, and by noon, the shop could simply announce they were closing for more customers they couldn't handle at all. Because there were too many in-store customers, today's online delivery platforms were again completely full of Fang Shang's dishes. They weren't even selling enough in-store, let alone enough for delivery orders. After frying all the crucian carp into tiny pieces, Fang Shang immediately simmered 3 large pots of fish soup. One pot was simmering slowly on the stove, and the other 2 were on the coal stove. The aroma filled the air, making everyone's mouths water. Tell me, who could walk into the shop and not want to leave after smelling the delicious fish soup? The key is that as Fang Shang started cooking the poached chicken, the shop was filled not only with the aroma of the fish soup but also with the delicious flavor of the chicken broth. The diners watched with bated breath as Fang Shang stood on a stool, holding the chicken by the head, and submerged the entire chicken in a pot of boiling water. The water completely covered the chicken, with ginger slices, scallion segments, and some small pieces of spices floating on top. The small-statured Fang Shang, holding the chicken by the head, would unhesitatingly dip the whole chicken into the water for a few seconds, then pull it out, repeating this 3 times before tossing it back in, covering the pot, and then moving to another stove to continue scalding and boiling the chicken. His movements were swift and practiced, like a ruthless killer of chickens. After about 10 minutes, Fang Shang took a chicken out of the pot and tossed it into a basin of ice water. Then, the adult chef, presumably the young owner's father, used a timer. 10 minutes later, he took the chicken out of the ice basin and piled it on the cutting board. On the counter by the window, there were already about 10 chickens piled up, their golden, glistening skin making everyone's mouths water. Everyone eagerly awaited Fang Shang's next move. If they wanted other dishes, the owner would bring them out quickly, and they could eat and leave. But if they wanted the young owner's crucian carp and tofu soup or poached chicken, they had to wait for the young owner to give the order. So, everyone in the room swallowed hard, watching Fang Shang, waiting for his move. Chapter 54 Reversing the Heavenly Gang, Reversing the Heavenly Gang. 2 chapters combined. Is it ready yet? The fish soup was so thick and savory, the flavor almost condensed into droplets, steaming hot you could see it, but you couldn't taste it. This was maddening. The first batch of dishes, can they be served now? Young master, how much longer until we can eat? The customers were getting impatient, practically blocking the window. Fang Shang glanced at the dozen or so chickens that weren't cooked yet. Seeing everyone's impatience, he had no choice but to start selling. Then let me make some ginger and scallion sauce. The deliciousness of poached chicken is inseparable from the addition of ginger and scallion sauce. Fang Shang specifically asked his father to buy sand ginger. Aunt Chen had already pounded a small bowlful with a mortar and pestle. The pungent aroma could be smelled even without getting close. The scallions were also selected from the white part. To enhance the texture, they weren't pounded with a mortar and pestle, but rather blended into a fine powder using a blender. The crushed sand ginger, along with its juices, mixed with the fibrous white parts of scallions, and seasoned with salt. The aroma of the ginger and scallions was so intense and pungent it could make someone sneeze. After seasoning, Fang Shang calmly heated oil in a wok. The peanut oil, shimmering with an amber glow and releasing its aroma, was perfectly cooked. He poured the hot oil directly into the seasoned ginger and scallion sauce. The contrast of hot and cold created a burst of steam, causing the scallions to crackle and pop. Finally, a sprinkle of white sugar was added for flavor. A large bowl of ginger and scallion sauce was ready. While the poached chicken and sauce cooled, Fang Shang began simmering the crucian carp and tofu soup. He heated oil in a wok, cracked an egg into it, and fried it until golden brown and slightly charred. Then, using a large iron ladle, he ladled in the clear fish broth from the bucket, straining out the fish bones, and poured it into the pot. The eggs combined with the boiling fish soup, making the soup visibly whiter. Then a box of silken tofu was added to the pot. A sprinkle of salt was all that was needed. It was ready to serve. A huge pot of fish soup, too heavy for Fang Shang to carry, made him look at his father. Before he could even call out, a customer who had been watching eagerly for a while spoke up first. "Boss, the fish soup is ready. Hurry up and get a bowl to serve it. The young boss is too young to do this kind of heavy work." "Oh dear, you're driving me crazy. You have no sense of propriety. I would have prepared the soup bowl long ago. The young boss wouldn't need to lift a finger." "That's right, I'll do it." Fang Jun, what a traitor! What a traitor! He wasn't idle. "Look how impatient these customers are. They can't even tell the difference between the king and the prince. Tomorrow, Fang Shang won't be allowed to cook." Humph. Fang Jun, inwardly grumbling, honestly went over and poured a pot of fish soup into a soup bowl for Fang Shang. Aunt Chen, standing nearby, was already waiting with a tray, eager to serve the dish, as if afraid of being called upon by a customer. As the first table of guests, this soup was destined to attract attention from the moment it was brought to the table from the kitchen. The diner, completely unconcerned about his messy hair and pajamas, took out his phone and snapped 3 consecutive photos, capturing close-ups of the fish soup from various angles. Then, he picked up a small bowl and carefully filled it for himself. This portion was much larger than yesterday's clay pot soup. One person couldn't finish it. Fantastic! Fantastic! Since Ah Jun's food stall business boomed, he hadn't had such a generous meal in a long time. The sight of a pure white liquid might conjure images of milk, and a sip of this rich, white fish soup even hints at a milky flavor. The umami of the fish soup is on full display at this moment. Its rich, smooth texture is the most exquisite caress to the tongue. This intense flavor is like the essence extracted from countless fish soups, each drop so delicious it sends shivers down your spine. The man involuntarily shuddered. After a mouthful of soup, he felt a jolt of electricity run through his body. It was truly bizarre. "How is it? Is it good?" a customer at the next table asked curiously. As he spoke, his mouth was practically watering. He was practically drooling as he spoke. No one around laughed. Everyone who had waited this long had swallowed hard. "Don't laugh at me, we're all the same." The man gave a thumbs up, as if to say, "Of course it's good. It's so delicious, boss. A bowl of rice, please." The moment he tasted the soup, he wanted to soak rice in it. He couldn't imagine how delicious rice in fish soup would be. Especially when others were watching him eat, it all seemed to enhance the flavor. A sip of soup, a bite of tofu. The tofu was so tender it melted in his mouth, absorbing the umami of the fish soup and the poached egg. It was so delicious he couldn't stop eating. The texture was so smooth and tender he almost hesitated to chew. Every bite was a soul-stirring experience. He arrived early. This fish soup was practically made right under his nose. No unnecessary ingredients were added. It seemed like only some scallions and ginger were in the broth. Not even message was added when it was served. What restaurant doesn't add message or chicken bouillon to their dishes? This was so delicious that it didn't need message to enhance the flavor. Table 1, how much poached chicken would you like? It's sold by weight. You can have it cut into quarters or halves, half a chicken per person at most. Fang Shang was cooking the soup, and Fang Jun was helping to cut the cooled poached chicken. With one slice, the poached chicken was split in 2. The golden skin, the tender white meat, and the meat near the bone was so tender it was still losing juice. It was incredibly delicious. "Half a chicken, please. If you have enough money in your pocket, half a chicken is the way to go." The man hadn't even swallowed the fish soup and rice in his mouth when he immediately raised his hand and said. It was a habit from school. He instinctively raised his hand to answer. After speaking, he sipped his fish soup, already looking forward to the poached chicken. Fang Jun held the cleaver, the blade slicing into the chicken. Instantly, he seemed to hear the crisp sound of the skin cracking, each slice revealing a layer of gelatinous, creamy flesh. The juices seeping from the bones were golden and translucent, making one want to lick them off. What a waste. It was all the essence. In less than 2 minutes, half a poached chicken was weighed, chopped, and served with a small bowl of ginger and scallion sauce to the man's table. At that moment, the second guest's crucian carp and tofu soup was also served. The other guests not only stared at the man eating but also glanced at the next table. This made the man even more focused on savoring the freshly served poached chicken. He took a picture first, then picked up a piece of chicken, dipped it in the ginger and scallion sauce to make sure the chicken was infused with the sauce's flavor, and then put it in his mouth. The moment his teeth bit into the chicken, the skin was the first thing to breach his defenses. The amber-colored, jelly-like skin felt like biting through a thin pane of glass. The crisp, bouncy texture of the subcutaneous fat was his first impression. The flavorful ginger and scallion sauce was perfectly balanced. The spiciness of the ginger and scallions completely overpowered the lingering umami of the previous fish soup. The tender, springy fibers of the chicken became increasingly flavorful with each chew, the chicken's umami like a surging wave crashing over him. He was overwhelmed by this overwhelming wave, his eyes wide, his mouth agape, completely lost in the moment. It was as if he was surrounded by a chorus of clucking sounds, all proclaiming its deliciousness. My God, this is chicken. What was I eating before? In his memory, all chicken was rather dry. Whether it was chicken for soup, braised chicken, or stewed chicken, it was always dry. Perhaps he was inexperienced and had never tasted truly tender chicken. But this chicken was different. The skin was crisp and tender, the meat effortless to chew, and every fiber seemed to glisten with juice, so tender it danced in your mouth. I don't know. If you'd like to share a bite, I'll tell you. The diners at the next table were swallowing hard. Hearing this, the man didn't even look up. He kept his head down, shoveling the fish soup and poached chicken closer to himself, demonstrating his lack of desire to share. Some things can be shared, some can't. Perhaps it would be okay with his family, but not with a stranger sharing a table. Actually, being able to say no is quite difficult. Otherwise, he could have refused when people asked him to share a table before. Who wants to eat crammed in with strangers? But the restaurant was too crowded, and being asked like that in public made it hard to refuse. He hadn't expected to say no so easily. The man himself was surprised. Then, he subconsciously glanced at the person he'd been rejected, only to find the other's expression completely unchanged, as if they knew rejection was normal. At that moment, the man suddenly realized the person who made the request also knew they might be rejected, knew they were putting the other person in a difficult position. Not being rejected would be good, of course. Being rejected was normal too. So, only he was internally conflicted. The man blinked absently, then lowered his head and slowly took a sip of fish soup. A sense of courage seemed to have returned. 1 crucian carp soup, half a chicken, no, a quarter of a poached chicken. Regular customers were now familiar with the prices at Jun's food stall. The prices on the menu used to be quite reasonable. The 18 yuan tomato and egg soup was a huge bowl, with plenty of tomatoes and egg very affordable. Each dish was like a home-cooked meal. However, the prices at the small restaurant are slightly higher, but this increase is relative to the original prices. In terms of taste, it's not expensive. If any other restaurant outside offered this level of quality food, the prices would be prohibitively high for ordinary people like them. Therefore, the regular customers in the neighborhood are very shrewd, knowing there's something good, they don't spread the word. They're afraid that if too many people come, they won't be able to get a table. Even though they didn't say anything, Jun's food stall was getting busier and busier. Everyone was happy for the Fang family, but also lamented how increasingly difficult it was to buy food from small business owners these days. Take away. Fang Jun would casually ask if anyone wanted takeout when he saw customers standing in line. Many regulars ordered takeout. With so many people, it was better to eat at home. Yes. Okay, that'll be 68 in total. Fang Jun packed the food, stated the price, and then casually glanced at the customers behind him. What do you want? Fish soup and half a poached chicken, plus 2 servings of rice. She was eating alone. The 2 dishes were quite generous, perfect for 2 meals. Another customer came out of the stall carrying their food. The smile on their face was truly irritating. It made the customers who had reached the door only to find there was no food left feel incredibly envious. Their jealousy and envy were palpable. Excuse me, beautiful lady, did you buy the crucian carp soup and poached chicken the owner made today? A customer who had been lingering in their car at the entrance finally saw another customer emerge with their groceries. Their eyes lit up as they got out and approached. The young woman was puzzled by the question but nodded nonetheless. The customer's expression brightened instantly. Great. How much did you pay? I'll double it for you. Can you sell it to me? Hearing this, the young woman's bewildered eyes instantly turned wary, as if she were looking at a criminal. The next second, she grabbed her groceries and ran, completely ignoring what the man said behind her. She ran because, first, she didn't want to give up these dishes. She had waited in line for an hour or 2 to buy them, and tomorrow was Monday. She might not be able to eat the owner's food for the next 5 days. How could she bear to give it up? Second, she was afraid that if she didn't run, the man would offer a price she couldn't refuse. If it sold out, she wouldn't get to eat it, and watching others enjoy it would be incredibly frustrating. So, of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. The slightly wealthy diner was completely taken aback by the girl's reaction, and reached out a hand to stop her as she walked away. The price is negotiable. Double isn't enough, how about triple? Quadruple? The girl still didn't turn around, and ran even faster with her food. The slightly wealthy diner. Turning around, the diner saw the people idly queuing inside casting gossipy glances, as if they'd witnessed an interesting show. The diner, unconvinced, waited at the door. After the next person came out with their food, he continued the conversation. "Hey bro, want some Christian carp and tofu soup and poached chicken? Name your price." Then this guy, too, grabbed his food and ran off, incredibly fast, disappearing into the alleyway in the blink of an eye. The slightly wealthy diner was no longer just speechless, but furious. What does this mean? What does this mean? Is he poisonous? Why do people run away as soon as they see him after leaving the shop? Is he going to steal their food or something? The slightly wealthy customer felt insulted. Meeting the amused looks from the diners inside, the slightly wealthy man, enraged, stood at the door and didn't leave. He coldly stared at the entrance of Ah Jun's food stall. He refused to believe that these people all treated money like dirt. There are things in this world that money can't buy. If there are, it's definitely because you don't have enough money. The diners with a little money were chatting about what they were doing at the door, and the diners queuing inside were also gossiping about it. There's someone at the door who wanted to pay extra for the poached chicken and Christian carp soup. The two people who walked past him didn't sell. Anyone want to sell? They could probably get a good price. The diner who had just finished gossiping didn't hear anyone respond. He turned around and saw Wu Xin walking past him. Holy crap, the boss's wife. The man immediately shut his mouth, pretending nothing had happened. Saying that in front of the boss. How inappropriate. Boss's wife, he was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Wu Xin had indeed heard this, but she pretended not to, continuing to busy herself serving food. The restaurant was crowded, everyone was waiting to eat, and both the staff and the boss were extremely busy. No one had time to care about anything else. Chapter 55, Is This Even Possible? 2 chapters combined. Shen Licken felt utterly humiliated. If he'd known this would happen, he wouldn't have gotten out of the car to buy vegetables from someone else. Now, he hadn't bought any vegetables and had become a laughingstock. Don't think he didn't see it. People inside were taking pictures with their phones, and who knows what they'd be saying about him behind his back. Shen Licken gritted his teeth and stood waiting at the door. He'd already lost face. If he didn't get to eat the food the owner made, he'd truly have no face left at all. There were so many people lined up inside, he didn't believe everyone was willing to pay a premium. Even if it meant losing money, he had to get his hands on this dish today. If he got to eat it, he could call himself a foodie, someone who didn't care about the cost. If he didn't get to eat it, all the trouble would just make him a laughingstock. So Shen Licken continued to bravely stand guard at the door, oblivious to the scorching sun, waiting for the next customer to come out. The diners in the shop were also curious to see who would succumb to the temptation of money and buy the Christian carp soup and poached chicken. So, Fang Hong'ai, carrying his packaged Christian carp and tofu soup and poached chicken, attracted a lot of attention. As a working-class man, Fang Hong'ai couldn't afford the takeout from the small shop owner, Ah Jun, who had been queuing up for so long, so he naturally came to the shop to buy it. Being watched by so many people, he lowered his head and walked out uncomfortably. His steps quickened considerably. Honestly, with so many people staring at him, anyone who had initially considered buying it probably wouldn't dare. Fang Hong'ai didn't care about all that. He definitely couldn't finish such a large portion of fish soup and poached chicken in one lunch. He certainly wouldn't want to sell it all, but if he could sell half, recoup some of his costs, then he'd have money to queue up for a meal again that evening. Either way, it was a good deal. Fang Hong'ai was just a working-class man with limited money available each month, so finding a wealthy partner to cooperate with might be a good idea to be able to eat more delicious food. As long as he didn't work overtime, he still had time on Saturdays and Sundays. So, under the curious gazes of the crowd, Fang Hong'ai stepped out of Ah Jun's food stall and met Shen Licken's eyes. "Hello, do you sell vegetables?" Shen Licken asked Fang Hong'ai. Fang Hong'ai shook his head. Just as Shen Licken was about to give up in disappointment, he lifted the vegetables in his hand and said, "There are a lot of vegetables, I can't finish them all. I can share them with you, but you have to buy some for me tonight." The diners who heard this widened their eyes in surprise. Holy crap, you can do that? This might make him money and gain fame at the same time. People really do think differently. How come they didn't think of another way of putting it? Shen Licken was also shocked. Then, somewhat dazed, he got into the car with Fang Hong'ai. You really want to share with me?" Shen Licken asked, looking excitedly at Fang Hong'ai, who was carrying the vegetables in the passenger seat. Fang Hong'ai smiled. "It's fake." After saying this, he watched as Shen Licken's expression immediately changed. Then, he calmly explained his plan. "I queued for 2 hours to buy this. The vegetables cost 73 yuan. Including my service fee, it's 220 yuan for you. I'll split it with you. If you're still willing to pay my service fee tonight, I can come back and queue up to buy vegetables from the small shop owner and split it with you again." Shen Licken initially thought he was being tricked, but after hearing this, his eyes lit up. This little bit of money is nothing. He spends more than this on a single meal, and there's no need to queue or worry about not getting a table. That's great. Okay, I'll give you 500, but you have to make sure you can buy it. If you can't, I won't pay. Fang Hong'ai could tell this guy was generous and wealthy. After all, his car wasn't cheap. Unexpectedly, he still asked for less. Okay, then it's settled. Let's add each other on WeChat, I'll contact you anytime. After exchanging contact information, the two discussed it and found a restaurant to eat at. With the food prepared by the young owner, Shen Licken ordered a few more dishes and treated Fang Hong'ai to dinner. Shen Licken now found Fang Hong'ai very agreeable. The young man had good judgment, he knew that following him would lead to wealth. After ordering their food at the restaurant, the first thing they did was get bowls of soup. Then they took a delicious sip. The two got along well, the atmosphere was good on the way there, and now, while enjoying the delicious fish soup, they could chat. This is the first time I've ever had such a rich fish soup. Every sip feels like the essence of the fish. Clear broth tastes like water, but this fish soup is different. Its rich flavor is like the difference between thick milk and regular milk. In short, you can tell the difference the moment you taste it. The tofu is so delicious too. The smooth texture combined with the rich fish soup is like eating tofu soup, it's mesmerizing. I knew it would be delicious. I'm so glad I didn't give up. After drinking this fish soup, Shen Licken was truly grateful to himself for not giving up for those few minutes. Otherwise, he would have been incredibly regretful to miss it. And the poached chicken, oh my god, it's so delicious. How come the chicken isn't fishy even when it's cold? It's a perfect match with the ginger and scallion sauce, it's like the chicken is dancing on your tongue. Oh my god. Brother, go ahead and buy. You provide the labor, I'll cover the cost. Let's team up and make sure we don't miss a single delicious meal. Shen Licken genuinely felt that the food at this small food stall was truly to his liking. Of course, he was only referring to the owner's son's cooking. It's really strange. The owner's son's cooking is so much better than the owner's. Shen Licken had eaten at a Jun's food stall before and found it quite clean. Last time he passed by and didn't know what to eat, he went in, and unexpectedly, the cold dishes were so delicious. From then on, he was hooked. Later, he came again on Wednesday, but the taste wasn't as good as before. He asked and learned that the menu on the blackboard featured the owner's son's recipes. He was busy with school during the week and would help out at the stall on Saturdays and Sundays. So he came on Sunday noon. Unexpectedly, he almost couldn't get a table. Talent matters in every industry. Honestly, hard work is insignificant compared to talent, but the difference from the very beginning is huge. The owner of Jun's food stall is said to have only been learning to cook for a few days, and he already has this skill. Who can compare? While the two were chatting, the restaurant owner, who had been called by the waiter to check on the dishes brought by the customers, overheard the conversation. The owner raised an eyebrow in surprise. As he approached, he smelled the delicious aroma of steaming fish soup. He had tasted all the dishes on the menu, they didn't even have fish soup in their restaurant. Besides, the quality of this fish soup was beyond what their chef could achieve. The owner waved for the waiter to leave. He went to the kitchen first, grabbed a plate of a new dish not yet on the menu, and then approached Shen Licken and his companion's table. Hello, excuse me, is it that our dishes aren't to your liking? We see you brought your own food, would you like us to change your tableware? The owner asked softly with a gentle smile. At the same time, he placed the new dish on the table. This is a new dish that hasn't been added to the menu yet. We're offering you a sample to try, hoping to receive your feedback. Shen Licken and Fang Hong'ai were enjoying their soup and poached chicken when they suddenly heard someone speak. Looking up, they saw a man standing there with a plate of food. The two were too engrossed in their meal to hear what the man said and were a little confused, letting out a soft ah. Zhao Yin was a very patient man. He always believed that if you don't have even a little patience in business, you'll fail no matter how good the conditions are. So, when the two hadn't heard him clearly, he patiently repeated himself, placing the plate of modern braised chicken feet on the table. No need, thank you, boss. We've ordered so much food, it's enough. It would be a waste to leave it here uneaten. Shen Licken quickly waved his hand. Did he lack food? He lacked delicious food. Fang Hong'ai nodded in agreement. They came here mainly to find a place to properly enjoy the young owner's delicious cooking, ordering food was just a side thing. You're too kind, both of you. It's fate that we met. It's also fate that you came to our restaurant. Come, have a drink. Zhao Yin sat down, waved his hand, and the waiter brought over a bottle of ice-cold beer. He poured a glass for each of them, showing his appreciation regardless of whether they drank it or not. As they sat down, they were closer to the dishes the two had brought. The rich aroma of fish soup and poached chicken filled the air. The chicken skin was golden and glistening, the exposed meat inside tender and white. Dipped in sauce, it was moist and shiny, the juices clinging to the crevices of the meat, giving the impression that a gentle press with chopsticks would release its juices. It looked so tempting, it made one's hands itch to eat. The air was thick with the aroma of ginger and scallions. He didn't know how the dipping sauce was made, but it was incredibly pungent. Even before tasting it, the aroma alone made his mouth water. Zhao Yin couldn't help but swallow, and became even more enthusiastic in urging the two to join him. He was a shrewd businessman with excellent communication skills. After one beer, the two men lowered their guard. After 2 drinks, they were already friends. Between men, the easiest way to get to know each other is at the dinner table. That's why people always treat each other to meals when discussing business. After a few drinks, if the conversation goes well, they can become sworn brothers. After a drinking session, at least they'll be familiar faces they can chat with next time they meet. So, after finishing a bottle of beer, Shen Liken and Fang Hong'ai became friends with Zhao Yin without much fanfare. "Come on, try this cold pig's ear salad. It's our restaurant's signature dish, always very popular with customers. No, don't just offer us food, try the dishes we brought." Shen Liken was wealthy and generous, with many drinking buddies. After a few drinks, his magnanimity kicked in, and he urged Zhao Yin to try the dishes they brought. However, considering how hard it was to obtain this dish, he didn't take a bowl. Instead, he used the white porcelain teacup he usually used for tea to ladle a cup of fish soup for Zhao Yin. He was already being quite generous to a friend he'd just met. Even so, he still felt a pang of heartache as he handed it to Zhao Yin. Finally having achieved his goal, Zhao Yin didn't stand on ceremony. He carefully held the white porcelain cup and took a sip of the fish soup he'd been longing for. The moment his lips touched it, the umami flavor surged wildly into his mouth. It felt as if the flavor itself had a life of its own, dancing across his tongue. Zhao Yin, who had initially intended to just take a small sip, couldn't resist tilting his head back and taking a large gulp. The next second, an even richer umami flavor flooded his mouth. His tongue gently slid through the soup, finding it incredibly rich, every drop infused with the aroma of fish. The savory flavor even seemed to have a hint of milkiness. It was so delicious that his tongue trembled. Zhao Yin simply couldn't believe that a fish soup could be this delicious. He originally owned a restaurant, and to improve his business, he ate at all sorts of restaurants, hoping to broaden his knowledge and hire skilled chefs. He'd had his share of simple soups like Crucian carp and tofu soup, but even the fish soup at the best 5-star hotel in the city couldn't compare. It wasn't just the rich, flavorful broth, there was something indescribable about it. One sip felt like stepping back into his childhood. Back then, his family wasn't well off, and they didn't have much money. When they wanted fish, they'd take a bamboo pole to the river to fish, using simple gear, baited with earthworms, drifting downstream. They'd catch a few small fish, which they'd bring home like treasures. His mother would pick some tender scallions from the backyard, fry the fish, and make fish soup for him. The fish soup back then wasn't as rich or milky white as it is now, but it was the best fish soup he'd ever tasted in the world. That kind of happiness was something he could never find again. Even eating the most expensive dishes couldn't give me that feeling, but today I finally found it again. It's so delicious. After drinking it, a feeling of happiness and joy welled up inside me. This soup is so good. He quickly went to drink some more, only to find his teacup empty. It was such a small cup, he'd taken a big gulp, leaving almost nothing. He instinctively glanced at the disposable soup bowl the two of them had brought. The bowl was practically empty, with only a tiny bit left. He'd only come to freeload, so he felt too embarrassed to ask for more. He could only tilt his head back and drink the last few drops from the bottom of the bowl. After drinking it, he even shuddered a few times, not wanting to waste a single drop. After finishing the soup, the delicious flavor still lingered in his mouth. Zhao Yin smacked his lips and asked, "This soup is so good, where did you buy it? I'm a local from Jiexing, how come I've never heard of it?" "It's normal that you don't know. We only found out recently. It's at Ajun's food stall on Jingning Road. There are always long lines of people buying food there. I only got this thanks to him." Shen Liken pointed to Fang Hong'ai. Zhao Yin was puzzled. It wasn't far from here, only 3 kilometers away. How come he had never heard of such a delicious food stall? He thought back to the conversation he had overheard between the two earlier. He asked again, "Did you get a new chef recently?" "Sort of, anyway, the boss's cooking isn't as good as this new chef's. The little boss is so talented. He can cook such delicious food at 10 years old. Amazing. See? That's the difference between people." When he was 10, he was still in the countryside raiding bird nests and digging for loaches. While Shen Liken was eating the poached chicken, he still had time to chat with Zhao Yin, but Fang Hong'ai remained silent, just burying his head in his food. He was thinking that the soup and chicken were split equally between Shen Liken and him, but since it wasn't explicitly divided, it wouldn't be worth it to eat less, especially since he also needed to share some with Zhao Yin, whom he had just met. As he ate, he felt he was being too stingy, so he slowed down and picked up a piece of poached chicken for Zhao Yin to try. But one piece was his limit, anymore, and he couldn't eat anymore. Chapter 56, A World Where Only He Is Wounded, Part 2. Zhao Yin hadn't expected to get a piece of chicken after enjoying the fish soup. Thinking the fish soup was so delicious, she figured the poached chicken must be just as good, so she picked it up and put it in her mouth. Upon taking a bite, she was immediately amazed by the taste of the poached chicken. The thin chicken skin looked golden yellow. When you bit into it, your teeth initially felt the soft yet chewy texture of the skin, and with a little more pressure, the crisp, springy texture of the subcutaneous fat emerged. Tearing the chicken meat off the bone was easy. It came off easily without much effort, but the meat wasn't mushy at all. It was very tender and refreshing, yet retained its natural chewiness. The simple scallion and ginger sauce was just right, enhancing the chicken's flavor without being overpowering, preserving the chicken's natural aroma to the fullest extent. Chewing further, the soft yet chewy skin and the tender meat intertwined in her mouth. The chicken, chilled in ice water, had a naturally cool sensation, and combined with the slightly bland scallion and ginger sauce, it was a unique and delicious treat. Not greasy at all. In the sweltering summer, this kind of dish couldn't be more perfect. Zhao Yin's restaurant also has poached chicken, a very common dish, but it's completely different from this. He figured the cooking methods were probably entirely different. Compared to this, his poached chicken was utterly crushed, which was a blow to Zhao Yin, who always felt he'd found the right chef. It seemed he'd gotten too cocky, getting complacent just because his restaurant was doing well, and then looking at others. His mind wandered, and then he looked down and saw that Shen Licken and his companion had eaten every last bite of the food they brought, even using the last bit of sauce from the poached chicken bowl to mix with their rice. They'd only tasted a couple of bites of each of the other dishes, barely touching them. He immediately realized something was wrong. You two didn't come here specifically to eat because that food stall was so popular and there were no seats, did you? Shen Licken and Fang Hong'ai looked embarrassed for a moment. Seriously, you're a restaurant owner, aren't you embarrassed to ask that directly? I'm a customer, and if I came to your restaurant just to borrow a table, wouldn't you feel bad? It's better to see through it than to say it outright. After asking, Zhao Yin realized he hadn't done a good job today and quickly changed the subject to ease the awkwardness. After eating and drinking their fill, the two left the restaurant together. There was still a lot of food left on the table, and Zhao Yin felt bad about asking them to take it home. They just borrowed the table, why would they take it home? They might not know what to do with it if they took it back. Because he had been drinking, Shen Licken couldn't drive anymore and had to hire a designated driver. Fang Hong'ai wanted to leave immediately, but Shen Licken stopped him. Old Fang, don't be so polite. From now on, we're dining buddies. I live quite far from here, so whether I can get a decent meal depends entirely on you. The designated driver will take you to the company soon, so you can get some rest and have time to help me snag some food tonight. Fang Hong'ai laughed. I'm not working overtime today, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get any food for you tonight. Shen Licken exclaimed, oh dear, you've had too much to drink. Sorry, I'll take you home then. Don't refuse, I'll feel bad. Then I won't be polite. Finding a dining buddy means we can split the bill and save on transportation costs. It's a real bargain. Fang Hong'ai grinned so hard his back teeth were showing. Don't worry, I came over around 4 p.m. to grab a number. I guarantee we can both have a big meal. After seeing the two off, Zhao Yin sat down, savoring the fish soup and poached chicken he had just eaten. The more he thought about it, the more his mouth watered, and he wanted to have another big meal. The waiter came to clear the table and, seeing that it was still full of food except for 2 empty large takeout containers, his expression froze. Boss, it's all right, clear it away. Zhao Yin licked his lips, his mouth watering with each passing moment. He decided to eat at a Jun's food stall that afternoon. However, he owned a restaurant himself. He couldn't eat at a Jun's every day. The best solution, of course, was to poach the chef who made those 2 dishes and make him the head chef. If he could eat those dishes again and again, wouldn't customers be eager to come back? That way, he would not only have delicious food every day, but his business would also thrive. His restaurant had a good location, his chef's skills were decent, and business was just so-so, neither good nor bad. Zhao Yin had long wanted to change this situation, and if he could poach that chef, the effect would be phenomenal. The chef worked at a small food stall. He knew that the salary at that level wouldn't be high, maybe 8,000 at most. He could offer 12,000, no, 14,000. He wasn't worried the chef wouldn't be tempted. Zhao Yin thought it over and found it increasingly feasible, so he immediately decided that when he went to a Jun's food stall for dinner that evening, he would also check out the chef to see if he was easy to approach. Meanwhile, at a Jun's food stall, Fang Shang was unaware that another restaurant owner had his eye on him and was considering offering him a chef position with a salary of over 10,000 yuan. He was busy and enjoying himself immensely. The crucian carp was cooked in advance, all the fish were pan-fried, mashed, and simmered in a large pot. Now, when a customer wanted some, all that was needed was to scoop it from the large pot into a small pot, add tofu, and seasoning. One large iron pot could make 3 servings of crucian carp soup. He only did the cooking, even serving the soup was done by his father carrying the large iron pot. There was no way around it, the pot was so heavy, and he'd get exhausted after carrying it a few times. Dad, the soup is ready, take it off the heat. Dad, come help me make the poached chicken. Dad, the chicken can be chopped. Fang Jun was being bossed around like a headless chicken. This time, he didn't order any of his own stir-fries, he just followed his son around, doing whatever his son asked. For a moment, he felt like he was back in the days when he worked under his father. The difference was that his father would complain about his clumsiness, while his son would patiently wait for him to come over. But the son didn't complain. The diners outside would be noisy. Oh dear, Boss Fang is so slow to react. I wish I could go in and help. Yeah, Boss Fang doesn't even care about the young master. Look how tired he is, doing all sorts of work. He should do more. Boss Fang. Fang Jun. So, he was disliked by his father when he was young, and now he's being disliked by his son's customers? What kind of situation is this? Believe me, he'll close the shop this afternoon and not operate anymore. Fang Jun felt wronged, but he didn't want to talk about it. Wu Xian happened to be in the kitchen when she saw her husband standing there in a daze. She playfully punched his shoulder. What are you standing there for? Once these 10 poached chickens are cooked, you can rest, son. Stop dawdling. No wonder the diners say you're not quick-wit. Hurry up and get over there. Fang Jun. Only his injured world has been achieved. In the living room, Wu Fa and He Jizhang finally received their delicious lunch. Each of them had a large bowl of crucian carp soup and a serving of poached chicken. The crucian carp soup was delicious, and the tofu was tender. They ordered a bowl of rice and ladled the soup into it to soak the rice. The rice also became delicious, and mixed with the tender tofu, they could easily eat more than half a bowl in one go. After eating the rice, the refreshing and non-greasy poached chicken was simply irresistible. Despite the delicious food, Wu Fa sighed. I'm going home after eating today. I don't know when I'll be able to eat here again. I'm so reluctant to leave. Indeed, such delicious food isn't available in our city. It's in another province. To eat it even once, we have to go out of the province. It's so difficult. He Jizhang echoed, empathizing. Wu Fa sighed again. I rarely come here on business trips. I don't know when I'll be able to come again. What about you? Do you have any plans? Yes, I've decided. From now on, I'll fly here every Saturday, eat for 2 days, and then fly back. Anyway, the boss is in school during the week and doesn't have time to cook, and I don't have time to come either. Weekends are perfect. He Jizhang explained his previously planned activities. After he finished speaking, Wu Fa fell silent. So, he's the only one who's a slave, without that much money or time, while the person sitting opposite him is a tycoon, flying in and out for meals without even blinking an eye, and on weekends no less. He was already saddened by leaving, and now, having finally met someone he considered a kindred spirit, he was suddenly being smugly flattered. What was going on? Everyone else was from out of town, so why was he the only one suffering? He was getting jealous. Wu Fa decided that from now on, he wouldn't speak to He Jizhang unless the other spoke first. They were eating quite late. By now, everyone in the queue had finished their meals. Fang Sheng's family could finally have lunch too. The crucian carp soup, which had been prepared in advance, was now served in 2 large bowls on the table. Besides the poached chicken, Fang Sheng also ordered sweet and sour pork ribs and fish-flavored eggplant. He couldn't help it, he loved sweet dishes. Throughout lunch, Fang Jun hadn't cooked many dishes. Except for the crowded tables, where these 2 dishes weren't enough, they ordered other dishes to go with the meal. Most people only ate the fish soup and cold dishes. Hearing his son name the dishes, he couldn't help but raise his chin, thinking to himself, no matter how good you are, you still have to eat my cooking. But aloud he said, how about I make another one? The chicken is very tender today, I saved one. How about I make spicy chicken? It'll be sweet and spicy, your favorite flavor. Fang Sheng's eyes lit up. Okay, then I'll have another spicy chicken. Thanks, Dad. After a long day of work, he was exhausted. Eating something he liked was so comforting. His taste buds were satisfied, and it relieved stress. He understood why people lined up so early just to eat his food. Fang Jun snorted and happily went to cook. As long as he cooked better than his son, he was still the head of the family, because he controlled their stomachs. Fang Jun quickly cooked 3 dishes and put them on the table. The family of 3, plus Aunt Zhang and her husband, sat outside to enjoy their lunch. Son, eat more. After you're full, go play some games. Kids shouldn't be cooped up in the kitchen all day. It's good for them to play some games appropriate for children. Seeing her son so tired, Wu Xian felt sorry for him and even suggested he play games. Fang Jun added, don't play for too long. Do some homework and take a nap. Kids need to sleep more to grow taller. Upon hearing homework, Fang Sheng raised an eyebrow. His dad was always the one to dampen his spirits. He was happy about gaining so many experience points that morning, and his dad was saying the thing he least wanted to hear. If he could, he really wanted to say that he and homework were mortal enemies, but he didn't dare. If he really said it, he'd definitely be met with a mixed doubles beating, the kind involving 7 wolves cigarettes and a data cable. Aunt Zhang and Aunt Chen ate their meal, marveling at how kind the boss was. He arranged for them to eat the same things they ate, something they never dared to dream of before. They exchanged a glance, both thinking the same thing, to work even harder. Meanwhile, after finishing the Crucian carp soup and the poached chicken, Wu Fa felt increasingly uneasy, consumed by jealousy. He glanced silently at He Zhizhang, then suddenly turned to Fang Shang, who was eating. "Young boss, do you offer interprovincial shipping for your dishes? Why don't you enable interprovincial shipping? That way, I can eat your cooking when I get home." He felt that since the food was made by Fang Shang, he should have asked Fang Shang's parents first, but he asked Fang Shang anyway. Interprovincial shipping? Fang Shang blinked, glancing at his parents. This wasn't something he could decide, but even if he could, he'd refuse. Fang Jun coughed lightly, but before he could speak, Wu Xian interjected, "Sorry, we're a street food stall. The food is made to order, so freshness is our priority. Interprovincial shipping would ruin the freshness and is too much trouble. We're not considering it right now." Wu Fa knew he'd made an outrageous request and looked disappointed. "Then if I really crave it, I can have a delivery guy buy it and ship it to my hometown, right?" "Well, that's your prerogative, but unless it's a cold dish like poached chicken, anything soupy isn't suitable. It needs to be vacuum-packed, and besides, we don't have poached chicken every day." Seeing his obvious disappointment, Wu Xian offered serious advice. After hearing her suggestion, Wu Fa started to consider its feasibility. Hearing his conversation with the proprietress, the other diners nearby felt an inexplicable sense of superiority. They were so lucky, they happened to live in Jiachen, and the proprietor happened to be from Jiachen too. All they had to worry about was when they had time to come and queue for a meal, instead of worrying about going home and missing out. Thanks to Dad, thanks to Grandpa, thanks to Great-Grandpa, settling down in Jiaxing has given them the means to enjoy delicious food. I'll burn some paper money for my great-grandpa later to thank him. I'll also burn paper money for my great-grandma, and bring some food from the shop to offer as a sacrifice, so she can taste this earthly delicacy too. Then I'll burn paper money for my great-grandma. I heard it was my great-grandma who led my grandma here during the famine, and that's why my mom lives in Jiaxing." After lunch, Fang Shang returned to the second floor. In the sweltering heat, after spending the morning in the kitchen, he was soaked in sweat. He showered, changed his clothes, and threw his dirty clothes into the washing machine. Then he went back to his bedroom, but instead of playing games, he finished the rest of his homework and went straight to bed for a nap. With such a fulfilling life, he had little motivation to play games. All he wanted to do was cook to gain experience and level up. In his dreams, of course, he was studying in the system space. After waking up, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Fang Shang went downstairs without delay. It was Sunday, and there would definitely be many people coming for dinner. Preparing the ingredients in advance would allow the diners to eat sooner, and he could also get some rest earlier. After all, as a primary school student, he had school the next day. Chapter 57. Forming a group to get a number. After Fang Shang rested, his father had no time to rest. He'd sold so much stuff that morning, and the ingredients were almost sold out. It was Sunday, and there would only be more people in the evening. Fang Jun rested for a while before preparing to go to the market to buy some more ingredients. But as he went out, looking at the blazing sun outside, he hissed. Going into the car at this hour was like stepping into a sauna. He hadn't turned on the air conditioning beforehand, and to avoid delaying his afternoon business, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and rush out the door. Under the sun, Fang Jun felt like his arms were on fire. When Fang Shang came downstairs after his afternoon nap, he saw his father, tanned dark by the sun. Although he was already tanned a few days ago, he was exceptionally dark today. When he spoke, his 2 rows of white teeth were so prominent they could be in a toothpaste commercial. Fang Shang was stunned. "Dad, did you go to Africa?" As soon as he brought it up, Fang Jun's expression turned resentful. He was practically biting his handkerchief. Business used to be so-so. A morning trip to the market to buy groceries would last him the whole day. He'd never experienced the hardship of going to the market in the scorching afternoon sun. There was no other way. Even though he drove directly to the market, he still had to go to each stall to pick and choose what he wanted. The market sun was scorching, and after a few trips, he was sunburned like this. But the customers all came for his son's cooking. While he was happy that the business was doing well, he felt a little uneasy. He felt like he was a useless father, only good for doing odd jobs. Others were freeloading off their parents. Why was he freeloading off his son? Fang Shang only remembered this incident after his mother mentioned his father's afternoon grocery shopping trip. He suggested, "Dad, why don't we find a good vegetable shop in the market to partner with? We can just have them deliver what we need. There's no need to do everything ourselves, it's exhausting." Fang Jun was reluctant. "What do you know, you brat? If you don't choose the vegetables yourself, the quality will be questionable, and the cooking will suffer. Besides, the quality of vegetables varies every day. Who knows which vegetables are better that day? You have to go yourself to choose the most suitable ones." Wu Xian also strongly agreed. She was too worried about not buying the vegetables herself. "Son, don't worry. You're tough. A little sun exposure won't hurt. Then why don't you just buy more vegetables in the morning? Buy enough at once, and I'll cook everything. I promise there won't be any waste. Fang Sheng secretly resolved that once his family opened a large restaurant, he would personally select a suitable vegetable shop to supply the restaurant, determined not to force himself to do something he didn't want to do. After eating a few slices of watermelon, Fang Sheng went to the kitchen, changed into his work clothes, washed his hands carefully, and began preparing the dinner. As soon as he entered the kitchen, Fang Jun immediately put down his watermelon and followed, tying on his apron and helping out. He was busy frying and adding boiling water to the Crucian carp soup. His son wasn't strong enough, and he didn't feel comfortable leaving him alone. Having failed to buy the ideal young chicken in the afternoon, Fang Sheng asked his father to buy some dried bean curd sticks and jellyfish. They could make a cold bean curd stick salad and a cold jellyfish salad. The Crucian carp soup would remain the same. A large basin of Crucian carp had been gutted and cleaned, even the black membrane inside the bellies was thoroughly removed. Fang Sheng had taught Aunt Chen how to clean the fish that morning, and Aunt Chen was meticulous. He was very satisfied with how she had done it. Fang Sheng had his father drain the fish and put them all into a large basin. He then started frying the fish and making broth, pouring the broth into a large stainless steel bucket next to him. The appropriately sized Crucian carp were fried until golden brown on both sides in the oil, releasing a fragrant aroma. Once all the fish were cut up, they were put into a large pot and started to simmer. In the residential area, Old Ding, who lived in Building 3, was peering out of his window at the location of a Jun's food stall. From his vantage point, he could see the stall perfectly, and hearing the faint sound of the exhaust fan coming from the kitchen, he knew that work had begun. The young boss has already started cooking. Why don't we go and get a number so we don't have to wait? Grandma Ding was already dressed and holding her grandson. That's no nonsense, let's hurry up and get a number. I want to be among the first to eat the young master's food today. The elderly couple walked out of the residential compound with their grandson. Just as they reached the bottom of the stairs, they ran into the Sun family across the street. Everyone was there, their son, daughter-in-law, and their eldest grandson, who was at school. In this blazing sun, what could they possibly be doing out at this hour? They exchanged a smile, and Old Ding spoke first. Grandma's son, getting a number? Yes, it's a rare Sunday, everyone in the family is free, so we're going out for a nice meal. My grandson's home too. He's been working so hard lately, we need some soup to nourish him. Old Ding remembered that Grandma's son's eldest grandson was taking the college entrance exam this year. These days, high school students work incredibly hard, getting up earlier than the chickens and going to bed later than the dogs. He definitely deserves some nourishment. After exchanging greetings, the group walked out of the compound together. They hadn't expected many people to be there so early, but along the way, they encountered quite a few neighbors getting numbers early. They were all hoping to get a number early so they could enjoy a delicious dinner sooner. Everyone saw each other downstairs every day and knew each other very well. After exchanging greetings, they naturally walked together. As a result, by the time the queue reached the entrance of the residential area, it had grown into a huge group, at least 30 or 40 people. Wu Xian was at the counter calculating the accounts, figuring out the lunchtime revenue and profit after deducting the ingredients, when she suddenly heard the door open. Looking up, she was startled to see such a large, dark mass of people. Thinking the restaurant was doing well and someone was causing trouble, she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it was all familiar faces from the neighborhood. She asked Old Ding, whom she recognized in the crowd, "Uncle Ding, what are you doing at the restaurant so early?" Old Ding chuckled, "We're here to get a number early. Your restaurant's dishes are so popular, if we don't come early, everyone's afraid the numbers will be snatched up." Wu Xian glanced at the clock on the wall and was immediately exasperated. It was only 4:30. Their restaurant started cooking at 4 o'clock and didn't officially open until 5:30 at the earliest. The Crucian carp had only just started cooking. While writing out numbers for everyone, she said, "It's not necessary. It's so close, you can come a little later." "No, we can't. Getting a number early is safer. The young owner's dishes are so popular, I'm worried if we don't get a number early." "Yeah, it was so crowded last week, I almost didn't get any food when I came at 5 p.m. I worked overtime yesterday and didn't get anything to eat. As a resident of this community, I embarrassed everyone. I didn't work overtime today, so I came early." The neighbors were all paying extra attention, and a young man, looking mysterious, stroked a non-existent beard and said he had a feeling that business would be booming today, and if he didn't come early, there wouldn't even be any left to lick the bottom of the pot. Chapter 58. Hurry, say yes. The description made Wu Xian laugh. After the large group of people left satisfied with their numbers, Wu Xian hadn't even sat down for a drink when several more people, all young, arrived. Wu Xian greeted them, "Welcome. Please take a number here. We open at 5:30. You took your numbers early, if you want to dine in, you can go home and come back at 5:30. No need, we've taken our numbers and we'll wait here. It's far, and we're too lazy to go back." After getting their numbers, the group found a corner seat. In the sweltering summer heat, who wanted to go outside when they could sit in an air-conditioned room? It was only a little over an hour's wait. What did it matter? Being young, they weren't bored. Each had a phone and started playing games. Having seen yesterday's customers who lived far away arrive early, Wu Xian wasn't surprised and quickly poured them several glasses of iced water. The arrival of these young people seemed to trigger a signal. Within moments, customers who had traveled from afar and arrived early to wait flocked to Jun's food stall, taking numbers and waiting their turn. Fang Hong'ai arrived at the shop at 4:50 p.m., thinking he was early, but to his surprise, the place was already packed. Startled, he ran to the cashier, took a number, and only then breathed a sigh of relief. It was so crowded that he had to search for a while before finding an empty seat. In the kitchen, Fang Shang mechanically fried a large pot of fish until golden brown, mashed it, and added boiling water. So many fish, repeating the same steps over and over again, made him feel like an emotionless fish soup-making machine. After pouring the last pot of fish soup into the large soup pot, he took a breath and looked up at the dining area. Good heavens, the dining area was already full. Thinking that everyone came for his cooking, Fang Shang felt a little proud, grinning and letting out a giggle. "Dad, see? This is the empire I built for you." Fang Jun, painful yet joyful, not really thinking about it, hee. After adding simple seasonings to the fish soup, Fang Shang started preparing a cold dish. The soaked dried bean curd sticks, with their porous structure, easily absorbed the juices and flavors when dressed. Fang Shang heated oil in a wok and fried a bowl of peanuts. There's a trick to frying peanuts. Many people at home heat the oil until it smokes before adding the peanuts, which easily results in burnt peanuts. They look a little undercooked at first glance, but when you take them out and taste them, they're bitter. He poured the oil into the wok and immediately added the peanuts. Once the oil was hot and the peanuts were cooked, they were fragrant, crispy, and perfectly cooked. Together with dried bean curd sticks, smashed cucumber, cilantro, and chili peppers, and mixed with his specially prepared sauce, the aroma was already wafting out even before tasting it, a tangy and spicy flavor that was incredibly appetizing. This dish keeps well and won't spoil. He simply mixed it in a small bowl and then poured it into a large bowl, mixing a whole bowlful in one go. Then he started preparing the jellyfish. Cold jellyfish salad is a common dish at banquets in upscale hotels. It's crispy yet chewy, refreshing and delicious, perfect for summer. He quickly blanched the jellyfish, then plunged it into ice water to cool it down and enhance its crispness. Mixing such a large bowl of jellyfish was quite a task. Time passed slowly, the fish soup in the kitchen became increasingly fragrant, and the hall outside grew increasingly crowded. On weekends, most people came with their families, filling the 20 or so tables in the hall to capacity. Those who came later had to share tables. Some who had come together found there were no seats together, so they simply split up, each eating their own meal. As long as they could enjoy a delicious dinner, sitting together wasn't a big deal. Initially, people searched around the tables and managed to find empty seats. But later, newer people couldn't find any. After circling the hall 3 or 5 times without finding a single empty seat, these people simply lined up at the counter. They figured they could eat according to numbers, and if there were no seats, they could take their food home. But there were just too many people today. The queues were so long that they filled the aisle to capacity, leaving no room to move. The restaurant was packed, a chaotic mix of people, husbands with their wives and children for dinner, office workers enjoying a rare day off, and construction workers crammed into one room. Even at the entrance, people kept trying to squeeze in. Seeing this, Wu Xian quickly called out, "Hello, we're currently full. If you'd like to eat, please come back tomorrow." Besides the people in the main hall, many residents from nearby neighborhoods were also waiting at home, and they couldn't get a number no matter what. The customers at the door hadn't even squeezed in yet. Seeing that he was only a step too late and someone else had already taken his number, he wasn't about to give up. He shouted to Wu Xian, "It's okay, boss lady, just give me a number. Even if I can't eat the young master's food, the boss's stir-fried food is fine too. I'm already here anyway. I'll go to the coffee shop across the street for a coffee and wait." His thinking was simple, it's just one more number. What if there are still some left when it's his turn? Then he'd get to eat. His loud voice even reached Fang Jun, who was standing by the window. Wu Xian was about to refuse when her phone suddenly rang. She answered, and Fang Jun's voice came through the phone. "Wife, say yes. Quick, say yes." What a lovely customer. Wu Xian looked up at the kitchen and saw her husband's longing gaze, like an emoji, his eyes screaming, "I'm pitiful," and begging for attention. Her lips twitched involuntarily. How could he hear someone wanting his stir-fried food from so far away, in such a noisy place? Alright, since her husband has said that, as his wife, she should also care about his mental and physical well-being, she said, changing her tone to, "Okay, diners, please wait a moment, I'll get you a number." The soup smelled increasingly fragrant as it simmered. Some diners, who hadn't eaten much at lunch and were planning to have a big meal that evening, were already starving from the aroma. They couldn't sit still and crowded towards the kitchen window, trying to see when they could eat. The scene became a little chaotic for a moment. Wu Xian began to regret her oversight, which had caused such a crowd. Fortunately, it was lunchtime, and they could start eating. The neighbors who had come to queue up earlier, seeing so many people, decided to take their food home instead of dining in. "Boss, what did the young master cook tonight?" With the blackboard so crowded, it was hard to see. Wu Xian smiled and replied, "My son made 3 dishes tonight: a Crucian carp soup and 2 cold dishes: cold tofu skin salad and cold jellyfish salad. What would you like to order?" Chapter 59. I can't bear to part with any of them. There was no need to write down numbers now, so Wu Xian went to the kitchen window to help with taking orders and packing food, also placing the QR code display stand there. There were too many people, and unlike usual, where diners could pay leisurely after finishing their meal, it was more convenient to pay directly after taking the food, and leave immediately, avoiding the hassle of squeezing and jostling later. "I'm alone, how about Crucian carp soup and cold tofu skin salad?" Wu Xian responded, handing over 2 takeout containers. Before Fang Jun could even pack the food, the customer changed his mind again. "How about Crucian carp soup and cold jellyfish salad?" After hesitating for 2 seconds, he changed his mind again, opting for 2 cold dishes. The people behind him were incredibly tempted, and hearing his changes, they were even more excited than Wu Xian. "Dude, are you doing a math problem? Matching 2 out of 3, right? How about I buy first, and you stand here and agonize over it for a bit, then we'll decide." The diner was clutching his head, howling like a groundhog. The portions at Jun's food stall were very generous. One person definitely couldn't finish 3 dishes. His rented apartment didn't have a refrigerator, and they'd spoil by tomorrow morning, but he wanted to eat them all, hence his indecisiveness. "I can't bear to part with any of them. I'm alone, and I can't finish 3 dishes. What do I do with this indecisiveness? How about you just pack whatever you want, boss? I'll eat whichever you pack." Wu Xian reacted quickly, suggesting, "How about I pack you a cold dish platter, with some tofu skin and jellyfish, that'll do." The diner jumped up happily. "Thank you, boss lady. Cold dish platter it is, and a serving of rice, please." "Okay, please wait a moment." A moment later, the food was packed, and the diner left smiling, carrying his groceries. Many of the diners behind me were also alone, and seeing this, they all ordered cold dish platters so they could try everything. Perfect. As the first group of people left to take their food home, those dining in gradually received their dishes and sat down to enjoy them. The delicious Crucian carp soup, 1 sip, and the rich flavor transported me to the ocean, my mouth filled with the aroma of fish. The hot weather had dampened my appetite, but after a few sips of the soup, my appetite returned. I picked up a piece of cold tofu skin salad and tasted it. The salad was also very flavorful, with a strong sour and spicy taste. The moment my tongue touched it, the sour and spicy flavor exploded on my taste buds, both sour and spicy. The sourness was unique. It was very sour, but not at all harsh, just the right amount, a fragrant and tangy flavor. The bright red chili oil was refreshingly spicy, its flavor bursting with the sourness. Perhaps it's because the sourness is quite strong, but the spiciness isn't the kind that's overpowering with just one bite. Instead, it's quite mild. As you chew, the texture of the tofu skin emerges soft yet chewy. Thanks to Fang Shang's touch, the tofu skin isn't too mushy, it has a slight chewiness and a gentle elasticity. With further chewing, besides the aroma of the sauce, you can also taste the natural bean flavor of the tofu skin itself. After a few more bites, the soaked tofu skin reveals a smooth and refreshing texture. It's hard to believe that a simple cold tofu skin salad could taste so good and have such a rich flavor. Wow, I never knew tofu skin could be this delicious. It's almost like eating meat. The tofu skin is chewy and tender, the cucumber is refreshingly crisp, and the peanuts are fragrant and crunchy. 1 bite, and 3 textures, 3 flavors, explode in your mouth. It's absolutely delicious. Wan Zilan savored her food, and someone next to her, who had initially intended to offer a more blunt compliment, immediately chimed in. "Girl, say more if you can talk." "Me too." "Exactly. It's so delicious." "Me too." "You're right." Those who had already tasted the food were praising its flavor, while those who hadn't started to get impatient, urging those in line to hurry up and choose their dishes. They figured there were only 3 dishes, they could just buy them all. Everyone was in a hurry. Those near the window decided what they wanted beforehand and immediately called out their orders when it was their turn, without any delay. Yu Hobo was already seated at a table. He had initially thought that since it was his first time treating his girlfriend's parents to dinner, he wanted to make it a bit more grand and choose a large round table to show off. However, he then realized there were only 4 of them, and many people would want to share a table with them, which wouldn't look good. So, he chose a small table for 4. Not long after, Fan Dai called, saying she had arrived at a Jun's food stall, and he would go out to meet her immediately. Fan Dai and her family lived a few kilometers away, next to a street full of restaurants, making it very convenient to find food. Fan's parents had never eaten here before, and seeing the food stall packed with people and having to queue, they were quite curious. Wow, when did Jiexing get such a popular food stall? We've never heard of it. Did some famous online celebrity recommend it recently? It's really popular now. Fan's mom loves watching local videos. Ever since she saw the dumpling restaurant across the street, which was just average tasting, being heavily promoted by an online celebrity, while the dumpling restaurant 5 shops away wasn't recommended at all, she understood the intricacies of the situation. She just assumed it was young people jumping on the bandwagon and casually asked, "Mom, you guessed wrong this time. We discovered this restaurant ourselves. We're lucky we can find a hidden gem. The food is amazing. This morning, I was so disappointed we wouldn't be able to eat there for lunch, but thankfully, Abo made a reservation for tonight." Seeing her daughter's mouth watering as she talked about the food, Fan's mother was a little surprised. "Look how hungry you are. Is it really that good?" "Yes, it's real, even more real than pearls. Let's go in quickly, I'm dying of craving." The group entered the hall, pushing through the crowd to reach the table Yuhobo had reserved. The hall was air-conditioned, so the windows were closed, and a faint aroma of fish filled the air. It was a very pleasant smell. A deep sniff seemed to whet one's appetite. Fan's parents were starting to believe that the food here really was delicious. Inviting his girlfriend's parents for dinner, he couldn't be stingy. Besides the 3 dishes Fang Sheng had prepared, Yuhobo also ordered several hot dishes. There was no need to queue for the few hot dishes. Fang Jun immediately started preparing them as soon as he saw the menu, and in no time, all the dishes Yuhobo ordered were served on the table. When Fan's parents glanced at the dishes, the most eye-catching was the cold tofu skin salad. A large plate of pale yellow tofu skin, bright green cucumber, and reddish-brown peanuts were interspersed among them, along with a few scattered bright red chili peppers. The whole dish was a beautiful mix of red and green, very appetizing. The tofu skin, fully soaked and saturated with broth, was visibly soaked in the liquid. They could almost imagine the burst of flavor when they picked it up. Chapter 60 Cooking is pretty good. The Fan family had left home early that morning and had only had a quick, makeshift lunch in the village. They were starving by now. Fan Dai picked up a piece of dried bean curd for Yuhobo, then immediately stuffed one into her own mouth, urging her parents, eat up, we're starving." Fan's mother initially intended to pick up some cold dried bean curd salad, but seeing her favorite stir-fried beef with yellow peppers, she changed her mind and picked up the stir-fried beef instead. After chewing a few times, Fan's mother's expression became somewhat subtle. She loved stir-fried beef with yellow peppers, often made it, and even watched videos to improve it, so her version was quite delicious. She had assumed that a restaurant chef's cooking would be better than her home-style cooking, but it tasted rather ordinary, just like home-style cooking, lacking any restaurant specialties. Mr. Fan ate the spicy chicken, thinking the spiciness would whet his appetite. However, after eating it, he didn't find it particularly delicious. It tasted like something from a regular restaurant. It was okay to eat when he didn't feel like cooking, but definitely not something he craved. The two exchanged a glance, both wondering, was this the amazing food their daughter had described? Mother Fan even began to reflect on her own cooking, wondering if her daughter's poor skills were making her crave something so delicious, even from a street stall. Fan Dai and Yuhobo were enjoying their cold dishes and soup. Yuhobo had even bought some steamed buns, which they were now happily eating with the cold dishes. Suddenly noticing their parents staring blankly, they quickly asked, "Uncle and Aunt, why aren't you eating? Is the food not to your liking? Here, have some soup first." Mr. and Mrs. Fan gave a dry laugh. Their daughter's boyfriend was treating them. How could they possibly say the food was just so-so? "The food is quite good, please eat. We've been running around all day and haven't had much of an appetite." "What? No appetite?" Fan Dai put a mouthful of food in her mouth, wiping her mouth as she looked at her parents. Seeing that their chopsticks weren't stained with any chili oil from the cold dishes, she immediately understood. "Mom and Dad, do you think this hot food is just so-so, nothing special? We've been running around all day and haven't had much of an appetite, so we don't really want to eat?" "What nonsense are you talking about, child? The stir-fried dishes are great." Fan's mother picked up a piece of stir-fried Shanghai bok choy, even kicking Fan's father, who immediately picked up a piece as he ate, praising the food. As adults, how could they possibly undermine her? They had to at least pretend. Puffed, ha ha. Fan Dai was amused by her parents' expressions. They were clearly eating with difficulty, but still trying hard to praise how delicious it was. "Mom and Dad, don't be embarrassed. I'm telling the truth. The hot dishes here are just average. The good stuff is the cold dishes and soup." She took a bowl of soup and ladled a bowl of Christian carp soup for each of them, then added some cold dishes, urging them to try it. Thinking that the soup was indeed very fragrant, the two of them picked up their bowls and took a sip. The next second, their expressions changed. Wow, how could this Christian carp soup be so delicious? So rich, so fresh, without a trace of fishiness. It was so smooth that they couldn't help but drink it in large gulps, even sucking the tofu and the soup into their mouths like they were sucking on jelly. The tender tofu barely needed chewing, a gentle press, a flick of the tongue, and the soup and tofu slid smoothly down the throat. The warm soup soothed the stomach, and the warmth spread from there throughout the body, completely erasing the fatigue of a long day. Wow, this owner is amazing. Such delicious crucian carp soup, so good. Urged by their daughter, they started eating the cold dishes. The dried bean curd sticks were just as expected. As soon as you picked them up, the juices hidden in the crevices began to overflow. They quickly put them on a plate and put them in their mouths. The first sensation was the sour and spicy flavor combined with the icy coolness. In the sweltering summer heat, the sour and spicy flavor and the icy coolness were a perfect match. Although the flavor was strong, it wasn't greasy at all. Just one bite, and the refreshing and pleasant feeling was irresistible. I don't know how the owner processes the dried bean curd sticks. The texture is just right, unlike the dried bean curd sticks they make at home. If blanched for too short a time, they're dry and hard. If blanched a little longer, they become mushy and the texture is unpleasant. The whole cold dish is tangy and appetizing. The sourness is refreshing yet rich, stimulating the taste buds. Along with the sourness, a spicy flavor spreads in the mouth, that intense, stimulating taste intertwined with the sourness, plus the icy coolness, instantly driving away the summer heat. With each bite, the lingering bean flavor is a subtle, natural aroma, lingering in the mouth along with the sour and spicy flavors, demonstrating how rich the taste is. The food is delicious, and with their appetites whetted, the couple couldn't stop eating. How is it? Delicious, right? Fan Dai asked with a smile. Delicious, incredibly delicious. This jellyfish is even better than the 8,000 yuan banquet we had at the 5-star hotel a couple of days ago. Fan's father chewed on his food, his words becoming somewhat muffled. Of course, otherwise ABO, and I wouldn't have come here specifically to eat, Fan Dai laughed. The family of 4 happily devoured their steamed buns with cold dishes, barely touching the 3 hot dishes. Fan's father had a bit of a perfectionist tendency when eating. He carefully and neatly broke the steamed bun in half, ensuring the 2 halves were very close in size. When picking up his food, he chose 3 pieces of tofu skin with 2 cucumber slices, a few peanuts, a small chili pepper in the center, and finally a small amount of jellyfish, spreading it evenly before putting it in his mouth. With a big gulp, he ate the steamed bun and all the vegetables, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. It was so satisfying. The 4 of them wolfed down their food, eating until they were half full, before starting to chat again. I just didn't expect the chefs here to have such different skills. The cold dishes were exquisite, the soup was delicious, but the hot dishes were so-so. He must have specialized in one area when he was learning to cook. Fan Dai corrected her, Dad, you're wrong. The hot dishes were cooked by the owner, Jun. These cold dishes and soup were made by the owner's 10-year-old son. The elderly couple looked at their daughter in surprise. What did you say? This food was made by the owner's son, a 10-year-old kid? Yes, look over at the kitchen. Fan's parents looked towards the kitchen. Through the glass and wall, they could vaguely see the figure of a child moving around inside. Only then did they believe it really was a child who had made it. Kids these days are amazing. Compared to them, we were practically useless back then. That's right, no wonder people online call today's kids kid brother. Amazing people deserve to be called bro. After finishing a large bowl of crucian carp soup, everyone was still a little unsatisfied. Yu Hobo simply ordered another serving. After eating and drinking their fill, they packed up the rest and left. Yu Hobo and Fan Dai went for a walk. This was their own private time. Fan's parents, being experienced adults, naturally didn't want to be a third wheel, so they went straight home after parting ways with the couple. Chapter 61. Dad's still love obsessed. Back home, Fan's mom smacked her lips, feeling she hadn't eaten enough. The cold dish with steamed buns was so delicious, she ate 3 big ones in one go. The soup was so good, she couldn't get enough. After discussing it with Fan's dad, they decided to go out for another meal the next day, and also treat Xiao Bo to a meal in return. Fan's dad even started considering taking out his secret stash of money hidden behind the air conditioner unit and treating a group of old friends to a proper get-together. Meanwhile, at Jun's food stall, the first wave of customers were still eating, and it was impossible for everyone waiting in line to crowd there. Those who lived nearby weren't too lazy to go back, so they simply went out to find a place to rest. Some squeezed into a coffee shop, others into Shui Wan, a cafe, enjoying the air conditioning and drinking lemonade 4 yuan a cup. With drinks in hand, they weren't embarrassed to squeeze in and enjoy the air conditioning. Many people were still lingering in the underground supermarket. Feeling it was almost time, they all emerged. A few who hadn't had a chance to go yet received Wu Xian's call and rushed into a Jun's food stall. Even the nearby barbershop became a popular spot for people to escape the heat and kill time. Since they were waiting anyway, getting a haircut while they waited was convenient, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the sweltering summer heat, before 7 o'clock, the sun hadn't even set. While people elsewhere were just getting ready to leave, the streets here were bustling with activity. The Zhengjinjiao massage and foot bath shop next door, which was almost closed down, sensed a business opportunity and put up a sign with big words, foot bath 19.9 yuan, massage 30 yuan. This was legitimate business. When the people at Ajun's food stall had nowhere else to go, spending 20 yuan to soak their feet and relax wasn't unreasonable, was it? Absolutely not unreasonable. He could also provide tea and internet access. It was a desperate measure, after all, just in case the shop reopened. His wife saw the sign at the entrance and asked, "Will this work?" "Let's try it first. It definitely won't work today. We'll know the answer next weekend. If it still doesn't work, we'll open somewhere else." After the first wave of customers finished eating and left, a second wave followed immediately. The hall was still packed, showing no signs of decreasing in number. Why are there still so many people? What number are you in line for? Fang Jun couldn't help but ask. There's still more after this wave finishes, Wu Xian said. Fang Jun calculated the kitchen stock and felt that it was probably not enough to sell. The food stall wasn't just for these people. 30 portions of various takeout orders had already been taken, and many more were being taken away. What was left in the shop would be the limit for serving 2 more waves of customers. He'd bought extra dried bean curd sticks and jellyfish skin when he went grocery shopping today, thinking they were dried goods that would keep well. Why did I write so much extra? Fang Jun remembered that his wife was always worried about tiring their son out. If she wrote even a little extra, she'd go to the kitchen to check on him and tell him to rest before doing anything else. Wu Xin covered her face. These young people these days are just too good at talking. Those young men who arrived late were all calling her sister the moment they saw her. And the young girls were praising her clothes, saying her hands were beautiful, and offering to do her nails for free. She completely charmed her, practically bewildered, and before she knew it, she'd written down the phone numbers of all the young people. Of course, she couldn't tell her husband about such an embarrassing thing, he'd laugh at her. So, she changed her story. With so many people, it's easy to make mistakes. If we run out of food later, that's your chance, honey. I'm just creating an opportunity for you. No matter what others say, in my heart, your stir-fries are always the best. Upon hearing this, Fang Jun was immediately charmed and chuckled. That's right. These past few days, I've been like a general helper, cooking a couple of dishes every day. People almost forgot I'm the head chef. Thank you, honey. Fang Shang, who was resting there, listened to the whole conversation, his lips twitching violently. Wow, so Dad's a hopeless romantic. Mom's casual words and compliments had him completely smitten. He finally understood why his parents' relationship was so good. Business was booming, which was tiring, but thankfully the 2 cold dishes tonight were relatively simple, unlike the complicated poached chicken. He mixed 2 large bowls in one go and rested. He'd soak and blanch the remaining dried bean curd and jellyfish before cooking. Even after resting for so long, he wasn't too tired. The cold dishes in the dining area kept being brought to the tables and quickly disappeared. The remaining customers, hearing that the previous batches were sold out but were still being made, sat patiently and waited without any rush. They were lucky to have extra dishes made even after they were sold out, happy. Zhao Yin was also sitting in a corner of the dining area. He had a relatively late number in the queue and, hearing there was a wait, he went back to his own restaurant and helped out for a while until the owner of the food stall called. They both owned restaurants. Jun's food stall was busy during mealtimes, and so was his restaurant. He was simply itching to get some fish soup and poached chicken for lunch, so he couldn't resist heading to Jun's seemingly ordinary food stall. When he first got a number, it was incredibly crowded. He'd taken his number and left in a hurry, not knowing anything about it. Now, hearing that the cold dishes were sold out and everyone was patiently waiting, he knew the chef who made the particularly delicious food was at work. Such delicious food, if it were him, he'd be patient too. But eating only cold dishes wasn't very appealing. He wanted to try some hot dishes. Zhao Yin assumed that people wouldn't like hot dishes in the summer heat and didn't think much of it. Just then, the owner's wife passed by, and he waved to her. "Ma'am, what's your signature hot dish? I'd like one." In the evening, some people did order hot dishes for dinner, some wanted a balanced meal with meat and vegetables, while others ordered them purely for their children. Wu Xian didn't see anything wrong with it. She thought about her husband's specialties. He didn't seem to have any particularly outstanding dishes. He could cook almost anything, but none of them were particularly impressive. However, the restaurant had prepared a lot of pork belly today, so she ordered her husband's favorite salt-fried pork. "Okay, one order then, and a stir-fried vegetable dish, broccoli, please." "Sure, please wait a moment, sir." The food stall served dishes quite quickly. Hot and cold dishes were almost served together. Zhao Yin glanced at the dishes, then immediately picked up a piece of broccoli and put it in his mouth. He had a reason for choosing broccoli. His family chef was best known for his vegetarian dishes, especially broccoli, because it was light, delicious, and nutritious, making it a very popular choice. However, after putting the broccoli in his mouth, Zhao Yin's expression changed. It was as if he was listening to loud music, but the speaker distorted, causing the sound to crack completely different from what he expected. He was utterly bewildered, initially thinking his taste buds were playing tricks on him. A regular customer had previously served him a mouthful of spicy and numbing maksuwang, a Sichuan dish. He took a couple of sips of water, and feeling that his mouth had lost its flavor, he picked up another piece of broccoli. This time, the flavor was indeed clearer. Chapter 62 Daring Not to Pry. It's even more ordinary now, just a simple stir-fried broccoli. This kind of stir-fried dish really tests a chef's seasoning skills. Both the heat and the seasoning require extremely high precision. Because there are only so many seasonings, if they're not mixed well, the taste will be very ordinary, just like this broccoli in front of me. Was the restaurant too busy, and another chef made it? Zhao was a little unhappy and picked up a piece of the beautifully presented cold tofu skin next to her. When the sour and spicy tofu skin touched my mouth, that familiar feeling returned. Sour and spicy, appetizing, and refreshing, the slightly cool touch was the perfect temperature for summer. The tofu skin had a slightly slippery outer layer, and with each bite, because so much juice was hidden inside, it felt like juice was flowing everywhere. While chewing, it was chewy and resilient, the kind of flavor that intensifies with each chew, and the bean aroma becomes more and more intense. The whole tofu skin was sour, spicy, and savory, incredibly delicious. Delicious, just the right taste. He took another bite of the salt-fried pork. It was good, just ordinary salt-fried pork, only slightly better than broccoli, but still nothing special. Zhao Yan shook his head and went to eat the other two dishes. The translucent jellyfish looked crystal clear. After soaking in the sauce, its skin seemed to be coated with a caramel-colored layer. The evening light shone on the jellyfish, giving it a shimmering effect, as if special effects had been added. Combined with the bright red chili peppers and vibrant green cilantro, the dish was extremely visually appealing. The cold jellyfish salad, while also sour and spicy, tasted different. Perhaps because the jellyfish wasn't as flavorful as the tofu skin, the sour and spicy sauce was much richer, with a strong ginger flavor that was quite pungent. The jellyfish, sliced into thin strips, had a smooth surface and glided effortlessly in the mouth, releasing its juices that spread throughout the palate. The jellyfish was prepared perfectly, offering a wonderfully crisp texture with each bite, a delightful crunch that provided a unique chewing experience. Furthermore, chilled on ice, the jellyfish was refreshingly cool, making it the perfect appetizer for the season. The jellyfish itself was infused with the tangy and spicy flavors of vinegar and chile, the savory aroma of soy sauce, the rich flavor of sesame oil, and the distinctive fragrance of minced garlic and cilantro, resulting in a dish rich in texture and flavor. Both cold dishes were incredibly delicious. If Zhao Yan had to choose, he couldn't tell which was better, he simply found them both delicious. Adding a bowl of the crucian carp soup he had for lunch that afternoon made it all the more enjoyable. The only downside was that the hot dishes weren't good, but the soup and cold dishes were excellent. Why let someone else cook the hot dishes? Zhao Yan glanced at the busy Wu Xian, wanting to ask her about the situation, his gaze sweeping around the hall. Just then, the line for takeout thinned out, revealing a small blackboard. On the blackboard were the names of 3 dishes, the very 3 that Zhao Yan thought were delicious. He found it strange. Why were these 3 dishes listed separately? Just then, several people were sitting at his table, all of them alone, sharing the table with him. Zhao Yan pointed to the small blackboard and asked them, "Why are those 3 dishes written separately on that blackboard?" The people next to him were puzzled, seeing that he had already started eating but still didn't understand. "You've already ordered the food, how come you don't know what's going on? Why did you order those 3 dishes?" Zhao Yan replied, "When I came, everyone over there was ordering takeout, so I just followed suit." The people eating next to him were also regulars, and upon hearing Zhao Yan's explanation, they immediately understood. "This isn't your first time eating at Jun's food stall, is it? You're so lucky to have found this place. Let me tell you, the dishes on that blackboard over there are the best in this stall. We basically just order whatever's written on the blackboard, no questions asked, and it's guaranteed to be delicious. The clay pot soup they made the other day was amazing, and so was the poached chicken. Too bad I'm late today, they still have poached chicken for lunch, but the jellyfish was also very good." Zhao Yan was even more puzzled. The dishes on that blackboard are the best? Why aren't the other dishes good? The regular customer pointed to the hot dishes in front of him. "You ate them, didn't you? I noticed earlier that you looked quite incredulous when you ate the hot dishes." "That's because the hot dishes were made by Boss Fang. So the cold dishes were made by another chef?" Zhao Yan got excited, having come here specifically to see this chef. Yes, the cold dishes and soup weren't made by the owner, Fang Jun, but by his son. His son is an amazing cook, everything he makes is delicious, and we all love it. However, the menu isn't fixed, it changes daily. They make whatever they want. Tonight they just happened to make these 3 dishes, so we all ordered them. Aren't they incredibly tasty? Zhao Yan hummed in agreement, looking a little uncomfortable. He came here hoping to poach a customer, but it turned out the customer was the owner's son. Even if he offered more money, the customer wouldn't come. He felt bitter and disappointed. His dream of opening a branch seemed to be going bankrupt again. He coughed lightly, lowering his head to hide his unease. That Mr. Fang's son is quite talented. He really has a knack for cooking. Of course. The regular customer was someone from the neighborhood. Hearing someone praise Fang Shang made him feel as if he were being praised himself, and he was extremely proud. Our little boss is only 10 years old. 10 years old. When I was 10, I was still chasing my dad for money to buy popsicles, and he's already a chef at 10. What? Boss Fang's son is only 10? Zhao Yin suddenly raised his voice. Yeah, a genius, right? So, hard work is worthless in the face of talent. Zhao Yin didn't want to talk anymore. He was already the boss's son, so stealing his job was already unlikely, but the other person was just a 10-year-old kid. Stealing his job? Was he going to hire child labor? He wouldn't dare steal him, even if he had the chance, he wouldn't dare. A little dejected, Zhao Yin lowered his head and silently ate the cold dishes. As he ate, he found the food incredibly delicious, his taste buds were fully satisfied, and his unhappiness disappeared. Oh well, he'd just consider it a good meal. Although it felt a bit strange for someone who owned a restaurant to eat at someone else's roadside stall, the food was undeniably delicious. He even started considering coming back the next day. After all, he was there to patronize the business openly. What difference did it make if they were in the same industry? There was no rule against colleagues eating there. That night, Ah Jun's food stall was busier than ever before, with customers not leaving until after 10 p.m. Fang Shang, after confirming he had nothing else to do, was ushered upstairs to bed by his parents. He needed to get up early the next morning. If he slept too late and dozed off in class, it would definitely be another disaster. Chapter 63 God-Level Braised Food Recipe. After washing up and returning to his bedroom, Fang Shang lay on the bed, about to fall asleep, when he suddenly remembered that he had checked his experience bar on the system last night, and it was almost full. Today is Sunday, and business has been so good, booming from lunchtime to dinner. Even the supplies his father prepared had been used up, and his experience had been steadily increasing. At this rate, he should have already leveled up. He sprang up, sat up abruptly, and checked the system. Sure enough, he had leveled up from level 2 to level 3. He must have missed the system announcement because it was too noisy downstairs last night. The system reward had also arrived, a divine level braised food recipe. The recipe was densely packed with spices, many of which Fang Shang had never heard of before. Moreover, the recipe for some ingredients had subtle differences when braising. It wasn't as simple as just braising any ingredient in one pot. For example, the braising spice recipe for beef had several different spices, both in proportion and type. This braised beef was different from the braising broth he used to make cold beef salad. The method of preparing the broth before braising was also different. Even the ingredients used for the broth were very particular. No wonder a good braised food shop could support a family. Making braised food is truly not simple at all. In his past life, he was a corporate slave. After get off work, when he wanted to eat meat, he would buy some braised food from the stall across from his rented apartment to eat at home. Sometimes, after a long day at work, eating a big bite of braised meat with a steamed bun was more comforting than anything else. Now, with the system teaching him how to make braised food, he could finally enjoy delicious braised food himself. Excited, Fang Shang immediately lay down and, while sleeping, began studying in the system space. Meanwhile, Fan Dai and Yu Hobo didn't get home until after 10 o'clock. Fan's parents told her about their upcoming dinner and asked her to invite Yu Hobo along, but Fan Dai quickly stopped them. Mom and Dad, no need. Don't go tomorrow. It'll be pointless, we won't get to eat the young owner's food anyway. Why? Does the young owner only cook at night? Fan's mother had been thinking for a long time, even deciding what to use to fill the dishes. She'd buy the pancakes from that place in the west of the city, specifically for cold dishes, and 2 fried eggs. Just thinking about the taste made her mouth water twice. She hadn't expected they couldn't go at noon. Then let's arrange it for the evening. If we can't get the pancakes, how about the steamed buns from that place in the north of the city? They're not bad either. Fan's father chimed in. Fan Dai smiled. Having a primary school student cook really makes it easy to forget his main job. Mom and Dad, you've forgotten. He's still a 10-year-old primary school student. He has to go to school. Do you think he'd skip school just to cook a dish? A student's main job is, of course, going to school. What? Going to school? Fan's mother felt as if a thunderbolt had struck her on the head, leaving her head buzzing and feeling utterly disoriented. Good heavens, why is the chef who cooks such delicious food still a primary school student? She's already so old, and she's only just begun to enjoy good food and experience the true beauty of life, but she can't eat it every day. Then, when can we eat it again? Fan's mother asked cautiously, clutching her heart. Fan Dai watched her mother hold her breath, as if terrified of hearing something she didn't want to hear. Her whole body tensed up, and she immediately recalled the devastation she felt when she missed dinner. Mother and daughter, they really do have similar tastes. Mom, take a deep breath, don't be nervous. Remember, you'll get to eat next time. The young master only cooks on Friday nights and weekends, he's busy studying during the week. Fan's mother let out a long sigh of relief. Good, her anxiety had finally subsided. She enjoyed her pancakes with vegetables, her steamed buns with vegetables. Fan's father liked to pray, not out of superstition, but for peace of mind. So, he turned and bowed to the sky. God bless, let the little boy grow up quickly, so we won't have to wait for dinner anymore. Fan Dai, is growing up something that can be rushed? The next morning, the 6:30 alarm clock woke Fang Shang promptly. Having spent the entire night learning how to make braised dishes in the system space, he felt a wealth of knowledge about the craft as soon as he opened his eyes. Fang Shang was itching to try it out and make some braised dishes right then and there. Unfortunately, a 10-year-old can't manage his time, so he had to suppress his surging emotions. After quickly washing up, Fang Shang took out a workbook and wrote down the names of all the spices in the recipe. Downstairs, his father was already in the kitchen preparing the day's dishes. Fang Shang casually asked, "Where's Mom? Why isn't she here so early?" Fang Jun was about to tease his son about being a mama's boy, but then he remembered how his son had embarrassed him with 200 yuan for study materials, and quickly shut up. "Your mom's in the park, chatting with some neighbors and doing square dancing." Fang Shang said oh, and handed a piece of paper to Fang Jun. "Dad, I feel like making braised food again. Here are the spices I need. Could you please buy them for me when you go to the market?" Seeing this familiar scene, Fang Jun's eyelids twitched. He picked up the notebook and examined it closely. Sure enough, it was covered with densely written notes of various spices, making him gasp. When he was learning cooking from his grandfather had indeed taken him to a spice shop, where he learned to recognize all the spices. However, there were some spices he only recognized, he had never bought them after opening his shop and had never used them. Unexpectedly, his son had used them, even though he hadn't. Luckily, he had studied diligently, otherwise, he wouldn't know them if his son asked. Fang Jun swallowed hard. "Son, are you sure you need so many spices to make braised food? You know, spices work together, more doesn't necessarily mean better flavor. Sometimes, a hodgepodge of spices won't enhance the aroma and might even make it bitter." Fang Shang patted his chest confidently. "Dad, don't worry, your son is a genius. I guarantee the braised dishes I make will amaze you." "That's right, you're a genius. Dad just needs to support you." Fang Jun didn't ask any more questions. As it turned out, his son's talent was simply terrifying. He just needed to follow his son's instructions, not hold him back. However, there was still one question he had to ask. "Hurry up and finish your breakfast before school. And no dozing off in class, understand?" The heartwarming scene of fatherly love and filial piety just moments ago vanished in an instant, and Fang Shang's eye twitched violently. Truly, fatherly love is like a landslide. Breakfast was pot stickers and a cup of soy milk. To save time, Fang Shang finished the soy milk in one go and ate the pot stickers as he walked. It was still a bright sunny day, and he happened to hear the chirping of someone's pet parrot. A song lyric popped into Fang Shang's head. The little bird says, good morning, why are you carrying your little school bag? Why does he have to go to school twice? Why didn't he transmigrate to university and graduate already?" Chapter 64. Are these people planning a rebellion? Elementary school classrooms are always noisy and chaotic when the teacher isn't around, and Fang Shang's class was no exception. What self-control do 10-year-olds have? Without adult supervision, they're all like wild horses. Normally, they sit in their chairs chattering away, but today, they're in groups of 3 or 5, discussing something quite animatedly. When Fang Shang entered the classroom, someone slammed their hand on the desk and jumped up, looking completely self-assured. He remembered this classmate. Last week, he'd received a beating from both boys and girls for having his parents called in. He warned, "Zhang Chao, the teacher's coming soon. Get down quickly, or you'll get another beating." When Zhang Chao saw him, his eyes lit up like he'd seen a celebrity. He jumped off the desk and ran towards him. "Brother Shang, my dear brother Shang, you're finally here." His shout reached everyone in the classroom, and they all turned to look at Fang Shang. At that moment, the previously noisy classroom fell silent because of Fang Shang's appearance. All the children stared at him, their eyes sparkling like stars. It really is Fang Shang. "Brother Shang, it's Brother Shang. Wow, I've been thinking about him all night." But that excited look only lasted 3 seconds before it changed. Everyone pouted, looking at him expectantly, their eyes filled with the most aggrieved expressions, as if Fang Shang had snatched their ice cream. Fang Shang felt like they were about to hug his legs and cry. What happened? Although he looked only 10 years old, he was an adult inside. He wouldn't snatch ice cream or lollipops from children, and he had never bullied any classmates. Why were they all acting like this? The strange look in his eyes made Fang Shang feel extremely uncomfortable. He awkwardly waved, "Hello everyone." After speaking, he tried to maintain a cool, expressionless demeanor and walked slowly towards his seat. He had just put down his bag and hadn't even sat down when Dai Tianya suddenly rushed up to him, hugging his arm and bursting into tears. "Brother Shang, boss, I couldn't buy any of your cooking last night. Neither the Crucian carp soup nor the jellyfish, I didn't get a single bite. Wah, Brother Shang, I'm so miserable." Before Fang Shang could speak, Zhang Chao, who had been following behind him, also rushed up, hugging his left arm and crying, "Wah, Brother Shang, my family didn't get any either. I took my grandma to your food stall, but all we saw were crowds of people. We didn't get anything, and the smell of that Crucian carp soup kept me up all night. I'm even worse off." These two guys' initiative seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Two more of Fang Shang's good friends rushed over. Seeing their arms being grabbed, they simply knelt on the ground and hugged Fang Shang's legs, crying. That's how elementary school kids are at school. Whenever they play games together, they end up kneeling together. Their knees have worn a patina down the hallway floor, but they don't seem to notice anything wrong with it. I can't buy it at all. My house isn't far, only 3 kilometers. It's 6 o'clock dinner time, and I can't buy anything. These 4.5 kilometers are the longest I've ever walked in my life. My Crucian carp soup, my cold tofu skin salad, my cold jellyfish salad, all gone. My life is shrouded in darkness. Fang Shang's legs were then grabbed. He was dumbfounded and tried to struggle, but couldn't budge. "No, don't do this. If we couldn't buy it last week, we can go buy it this week. This week, it's a full 4 days, my dear Shang Ji. How are we going to survive these 4 days?" Chen Xiang, who had been standing at the back, saw the other friends hugging Fang Shang and immediately regretted it. He had been too slow, and the chance to get closer to Shang Ji had slipped away again. No, he had to become Shang Ji's #1 underling. Chen Xiang rushed forward, leaping onto Fang Shang's back. "It's not 4 days, it's 4.5. I'll definitely wither away because I can't eat any good food. Brother Shang, can you bear to see a flower of our nation wither like me? Holy crap." Fang Shang was nearly knocked to the ground by the sudden pounce, but luckily his 2 underlings caught him. "You guys, let go. No, we want to eat your delicious food. Brother Shang, food, we're hungry." Not just these few classmates, but the rest of the students surrounded Fang Shang, chattering away. One said how crowded the food stalls were when they went, another said they couldn't even squeeze through the door, and one classmate even burst into tears while walking several kilometers with his elderly, visually impaired grandfather, unable to buy anything, because he couldn't ride a bicycle. Fang Shang felt like he was surrounded by a wall of people, almost unable to breathe. Furthermore, he had a premonition that if everyone continued to crowd around him like this and the teacher caught them, he might have to call his parents again. He'd just received the braised food recipe, and if his parents restricted his access to the kitchen, he'd be devastated. "Okay, I'll figure out a way to get you all to buy my food. Quick, move aside, I'm being crushed." A group of elementary school students chattering together was like a flock of sparrows having a meeting. The sound could be heard even from the end of the corridor. When the homeroom teacher, Ms. Wang, first came upstairs, she wondered which class was making so much noise. But after a few steps, she realized the noise was coming from her own classroom, and her face immediately turned ashen. Even though there was no class at this time, how could they be so noisy? Did they think the school was a market? Reaching the back door of the classroom and looking inside, Ms. Wang's vision blurred, and she nearly fainted. A group of students, except for a few standing, were all crammed into the aisle of the third group, surrounding Fang Shang so tightly that they were practically turning in circles. And that wasn't all, they were even leaning on her shoulders. Were they trying to rebel? Just as she was about to rush into the classroom to give these students a good scolding for their improper attitude towards school, upon hearing Fang Shang's words, Teacher Wang's expression faltered slightly. She had already stepped into the classroom, but quickly withdrew one foot. She strained to listen to the sounds coming from the classroom, then realized something was off. She subtly stepped back, trying to minimize her presence. Last week at school, the students kept praising Fang Shang's cooking. After much hesitation, she finally decided to order takeout. However, when she opened the takeout menu for a Jun's food stall over the weekend, she found only home-style hot dishes. There were no cold dishes or clay pot soups the students had mentioned. Over 2 days, she checked the takeout app several times. The cold dishes were either unavailable, only fueling her curiosity. Chapter 65 explains the concept of burying one's head in the sand very clearly. On her way to class today, Ms. Wang was still pondering how to gracefully yet authoritatively ask Fang Shang why the food delivery platforms didn't have the dishes the children had mentioned. After all, she was a teacher, asking students about food would be awkward and would give the impression that she was a glutton, which wasn't good for managing the students. Now that the children had brought up the food stall, she was overjoyed and certainly wouldn't stop them. As for the noise in the classroom, well, that was something to deal with later. The children, unaware that their homeroom teacher was already spying at the door, were still surrounding Fang Shang, none of them leaving. Fang Shang finally managed to pry Chen Xiong and the others off him with great effort. Alright, I'll think of a way, but a solution isn't something you can just come up with on a whim. Bear with me for a bit, I'll tell you when I have one. I promise, I'll come up with a perfect solution. Go back to your seats, everyone. Then, Brother Shang, you'd better hurry. Brother Shang, I knew you were the best. You're the most handsome and amazing person I've ever seen, even more amazing than my dad. In my heart, Brother Shang is like Ultraman, he's my light. You are electricity, you are light, you are the only legend. Seeing that Fang Shang agreed to help them, these lively kids started praising him again, showering him with compliments. Children's praise, of course, isn't very refined, and it even contains some strange things, but it's sincere, and Fang Shang felt secretly pleased. He loves to hear it, keep going, don't stop. Teacher Wang in the corner, no, where's the solution? Waiting online. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Xia Xian remained silent, his expression one of deep distress. He frequently glanced in Fang Shang's direction, tears welling in his eyes. His deskmate noticed his unusual behavior and gently nudged his arm. Xia Xian, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Xia Xian was heartbroken, having been holding back his tears. But the question seemed to release all his pent-up emotions, and he burst into tears. Wah, I've never had a single bite of Fang Shang's cooking, not even once. I really want to eat it, even just once. It turned out that Xia Xian's whole family had gone back to their hometown for Meng Duanya's birthday and hadn't attended. Later, his classmates had told him how delicious Fang Shang's cooking was, and he wanted to try it, but circumstances prevented him. His family used to live in this area, but this year, due to demolition and relocation, they moved to another house 8 kilometers away. His father was often away on business trips and didn't have time to take care of him. His mother had considered transferring him to another school, but he was already halfway through his studies, and transferring midway would be inconvenient. Each school had a different pace, so she had to pick him up and drop him off at get-off work every day on her electric scooter. After picking him up, she still had to go home to mind the shop, keeping her incredibly busy. On weekends, he wanted to buy snacks at Fang Shang's shop, but his mother was too busy to bring him. He had his own pocket money and New Year's money, and he wanted to come by himself, but it was too far, and his mother wouldn't let him. Xia Xian felt utterly out of place with his classmates. He couldn't connect with them in conversation, and he couldn't even enjoy the food. He was incredibly frustrated, and the more he thought about it, the sadder he became, until he burst into tears. His words immediately resonated with several classmates who lived far away or missed out on the delicious food due to various reasons. His home is 8 kilometers away, and mine isn't close either. I live on the other side of the river. My parents insist that the learning environment here is better, so I have to study here. They don't have time, let alone come on weekends. My family can't come either. I've mentioned it 3 times, but my parents still can't find the time. Brother Shang, the smartest Brother Shang in the world, please use your super powerful brain to help those of us who live far away and don't have time to buy it. We're willing to support you for life. Fang Shang had finally managed to calm one group of uniformed rioters, only to be met with another group, leaving him speechless. He was just an ordinary elementary school student who could cook. He wasn't some wishing god, not Aladdin's lamp, so why would everyone need his help? Then you guys can order takeout. At my family's food stall, every mealtime, if I cook something, I put out 30 portions of everything. Brother Shang, if we could get takeout, would we need your help? His friends were about to cry again. They couldn't get any, they really couldn't get any, no matter what they tried. It wasn't on their phones, it wasn't at the food stall, it wasn't anywhere. If their parents hadn't stopped them, they would have already rushed into Fang Shang's kitchen and begged him for food. Okay, 30 portions was indeed a bit few. Fang Shang had heard someone mention that a company of people would be scrambling to order his food on delivery platforms every day at the same time. Okay, think of a way, everyone think of a way. Everyone, get back to your seats, class is about to start. The students were about to cheer and praise their teacher when suddenly, a sharp-eyed student spotted a butt wiggling around by the door. Startled, they craned their necks to look. Oh my god, the homeroom teacher. They quickly alerted the other students, who were immediately terrified. Good heavens! When did the homeroom teacher arrive? And hiding by the back door. How cunning the adults are. If the wind hadn't blown the back door open a crack, they wouldn't have noticed. Elementary school students might not be quick to react at other times, but when they see a teacher, their reaction is lightning fast. No need to shout, a few reminders, a few gestures, and soon everyone knows the teacher is coming. Everyone sprints back to their seats, some even complaining that their deskmates are too slow to give up their seats, and simply vault over the desk to get in. In the ensuing chaos, within 2 minutes everyone was back in their seats, and the classroom, which had been as noisy as a marketplace, became quiet again. Someone started reading a line, a setting sun spreads across the water. The next moment, a clear, rhythmic recitation filled the air. Teacher Wang, who had been eavesdropping by the back door, facing in another direction with her ear pressed against the door, didn't even notice it was slightly ajar. Knowing that she hadn't failed to order takeout on the platform, but simply hadn't managed to get it, she immediately felt a bit unlucky. Suddenly hearing the sound of reading aloud, a little strange, I turned my head and met the gaze of Dong Xiaozhang, who was sitting near the door and looking this way. Eyes wide open. Eyes small open. The big eye was embarrassed, the small eye was terrified. At this moment, an adult would have already turned away, pretending nothing had happened. Unfortunately, Dong Xiaozhang wasn't an adult, but a 10-year-old child, and a bit slow on the uptake. So, he waved his hand at Teacher Wang with a terrified expression, offering a flimsy explanation. Teacher Wang, I didn't peek, and I didn't know you were hiding here. I'm sorry. After saying that, he turned around, picked up his book, and covered his face with it, giving the impression that as long as he couldn't see it, nothing had happened. A perfect illustration of the idiom burying one's head in the sand. Teacher Wang's embarrassment at this moment could have filled an entire school building. Chapter 66. The foolish son is his own. That morning, during class, Ms. Wang's eyes were somewhat unfocused, avoiding eye contact with the students. Although her lecturing was perfectly fine, she seemed awkward and utterly embarrassed. As an adult, how could she not know that the entire class had caught her eavesdropping? Otherwise, how could the lively discussion have suddenly turned into a reading session? Being caught eavesdropping wasn't usually a big deal, every teacher had done it. But the thought of her silly, awkwardly trying to listen while the classroom act made her want to disappear into a hole. However, she was overthinking it. Children don't have such deep thoughts, they were simply happy that the teacher had caught them making a scene in the classroom without any punishment. Everyone felt lucky today. After school at noon, Fang Shang, clutching the ice cream his self-proclaimed #1 little brother, Dai Tianyu, had bought for him, rode his bicycle home. Eating ice cream on the way home in the sweltering summer heat was incredibly refreshing. At lunchtime, some customers were eating in the restaurant. They all greeted Fang Shang warmly, and Fang Shang, with his straight back and mature demeanor, returned the greeting. If it weren't for the fact that he only had the notes his classmates had passed him in class in his bag, he would have gone up to hand out a few cigarettes. After eating the meal his father had prepared, Fang Sheng didn't waste any time and went upstairs for a nap. To his family, he appeared to be fast asleep, but in reality, he had already begun learning how to make braised dishes in the system space. The system space was truly a wonderful thing. It allowed him to sleep and study simultaneously, a must-have for home, travel, and even murder and robbery. Downstairs, seeing their son not even enter the kitchen, but simply greet them before going upstairs, Fang Jun and Wu Xian were quite satisfied. It seemed their son was starting to get used to studying diligently during the week and happily cooking on weekends. With his interests and studies balancing, they were relieved. When guests arrived, Wu Xian immediately went to the door to greet them. After a weekend, the restaurant's reputation grew, and more repeat customers came. To prevent customers who came specifically for their son's cooking from being disappointed, Wu Xian would always say something after greeting each guest. There are no special menu items today, just the usual dishes. If you're looking for the same cold dishes or Crucian carp soup as yesterday, we can't have those. A regular customer explained with a smile. I know, the owner's back at school, so he doesn't cook lunch. We just come here for a quick bite. We used to come here often, and now that he's not, we don't know where to eat. A nearby diner chimed in, yeah, although it's not as good as the owner's, the food is very clean and hygienic, so we feel safe eating here. It's much better than those weird pre-made takeout meals. I came here specifically to eat here. I just like it because it's close by. If the owner's selling food, then it's his business. He's back at school, so eating there is okay. I have a sensitive stomach, and their food is clean, it doesn't give me diarrhea. I really feel safe eating here. I came here specifically to support the young boss. You all need to run the restaurant well and give him a great environment to grow. I'm really worried that he'll be too busy to cook, and if business isn't good, you'll have to close the restaurant. Then, if we want to eat his food, we'll really have to wait until he's grown up. Wu Xian had been wondering why so many people had come to eat today. It turned out it was all thanks to her son. Some people had also eaten her husband's hot dishes, thinking the hygiene was guaranteed. He ushered a few customers to an empty table, poured water, and then took the menus to the kitchen. Honey, everyone came here specifically to eat your cooking today. Aren't you surprised? Aren't you happy? Fang Jun chuckled inwardly. Happy about what? His cooking was just for show, but on his face, he still managed a forced smile. Happy. By the way, honey, business has been so good lately. You bought a bicycle for our son, shouldn't it be my turn? Wu Xian nodded, pointing to the living room upstairs. I prepared a gift for you, it's on the coffee table, you can go see it later. Fang Jun immediately grinned, his smile even sweeter than the golden retriever passing by. At this time, Zhao Yin's restaurant was also busy. Zhao Yin sat at the bar, looking at the unremarkable business, and began to sigh. If his chef could make dishes like last night's, he wouldn't have to worry about business. After eating Fang Shang's cooking last night, he was completely blown away. Honestly, how many people haven't tried Crucian carp soup and cold tofu skin salad? And that cold jellyfish salad, he'd really never had a good one before, but this guy had made it incredibly delicious. These were just ordinary home-cooked dishes, yet a little kid made them taste exceptionally delicious, completely shattering Zhao Yin's long-held belief that skilled people were always older. Thinking about those dishes now, he felt not only bitter that his plan to steal his boyfriend had failed, but also an unbearable craving for a good meal at Jun's food stall. On this hot day, ordering some cold dishes and an ice-cold beer, eating and drinking together, would be the perfect combination. While his mind was wandering, his son came home from school. Zhao Yin's son was only 11 years old, a very sturdy and chubby little boy, who came running up to him, asking for money. "Dad, give me 10 yuan. I want to buy ice cream this afternoon. Also, can I watch Peppa Pig with my sister later? I won't take the remote from her." Zhao Yin looked at his son, his expression quite subtle. They were both elementary school students, yet the difference was so vast. Look at other kids, so young and already running a food stall business, becoming the pillars of their families. Meanwhile, his son, also an elementary school student, only knew how to ask for money for ice cream, and his 3-year-old sister wanted to watch Peppa Pig with him. Help, this was incomparable. Zhao Yin expressionlessly pulled out 10 yuan and handed it to his son, gritting his teeth. "Go wash your face quickly. Look at your dirty face, you don't look like an 11-year-old at all." His son, receiving the pocket money, wasn't afraid and ran off with a grin. He was just curious what his father thought an 11-year-old should be like. Wasn't he strong enough yet? After walking a few steps, his son turned back and called out, "Dad, I'm going to play with clay with my classmates tonight. How about I do my homework when I get back?" Zhao Yin felt a jolt, his eyelids twitched. Besides watching Peppa Pig, he also wants to play with mud. This is his silly son. Sure enough, the outstanding children are always someone else's. But this silly son is his own. What can he do? Spoil him. Okay, be careful while you play. Chapter 67. I'm doomed, my job is in danger. As soon as his son left, Zhao Yin slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Look at this son. Back when he was 11, he didn't even watch Peppa Pig anymore. He was a mature kid watching Calabash Brothers. Frustrated, Zhao Yin went to the kitchen. Looking at the busy chefs, his expression turned serious. After a moment's thought, he said to the head chef, "Uncle Zhong, it's Monday, not busy. There shouldn't be anything major happening in the kitchen. Hand over your work and come with me." "Yes, sir, Mr. Zhao." Of course, Uncle Zhong didn't ask why his boss was calling him. Without a word, he handed over his work to the kitchen's second-in-command and followed Zhao Yin out. Only after they got in the car did he curiously ask where they were going. Zhao Yin pointed towards Jun's food stall. "I found a really good chef at a restaurant over there. I'll take you to try his food. It's incredibly delicious. I had his cold dishes and Crucian carp soup yesterday. It was the best I've ever eaten at any restaurant." The best? When the shop first opened, the owner often took him to sample dishes from reputable restaurants in the area, hoping he could draw inspiration from their cooking and improve his own. They even visited many 5-star hotels. To be called the most delicious by the owner, the chef must be incredibly skilled. When did such a talented chef arrive in Jiachen? Uncle Zhong was incredibly curious, his excitement growing throughout the journey. When he arrived at the destination and saw the simply decorated, old-fashioned 2-story building, he was stunned. Pointing to the sign for Jun's food stall, he asked, "Boss, is the chef you mentioned who cooks exceptionally well in this food stall?" "That's right. That can't be right. Why would a super talented chef work at a street stall instead of a restaurant?" Uncle Zhong was initially a little suspicious, but then Zhao Yin suddenly let out a wail, his tone filled with regret. If only we could poach him from my restaurant. His skills would make any place incredibly popular." Uncle Zhong's doubts vanished immediately, replaced by a sudden jolt of anxiety. "Oh no, my job is going to be gone." He was the one Zhao had managed to poach from another restaurant. Zhao was very skilled at poaching people, using reason and emotion. Now that a chef has come along who cooks even better than him, Boss Zhao will naturally try to poach him. Then, how will he keep his head chef position? He'll be demoted, and he won't have the face to stay any longer. Uncle Zhong became worried. The two went into Jun's food stall. Having learned from yesterday's experience, he didn't order first, but looked at the small blackboard in the corner, only to find that there were no dishes listed. Just then, Wu Xian came over to greet them, and he said, "Boss lady, why aren't the dishes written on the blackboard? Did you forget?" Wu Xian immediately knew that the customer was unaware of the situation and came to eat her son's cooking, so she explained with a smile, "I'm sorry, guests, we don't have any special dishes today, just the ones on the menu. They're all made by my husband, and you can try them, but the taste can't compare to what my son makes. If you're coming specifically to eat my son's cooking, you can come on weekends, and we usually have some on Friday nights too." I know the young owner makes your restaurant's signature dishes. He's such a good cook, why doesn't he cook usually? Zhao Yin asked, puzzled. Wu Xin, still smiling, replied, my son is only 10 years old. He needs to focus on his studies and doesn't have time. Zhao Yin suddenly thought of his own silly son who always went out to play after dinner. Yes, 10 years old and still in school, he didn't have much time. Now, he couldn't enjoy the food, and he couldn't even have the food he wanted. What a frustrating day. He was even getting angry. Maybe he should go home and give his son a good beating so he'd stop watching Peppa Pig and start watching Calabash Brothers instead. Uncle Joan, standing nearby, was shocked by their conversation. Mr. Zhao, the amazing chef you mentioned, he's a 10-year-old elementary school student? Yes, he's someone else's kid. Zhao Yin sighed softly, glanced at Uncle Joan, and added, he's better than you, Uncle Joan. You wouldn't believe it, his Crucian carp soup, oh my, it's so fragrant, and his cold dishes. Uncle Joan's smile vanished completely, as if struck by lightning. He was utterly devastated. So, after decades of culinary training, as the head chef of a grand restaurant, his cooking wasn't even as good as a 10-year-old's. Where is the justice? Mr. Zhao himself is a gourmet, he wouldn't lie to him. So, he's inferior to an elementary school student. Elementary student. Uncle Joan felt his life was shrouded in darkness, his future hopeless. His feelings were incredibly complex. He was both happy that the chef was an elementary school student, meaning the boss couldn't be lured away and his head chef position was secure, and heartbroken that he was inferior to an elementary school student. So, should he be happy, or should he be sad? Because there were no signature dishes, the two left immediately after arriving. As they left, Uncle Zhong seemed dazed, his steps unsteady, as if he were still dreaming. Friday, right? He was determined to eat the food made by that elementary school chef and see where he went wrong. The afternoon nap passed quickly, and Fang Shang was woken by his alarm clock. He slept for a full hour, waking up refreshed and feeling incredibly energetic, as if he could jump 8 feet high in one go. His mind was naturally filled with even more knowledge about making braised dishes. He drank a glass of water, then rummaged through the refrigerator for an ice cream, eating it as he went downstairs to ride his bike to school. On his way downstairs, he saw his father sitting in the hallway, holding a box and lost in thought. He walked over. Dad, what are you doing sitting here? Jun shook the box in his hand. Looking at the gift your mom gave me. Wow, what did mom buy you? Let me see. Fang Shang leaned closer. Fang Jun took the contents of the box out. A toothbrush. Fang Shang looked closely and saw it was the kind of toothbrush his parents usually used. He complimented it with a touch of sentimentality. A very practical gift. Fang Jun stared at him, his tone wistful. It is practical. Your mom said my toothbrush was worse than her toilet brush, so she specially bought me a new one. Isn't that great? But, she gave you a bicycle. Fang Shang, wait, Dad, you're even jealous of your own son? He rolled his eyes at his dad, then turned and left without a second thought. While riding his bike, Fang Shang suddenly remembered his classmates asking him to come up with a solution. As a primary school student, he normally had no choice but to let things take their course. But now it was different. He had a divine braising recipe and could make the braising broth. Once he'd mastered it, he could prepare a huge pot of braising broth and have his dad make braised dishes to sell. That would solve everything. Chapter 68. The light in his eyes disappeared again. This is a god-tier recipe. The braising broth would be delicious enough to braise even Shu Solace. Even if Fang Shang didn't braise it himself, with the broth, his dad could make it just as well. The difference would probably be in the heat control, resulting in a different texture. There's also the issue of braising the food too much without adding spices in time, making it bland. But it's a god-tier recipe, so it'll definitely taste better than what you buy outside. That way, whether it's a classmate who lives far away or someone who can't buy it, they can just grab some braised food on their way home. That solves all the problems. He's really clever. Thinking this, Fang Shang decided to work even harder. For 2 days in a row, Fang Shang started doing his homework at school. He tried his best to finish any homework assigned during extended classes. If there was too much homework at school and he couldn't finish it all, he would try his best to finish it in the shortest amount of time at home. To avoid getting distracted, he almost resorted to extreme measures like hanging himself by his hair and pricking his thigh with an awl. After finishing his homework, Fang Shang went to bed early, around 8 p.m., and studied in the system space. On Tuesday afternoon, Fang Shang was itching to try it out, so he rushed into the kitchen as soon as he got home. Dad, did you buy the spices I asked you to yesterday? Let me try making some braising broth today. Try what? Go do your homework. It's only Tuesday. Fang Jun refused outright. My math teacher is in training today, and I finished my Chinese homework during extended class. I only have one English assignment, so I can do it while I'm making the braising broth. I can also memorize vocabulary while making the broth, so it won't waste any time. Having studied braising broth for 2 days, he was incredibly eager to try it. He was determined to give it a shot, even if it was a rare opportunity. Fang Jun disagreed and firmly refused. Fang Sheng immediately went to his mother, the head of the household, and started pleading to get into the kitchen. "Mom, my dearest, most beautiful mom in the world, let me try. Don't I want to taste the braised food my son makes? I remember you love braised chicken feet. When they're done, you can have the first one, okay?" After a barrage of sweet talk, Wu Xian softened and led Fang Sheng back to the kitchen. "The child has promised it won't interfere with his studies, so just let him try. How can you be so heartless, father? Don't you care about your son at all? So, he's playing the bad cop again." Fang Jun put a finger to his lips, forcing a smile. "It's okay, he can still smile. Thank you, Mom." Fang Sheng jumped up, kissed his mother on the cheek, and happily went to change into his chef's uniform and apron, opening the cupboard to find spices. He looked as happy as if he'd received lucky money for the new year. Wu Xian remarked, "My son's hobbies are really unique. He loves cooking, look how happy he is." Fang Jun didn't say anything, just sent a smiling emoji. Fang Sheng meticulously rummaged through the cabinet, taking out each spice one by one, then found a scale and weighed them strictly according to the recipe. White cardamom, cinnamon, and black cardamom needed to have their seeds removed, otherwise they would taste bitter. Dried tangerine peel, bay leaves, galangal. He announced the name of each spice as he added it. Aunt Chen couldn't help but praise him. "The young boss knows so much. I'm an old auntie and I can't even recognize many of them." Fang Sheng snorted. He recognized all of them, so why hadn't anyone praised him? "Wait, why did you put licorice in it? That stuff tastes really weird. Won't it make the broth even weirder, both sweet and bitter?" Fang Sheng put the weighed licorice into the bowl. "No, licorice can neutralize the aroma and add a sweet aftertaste. It's a very important spice. Dad, don't worry, it'll be fine." "Really?" Fang Jun scratched his head. Licorice could be used like that? It was a mix of dried tangerine peel and licorice. It felt like traditional Chinese medicine. He couldn't help but wonder if he'd been dozing off while learning from his father and had missed some things. After preparing all the ingredients, Fang Sheng put them in the bowl, weighed them, washed them carefully, patted them dry with kitchen paper, and placed them under a large fan to dry. He grabbed a large pot from a nearby shelf, lit a fire, poured in some salt, and slowly stir-fried it over low heat. Once the salt was hot, he immediately added the washed and drained spices. This is a dry frying method without oil. Using salt allows the heat to be transferred entirely to the salt, thus to the spices, ensuring even heating and preventing the spices from burning. When the salt slightly changed color, from pure white to a yellowish hue, and the aroma of the spices began to fill the air, the fragrance had been fully released. He found a spice bag, put all the spices inside, and then rummaged through the freezer for suitable ingredients. The first batch of braising liquid isn't just about boiling spices in water and throwing in meat, it also requires making a rich broth, adding various meats to enhance the flavor. The pork belly adds a rich, oily flavor, the chicken and duck enhance the umami of the braising broth, and the ribs and tendons contribute a mellow aroma and collagen, making the broth even richer. Since it was a last-minute effort, not all the ingredients could be found. Luckily, the restaurant had been busy lately, with many people ordering hot dishes, and Dad prepared plenty of ingredients daily. He found the usual stock: pork belly, chicken breast, half a duck, and a young chicken. He had 2 pig's trotters, but no ribs. However, it wasn't a big deal, it would do. Fang Sheng started rinsing and chopping the ingredients. Aunt Chen, seeing so much meat, offered to help. It was lunchtime, and Fang Jun was busy cooking. Seeing Fang Sheng working with so much meat, he thought about how he might waste it all and run out of ingredients when customers ordered. But then he changed his mind. His son liked it, it wouldn't matter if he cooked a couple less dishes. After all the ingredients were cleaned, it was finally time to make the broth. He poured all the chopped meat into the pot and filled it with water. He asked Aunt Chen to help watch the fire and skim off any foam. These simple steps could be easily done with someone else's help. And him? That's right, Fang Sheng started memorizing vocabulary. With an English book in hand, he memorized words while keeping an eye on the pot, truly managing to cook and study at the same time. His clear reading voice quickly attracted the attention of the diners in the restaurant. Some curious people couldn't help but stand up and look into the kitchen, discovering their young boss memorizing vocabulary. They asked Wu Xian curiously, "Boss lady, why are you letting the young boss memorize vocabulary in the kitchen? It's such a terrible environment, so hot. Don't let him get too hot. He should go to an air-conditioned room." "Boss lady, why are you letting the young boss memorize vocabulary in the kitchen? It's so uncomfortable and hot here. Don't let him get too hot. He should go to an air-conditioned room." Wu Xian said helplessly, "It's not that we don't want him to go, it's just that the kid's itching to get his hands dirty." He's been fiddling around in the kitchen, hasn't even finished his homework, and is just sitting there, trying to memorize vocabulary while watching the pots. Upon hearing that Fang Shang was cooking in the kitchen, the diner's eyes lit up immediately. Can we eat the young boss's cooking today? No, you can't, Wu Xian replied coldly. The light in the diner's eyes faded again. Chapter 69. I'd even be willing to sell you a bowl of soup. After skimming off the foam from the pot of soup, Fang Shang quickly seasoned it, adding the stir-fried spices and some of the high-proof liquor his father usually used for cooking. Glancing at the time, he said to Fang Jun, "Dad, I'm going to do my homework. This soup needs to simmer for 3 hours. I'll come back in 2 hours. You go ahead with your work, don't worry about the low heat. It's a big pot of soup, it won't boil dry." "Okay, I'll check on it when I'm free." Fang Jun was satisfied that his studies hadn't been disrupted. Back upstairs, Fang Shang started his homework. Picking up his pen, he suddenly felt a pang of envy at his busy life. He was a master chef, yet he still had to do homework. When would this end? The braising broth simmered slowly in the pot, its aroma gradually releasing. At first, it was just a faint fragrance, but as the simmering time increased, the aroma became increasingly rich. This was a divine braising recipe. The aroma was naturally incredible. Even Fang Jun, busy cooking, was drawn in by the aroma and even opened the lid to take a look. An hour later, the aroma wafted from the kitchen into the dining room. A blend of spices created a powerful and rich braised fragrance, while various meats added a savory touch, and herbs like licorice gave the broth a herbal aroma. The unique fragrance grew stronger with each whiff, the aroma wafted relentlessly towards the nose, and once the brain processed it, only one thought remained: I want to eat. Mouths watered instantly, making one involuntarily swallow. Diners still in the dining room, drawn by the incredibly enticing aroma, frequently glanced towards the kitchen. Someone was about to speak when they suddenly realized something was wrong. Quickly, they grabbed a tissue and pressed it to their mouth, feeling their mouth watering and afraid of embarrassing themselves. It was already past 8 o'clock, past peak dining time. The dining room wasn't crowded. With Aunt Zhang watching over things, Wu Xian went into the kitchen and approached the pot of broth simmering the braising liquid. She took a deep sniff of the aroma, lifted the lid, and saw pale yellow chicken and ribs bubbling in the pot. Although the color wasn't particularly appealing, the fragrance was irresistible. Just the smell was enough to make her mouth water. She picked up her chopsticks, wanting to poke a piece of chicken to taste, but Fang Jun persuaded her to put them down. Good braised food can't be rushed, she had to be patient. She swallowed hard as she left the kitchen. Just as she reached the dining area, the customers still eating spoke up. "Boss, what are you making in the kitchen? It smells so good. Is it braised food?" Wu Xian nodded. "My son is trying to make braised food." Upon hearing that it was Fang Shang who made it, the customers at several tables were just as excited as those who had seen him memorizing vocabulary while simmering soup. "Is it ready? How about selling me some? I want some too, boss. I'm not picky, I'll eat whatever you braise, little boss." "How much?" "After they buy it all, I'll take it all." A wealthy young man slammed his hand on the table, practically wanting to buy it all. He had his phone pressed against the QR code, ready to pay as soon as Wu Xian quoted a price. Wu Xian's voice remained indifferent. "No braised meat, only freshly made braising broth. My son only started making it after school, how could we possibly have meat ready to eat so soon?" She hadn't even tasted the braised food her son made yet, and she absolutely refused to sell it. She planned to have a late-night snack after taking the meat out of the pot, and then make some braised noodles the next morning. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. Wu Xian secretly swallowed. The customers, hearing that the meat hadn't even been braised yet and the broth was still simmering, were a little disappointed. "When will we have meat? Tomorrow morning?" Wu Xian shook her head again. "It's just a trial run. We won't sell it until it's perfect." "Wait, with such a delicious aroma, and it's only a trial run? Is that really necessary?" No wonder the young owner's food is so delicious. She's so meticulous in her cooking, always trying things out before selling. "So, will we be able to eat braised food soon? It should be available on weekends. Just come then, everyone." The group of customers were reassured by this. Although they were still eager for it, they stopped clamoring for braised food, except for the rich kid who had insisted on buying it all. "Boss lady, if you don't have braised food, soup will do. How about you sell me some of the braising broth? It smells so good, I could even gnaw on a shoe sole while cooking it." Wu Xian's lips twitched. "That won't do." "That'll do." "Really? No. Not even a small bowl?" "No." The rich kid had no choice but to lower his final request. "Then just sell me a sip of the soup. It smells so good, I want to drink a sip before I go back, just one sip, otherwise I won't be able to sleep tonight." "Wu Xian, do you even need to listen to what you're saying?" In the end, the group left reluctantly, without even getting a sip of soup. The soup was started at 7:30, and at 9:30, Fang Shang came down from the second floor. By then, the food stalls were already closed. However, the door was still open, and his mother was at the door, talking to a group of neighbors. Fang Shang stretched, went into the kitchen, opened the pot lid, and gently sniffed the aroma, quite satisfied. Son, did you forget to add the sugar syrup? I checked, the color is wrong. Gardenias can only be made into a pale yellow, not enough color. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to do, make the sugar syrup. Fang Shang placed an iron pot on the stove. I just made the sugar syrup yesterday, a big bowl, use it directly. Fang Jun handed him a bowl. Fang Shang glanced at the sugar syrup inside, dipped his chopsticks in it, tasted a little, looked at his father, and hesitated, as if he wanted to say something. How about I make it myself? You usually use a lot of sugar syrup when you stir-fry dishes, and you use a light sugar syrup for braising. Besides, I want to try making it myself and see how my first attempt turns out. Okay, call me if you don't do it well, I'll help you. No problem. Fang Shang breathed a sigh of relief. If his father knew he complained that his father's sugar syrup was too overcooked and had a slightly bitter aftertaste, his father would definitely be upset. Luckily, he managed to smooth things over. He found some rock sugar, added water to a pot, and made a sugar syrup, which he then poured into the braising broth. The braising broth, which was originally not very bright, quickly changed color after the addition of the sugar syrup, from pale yellow to caramel color, and then gradually turned into a dark reddish brown. The beautiful color had also seeped into the meat inside. The meat was no longer a plain pale yellow, but a deep, glossy reddish brown, a striking and appetizing golden red. Fang Jun, who had been peeking over, exclaimed in surprise. This braised meat looks so beautiful. Son, can we eat it now? Of course not, Dad. Are you craving it? Fang Shang put the lid back on and adjusted the heat. Fang Jun immediately retorted, no, it's your first time making braised food, someone has to try it. Dad is just willingly being your guinea pig. See how good Dad is. Chapter 70, Committing Crimes While Holding Incense. Dad, you're the best. Fang Shang smiled, giving his capricious father a knowing look. This broth needs to simmer for another 2 hours. After that, turn off the heat and let it soak overnight. The residual heat will fully extract the savory flavor of the meat and the spicy aroma of the spices. Only then will the braising broth be ready. Dad, it's up to you now. Remember to turn off the heat at 11:30. No problem. Fang Jun patted his chest, and the next second, his son handed him another piece of paper. Fang Jun took it and glanced at the ingredients listed. Surprisingly, it only contained a little bit of chicken feet, ribs, and pig ears. Compared to the usual densely packed pages, this was a small amount, which he wasn't used to. After explaining the process to his father, Fang Shang quickly went upstairs, washed up, and buried himself in bed, beginning his daily study while sleeping routine. He slept soundly, but the residents of the neighborhood near Jun's food stall were in for a tough time. The braising broth itself was already incredibly fragrant. With so many spices combined and simmering continuously, even a random braised food stall on a food street could smell delicious enough to fill half a block. Imagine the aroma of Fang Shang's upgraded braising broth. As it simmered, the aroma grew stronger and stronger, wafting further and further, reaching outside Jun's food stall and spreading everywhere on the night wind. The apartment buildings next to the two-story building were the first to be affected. At first, the aroma was relatively faint, so no one noticed much. But around 10 p.m., as people prepared for bed, lying down, they became even more sensitive to smells than sounds. With their eyes closed, the aroma was so enticing that their mouths watered. How could anyone sleep? Some people, unsure of the reason, inquired in the neighborhood group chat. Someone immediately replied, "It's the owner of Jun's food stall making braised food. I just passed by and specifically asked. Apparently, they'll be serving braised food this weekend." Upon seeing this, everyone suddenly understood. No wonder it smelled so good, the owner was cooking. That makes sense, it's normal to be drooling over such a delicious smell. A moment later, they groaned again. Normal, my foot. It smells so good I can't sleep. I just want to eat it. What am I going to do? On the third floor, in Grandma Deng's home, her son and daughter-in-law didn't live there because of work. Only she and her husband were raising their granddaughter. The granddaughter was only 3 years old and went to sleep every night at 9:30. Right now, the little girl was sleeping soundly with a pacifier in her mouth. Grandma Deng was lying down next to her granddaughter, already preparing to go to sleep, but after turning off the light and lying down, she realized something was wrong. The aroma she'd smelled earlier seemed to be getting stronger. She'd been craving it earlier, and even though she didn't usually eat late-night snacks, she'd ate a piece of bread. Now, the smell was making her mouth water again. Grandma Deng closed her eyes, trying to fall asleep, but the more she tried, the more restless she became. She sat up and went out of the room, only to see her husband also coming out, his bottom sticking out of the window, looking down. "What's with this smell? It smelled really good before, and it's still lingering this late at night," Grandma Deng said, exasperated. Grandpa Deng swallowed hard and said helplessly, I asked around in the neighborhood group chat. It's Jun's food stall downstairs making braised meat. Fang Shang's kid only started making it after school at 6, so it's probably not ready yet. The young master made this? Grandma Deng's cloudy eyes brightened slightly, but then her face fell again. How are we going to sleep tonight? This smell is impossible to put to sleep. Just force yourself to sleep. Just as the two were about to watch some TV to pass the time, they suddenly heard their granddaughter crying inside. They rushed in. They saw their granddaughter throw down her pacifier and run into Grandma Deng's arms. Grandma, I want to eat. Grandma Deng thought her granddaughter was hungry. Did you see Grandma didn't have enough milk? I'll make you some more formula. I don't want milk, Grandma. I want rice, fragrant rice. Grandma Deng, not wanting her granddaughter to eat so late at night, made her a cup of milk, but the girl wouldn't eat it. Grandma Deng, always doting on her granddaughter, finally took out the leftovers from the afternoon meal, heated up some leftover vegetables, and brought it to the child. The little girl looked down and smelled it, realizing it wasn't the aroma that had woken her up, and immediately burst into tears. Not this. I want fragrant rice. A 3-year-old's way of expressing herself wasn't quite there yet. The elderly couple asked her for a long time, tried various snacks, and even spanked her twice, but nothing worked. The fair-skinned little girl, now with tears in her eyes, looked so pitiful. Grandpa Deng suddenly remembered something and asked his granddaughter, the fragrant smell you're talking about, is it this smell you can smell right now? Smell it, the smell is still there, the smell is strongest by the window, isn't it this smell? Yes, Kuo wants to eat this. The little granddaughter nodded emphatically. The elderly couple froze. Good heavens! It was late at night, and their granddaughter wanted Fang Shang's braised food. What were they going to do? My dear granddaughter, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. There isn't any right now. Children don't understand. The aroma was there, how could there be no food? Hearing this, her lips pouted, and she started crying again. Nothing they did could soothe her. Grandma Deng and her husband were on the verge of collapse. Not only them, but the aroma also woke up children in nearby buildings. The little ones, like Kuo, were all clamoring for braised food, crying and sobbing, leaving the adults exasperated. The older children, at least, listened, but what about those who couldn't sleep? Some hid under the covers playing on their phones and got a beating if caught, some studious kids got up to do practice problems, and some simply picked up their phones to complain to their best friends, who then called to discuss the matter. The adults were craving food, the children were making a ruckus, the babies wailing and the groans of older children being spanked filled the air, creating a chaotic scene. Lights that had been off in several buildings suddenly came on, neatly arranged, making it seem much older than 11 o'clock. Grandma Sun's house was a priority for families with children about to take the college entrance exam. Sun Xiaoming, too, had lost all interest in studying and was sighing in the living room. The night is long, and I have no heart for studying. If I had a bite of braised food right now, I could study all night long. With each sigh, Grandma Sun's heart trembled. After a while, Grandma Sun couldn't bear it anymore. She couldn't accept that her grandson was losing interest in studying because he couldn't get something good to eat. She went back inside to change out of her pajamas and called to her grandson. Come on, Grandma will take you downstairs to buy some braised food. It's been braised for so long, it should be ready by now. Grandma will go knock on the door now. Although it's a bit late, it's not very kind of me, but as long as my grandson can eat something delicious, I can swallow my pride. Who told them to use the incense to commit crimes? Chapter 71 Zombies are attacking the city? Grandma Sun stormed downstairs, expecting the courtyard to be deserted so late at night. However, she was surprised to find a large group of people already there, all heading out. Besides the night owls, young people who stay up past 1 a.m., there were also many grandparents leading crying teenagers. Grandma Sun caught up with the group and asked, "What are you all doing so late at night?" The group paused, glanced back at Grandma Sun, and seeing her eldest grandson, who was about to take the college entrance exam, beside her, they knew they all had the same goal. Upon being questioned, they suddenly seemed to find an outlet for their frustration, their tone filled with resentment. It's that food stall over there. They're cooking braised food so late at night, the smell is keeping me awake, completely impossible. The whole family's just sitting on the sofa, staring at each other, unable to concentrate on TV or even use our phones. That's why we're going to see if we can buy some to satisfy our cravings. Yeah, I'm dying of cravings. My house is right behind their stall. Usually, the smell of stir-fried dishes is bad enough, but today it's like being surrounded by the aroma of braised food. The whole house smells like that, it's a wonder I can sleep. It's one thing for them to cook braised food, but they make it smell so good. We adults can tolerate it, but kids can't. My 2-year-old grandson threw his bottle on the floor and cried until his eyes were swollen before I even realized he wanted braised food. He can't understand what I'm doing, so what can I do but buy it for him? Don't even mention it, mine's the same. I only stopped the tantrum when I took him out of the house. I'm happy the owner is researching new dishes, but why does it have to be so late at night? I'm really tempted to cry. Grandma's son then realized everyone was going to buy braised food. Her heart skipped a beat. With so many people going together, even setting aside the question of whether they'd have enough, would they even have enough to sell? Instinctively, she quickened her pace and gave her grandson a shove, signaling him to run ahead since he was young and fast. Sun Xiaoming instantly understood, and with the speed of a 100-meter sprint, he dashed out of the complex. Watching him disappear from sight in a flash, everyone was initially a little confused, not quite understanding what was happening. But after a few seconds, they suddenly realized what was going on, and suddenly, they all sped up. What started as a brisk walk quickly turned into a run. Someone who had just come downstairs even joined in. A huge crowd surged out of the residential compound, a truly spectacular sight. As they exited, it was a massive, dark mass. Drivers waiting at the red light were startled to see this enormous group of people running across the pedestrian crossing, initially thinking they were seeing things. Upon closer inspection, they realized they hadn't stumbled upon anything unusual in the middle of the night and became incredibly curious. Especially since this group included elderly people, young people, and even toddlers, they quickly grabbed their phones to capture the scene and posted it online. Fellow family members, who understands this? Driving along Jingning Road late at night, I suddenly saw a huge, dark mass of people. I almost thought I'd smeared cow tears on my face. After posting the message, they waited for the green light before leaving. Meanwhile, at A Jun's food stall, Fang Jun and Wu Xian were huddled in the kitchen, unaware that a large wave of customers was about to arrive. Their son said the stove wouldn't be turned off until 11:30, and normally only one person needed to watch it. But the aroma wasn't just affecting the neighbors, it was strongest in their apartment. Wu Xian couldn't sleep, so she waited until the stove was off to open it and taste some of the meat. At that moment, both of them stood up, went to the stove, glanced into the pot simultaneously, then went back to their seats, propping their chins up with their hands, their eyes still glued to the soup pot, as if it weren't a soup pot but a television set showing a captivating drama. Just as they were filled with anticipation, there was a knock at the door. The food stall had a roller shutter door, and now it was being banged on loudly, accompanied by a rattling sound. It was late at night, and the place was quiet. The loud noise made it seem like the shutter door was about to collapse. The couple even thought that if they didn't open the door any later, someone would break in. The sudden, loud knocking at this hour was a bit startling. What happened? The two exchanged a glance. A ruthless bandit had broken into the city. A home invasion robbery? It couldn't possibly be a zombie apocalypse. Fang Jun pulled Wu Xian back, telling her not to go out. He grabbed a kitchen knife from the table, then a smaller one, and then a cleaver, before going into the living room and calling out to the door, "Who is it so late?" "Xiao Fang, it's old Zhao who lives in the courtyard. Could you please open the door?" Yes, Uncle Fang, it's Sun Xiaoming from old Sun's family. I used to eat here often." A jumble of voices came from outside. Fang Jun recognized two people in front of him, realizing they were neighbors, and breathed a sigh of relief. He shoved the knife towards the window and went to open the door. Wu Xian came to help. The two unlocked the inner door and pulled open the roller shutter. The door slammed shut, revealing a completely dark exterior except for the dim light from the streetlights. "Uncle Zhao, Sun Xiaoming, what brings you here so late at night?" The Fang couple were already terrified by what they saw at the door. At 11:30 p.m., a large, dark crowd had gathered outside the food stall. As soon as they opened the door, they swarmed around them, their eyes gleaming with a murderous intent, as if they were about to devour them alive. If these faces weren't familiar, and if they hadn't simply surrounded the stall without extending their hands or displaying any strange markings, they would have almost thought a zombie apocalypse had begun. "No, Uncle Zhao, Grandpa Wang, what do you want with me in the middle of the night? So many people, you almost scared me to death. Don't you know that scaring someone can kill them?" Everyone knew that knocking on the door in the middle of the night was inappropriate, but since they were the ones who started the trouble, they couldn't very well. The group looked at the two expectantly. Xin, aren't you making braised food? Is it ready yet? Sell us some." Yes, quick. How much did you make? Let my granddaughter try some first. If she doesn't get some, her eyes will be crying her eyes out. We're so sorry to bother you so late. We only knocked because we saw the lights were on in the shop. Of course we'll knock even if the lights aren't on, but I'll apologize. Everyone started chattering, and after hearing their explanation, the couple realized they were there to sell braised food, and they were speechless. In the middle of the night, you've made such a big fuss, like a zombie apocalypse, just to buy braised food. No, it's 11 p.m. 11 p.m. Who in their right mind would bring their whole family, even a 2-year-old, just to buy braised food at this hour? That's not the point. The point is, there's nothing. The couple replied expressionlessly, no braised food, only soup. Chapter 72. A backstab from my wife. What? Nothing. The people who were just jostling and even trying to queue at the window were now completely dumbfounded, as if they'd been struck on an acupuncture point. We've been making braised food since the afternoon, and you say there's nothing. Do you have to torture us like this? How could there be nothing? You guys are joking. It's okay, we can take a joke. If you're tired, you can all weigh it together, and we'll share it ourselves later. Fang Jun said helplessly, really, there isn't any. My son said he wanted to try making some braising broth to see if there was anything he could improve. He's been simmering it for 4 whole hours, and all we have is broth. We haven't even started braising the meat yet. At this moment, the adults' expressions were one of utter despair. They had thought that after smelling the aroma for so long, there would at least be something to eat. Although knocking on the door in the middle of the night wasn't very kind, satisfying their cravings was a priority. They never expected that 4 hours would only yield broth. Before they could continue their disappointment, the next second, the dozen or so toddlers who understood what he was saying all opened their mouths and burst into tears, their cries shaking the heavens. One child crying is noisy enough, but 10 or so children crying together, the impact is unimaginable. Some of the boys, who wouldn't normally cry over a mere morsel, were now affected by the children's cries and their eyes welled up with tears. The adults were collectively breaking down. They surrounded Fang Jun and Wu Xin, desperately pleading for help. What can we do? We adults can go without food, even chew on our blankets, but we can't soothe the children. Completely unsoothing. We already spanked them once, but they're still crying. Please help us think of something. My grandson is visiting for the first time this year, a 4-year-old chubby boy. We give him everything he asks for, and we can't bear to see him cry even a little. Mr. Fang, please find some braised food. I really can't take it anymore. If he cries anymore, my heart will break. Wu Xin and Fang Jun were being pulled by the arms and tugged at by the clothes, pleated and shaken, listening to the deafening cries of the children. At this moment, they were even more distraught than the adults. Can you imagine opening your door to a crowd of people begging for braised food? The adults looking pitiful, the children whimpering, the adults quacking like 1,000 ducks, the children wailing like 1,000 trumpets. Can you imagine that scene? No, you can't even imagine it. The two of them were numb. What could they do when someone else's precious child was crying? They looked up and sighed, silently pleading, help me, but we really don't have any braised food. There's nothing we can do. We'll have some tomorrow, right? We'll have braising broth tomorrow. Maybe. The couple wasn't sure either. Then we'll come back to buy some tomorrow, sweetie, you'll have something to eat tomorrow. They were already embarrassed to knock on the door in the middle of the night, but now that the elderly folks realized they really didn't have any braised food, they quickly comforted the child and apologized as they left. After the main group had left, the two exchanged a glance, quickly closed and locked the door. Once they were sure it was secure, they leaned against the door, looked at each other again, and let out a long sigh. It was terrifying. Has the world finally turned into something I don't recognize? Knocking on the door in the middle of the night for braised food, Fang Jun muttered. Wu Xin, on the other hand, wore a proud expression. Who can blame us when our son is so capable? This is a treatment you've never received before. Feeling betrayed by his wife, Fang Jun experienced the bitterness of being an older man. He suddenly understood a saying. He feared his son wasn't good enough, yet he also feared his son was too good. Back in the kitchen, because the elderly couple had interrupted, the soup had been simmering for a while longer. Fang Jun quickly turned off the heat and opened the lid. The aroma immediately made them forget what had just happened. Fang Jun picked up a spoon and scooped out some pork belly and half a chicken from the bottom of the pot. Wu Xin had already brought 2 pairs of chopsticks, one for each of them, and they began to savor the meat in the broth. After simmering for a full 4 hours, the pork belly was incredibly tender, almost too soft to pick up with chopsticks. With the slightest force, the meat would fall apart and drop into the plate, as mushy as tofu. The chicken had many bones, so the meat didn't easily fall off, but there was no need to chop it further. A gentle tear was all it took for the meat to separate from the bone. The two of them, their mouths watering, grabbed some and started eating. The moment the delicious broth touched their taste buds, the rich aroma captivated them. Wow, no wonder it's my son's braised food. It smells so good. This smells amazing. Even though it's 5 spice, not the spicy kind I love, it's even better than spicy. The aroma is intoxicating. After cooking for so long, the meat wasn't in great condition. The pork belly was too mushy, lacking that perfect tenderness of fatty meat. The chicken, needless to say, went from tender to tough, then back to mushy, with almost no texture. But the aroma of the broth was irresistible. It was the middle of the night, and they'd been craving it for ages. They actually ate half a piece of pork belly and half a chicken without feeling greasy. Still wanting more, they took out the pig's trotters, chopped off 2 pieces, and each ate one before finally stopping. The 2 men let out satisfied burps, wiped their mouths, covered the broth, and went upstairs to turn off the lights and rest. Luckily, it was their son who knew how to make braised food, otherwise, they would have been like the other residents in the neighborhood, without meat tonight. Many residents in the neighborhood were destined to suffer from insomnia that night, but Fang Shang at the food stall slept soundly. With the help of the study space, insomnia was practically non-existent. Because he was making braised food, he set his alarm for 6 in the morning. As soon as the alarm rang, he got up, did nothing else, went downstairs to turn the broth pot on high heat, then went back inside, spent 5 minutes washing his face and brushing his teeth, and rushed into the kitchen. Fang Jun had already returned with the groceries. Fang Shang had told him before going to bed last night to go to bed early and get up early to make the braised food, so Fang Jun wasn't surprised to see his son downstairs. So, he got up half an hour early today to buy groceries. When he got back, he didn't do anything else but soak and wash the chicken feet and ribs his son wanted several times. The kitchen, which specializes in food service, had a strong fire on the stove, and the soup in the small pot was ready in no time. Fang Shang asked his father for help to filter out all the residue from the pot. He picked up his chopsticks, tasted the broth, and frowned. It doesn't taste quite right. Something's not right. What went wrong? Glancing at the residue in the strainer, Fang Shang stirred it a few times with a spoon. Something's wrong. There's so much less meat. Fang Jun chuckled awkwardly. Stealing scraps from his son's cooking was truly embarrassing. Well, son, after the soup was ready last night, your mother and I got a craving and ate a little bit. Just a tiny bit. It's not that bad, is it? Ah, it's not that bad. Fang Shang immediately corrected himself. It was just strange, after simmering for 4 hours, the scraps used for the soup were practically mushy and tasteless. The soup couldn't possibly taste good, since it wasn't even salted enough. It was mainly made with spices and meat. What was so delicious about it? Chapter 73. It's so delicious, but it's just so-so? After simmering for so long, only a small portion of the large pot of soup remained. Fang Shang adjusted the seasoning of the broth. The dark red broth simmered in the pot, its aroma filling the air. Fang Shang drained the chicken feet, ribs, and other ingredients his father had washed, marinated them briefly with seasonings, and then began braising the meat. He started with the ribs, which took longer to cook, adding them first, followed by the pig's ears and chicken feet. While the meat was braising, he didn't waste any time. He ate breakfast, making the most of every minute, wanting to finish braising the meat before leaving the house and taste it to see the results of his 2 days of learning. After all, he had stayed up all night learning, while others slept, he studied, so he wanted to know how far he had come. The braising broth, which had been left overnight, had become even more fragrant. After simmering for a short while, the house was filled with its aroma. Wu Xian was also awakened by the fragrance and ran downstairs to the kitchen. I bought steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk today. They're all on the table, choose whatever you like. Usually, Wu Xian buys breakfast for Fang Shang. Today, Fang Shang got up early, and Fang Jun volunteered to buy breakfast first. Seeing his wife come downstairs, he seemed a little smug. Wu Xian didn't linger at the table for a second longer, heading straight to the pot of braised pork, asking her son expectantly, "How is it? Is the braised pork ready?" Fang Shang glanced at the meat in the pot and shook his head. "It's still a bit undercooked. Mom, you eat some breakfast first, and it'll be ready soon." With braised pork, who needs fried dough sticks? Just like last night, Wu Xian moved a stool and sat by the pot, waiting to eat. After a while, Fang Shang checked the time and took the braised pork out of the pot. The tender chicken feet were stained a golden red by the broth, a vibrant blend of red and yellow. The pig ears were also a glossy, reddish brown. The ribs, having been braised the longest, had turned a deep, dark reddish brown. The color alone looked like it had been enhanced with special effects. It was clear how successfully the caramelized sugar had been made. "Thank goodness I didn't use my dad's," Fang Shang thought to himself, inwardly grumbling. Before they even started cooking, his dad had already picked up a cleaver and volunteered to chop the braised meat. "Chop, chop, chop," he said. "The pig ears, slice them into pieces. The ribs are chopped into chunks." The chicken feet had already been halved before cooking to ensure even flavor absorption, so there was no need for further work. A large plate of braised meat was placed on the table, and the three of them immediately reached for their chopsticks. Even Fang Shang was a little tempted. He loved braised food. He picked up a slice of pig ear and put it in his mouth. The pig's ear meat was quite special. The outer skin was soft and chewy, while the cartilage inside was crisp and crunchy, infused with the aroma of the braising broth. Not only was the texture rich, but the fragrance was also exceptional. Fang Shang tasted it but remained silent. Fang Jun and Wu Xian, on the other hand, ate with gusto, one devouring a spare rib, the other enjoying a chicken foot with obvious relish. Delicious. Even better than last night's meat. Last night when I ate pork belly, I didn't find it greasy at all. This morning, eating braised meat, it's not greasy at all. It's so delicious. Son, since you started cooking, I feel happier and happier. The couple showered Fang Shang with praise, no longer hiding their true feelings. They used to think their son was just enthusiastic, but now that he was the backbone of the food stall, it would be fake for them to hold back. They figured they might as well praise him, as long as it didn't interfere with his studies. Son, you didn't make enough broth. You should use that big pot you use for Crucian carp soup, make a big pot at once, and keep it for a long time, it'll become a rich, aged broth. Fang Shang shook his head. Actually, the taste is just so-so. I haven't had enough time to learn. I'll study it for a couple more days, and you can try it again on Friday. Then you'll know what truly delicious braised food tastes like. Fang Jun and Wu Xian were shocked by Fang Shang's words, so delicious, and that's all. At their age, they had eaten their share of good food and braised meat, but nothing could compare to their son's. And yet, their son wasn't satisfied. Of course. Take this braising broth, for example. Because it was a trial run, I didn't prepare the leftover ingredients beforehand, so the umami flavor was a bit lacking. There weren't enough pig's trotters, not enough ribs, and the richness was also a bit off. It all relied on the good spice ratio. And this braised meat, because I was in a hurry, the heat was a little too high. The chicken feet weren't flavorful enough, the ribs weren't falling off the bone properly, and even the pig's ears lacked tenderness. And also, Fang Shang rattled off a whole list of complaints, leaving his parents dumbfounded, as if they were hallucinating. Even after they finished eating, one munching on chicken feet, another biting into pig's ears, they all agreed it was delicious. Son, aren't you being a little too hard on yourself? This is already very good, Fang Jun said, somewhat doubting his own abilities. He could never replicate this braising broth. Fang Shang firmly shook his head. That was a divine braising recipe, it was just tastier than usual. There was definitely something wrong with how he made it. Alright, Mom and Dad, take your time eating. I'm having braised noodles for lunch. We'll just have to make do with this failed braising broth. I'm off. Fang Shang ate 2 chicken feet and tasted a piece of pork rib, then stopped eating. He packed his school bag, hopped on his beloved bicycle, and headed to school. Can we use this braising broth to braise meat and sell it? Of course not. It's a failed product, Mom and Dad. Don't ruin your reputation. Fang Jun said seriously, put it down, son. Your dad's reputation isn't good or bad. Dad, I'm serious. Oh, after seeing his son off, Fang Jun ate some braised meat, packed up his things, and started preparing for today's business. He noticed Wu Xian sitting there without moving, which he found strange. I remember you said yesterday that you were going shopping at the department store with Zixuan's mom today. Why are you still sitting here? Why didn't you change your clothes or put on some makeup? Wu Xian looked distressed. It's not that I don't want to go, it's that I'm afraid to go. I'm afraid the grandparents of the kids in the neighborhood will see me, and, if they find out there's no braised meat, they'll tear me apart. Last night, she finally managed to coax them away, and Wu Xian thought she could still use the braising broth today. Turns out it was a failure. Now, Wu Xian is even a little afraid to go out. Fang Jun shuddered as he recalled the elderly men he'd encountered wandering around at 5 a.m., all asking him about the braised food. Luckily, he was busy in the kitchen every day and didn't need to go out, so he should be fine, probably. Both of them thought that staying home was good enough, but even if they didn't go out, people would still come looking for them. Just then, Wu Xian reached the door to water the money tree when she saw several people from the neighborhood, each leading a child, walking towards them. What to do? What to do? Chapter 74. I can't go out. The thought of being surrounded by elderly people demanding braised food gave Wu Xian a headache. She decided to use the best of the 36 stratagems, retreat. She quickly turned around, placed the watering can against the wall, and said to Fang Jun in the kitchen, "Honey, I'm going to take cover for a bit. You hold them off for a bit." "What?" Fang Jun glanced outside and saw a large group of people walking into the food stall. His face paled instantly, and he reached out his hand to Wu Xian like Kang, a character from a Chinese folktale known for his nagging. "Wife, don't go. Help me. I never want to be surrounded and cried by a bunch of brats again, wife." Meanwhile, the video of the elderly people leaving the house last night, which driver Wei Hai had seen, went viral overnight. Initially, a few locals saw it, finding it amusing to see the elderly people carrying children out of the neighborhood late at night, and tagged acquaintances everywhere. Information spreads so fast these days. Before long, it reached Fang Shang's fans. The fan, noticing that the elderly people seemed to be rushing towards the food stalls, became curious and forwarded the video to their fan group to inquire. The elderly people had gone last night but found no braised food, and went again this morning but still no braised food. They were completely distraught, and when asked, everyone replied with crying emojis. A few with children sent live images of their kids crying. "Don't ask, I just want to cry. From last night until now, I'm about to have a nervous breakdown because of my kid. Next time I invite my grandson over, I'll only choose weekends." These strange replies left all the fans confused. Finally, a young man stepped forward and explained the whole story. In short, Fang Shang was making braised broth late at night, tempting residents of nearby neighborhoods to go buy braised food, only to find it unavailable. They went early this morning, around 8 a.m., but still no food, and were told the experimental samples weren't good enough and they should wait until the weekend. The fans couldn't help but gloat at the thought of the residents of Garden Community enduring a night of enticing aromas, only to be unable to taste the food. Puffed, ha ha ha, sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, I just couldn't help it. So that's what a miserable night you guys had. I used to envy you living in Garden Community, but suddenly I'm not anymore. Being further away has its advantages. Think about it another way, we couldn't even smell the aroma, while you enjoyed it for free all night, your houses were practically scented. That's freeloading, what's not to like? Ha ha. The fans who lived further away were all laughing, and laughing without any restraint. They couldn't eat, and neither could the people in Garden Community. Thinking about it, it felt so good. Sometimes the world is fair, hee hee. Everyone laughed and teased, making the young people in Garden Community feel depressed. They didn't get to eat the delicious food, and now they were being teased. The older folks weren't happy about it. Believe it or not, at 8 o'clock on Saturday morning, I will knock on every door in the Garden Community and mobilize everyone who is at home to get a number. Then I will ask them to mobilize their relatives and friends, and then ask their relatives to mobilize their relatives and friends. I will make sure all the numbers are taken before 10 o'clock. My son works at a travel agency. Believe me or not, I'll have him lead a tour group to the food stall on Saturday morning and get all the queue numbers. Dare to bet? No queue numbers. Those two simple words, no queue numbers, were like a curse, instantly silencing the fans who lived far away. It was as if a silencing spell had been cast, no one dared to speak again. As it turns out, the older generation is still the same older generation. These fans immediately admitted defeat. Grandpa and Grandma, we were wrong. The fans, who dared not joke in the group chat about the sleepless, bloodshot-eyed foodies from the Garden Community, all moved to the video's comments section. 5 fan groups for the food stall had already been created, and each one was full. Everyone was curious to watch the video, causing its click rate to skyrocket, and even more people saw it. Someone unaware of the situation asked, "What's going on? Why are these elderly folks taking their kids to a street food stall so late at night?" "Yeah, they said they were going to buy braised food from the stall, but I'm totally confused." Fans responded very quickly to the new followers' question. Of course, they wanted to show off the delicious food they tried that others hadn't. "That's a big food stall in RGXing. There's a young guy there who's an amazing cook. His cold dishes are so delicious I could drink the broth. And his fish soup is absolutely authentic. I've never had such good fish soup in my life. He also makes clay pot soup. In short, that young guy is my culinary god." Apparently, last night he tried making a braising broth, simmering it for most of the night. The aroma kept everyone in the neighborhood awake. They were knocking on doors in the middle of the night to buy some, but still couldn't get any. Ha ha ha. Yeah, according to reliable sources, he wasn't satisfied with the broth and wanted to upgrade it to perfection before selling it. The 3 to 5-year-old kids in the neighborhood have cried several times already, and the adults are going crazy. This is getting more and more outrageous. A braised dish that would make people from the whole neighborhood knock on doors in the middle of the night to buy it? That's absurd. Netizens were skeptical, but Fang Shang had left traces online ever since he started cooking, especially his posts with Fang Jun, he's a Shang's suggestions, and the subsequent deletion of comments, all of which netizens dug up. The photos of people enjoying the delicious food, especially last Sunday's packed street food stalls with their throngs of people, were the most convincing evidence. Now netizens were astonished. These days, kids are getting more and more impressive, from race car drivers to kindergarten billiards prodigies. It's common to see them all. Now they're even cooking better than adults. Is this driving adults crazy? I suddenly have a urge to travel to GXing. I want to go, but I'm worried about the food. The kid's only 10, he's in school every day, he doesn't have much time to cook. Otherwise, why wouldn't the older folks have enjoyed the braised dishes? Sigh, what a talented chef, limited by age. Why not focus on learning? Being a chef is so much fun, no more early mornings, no more homework. I support this kid pursuing his dream. Because of this video, Fang Shang became a minor internet sensation again. For the next 2 days, Fang Jun and Wu Xin dared not go anywhere from the food stall. They stayed home every day, resolutely refusing to leave except for essential shopping trips. There was no other way. Whenever they went out, the first thing residents of their neighborhood would say was, "Why aren't you selling braised food even though you've already prepared the broth? It's making us drool." Or they'd ask, "When are you going to have braised food? We can't wait, we absolutely can't wait." They asked while shopping, on the street, while buying breakfast, no matter what they were doing, they asked. Even strangers would come up to them asking. People were practically besieging them, asking as they walked. Sometimes, when there were too many people, they'd even block them in the street, their enthusiasm surpassing that of debt collectors. Wu Xian even wore a mask to avoid being besieged while buying breakfast for her son, but she was still recognized. The two felt they couldn't live like this anymore. Thankfully, Friday finally arrived. Seeing their son's meticulously detailed menu of braised dishes, Fang Jun and Wu Xian, for the first time, didn't feel their son was wasting his time. Instead, they breathed a huge sigh of relief. If their son hadn't made the braised dishes, neither of them would have been able to leave the house. Chapter 75 Brother Shang is here, everyone get out of the way. Today was Fang Shang's official day for preparing the braising broth and making the braised dishes. Besides the various meats used to make the stock, he also prepared today's portion of braised meat. In addition to ribs, chicken feet, and chicken legs, Fang Shang also had his father buy 2 large pig heads. In his opinion, how could he make braised meat without pig head meat? It was the most substantial ingredient in braised meat, affordable and delicious. To ensure the meat was processed to his satisfaction, Fang Shang even gave his father a process guide, such as the degree of washing and the minimum rinsing time for removing the blood. Fang Jun just rolled his eyes. You really underestimate your dad. I'm a chef who's run a restaurant for years, someone who's been working in your grandfather's kitchen since I was a kid. Preparing this kind of thing is a piece of cake for me. He really misunderstood Fang Shang. Dad, I wrote this for Aunt Chen. Are you really planning to handle all this by yourself? Fang Jun boasted, this is nothing, I can clean it up in no time. You can go to school without worry. Fang Shang glanced at the huge basin of chicken feet soaking in the stainless steel tub and shook his head. He'd asked his dad to prepare 20 pounds of chicken feet, but his dad, thinking mom liked them, bought 50 pounds. So many chicken feet, and he didn't believe his dad could manage to trim the nails one by one. Silently sticking the A4 sheet with the cleaning instructions on the window, Fang Jun suddenly realized that his son was truly unmanageable. Once he became capable, he completely ignored his advice. After his son left, he rolled up his sleeves and angrily began washing the meat, determined to make it look perfect so his son could show it off when he returned. Turning around, he saw a large basin filled with chicken feet and pig's head, and immediately felt overwhelmed. How long would it take him to clean all this by himself? He decisively pushed the chicken feet aside. Such a simple and unskilled task, he'd leave it to Aunt Chen. He could just clean the pig's head. Early in the morning, the residents of Happiness Garden were also busy. They'd been craving it for days, eagerly anticipating Friday. As soon as Friday arrived, without doing anything else, they saw a Jun's food stall door open and went up one after another to inquire. Hey, sister, you're selling braised meat tonight, right? Sister Xin, please don't tell me you're not selling it today. My rebellious 3-year-old son is packing his bags and running away from home. Boss lady, how long are you going to keep making us drool? Are you planning to starve me to death so you can inherit my mortgage and credit card debt? Wu Xian, who had originally planned to help in the kitchen, spent the entire morning busy serving these neighbors. With a stiff smile, she initially listened attentively before replying, but later she started announcing to everyone she saw, we have braised food tonight, come and try it. Finally, she found this repeating the same thing routine unbearable, so she simply took out a small blackboard and placed it by the door to write her messages down. Even then, people would still ask her the same questions again, saying they couldn't feel at ease without asking. Wu Xian, next time I'll just buy a loudspeaker. At school, Fang Shang was preoccupied with his braised food. He spent the whole morning looking forward to school, but even so, he tried his best to listen to the teacher. He had no choice. If he didn't study well, he'd be banished from the kitchen. He had to study hard and improve every day. While others studied hard to find jobs, he studied hard to avoid being unemployed, truly the opposite of heaven. Finally, the school bell rang. Almost as soon as the teacher called for the end of get out of class, he rushed out the door. Led by Dai Tianyu, several classmates who knew he was making braised food that day stood up to clear a path for him. Quick, Brother Shang's here. Everyone move aside, don't delay him from getting home and affecting his time making braised meat. Students in group 3, please sit down first, wait for Brother Shang to leave before you go. Hey you up front, I'm calling you. Didn't I tell you not to block Brother Shang's way? Don't you want to eat your braised meat earlier this afternoon? A group of thugs aggressively blocked both sides of the classroom door, forcefully preventing other students from leaving the classroom, clearing a clear path for Fang Shang. The scene looked like a school bully collecting protection money. Fang Shang's eyelids twitched violently. He glanced at Teacher Wang's unpleasant face, and, thinking about the braised meat at home, he gritted his teeth, pretended not to see them, and dashed off across the sidewalk. Teacher Wang almost used all her strength to suppress the urge to call him back. Fine, for the sake of the braised meat, she wouldn't hold it against them. Get out of class was over anyway, and nothing else mattered. Yes, that's it, she wanted to be a magnanimous homeroom teacher. Fang Shang ran ahead, his underlings following behind. Soon, the group was swallowed up by the crowd. Once outside the school gate, only Dai Tianyu remained by his side. With lightning speed, Dai Tianyu quickly pushed the bicycle towards Fang Shang, glancing around with smug satisfaction. Brother Shang, you always have to rely on me in crucial moments. Indeed, I'm your most loyal little brother. Fang Shang, already on the bicycle, smiled at Dai Tianyu and said, "Good brother, I'll save you a big chicken leg for dinner tonight." With that, Fang Shang pedaled his bicycle through the crowd. Suddenly, the door of an SUV parked by the roadside opened, and two burly men jumped out. Seeing Fang Shang, they rushed forward. One scooped Fang Shang up and shoved him into the car, while the other grabbed the bicycle, opened the trunk, jumped in, and shoved the bicycle in as well. He slammed the trunk shut, then slid down to the back seat. The whole sequence of movements was fluid and incredibly smooth. The driver in front, seeing the trunk was closed, stepped on the gas, and the SUV started and sped away. Fang Shang felt himself being lifted up and shoved into the car. The person next to him was even more audacious, practically leaping out of the trunk. He was so shocked he thought he'd encountered a human trafficking gang. Before he could even figure out what was happening, an ice cream appeared in his sight. "Little Fang Shang, here, have an ice cream to cool off. We can make some braised dishes when we get home. There's also watermelon and bayberries chilled in ice water. Eat slowly, they're all washed and cut. Use a toothpick to eat them." Fang Shang looked up and saw that the person handing him the ice cream was Uncle Wang from the neighborhood, Wang Jiaojun, the son of Grandpa Wang. Then he saw the driver, Brother John, the neighborhood's king of kids, who loved hanging out with children. Sitting next to him was Brother Liao Peng, who was said to have been a tank soldier. Fang Shang immediately breathed a sigh of relief, speechless. "Uncle Wang, Brother John, Brother Liao, what are you doing? You're scaring me half to death. I thought I'd run into a gang of kidney-grilling bastards." Wang Jiaojun smiled even more warmly than if he were seeing his own child. "It's not that dramatic. We uncles were just bored and wanted some braised food, but you've been going to school and haven't come home. We knew you were out of school, so we brought them to pick you up." Chapter 76. Oh no! Fang Shang has been kidnapped by human traffickers. Driving is faster and cooler than riding a bicycle. Come on, don't just stand there, eat first. You won't have time to eat later when I'm making the braised food. Liao Peng added, "Brother Fang Shang, ever since you stayed up late making braised food the other night, my family has been craving it. We practically want me to drag you home to cook for us. It's Friday today, so please don't waste any time on the road. Wasting even a second is a sin." Fang Shang's lips twitched violently. "So all this fuss, like they're kidnapping a child, was just to save me some time on the road so I could go back and make the braised food. Are you sure you won't be mistaken for child traffickers?" Fang Shang mentally cursed, but outwardly said nothing. After all, he wasn't a real child, and even sincerely thanked them. "Thank you all for your help." He picked up his ice cream and started eating. Unbeknownst to him, chaos had already broken out at the school gate. Dai Tianyu, who had witnessed the entire abduction of his friend Fang Shang, watched him leave. His reaction was incredibly fast, his face paled upon seeing the scene. "Holy crap! My Shang brother has been kidnapped." He rushed towards the crowd, grabbed a teacher on duty maintaining order, and shouted, "Teacher, it's terrible. My classmate was kidnapped by human traffickers. They grabbed him and took him away in a car." "What? Kidnapping?" Teacher Kui was startled by his words. To avoid the child joking, she quickly asked, "What happened? Where's your classmate?" Dai Tianyu, usually quick-wit, didn't stutter this time either. He pointed to an SUV that hadn't yet disappeared from view due to the heavy traffic. "That car. I saw it with my own eyes. My classmate rode by on his bike, and two big men jumped out. One grabbed the child, and the other grabbed the bicycle. They slammed the door and drove off. Teacher, please save my Shang brother." The boy was on the verge of tears. Upon hearing the child's words, Teacher Kui was also startled. As a physical education teacher, he acted decisively, rushing to a parent and urgently saying, "Excuse me, could I borrow your electric scooter? I need to chase after a child trafficker." Several parents were standing nearby when Dai Tianyu spoke. When Teacher Kui reached for the scooter, they immediately made way. Some kind-hearted parents, who were originally with their children, stopped when they heard about the child trafficker and left their children waiting at the school gate, while they also rode off to chase after the vehicle allegedly driven by the trafficker. A female teacher nearby immediately ran towards the school gate. Such a large school usually has special police officers on duty after school. The female teacher rushed over and shouted to them, "Quick, officers! There's a child trafficker snatching a child up ahead in a black SUV. Our physical education teacher is chasing after them." "What? A child trafficker is snatching a child at the school gate?" The two special police officers' faces changed. They were on duty at the school gate to protect the students' safety, but the children were all snatched away without them noticing. One of them immediately took out his phone and called his colleagues. "Child traffickers are snatching children on the street at the Central Primary School in Guanghui Community. Requesting support from headquarters." In this information age, a child being snatched in the street is a serious matter. The immediate reaction is to review surveillance footage and cordon off the area. After reporting the situation, 2 SWAT officers drove off in the direction everyone was pointing. Their horns blared, creating an immediate sense of urgency. Parents picking up their children nearby, seeing the police cars and appearing quite anxious, quickly made way. After the police cars left, the officers started questioning the surrounding parents. SWAT officers usually only leave after the students have left, so why were they leaving so early today, and with such alarmed expressions? Upon questioning, everyone's expression changed drastically. What? A child trafficker snatched a child in the street right outside the school? Child traffickers are the most sensitive topic for parents. Upon hearing this, the parents immediately told the surrounding parents that no one was unafraid of such a situation. Each parent, still shaken and clutching their child, kept a close watch on the events, urging others to be careful. For the children who had no one to pick them up, parents living nearby volunteered to help them walk home together, ensuring no one was left alone. The whole school gate was in chaos after such a serious incident. Teacher Wang left the school gate relatively late and saw Dai Tianya standing there crying. Thinking something had happened to her child, she immediately went to ask what was wrong. She heard Dai Tianya say, "Teacher Wang, sob, Fang Shang was kidnapped by human traffickers. Will I never see brother Shang again? Will I have to wait over 20 years to see him again?" Teacher Wang nearly fainted upon hearing this devastating news. Her mind went blank, she couldn't think of anything else and rushed off on her electric scooter towards a Jun's food stall. At this moment, Fang Shang was unaware that the entire school was in complete chaos because of the fright he'd caused by Uncle Wang and his group taking him on the bus. He was happily munching on ice cream in his left hand and watermelon in his right. After finishing, he tried a few chilled bayberries. The sweet and sour flavor was incredibly refreshing. After getting off the bus, he thanked the 3 men and rushed into his kitchen. "Dad, quick, set up the biggest pot, turn the fire up high, and get it burning." He then rushed to the spice area, grabbed the electronic scale, and started weighing the ingredients. The pot of broth was huge, and the spices were heavy too. He hadn't had enough time to learn cooking, otherwise, he wouldn't need to add spices by hand. But for now, he'd better use the scale. After taking out all the spices, washing them, and stir-frying them with salt, he went to check the chicken and duck his father had prepared for making the broth. They were indeed very clean and didn't need further processing. He immediately put everything into the big pot: 2 whole ducks, 2 chickens, plus pork bones and ribs, and of course, spare ribs. To add richness to the soup, he also ordered pork skin today. With so many ingredients, plus spices, simmering them together would definitely make it incredibly fragrant. After a flurry of activity, he put everything into the pot, asked Aunt Chen to skim off the foam, and only then did he have time to eat lunch. "Dad, thank Brother Liao and the others properly later. They took me home today, but they were rough, like human traffickers. It was a bit scary, but thankfully no one else was frightened." In the living room, the people eating all showed relieved expressions when they saw Fang Shang walk into the kitchen. "Great! The young boss is cooking again. I've been looking forward to this for a week, and today is finally here. I heard the young boss is making braised food. I'll buy a lot tonight. As long as there's no limit, I'll definitely buy a lot. Anyway, braised food can last for several days in the fridge." Chapter 77. My son was abducted. Who is in the kitchen? Yes, it's a pity they only serve it tonight. I heard the young owner spends several hours just simmering the broth for his braised dishes. If they start simmering now, they'll only be able to supply enough for tonight's sales. Then we'll have to come earlier tonight, or we won't be able to get any. The diners chatted idly. Outside, Liao Peng, Wang Jiaojun, and their 2 companions stood beside the van, watching the fumes being drawn out of the kitchen window by the range hood, a satisfied smile on their faces. "We brought Fang Shang back early. The elderly folks in the neighborhood must be so happy. We really did a great thing. Yes, we raced against time to bring the little chef back. The sooner the braised dishes were ready, the sooner everyone could eat them. We're such clever little devils." The 3 men, feeling they had done a good deed, were filled with excitement. Thinking of the braised dishes they had been craving for 3 days, they were even more thrilled. They even had the mind to discuss whether something had happened, as they heard sirens wailing ahead. Completely unaware, a figure was stealthily approaching their car. Just as the 3 were envisioning themselves grabbing a number together that evening, and perhaps enjoying some braised food and ice-cold beer, a group of people suddenly sprang out from around the van. 2 SWAT officers, agile and heavily armed, worked in perfect coordination, quickly subduing 2 of the men. With a click, handcuffs were on Wang Jiaojun. Liao Peng, recently discharged from the military and in his prime, saw someone attacking him and instinctively retaliated. Using his learned grappling techniques, he could withstand any humiliation and swiftly subdue the attacker, pinning him against the car door. His movements were precise and stylish. Wait, why was the attacker wearing a SWAT uniform? Seeing the man's fierce resistance and the fact that he was clearly trained, the SWAT officer panicked. The next second, the dark muzzle of a gun was pressed against Liao Peng's head. "Don't move. Hands up." Liao Peng was stunned. He was completely dumbfounded. The gun was less than 0.01 centimeters away from him. The cold touch, combined with the officer's clothing, told him it was real. In less than a quarter of an incense stick's time, in a mere second, he surrendered all resistance, obediently handcuffed, and pressed against the telephone pole. He used his remaining rationality to reflect on himself. Why was someone pointing something at his head that ordinary people would never even touch in their entire lives? Did he accidentally do something wrong while in the army? No, that wouldn't be the SWAT officer's place. Was he being watched by spies after returning home, leaking state secrets? No, spies wouldn't even glance at his rank, they wouldn't know anything. Surely wearing black stockings wasn't illegal. The brothels and entertainment venues on the app are recommended by the app itself, and they can be broadcast without being banned. He wondered how that was illegal. When Wang Jiaojun, standing on the far left, was forced onto the van, he was still confused and yelled, "Hey, what are you doing? Who are you? Ouch, my hand is going to break." He tried to turn around while yelling, only to see several uniformed special police officers. Then he looked at the two people next to him. Good heavens, real handcuffs. Someone wasn't joking. He uttered a soul-searching question: did I commit a crime? What crime did I commit that required the SWAT team? I thought any auxiliary police officer could easily take me down with my frail physique, or I get out of breath after just 3 steps. Behave yourself, the leader snapped. Nearby, the waiting PE teacher seized the opportunity to rush to the van, forcefully opening the door. Seeing the empty front and back seats, he paused, then shouted at them, "I don't see the child." SWAT officer Miao Tao's expression turned grave. He roared, "Where's the child? Where did you hide the child? What child?" The 3 men were pinned down, completely bewildered, their eyes clear, as if untouched by the corruption of society. "This is the child you just snatched onto the bus. Tell me, where did you hide him, or who did you give him to?" Miao Tao was very nervous. If the child had already been taken away in another vehicle, then he would have to expand the search area and block off roads to check every single one. He had to find out as soon as possible. Every second of delay could mean the child would never be found again. The child snatched onto the bus? Zhang, who had been held down by 2 concerned bystanders and was still dazed from fright, finally spoke up. "You're not talking about Fang Shang, the child we picked up at the elementary school gate just now, are you? The child you snatched at the elementary school gate?" The 3 of them finally realized how inappropriate their actions at the school gate had been. Without daring to delay, they quickly answered, "He's in that food stall next door, in the kitchen. You'll find him if you go in." Miao Tao was astonished. "What? This food stall is colluding with you, hiding the child in the kitchen?" The 3 of them. Heavens above. Why did they carry the young boss to the car to save time? They should have let Fang Shang get in the car first. The commotion had already alerted the neighbors. Even people eating in the restaurants came out to watch, but seeing the heavily armed SWAT officers, they didn't dare approach. It was also noisy, and they couldn't hear what the people were saying. Wu Xian was also in the crowd, eating sunflower seeds as she watched, thinking about taking pictures to post on WeChat moments later. These 3 people looked familiar, they seemed to be residents of the neighborhood. Just then, Teacher Wang arrived at the food stall. Seeing Wu Xian, her eyes reddened, and she choked out, "Fang Shang's mother, I'm so sorry. Fang Shang was such a good child, snatched away by human traffickers right outside the school gate. I'm so sorry, I never thought the traffickers would be so audacious. If I had known, I would have brought him back." "What did you say?" Wu Xian's mind went blank. Teacher Wang said Fang Shang was snatched away by traffickers, but who was the child who had just come home and was making broth in the kitchen? Wasn't it her beloved son? She turned her head, pushed open the door, and glanced into the kitchen. The kitchen counter was high, and only Fang Shang's head could be seen through the glass, his little head turning around in the kitchen. She turned back to Teacher Wang, looking bewildered. "Teacher Wang, isn't that my son in the kitchen?" Teacher Wang flung open the door and rushed to the glass window. Upon seeing Fang Shang's figure, she gasped, "What happened? Dai Tian, you lied?" Meanwhile, Miao Tao and his group were also in trouble. All 3 stated that the child was in a Jun's food stall kitchen, and the SWAT team was about to investigate when bystanders recognized them. It was an old neighborhood, the elderly folks had practically watched these 3 grow up, and they recognized them immediately. "Aren't these the kids from our neighborhood? What did they do wrong? Old John, quick, come over here. Your son's been arrested by the police. Is it because you let him play mahjong yesterday?" And then there was Liao Peng's grandmother, leaning on her cane, her hands trembling as she approached the SWAT team. "Officer, what crime did my grandson commit?" Chapter 78. Just to buy some braised meat? The atmosphere changed instantly when the elderly residents of the garden community arrived. Miao Tao, overhearing their discussion, sensed something was amiss. "You all live here. After receiving confirmation from the three, Miao Tao became even more convinced that things might not be as they thought. After all, what child trafficker would openly snatch a child within a 3-kilometer radius of their home, as if afraid no one would find them? Officer, you've really misunderstood. The child we just spoke to is Fang Shang, the owner of this food stall. We were just picking him up from school to go home and cook. Miao Tao led the three into the food stall, even into the kitchen, and questioned Fang Shang. Seeing the special police, Fang Shang was completely bewildered. Holy crap, he really was being treated like a child trafficker. The thought of discovering he'd been snatched at the school gate, Fang Shang felt a wave of dizziness. Well, he was probably going to be famous now, and in such a bizarre way at that. This embarrassing incident would probably make him a laughingstock for 3 years. After some questioning, the whole story was finally cleared up, especially after Fang Shang's homeroom teacher confirmed that the child who had been snatched was indeed Fang Shang. The 2 SWAT officers immediately started swearing. Damn it, does picking up a child always have to be this special? Snatching him off in the street, driving off right away, even taking his bicycle. Did you rehearse this beforehand? Even in such a hurry, does it have to be this rushed? It's not like the sky is falling. If it were, there are tall guys to hold it up. Looking at the 3 men, 2 were still handcuffed. Liao Peng had resisted too fiercely, and Miao Tao, worried about the child, had not only pointed a gun at them but also punched one of them. If this were a child trafficker, it wouldn't be a light beating, but this wasn't. The more serious they were about to be hit, the more awkward they felt now. While removing the handcuffs, he said speechlessly, "Tell me, what are you after?" The 3 men were incredibly embarrassed. Being pinned down in the street, mistaken for human traffickers, surrounded by onlookers and filming with their phones, they might be famous by now, completely ruined. Especially Liao Peng. Back when he was carrying the bicycle, he thought his agile physique from military training would make flipping over the back of a bicycle a piece of cake, which was why he did it. Now, he wished he could turn back time. The 3 men hung their heads as they were lectured. When asked what they were after, they bravely raised their heads again, trying to save face. "We just wanted to save time. The owner is very busy, he's in school every day and only has time to cook for us on Friday nights and weekends. We finally get to Friday, and he has to prepare the braising broth early in the morning, otherwise we won't have any to cook the braised meat in the afternoon. Officers, you might not understand, but the owner's food is just so delicious, especially the braising broth he made the other day. It made our whole neighborhood drool late at night. The aroma was so enticing I was eating my pillowcase all night, and when I woke up in the morning, it had a big hole in it. Yes, we were just craving it and wanted to eat braised food as soon as possible. Our hearts were pounding, our hands were trembling. Officers, you understand, right?" "No, we can't understand." Upon hearing the final reason, the 2 SWAT officers, just like when they had pinned the 3 men down, stared wide-eyed, utterly bewildered and at a loss for words. Separately, each word was understandable, but put together, it was all a bit incomprehensible. "Don't you want to listen to what you're saying?" 3 men, driving a fully enclosed van, rushed at a child and tried to snatch him, all just to get him to go home and make some broth? Are you 2 still asleep, or are we? A kid's braised food is delicious? What 10-year-old makes such delicious braised food? Anyone who believes that's a fool. Miao Tao and the other officers frowned more and more, their brows almost knitted together, clearly disbelieving. Just to buy some braised meat? Zhang's father, seeing this, grew anxious. "Officer, they really didn't lie to you. I guarantee it. The young owner's food is truly delicious. You can ask the neighbors if you don't believe me." The onlookers, never having seen anyone question Fang Shang's culinary skills, were even more agitated than if they themselves had been scolded. It wasn't just for the braised pork. You have no idea how delicious the young owner's food is. Last week, the Crucian carp soup and cold tofu skin salad he sold made me eat 5 steamed buns in one meal that was my entire day's food. Speaking of the young owner's food, you can't forget his clay pot soup. Whether it's pork rib soup or meatloaf soup, it makes me feel the beauty of the world. One sip and I feel radiant. Officer, don't think we're here because we're well informed. Actually, we've been around this area since early this morning, just waiting to get in line and buy some braised food. Otherwise, the parents wouldn't have shown up so quickly after these 3 brats got into trouble. Speaking of which, officer, why don't you let the shop owner go inside and get back to work? We're rushing to get him back, and having him stand here being lectured by you makes us feel like we're holding him back. If you have any questions, we can go outside and ask us. We promise to answer everything we know. The elderly folks in the neighborhood, the customers eating in the shop, and the shop owners watching the commotion all came over to endorse Fang Shang's culinary skills, practically ready to give the 2 special police officers their undisguised praise. While speaking, he even boldly asked Fang Shang if he should check the pot so as not to delay the soup simmering. His eyes practically glowed with greed when he mentioned the braised meat. Miao Tao observed this, believing it and being shocked. So this 10-year-old's cooking really was incredibly delicious? He had driven these diners so crazy, all he did was say one thing, just some braised meat, and it was as if he had incurred everyone's wrath. Thinking back to those amazing kids he'd seen in videos, they thought they'd probably encountered a culinary genius. The misunderstanding was cleared up, but a warning was still necessary. Do you know how shocking your actions were? The whole school gate was in chaos. The three quickly apologized, and their neighbors and family also joined in, offering self-reflection and blaming it all on their greed and constant nagging in front of the younger generation, which led to the younger generation's actions. Even Fang Shang apologized. To be honest, Fang Shang really hadn't expected this situation. After all, he had lived 2 lives, and sometimes he would forget that he was still a 10-year-old child. In his previous life, when he was in college, whenever he went home and brought a bag of local specialties back to school, his roommates would snatch it all from his hands immediately, like bandits. Chapter 79. Maybe you shouldn't attend extended classes. Fang Shang remembered the most outrageous time. His mother sent him a package of food. He just picked it up at the post station when 3 burly men rushed over, pinned him to the ground, and snatched the package. It was like a bandit raid. He didn't even know what was inside, just the package. So, when Liao and his gang grabbed him and dragged him onto the bus, he didn't think it was that bad. Now, considering he was only 10 years old, and it happened at the school gate, anyone who saw that scene would misunderstand. Alright, it's good that the child is okay. Just you 3, be more mindful of your behavior in the future. Everyone, disperse, don't crowd around here. The 3 men, after being reprimanded, apologized again and promised they could leave. Once they were sure they could go, they ran away as if fleeing it was just too embarrassing. After the crowd dispersed, Fang Shang followed his father into the kitchen and resumed his work. Wu Xian assumed the 2 SWAT officers would leave too, but instead, they walked up to her, looked her around, and whispered, do you have any braised food right now? Don't get me wrong, they were just curious. Wu Xian's head buzzed for a moment, she blinked, and finally understood. No, we're still making the braising broth. We won't have braised meat until tonight. Then I'll come back tonight to buy some? Do you do takeout? Sure, dine-in and takeout are both available, but you have to come and get a number first. If you're late, they'll be gone, since there are so many people who want to eat here. Indeed, it's crowded, and crazy. The 2 SWAT officers knew this all too well. Then we'll grab a number for tonight and come back to buy some. Wu Xian quickly wrote down 2 handwritten numbers and handed them to the 2 SWAT officers, feeling incredibly embarrassed. After the 2 officers left, Wu Xian let out a heavy sigh of relief. Looking around, she saw Teacher Wang was still there, and felt even more embarrassed. How many people had this messed up and delayed? Help! Teacher Wang was happier than anyone else that Fang Shang was alright, and didn't seem to think anything was wrong. She just rubbed her fingers together, and after a long while, mustered the courage to say, how about I get a number too? Since they were already there, they might as well get a number. They had to eat at least once. Wu Xian. Such a huge blunder had occurred during lunchtime. It was no exaggeration to say it was a major disaster. The Fang family was somewhat silent. During lunch, they weren't in the mood for their usual casual conversation. Fang Jun opened his phone. He usually liked to watch local videos, and right now a local internet celebrity was explaining a current affairs news story. The internet celebrity host spoke in a serious yet earnest tone. At noon today, a shocking incident occurred at the Central Primary School in Guangui community of our city. A child abduction attempt on the street. It turned out to be a false alarm. So what really happened? Well, Wu Xian and Fang Jun's gazes fell on Fang Shang again. It's already been uploaded to an app by internet celebrities? Something that happened an hour ago, really keeping up with current events. Fang Shang looked down, trying to find a suitable gap in the floor, but unfortunately, the floor tiles were installed perfectly, without a single gap. It wasn't until Fang Shang poured caramel into the soup pot and told Fang Jun to turn off the heat in 2.5 hours that Fang Jun spoke up. Then when you come back this afternoon to make braised food, how long will it take to be ready? Fang Shang calculated for a moment. At least an hour, I guess. Chicken feet and pig's head cook quickly, but they need to simmer in the broth for another half hour after turning off the heat, otherwise they won't be flavorful. The ribs, with the bone in, will take even longer. And this isn't even the perfect time. The couple calculated the time. Their son gets out of school at 6, it takes half an hour to get home, then another hour to make the braised food, and it'll be 7:30 by the time they eat. Too late. The 2 huddled together, chirping quietly for a while, then looked up at Fang Shang and said, how about you skip your after-school class tonight and come home early to make the braised food? What? Fang Shang almost thought he was hallucinating. His parents always didn't want him to waste time in the kitchen, afraid it would affect his studies. Today, they were actually asking him to skip his after-school class? Was the sky about to rain blood? Why? Fang Jun sighed. I'm afraid if you don't make the braised food soon, those greedy neighbors might do something even more outrageous. Yeah, at noon there are child traffickers. Let's hope at night there's a robber robbing braised food in the street. Fang Shang. So, in the afternoon, Fang Shang went to school and told Teacher Wang that his parents wanted him to skip the extended class. Teacher Wang asked him why, and Fang Shang casually repeated the reasons his parents had given him. Teacher Wang agreed without hesitation, and Fang Shang could even sense a subtle sense of relief in her words, like she was finally getting rid of a troublesome parent. Fang Shang felt his young heart had been hurt. Fang Shang's school had 2 extended classes in the afternoon. If he didn't attend, school would end at 4:10. Amidst the envious glances of his classmates, Fang Shang walked out of the classroom alone. He didn't waste any time on the way home, pedaling his bicycle until it was practically on fire, and quickly arrived home. He then plunged into the kitchen and began making the braised food. As soon as he entered the kitchen, Fang Jun immediately dropped what he was doing and strode over to him, looking ready for anything. Aunt Chen also focused all her attention on Fang Shang. They were afraid that if they were too slow, the crickets from the diners who had arrived early in the hall would bother them. The braising broth had just been turned off the heat, and the kitchen was filled with a wonderful aroma. Fang Shang took a deep sniff and was very satisfied. The aroma was much stronger than last time, just the way he wanted it. Dad, strain out all the impurities from this braising broth. Aunt Chen, prepare the strainer. Also, wipe the braising meat rack clean. Yes, sir. The two worked quickly, like a hotel chef ordering around a junior apprentice. Soon, all the scraps from the braising broth had been strained out. A large basin of various spices, along with scraps of chicken and duck meat and bones, filled the large pot with braising broth, the broth a vibrant red with a layer of braising oil floating on top. Fang Shang took out a strainer and placed it inside to make it easier to retrieve the braised meat later. Then he put the prepared ribs into the braising liquid, simmering them over low heat to ensure they absorbed the flavor. By this time, the hall was already packed with people, even more than last week. The meat, having been braised for so long, was incredibly fragrant. Not only were the chairs full, but the area near the kitchen window was also completely crowded. Amidst his busy work, Fang Shang looked up and, good heavens, the area around the glass window was a sea of heads, especially the person at the very front, who was practically pressed against the glass, looking like a giant gecko, just waiting to flick its tongue. Seeing Fang Shang put all the braised food into the pot and simmer it for a long time, then turn off the heat but don't open the lid, everyone anxiously asked, only to learn that it needed to simmer a little longer. They could only wait patiently. Liao Peng and the other two reassured themselves, it's okay. We've even played the role of human traffickers once, so waiting a little longer is fine. Don't rush, good braised food takes time. Chapter 80. It's not illegal to make people drool, right? Time ticked by, and finally, just as everyone was beginning to drool from the aroma, the braised meat was ready. The first to be retrieved were 2 large, glistening pig heads, golden with a reddish tinge. Braised until tender, the pig heads lay on the work surface. A gleaming knife sliced them open, revealing the meat beneath the skin. Besides the tender, golden red skin, the interior was even more enticing, the white, juicy fat, a deliciously creamy white, transitioning into lean meat with a reddish purple hue, its muscle fibers clearly defined. The neighbors in the complex, seeing the meat retrieved, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It hadn't been easy, they'd waited so long, anticipated so much, and after all this big undertaking, this moment had finally arrived. Wow, this pig's head smells so good. Fang Jun, who was cutting the meat, was so tempted that he couldn't resist. He quickly sliced a few pieces and put them in a bowl, grabbed some chopsticks, and ate a piece. One bite, and his eyes practically sparkled with the aroma. The onlookers watched him cut the meat, then watched him eat it, all swallowing hard. Good heavens, he was eating it right in front of them. It's not illegal to make people drool, is it? The sounds of slurping and sucking saliva grew louder and louder, rising and falling in waves. Someone hurriedly called out to Wu Xin, boss lady, hurry up and call out the numbers. Let numbers 1 through 9 come and buy meat. I'm number 10, I can't wait. If he doesn't come soon, I'm going to be eating glass while watching this pig's head. Coming. Number 1 is here. Miao Tao and his colleague walked over together. It was just after get off work, and the braised food had just been made. Miao Tao and his colleagues had spent the entire afternoon wondering just how delicious it was, so they left work early and rushed over. The aroma had been making their mouths water, and as soon as they heard they could buy some, they immediately headed towards the window. On the other side of the crowd, Wang Jiaojun and his 2 companions also came over. Their numbers were 4, 5, and 6. That's right, even though they were already socially dead, they remained resilient, quietly returning after the crowd dispersed to get a number. Since they were already socially dead, they couldn't afford to miss out on braised meat. The 2 groups met at the window, their eyes meeting, both sides exuding awkwardness. Liao Peng felt his back throbbing again. Being punched by a SWAT officer was no ordinary pain. To ease the awkwardness, the 3 decided to greet each other. Hello, officer. Miao Tao, in his 30s, looked at the 3 men in their late 20s, his lips twitching. Should he say hello or not? The 3 of them wanted to slap themselves, they were too used to shouting it out, after all, they'd been chanting "find a penny on the street and hand it to the policeman" for years. It was impossible to change. The atmosphere became even more awkward. Luckily, all the braised dishes were already in place at the window, neatly arranged on plates. Fang Jun shouted in a loud voice, "Customer number 1, what would you like to order?" Miao Tao quickly turned around, glanced at the 3 kinds of braised dishes, smelled delicious, and looked even more appetizing. He hesitated for a moment before saying, 1 pound of pig's head meat, half a pound of chicken feet, and 2 chicken legs, please. So many people were buying it, it must be good, buy more and eat your fill. Okay, please wait a moment, sir. Fang Jun sliced the pig's head meat, weighed it, added half a pound of chicken feet, and finally 2 chicken legs. Beside him, and Chen had already prepared a small bowl of sauce and a disposable bowl of sauce specially made by Fang Shang for mixing with the pig's head meat. He pointed to the sauce and said, "This is a dressing for cold dishes. Customers can pour it over the braised dishes. Of course, it's also delicious plain. Customers can try both." Miao Tao nodded, asked the price, scanned the code to pay, and sat down at the nearby table with his bag. While waiting for his colleague, he glanced at the bag in front of him. The chicken feet, soaked in sauce, were swollen and looked like they were about to burst. He couldn't resist taking out disposable chopsticks. The moment he touched a chicken foot, the skin caved in, and the meat trembled, as if it would fall off with the slightest touch. The aroma was already enticing, but now, as it reached my lips, it intensified a rich, 5-spice flavor with a hint of unique Chinese herbal notes. Don't be surprised by this, in fact, it's precisely this flavor that accentuates the 5-spice aroma even more. My taste buds were already excited by the aroma, my mouth watered, and I quickly took a bite. These chicken feet were braised to perfection. You could feel the chef's meticulous control over the heat as you ate them. With a gentle press of my tongue, the meat easily separated from the bone, just as I expected. It fell into my mouth, and I quickly began to chew. Although soft, it wasn't mushy, it had a tender yet chewy texture. Further in, you could taste the connective tissue between the chicken meat and the bone, adding a satisfying chewiness. The freshly cooked chicken feet, with the braising liquid still seeping into the crevices of the bones, were incredibly delicious. You could suck the juices out as you ate, enhancing the rich flavor. The crunchy cartilage at the joints was simply divine. Even the bits of meat stuck in the bones were infused with flavor. After finishing 1 chicken foot, even the bone was chewed to pieces, leaving only a thicker metatarsal bone, which Miao Tao kept sucking on, unwilling to throw it away. At that moment, Miao Tao finally understood why the residents here were so obsessed with this braised meat. It was simply because the braised meat was so incredibly delicious. Miao Tao swore on his profession that he had never tasted such good braised meat in his life. However, there was one thing Miao Tao still couldn't quite believe. He asked the other diners waiting for their number to be called, "Did that 10-year-old really make this braised pork? Could there be a mistake? Maybe their parents made it?" Wan Zilin was sitting next to him. She had finished her classes around 4 p.m. and thought she could get an early number, but it turned out the numbers were already past 80, and she still had to wait. Having witnessed Fang Shang's culinary skills rise to prominence, she immediately retorted, "How could that be? If you had come earlier and watched from the window, you would have seen the owner acting like a general helper, constantly attending to the young master's every need. He does whatever the young master asks. That kid is incredibly talented." The people around him naturally joined in, giving him a rundown of all the dishes Fang Shang had ever made. Okay, so he'd encountered a culinary genius. Considering that he'd barely cooked a single meal in his life, and the dreaded dishes would make even a dog question its existence, he realized one thing: that person was a culinary genius, while he was a complete culinary failure. Just then, a colleague arrived, and the two of them headed out together, carrying some braised food to take home and enjoy with their families. As they got on the bike, Miao Tao couldn't resist popping another chicken foot into his mouth. It was so delicious, eating while writing was perfectly normal. Chapter 81 There is no love in this world, revised. After the 2 SWAT officers left, the third customer was Ms. Wang, who had also taken a number at noon. She wasn't usually this quick, but she didn't have class on her last period today and had left school early, so she managed to catch lunchtime. Ms. Wang was initially a little embarrassed to eat at a restaurant frequented by students' parents, but seeing the crowded place, she immediately felt at ease. She took her number and went straight to the window. No one was ordering stir-fries, everyone was there for braised meat. Fang Jun, who wasn't doing anything else, was selling braised food at the window. Seeing Ms. Wang, he greeted her first before asking what she wanted. Ms. Wang smiled modestly, "Give me a pound of chicken feet and 2 ounces of pig's head meat." Fang Shang, who had just finished his work and was resting, also came over to greet Ms. Wang. Ms. Wang saw him wearing a small chef's uniform, a hat, and an apron looking every bit the professional junior chef and immediately laughed. "Fang Shang, you look just like the legendary chef, Xiao Fu Gui." "Really? Dai Tianyu said so too." "Thank you for the compliment, teacher." Fang Shang wasn't really a child, he didn't act like a mouse around a cat when he saw a teacher. He spoke very naturally, without any awkwardness. But then, Teacher Wang's next question was, "We got 2 worksheets from today's extended class. I brought them for you. Remember to do them tonight." Fang Shang's smile vanished instantly. Well, he was afraid of teachers, especially those who immediately brought up homework. Today's extended class was a math class and a Chinese class, which meant worksheets for both subjects, especially the Chinese class of 500-word essay. He felt like dying. He awkwardly accepted the worksheets from Teacher Wang, forcing a smile and a thank you. Heaven knows how terrible his expression was. The diners in line behind him, seeing the meaning in Fang Shang's expression, couldn't help but laugh. It seems even geniuses have their troubles, especially their young master chef. Even the mention of exam papers makes him grimace. I really want to give him a set of 5 years of college entrance exam simulations. The person in line behind him, a parent from the same neighborhood, even earnestly said, "My son has a lot of 5th grade notes and study materials. Why don't you bring them over for him to look at? My son is first in his grade, and many people like his study materials. I guarantee that after you finish reading them, he'll get good grades on the final exam." Fang Shang's eyes widened suddenly as he stared at the customer. "Good heavens, you come to buy food and offer me study materials? Believe me, starting tomorrow I'll be obsessed with studying, have no interest in cooking, and only make soup every day instead of cooking meat. Auntie, no need, I already have enough study materials." "Thank you. I remember you live in the same building as Grandpa Wang. I'll pay him a visit later." Fang Shang didn't want them, but his dad did. They'd already arranged to go upstairs to get the study materials. Fang Shang's eyes widened in disbelief. This world has lost all love. Teacher Wang was traveling alone and didn't need much. After Fang Jun packed her things, he saw that there were many people around and didn't block the way. He immediately picked up his things and left. When he passed by the steamed bun shop, he even bought 2 steamed buns. She had come from elsewhere to attend the school and usually rented a 1-bedroom apartment. After cycling home, she washed her hands and immediately grabbed a plate to pack the braised meat. As soon as she opened the bag, the rich aroma of braised meat wafted out. The smell at the braised meat shop had been so intense it had almost numbed her nose. Now, in the house, the strong aroma returned instantly. After placing the pig's head and chicken feet on the plate, Teacher Wang exclaimed in surprise. Most of the braised meat sold outside looked glossy and golden red, very tempting and appetizing, but Fang Shang's was even more visually appealing. Teacher Wang's mouth was already watering. To be honest, she still felt a little surreal, because this incredibly fragrant braised meat was actually made by her tiny student. It was unbelievable. Teacher Wang isn't a great cook and mostly eats out. Perhaps she's been eating out too much lately and is lacking in oil. Even though women usually prefer chicken feet, she finds pig's head meat more tempting. Boss Fang's knife skills are excellent. Each slice of pig's head meat is cut to the perfect thickness. Having carried the food for a while, the skin and fat of the pig's head meat have become gelatinous. Picking up a slice and biting into it, the tongue first touches the trembling gelatinous texture. With a little more pressure, the teeth sink into the tender lean meat. The fibers have been completely dissolved by the braising, making it not gritty at all. The moment the savory and fragrant braising flavor explodes in your mouth, the domineering yet rich aroma seems to rush to your head instantly, almost intoxicating. Tasting it more carefully, the subtle flavors of star anise, Sichuan peppercorns, and other spices emerge, each spice perfectly balanced and blended together. As the aromas gradually emerged, the pure fragrance of pork itself surfaced from somewhere on her taste buds. The richness of the fat and the layers of spices made this small piece of pig's head meat irresistible. After swallowing the meat, Teacher Wang licked her lips, savoring the sweet aftertaste. She could hardly believe how delicious it was. "It's so delicious. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. My student, Fang Shang, made it. It even reminds me of my childhood." Teacher Wang picked up another piece and put it in her mouth, chewing slowly. Her expression softened, and a feeling of happiness quietly washed over her. Yes, that's exactly how she felt. She had worked her way up from the mountains. Her family was poor when she was young, and they only had braised meat when they slaughtered a pig for the new year. Back then, every household in the countryside would slaughter their own pig for the new year, then bring out their aged brine, light a fire on the stove, melt the brine, and braise the freshly slaughtered pig. When Grandma braised meat, she would squat by the stove to tend the fire, watching the meat eagerly in the pot. When the meat was ready, Grandma would always cut off a piece with a good balance of fat and lean and hand it to her. Squatting in front of the firewood, not caring about the heat, she would blow on it and stuff it into her mouth. As she ate it, she felt that nothing could compare to that bite of meat in that moment of happiness. Suddenly, she felt a pang of homesickness. Thankfully, final exams were coming up soon, followed by summer vacation. She could go home to be with her family, help her grandmother tend the fire, and, of course, bring back some braised meat for her grandmother to try. Teacher Wang sighed, picking up her chopsticks and eating the meat quickly. She chuckled to herself as she ate. Haha, so proud. I'm such a great teacher. Otherwise, how could I have such excellent students in my class? He he he. Chapter 82 Unfamiliar, Never Seen Before. After laughing, Teacher Wang continued eating. She thought the plain pig's head meat was quite delicious. She hadn't even opened the packet of cold dressing next to her. She ate the pig's head meat and steamed buns simultaneously, quickly finishing the 2 ounces of pig's head meat. Not quite satisfied, Teacher Wang quickly went to eat the chicken feet. If the pig's head meat was so delicious, the chicken feet were exceptional too. As Teacher Wang ate, she began to regret her past spending of money on food. What was the point? It was a complete waste of money. She had missed out on so much in the past. All those things the students talked about, the clay pot soup, the cold noodles, and all sorts of cold dishes, she missed them all. It wouldn't be so easy to eat them again later, because Fang Shang was a student. A thought even crossed Teacher Wang's mind: if Fang Shang didn't have extended classes every day, could she buy delicious food as soon as school was over? But this thought only lasted a moment before disappearing. She silently slapped herself. Wang Junjun, what are you thinking? As a teacher dedicated to educating and nurturing students, how can you expect a student to slack off just for a meal? Do you even deserve to be a teacher? After reflecting on her actions several times, Teacher Wang made a decision. From now on, she would pay closer attention to Fang Shang's studies at school, calling on him more often in class, and setting stricter requirements for homework. She aimed to ensure Fang Shang could balance his studies and cooking, at least on weekends, without affecting his studies. At the food stall, Fang Shang was unaware that his homeroom teacher was already keeping a close eye on him. Having rested enough, he saw someone ordering hot food and even went to cut pig's head meat for his father. Although it was Friday, the stall was just as crowded as last Sunday afternoon, the main hall already packed to capacity. In the sweltering summer heat, before it even got dark at 7 o'clock, the food stall was overflowing with people. With so many people, the constant chatter created a noisy atmosphere in the main hall. The atmosphere was chaotic, with people discussing what braised food to buy, and others lamenting the agonizing wait. The sounds of eating, children's fussing, and babies crying filled the air. The hall was as bustling as a market at 7 a.m. This only strengthened Wu Xian's resolve to save money and open a large restaurant. The hall was already packed with people, there was no room to sit. Because she had written too many orders last week, some people ran out of Fang Shang's food while they were eating. So today, Wu Xian was strict. Once she felt she had written enough, she wouldn't write anymore. No matter what compliments people gave her, even praising her as a fairy descended from heaven, she wouldn't write any more orders. She had become a heartless, uncommitted robot. Meanwhile, Fang Hong'ai was trying to persuade the proprietress to give him a number. Last weekend, he had seen many people who praised the proprietress get numbers, but no matter how much he complimented her, she wouldn't give him one. Fang Hong'ai was at his wit's end. Boss lady, just tell me, what do you want from me to give me a number? Wu Xian said helplessly, it's not that I don't want to give you a number, it's just that it's useless. The restaurant only has so many dishes prepared. I'd feel so bad if I gave you a number and waited 2 hours for nothing. Come back tomorrow. Fang Hong'ai sighed. He'd been craving braised food ever since he saw it in the fan group chat, but he still couldn't get any today. He usually ordered takeout on Fridays, but today at 5:30, he just opened the delivery app, saw the braised food, and then his phone froze. By the time he tried to pay, the item was sold out. It was clearly sold out. He had to ride his bike to the store, and by then it was already 7 o'clock, no chance of getting a number. Fang Hong'ai smelled the aroma and left, tears welling in his eyes. Luckily, it was the weekend, so he could spend the whole day there. He'd have lunch and then dinner, and he was determined to make up for it with a big meal. His colleagues who'd come with him also shook their heads and left. Those who had already gotten a number, however, clutched their handwritten numbers like precious treasures, their eyes crinkling with joy. Grandpa Wang's family didn't cook today, they were all eating here. They had booked a large round table and had already started eating. However, their son, Wang Jiaojun, wasn't sitting with them. Instead, he was sitting on another side with Liao Peng and the others, enjoying their meat and drinks. Old Ding and his group had gotten their numbers late and were still in line. Seeing this, they were quite curious. Grandpa Wang, why are you sitting separately from your son? The family doesn't sit together for meals. Grandpa Wang, remembering what his son had done that morning, immediately covered his face, afraid that the people around him would say, your son is so clever. He even managed to get the SWAT team involved in picking someone up. How did he manage that? What son? I don't have a son. I had a daughter. After saying that, he asked his daughter-in-law, right, a daughter? Fang Yaoyao exclaimed and realized what he meant, readily agreeing, yes, Uncle Ding, you're mistaken. My dad had a daughter. The conversation should have ended there, but old Ding, still unwilling to give up, pointed at Wang Jiaojun's table and asked, then who is he? Who? Don't know him, don't know, never seen him before. The family answered in perfect unison, like chanting a slogan. After shouting, they lowered their heads and continued eating their braised meat, determined not to look up again. Wan Jun, sitting not far from them, was dumbfounded. Had he been automatically expelled from the family tree? Liao Peng comforted him, "It's okay. My dad also told me not to come back unless necessary, and to stay at my sister's, so people won't ask him how he taught me to climb into the trunk." Upon hearing this, Brother Zhang boasted, "My parents are so good. They didn't tell me to run away from home, they just told me to wear a mask when I go out and not to greet them first." At this time, Miao Tao was almost home. His house was a bit far from the braised food shop, a half-hour bike ride. He should have been home by 6:40, but he ran into a problem on the road because he was stopped by the traffic police. The reason was that he was eating while walking. The chicken feet were so delicious that he kept eating them with his left hand while riding his bike. Half a pound of chicken feet wasn't much, and even after splitting them open, they only looked like a lot. After turning 2 corners and waiting at 2 traffic lights, he finished the chicken feet. The key was how easy it was to eat the chicken feet. The meat fell off the bone with just a gentle touch, requiring almost no effort. Still wanting more after finishing one, he grabbed a chicken leg. The leg dripped with broth as he ate, so he had to hold it high, eating it from the bottom up while riding his bike, sucking the dripping broth into his mouth. His chicken leg was so obviously a pistol leg, held so high, that a traffic policeman on duty immediately noticed and blew his whistle, ordering him to pull over. "Still eating? Move your bike over." Chapter 83 I'll make you drool. Miao Tao was enjoying a chicken leg when a traffic policeman suddenly stopped his bike. Lost in his food, he didn't even realize what was happening. He grabbed the handlebars and asked, bewildered, "Officer, is something wrong?" He actually asked if something was wrong? The policeman, seeing him still smacking his lips, was speechless. "Isn't this guy a special police officer? He looks like a starving ghost, like a refugee fleeing famine, still eating even after being stopped." "Sir, please don't eat while riding your bike on the road. Using one hand on the handlebars and eating distracts you, both are safety hazards. You've violated the road traffic safety law, do you know that?" That seemed to be the case. It was rush hour, and the road was busy with cars and a dense crowd of electric scooters following behind. If Miao Tao's handlebars swayed even slightly, or he veered to the side without noticing, a car behind him would hit him, and with so many scooters, it would immediately be a traffic accident. Miao Tao was immediately embarrassed and apologized. "I'm so sorry, officer. I just wasn't paying attention. I was so caught up in my craving and forgot about it. I'm really sorry." His attitude was good, and his apology was sincere, which softened the officer's expression. "It's good that you know you were wrong, but rules are rules. You still need to be fined. The fine is for you to post on your WeChat moments saying you'll never eat while riding your bike again." "What? Post on WeChat moments? I hope not," Miao Tao shrieked. "Damn it. He's a grown man in his 30s, his child is in middle school, and he has to post an apology on WeChat moments? How embarrassing would that be if his friends and family saw it? He'd lose all face. Or you can just fine me, give me a ticket. I'm willing to pay the fine." "What are you talking about? It's just a small thing. A verbal warning will suffice. No fine, just a post on WeChat moments." The officer, seeing Miao Tao's utterly devastated expression, was amused. Suddenly remembering something, he asked him, "Didn't your SWAT team have that big incident at noon today where they snatched a primary school student in the street? They later said it was a misunderstanding. Do you know what happened? You're all SWAT officers, you should have inside information, right?" Miao Tao, with a bitter face, replied, "Yes, I was the SWAT officer chasing the kidnapper. Actually, they knew each other, but the way he got into the car was a bit rough, and someone saw it and misunderstood." "Oh, so it was you. Your job isn't easy either. I heard it was quite a big deal. The SWAT team was deployed, and the traffic police from the Guangui community area were also fully cooperating, checking the surveillance footage. Were you hungry on your way to work, replenishing your energy?" "Yes, it's really tough. So, don't make me post it on WeChat moments, just fine me." Hearing the traffic officer's tone soften, Miao Tao quickly brought up the matter again. The traffic cop said coldly, "No, you can only leave after you post it on WeChat moments." Miao Tao, no matter how much he pleaded, he couldn't post it on WeChat moments. Desperate, Miao Tao picked up his phone and chose his friends and family instead of his work account. He figured he might not see his friends and family every day, but he saw his colleagues every day. After posting, he made a decision. He took a bag from his electric scooter, opened a pair of disposable chopsticks, picked out 2 slices of pork head meat, and handed it to the traffic cop, who looked at him with an expression that seemed to say, "You posted it on WeChat moments and now you want to eat it right here. Here, have a taste." "What are you doing?" Before the traffic policeman could even open his mouth, Miao Tao shoved the pig's head meat into it, then turned and sped off on his electric scooter. "Eat it, eat it. It'll make you drool, keep you up all night, and you won't know where to buy anymore. Oomph. Just as the traffic policeman was about to spit the meat out, his expression suddenly changed. He quickly covered his mouth to hide it and began to chew carefully. This braised meat smelled so good. It was completely different from the braised meat he usually bought. It was incredibly fragrant, soft and chewy, with a bouncy, chewy skin. The fat underneath was rich but not greasy, melting in his mouth, while the lean meat was tender and chewy. It was so delicious. He swallowed the 2 pieces of pig's head meat after only a few chews, the aroma spreading from his tongue all the way to his stomach. In an instant, the traffic policeman thought of the feeling he had when watching a bite of china, nothing more than a craving, a strong desire to eat it. But when he looked down at the road, the special policeman was nowhere to be seen. The traffic policeman was instantly disappointed, feeling like someone who was about to confess to the school beauty, only to have her transfer schools the next day. This was exactly what Miao Tao wanted. Although he didn't see the traffic policeman's expression after eating the pig's head, he could easily imagine it, Miao Tao with a sly, mischievous look on his face, laughing as he rode his bike, as happy as a silly husky. I'll make you drool, make you post it on WeChat moments, I'll make you drool, hee hee. Passing a square, he decided to celebrate. He parked his bike under the shade of a tree, spread his pockets on the seat, picked up his chopsticks, and began to savor the pig's head. It truly lived up to its reputation as a must-have braised dish at any braised food shop. The pig's head was incredibly flavorful, fatty but not greasy, fragrant and delicious. From the skin to the fat to the lean meat, each part had a different texture. When you ate it, the 3 textures blended together in your mouth, creating distinct layers and a rich flavor. The aroma of the braising sauce made this pig's head meat absolutely delicious. Despite the sweltering summer heat, there was no greasiness whatsoever. Instead, the aroma was so enticing it whetted the appetite. It was so delicious. It was mealtime, and he was starving, so Miao Tao ate heartily, unable to stop. After a while, remembering the sauce, he added some and mixed it in before continuing, creating yet another unique flavor. After finishing the pig's head meat and gnawing on a chicken leg, Miao Tao's face suddenly turned pale when he picked it up again. He had bought the braised meat to take home for his wife and children. He checked his bag and saw that what had been a large bag of meat was now reduced to just this one chicken leg. Oh no! How was he going to carry this home? 2 empty bags and a tiny chicken leg? If his wife knew he had eaten a pound of pig's head meat, half a pound of chicken feet, and a chicken leg, and only brought home a single chicken leg, he was sure to get a scolding. He might even have to sleep on the sofa tonight. Miao Tao hesitated for a moment, then picked up another chicken leg and took a big bite. Since he'd already eaten it, he might as well destroy the evidence. There was so much meat, it was only because they were SWAT officers with such rigorous training that they could finish it in one go without even blinking. An average office worker couldn't possibly finish it. After destroying the evidence, Miao Tao even bought a bottle of water to rinse his mouth, stood in a ventilated spot to dry it, and then rode his bike home. After being delayed for so long, his wife had already prepared dinner, and the 2 of them sat at the dining table, waiting for him to come home so they could eat together. Hearing the door open, his wife called out, "Old Miao, you're home. Come on in, I made your favorite braised pork ribs and stir-fried shrimp today." Miao Tao was about to speak when suddenly, he let out a loud burp. Burp. Chapter 84 Self-Reliant First-Generation Rich. His wife and son immediately looked at him. His son said strangely, "Dad, why are you burping before you've even eaten?" Miao Tao's heart skipped a beat. He felt incredibly guilty and tried to speak normally. "What burp? I just caught a gust of wind while riding my bike. Burping is perfectly normal." Just as his wife was about to speak, her phone rang. She didn't know who was calling, but after hearing what was being said, she chuckled. A moment later, she handed him the phone. "Mom just called and said you got pulled over by the traffic cop on your way home from work. They said it was because you ate something. What did you eat on the way? Ha ha ha. Let me see, ha ha ha. Dad, you finally met your match." His son rushed over, glanced at his WeChat moments, and laughed along. Looking at the mother and son laughing so hard they were doubled over, Miao Tao suddenly felt less guilty. Even though he had finished the braised meat, he had brought joy to all his relatives and friends. "Well, I had a lot of work and training today. I bought some bread on my way home, but after being stopped by the traffic cop, I ate it all in a fit of pique. I'm not hungry at all right now. What a waste of all the good food you made." His wife felt a little sorry for him and brought him some freshly brewed tea. "Why don't you rest and have some tea? I'll save some for you. If you get hungry later, I'll heat it up for you." "Okay, you guys eat first, I'm going to the computer room." Miao Tao coughed lightly and walked into the computer room step by step, silently chanting, "I'm not guilty, not at all." At this time, A Jun's food stall was still busy. Of course, Fang Shang, who was making braised meat, wasn't busy at all. He was leisurely drinking a bottle of iced Gatorade, gently shaking it and smelling it as if he were drinking red wine. He was drinking this year's Gatorade with the air of a 1982 vintage. With so many customers, even 50 pounds of chicken feet wouldn't be enough. The braised meat was visibly dwindling, and the customers behind were extremely worried, fearing they wouldn't get any. They kept urging the people in front to buy less and save a couple for them. Some even begged Fang Shang, who was sitting and playing, to make more. Fang Shang hummed in response, then suddenly saw Dai Tianyu and his father walking in from the door. He waved to Dai Tianyu, signaling him to come to the kitchen. Dai Tianyu and his father had arrived late, something had delayed them, and they had taken a long time to get their number. Dai Tianyu waved to Fang Shang, ran to the window to check the amount of braised food, and considering their position, he felt utterly dismayed. "Dad, you're so pathetic. You couldn't even get a serving of braised food." "Watch me," Brother Fang said, "he's saving me a big chicken leg today." "Wait, that's not a good idea." Mr. Dai stopped him. "It's a business, and his son shouldn't keep taking advantage of their connections to freeload." "Don't stop me. I almost didn't see Brother Fang for 20 years. We'd have to do a DNA test to find him when he's grown up. I absolutely have to go see my brother Shang." Mr. Dai rolled his eyes. This brat had the nerve to say that, causing such a huge blunder. But it was genuinely well-intentioned, and he couldn't dampen his son's sense of justice. He grabbed his son's arm. "Dad knows you two are close, but it's not right for you to freeload like this. If you can't get any, we can come back tomorrow. I took the braised food Brother Shang gave me. We can just pay for it, right? That was specially reserved for me, his top henchman. I got this queue jumping privilege through connections, why wouldn't I take it? Sigh, Dad, you've been around all your life, and your network of connections isn't even as good as mine. You've lived a wasted life." Dai Tianyu sighed as he walked into the kitchen from the side. Dai's father's face turned green upon hearing this. He wanted to drag the man out and beat him up, but thinking about how he still needed his son's connections to get some braised food, he felt incredibly aggrieved. He silently told himself, for the sake of the braised food, I won't hold it against my son. Brother Shang, I'm here. Wah, Brother Shang, lunch was terrifying. Thank goodness you're all right. If you had really been taken away, I wouldn't have been able to eat your braised food for 20 years. He opened his arms and hugged Fang Shang, bursting into tears, leaving Fang Shang speechless. Stop, you already cried once this afternoon, why are you crying again? I was just scared. My dear Brother Shang, wah. Fang Shang picked up a chicken foot from the plate and stuffed it into his mouth, successfully silencing him. So delicious, Brother Shang, I love you. Dai Tianyu sucked on the chicken foot, finally stopping his tears, eating and laughing, his eyes crinkling together. He even had time to greet Fang Shang's busy parents. Uncle Fang, your cooking is so delicious. It looks so appetizing. No wonder everyone loves it. Oh, Aunt Wu, you've become even more beautiful in just a few days. You look just like my older sister. Oh, what a sweet talker. Wu Xian casually picked out the best-looking piece of pork head meat from the cut slices and handed it to him. Dai Tianyu ate with a chicken foot in his left hand and a piece of pork head meat in his right, his mouth dripping with oil. After he finished eating, Fang Shang, remembering that Uncle Dai was still waiting outside, took a bag from the side and handed it to him. Here, a big chicken leg specially saved for you. Aren't I generous? Dai Tianyu opened it and saw 2 chicken drumsticks and a bag of chicken feet. His blood boiled with excitement. He knelt on one knee and clasped his hands in a fist salute to Fang Shang, just like in the TV dramas. Thank you so much, Brother Shang. I'll remember your kindness and repay you with my life. Go on, stop watching your TV dramas. Dai Tianyu ran to his dad with a bag of braised food. His dad opened the bag and saw chicken legs and feet. He asked a nearby customer about the price, squeezed to the window, scanned the code, ignored Fang Shang and the other shouts from the kitchen, paid, and ran off with the food. Many customers saw Dai Tianyu go into the kitchen, and those still in line were incredibly envious, even Zhao Yin. It was Friday, and he brought Uncle Zhong to a Jun's food stall again. The braised food smelled amazing today, even without looking at the blackboard, he knew they were selling braised food. To get a delicious dinner as soon as possible, he had Uncle Zhong arrange things in the kitchen beforehand, and everything went smoothly. Unexpectedly, they still got a number with the last digit of the queue. While waiting for their number to be called, Zhao Yin leisurely picked up his son, who wasn't in a hurry at all and continued waiting. Looking at his son, who was munching on ice cream, and then at Dai Tianyu leaving, Zhao Yin sighed, look at him. At such a young age, he can already buy things that others struggle to buy even after queuing for a long time, all thanks to his connections. Why can't I benefit from any of your advantages? His son asked, puzzled. Dad, as a self-made millionaire, shouldn't you be striving for success? Connections are something you need to consider. I'm a second-generation rich kid, destined to live a life of leisure under the wing of your hard-earned wealth. Chapter 85, Is This How You Play It? Zhao Yin's mouth moved, wanting to scold his son, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized his son's words made perfect sense, leaving him speechless. What a load of rubbish. Is this the kind of thinking a 10-year-old should have? He was so angry he wanted to grab his son's ear and give him a good scolding, but then he remembered they were out in public and needed to save his son's face, so he silently made a mental note of it. The wait was rather long. Zhao Yin's son even went to the night market outside, bought grilled sausages, and then went to a store to buy spicy strips to eat. Finally, it was their turn. Hearing the proprietress call out their number, Zhao Yin rushed to the window immediately. Uncle Zhong, who had been looking forward to it for a week, wanting to know just how delicious the elementary school student the proprietress praised every day was at cooking, followed him. By this time, the chicken legs were sold out, leaving only chicken feet and pig's head meat. 50 pounds of chicken feet could last them a little longer. Seeing that there wasn't much pig's head meat left, Zhao Yin immediately said, "I'll take all the pig's head meat and 2 chicken feet, no, 3 pounds. Before he finished speaking, the young man standing behind him suddenly wailed, knelt down with a thud, and grabbed Zhao Yin's leg, pleading, "Big brother, no, my ancestor, I call you ancestor, please, leave me some. I really want to eat pig's head meat too." This action startled Zhao Yin, and his son, who had come over, jumped back several steps. "Mommy, what's going on? Why is this guy kneeling down to dad?" "No, young man, get up. It's just a piece of pig's head meat, how can you kneel down like that? Get up, I don't want to shorten my lifespan." "No, I won't get up. I want to eat pig's head meat. Brother, my number is right behind yours, please leave me some, just a little bit, at least let me taste it." "But you can't kneel down. Get up first, then we can discuss it." Zhao Yin had never imagined that someone would kneel down and beg for his leg just for a bite to eat. He was completely stunned. The others still in line behind him joined in the jeering. "That's right, young man, get up. A man's knees are worth gold, how can you kneel down for a bite to eat?" "Yeah, unlike me, I would never kneel." The man standing behind the young man, about Zhao Yin's age, walked over, smiling at Zhao Yin. A sense of foreboding rose in Zhao Yin's heart. Sure enough, the man suddenly grabbed his hand and shouted at "Brother, you really don't recognize me? I'm your half-brother. Please, give me some of the pig's head meat too." The people behind were stunned by this scene. Okay, you want to play like this? Fine, let's all join in." The initially shy young girl also jumped out, grabbing Zhao Yin's right arm. "Uncle, actually, I'm not from around here. I was kidnapped when I was little, and I'm currently searching for my home. Today, as soon as I smelled the aroma of this braised meat, I knew it was the smell of my childhood. Please, let me try a bite of this pig's head meat. Maybe after eating it, I'll know where my home is and find my parents." "No, uncle, don't believe them. Look at me." The young man behind him wasn't to be outdone. "Actually, I have a friend who has a terminal illness. Before he dies, he just wants to eat some pig's head meat. He asked me to buy some for him, it's his last request. Please save some for me too." "Zhao Yin, they want this one saved, they want that one saved, am I even buying anything?" Zhao Yin, just 42 this year, watches videos every day and has heard all the memes. Hearing everyone using these memes, he sneered, "Sorry, I can't save any. Because I'm heartless, cold-blooded, and unreasonable." The scene was quite amusing. The Fang family of 3 sat there, chins propped up on their hands, each holding a chicken foot, eating and watching. Selling things mechanically is so boring, like a heartless robot selling braised meat. Watching a live skit is quite entertaining. Zhao Yin's words made the group retreat. They were just there for the fun of it. Now, backing away, they urged Zhao Yin to buy the braised meat quickly so it would be their turn. Only the young man persisted. "Brother, I'm not joking, I'm serious. My home is right behind this food stall. I smelled it on Tuesday and craved it for days. I was craving it again when I came back at noon. To get some braised food, I finished my work early in the afternoon, planning to come over right after get off work. As soon as it was time, I rushed out of the company, but I took a shortcut and climbed over the fence, getting caught by the traffic police. The traffic police made me climb over the fence 100 times before I could leave. To save time, I sped up and almost fainted. When I finally got to the food stall, I realized I'd left my phone at the company. I had to borrow a waiter's phone from the Ice King restaurant next door to place an order and have a delivery guy bring it to me. While waiting, I accidentally threw my number in the trash can and forgot what my number was. I rummaged through the trash cans on the side of the street for ages before I finally found it. "Brother, please help this poor kid. My heart needs comforting, just a piece of pig's head will do." Recalling everything that had happened since he left the company, everyone looked at the young man with pity. How pitiful. Even Zhao Yin felt his misery was unusual, as if he were experiencing a stroke of bad luck. "Alright, I'll leave you some. 1 slice is too little. I'm not stingy, I'll leave you 2 extra. Thank you, brother, thank you so much." Zhao Yin asked Fang Jun to weigh out the chicken feet and pig's head meat, put them on a plate, and sat down to eat slowly. However, he asked for an extra bag, filled it with 3 slices of pig's head meat, and handed it to the young man. "Here, eat up, it's on you." After a flurry of activity, Zhao Yin returned to his seat. A moment later, Aunt Zhang brought out 2 large plates of chicken feet, plus a plate of pig's head meat, and a small bowl of sauce on the tray. This sauce is quite spicy. The owner saw there were children here, so he didn't mix it into the pig's head meat. Customers can dip it in the sauce, and the children can eat it plain. Thank you, and 2 more bottles of ice-cold beer and 1 bottle of Bingfeng soda, please. Zhao Yan politely thanked him, picked up his chopsticks, and called to his son and Uncle Zhong, "Eat up, everyone, we've been waiting so long, we're starving." He deftly picked up a piece of braised pig's head with his chopsticks, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in his mouth. The rich, savory flavor of the braised pig's head filled his mouth with an intense, overpowering aroma. It was soft and tender, fatty yet not greasy, flavorful without being harsh. Although it had a good chew, upon closer inspection, it also had a melt-in-your-mouth texture. A gentle press of the tongue against the roof of the mouth, followed by a firm push, caused the meat to dissolve, mingling with the spicy aroma of chili oil and the unique garlicky flavor of raw garlic. Just 1 bite was enough to captivate the taste buds. Zhao Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "This tastes amazing. It's like heavenly jellyfish salad, absolutely delicious." Chapter 86. Another cry. Uncle Zhong had heard the owner praise the Crucian carp soup and cold dishes every day, and his ears were practically calloused. He was genuinely curious to see just how delicious this elementary school student's cooking was. He didn't eat the pig's head meat, instead, he ate the chicken feet. For braised meat, the quality with bones is higher than with boneless meat, and he was very curious to see what flavor these chicken feet would have. It must be said, these chicken feet looked fantastic. The entire foot was a golden red color. Good chicken feet have plenty of meat, and because they were braised perfectly, the meat, having absorbed the broth, was all plump and trembling, clinging precariously to the bone. At first glance, the meat looked like it would fall off with a gentle poke, enticing one to bare their teeth and tear it off to eat. The gelatinous substance between the crevices of the foot had solidified into a translucent amber color, and a rich, braised aroma was constantly wafting out. As he looked at it, Uncle Zhong suddenly swallowed hard, only to realize he had almost drooled to the corner of his mouth. Filled with immense curiosity, he put a chicken foot in his mouth and tore it open with force. He expected it to be like regular chicken feet, requiring a lot of tearing, but instead, with a gentle tear and a slight squeeze, large chunks of meat easily separated from the bone, along with the gelatinous substance. The touch of his tongue to the meat instantly unleashed a burst of flavors: salty, savory, fragrant, rich on his taste buds. At first, it was intense, rushing straight to his throat. But as he chewed, the aroma overwhelmed his senses, his mind seemed to be consumed by the single word fragrant. Don't be fooled by how easily the meat fell off the bone, it was incredibly tender and mushy. He didn't know how the chef controlled the heat, but while the meat easily separated from the bone, it retained its characteristic softness and chewiness. As he chewed deeper, the springy texture of the tendons burst forth in his mouth. His teeth broke through the joints connecting the meat and tendons, and the savory sauce hidden within the bone began to overflow. He quickly sucked it in, so delicious that he even chewed and swallowed the bone along with it. Uncle Zhong was captivated by the aroma, picking up chicken feet with his chopsticks and eating non-stop. "So, Uncle Zhong, what do you think of the taste?" That was a no-brainer. Any chef would have to admit defeat. Uncle Zhong nodded vigorously, his mouth full of chicken feet, too busy to speak. But for some reason, eating the chicken feet reminded him of the days he spent learning from his master. This braised food was so delicious, so reminiscent of the first dish his master had ever cooked. So amazing, so unforgettable, so delicious that he vowed to become a chef praised by everyone. After the chicken feet, he went to eat pig's head meat. Although both were braised in the same pot, pig's head meat and chicken feet offered completely different experiences. One was a leisurely snack to be savored slowly and chewed carefully. The other dish, however, offers a delightful experience of hearty meat, a favorite among men. After savoring a fragrant piece of pig's head and downing in ice-cold beer, Uncle Zhong let out a satisfied sigh. When dining at a street food stall, it's impossible to order only braised meat. Zhao Yan also ordered rice and stir-fried vegetables. Most of the diners today ordered braised dishes, buying in bulk. Some didn't even order any stir-fried vegetables. To make the rice more palatable, Fang Jun poured a spoonful of broth over each bowl of rice. This rich, flavorful broth was a wonderful way to eat rice. You could easily eat half a bowl without any side dishes. The three of them were already hungry. They had exchanged a few words at first, but now they were completely absorbed in their rice, becoming true rice-eating machines. After finishing most of their bowls of rice and eating quite a bit of braised meat, Uncle Zhong finally felt a bit full and had a chance to continue talking. He was about to chat with his boss about what he had tasted from the braised meat when he suddenly remembered something. His expression changed, and he froze. "Boss, you're saying this braised meat was made by an elementary school student?" Zhao Yan was baffled. "Yeah, I tell you every day. You know, you even saw his dad post videos of him cooking on the app." He gestured with his chin towards the kitchen. "Look, that little chef is in the kitchen. You can see him as soon as you turn your head. His claypot soup is also amazing. it's a pity we haven't had it lately, otherwise you could improve your own clay pot soup. Uncle Zhong glanced back at Fang Shang, then turned back again, holding out his hands to examine them. He was 50 this year, were his hands not as nimble as they used to be? He looked down at the braised food in front of him, expressionlessly picking up a piece of pig's head and eating it. For some reason, he recalled the days he spent tirelessly learning culinary skills from his master, through scorching summers and freezing winters. His master always said he had no talent, the worst of all the apprentices he had ever taught. So he studied even harder, spending over 10 hours a day just practicing the basics, going to the kitchen at dawn and not resting until late at night. Finally, after a year of hard work, he impressed his master, who then taught him his most treasured skill. But now, eating food meant for an elementary school student, he finally understood why his master had rejected him for his lack of talent. He wasn't even as good as an elementary school student, he felt like he had embarrassed his master. A 50-year-old man was crying uncontrollably, his emotions completely out of control. He was crying so bitterly that the braised food was sold out, and the hall had quieted down as everyone was eating. Hearing the crying, they all turned to look. Fang Shang felt a little embarrassed, remembering the skill he had acquired. He felt a bit ashamed that his cooking had made someone cry. "Oh, Uncle Zhong, what's wrong?" Zhao Yin stood up in surprise. His son, seeing that the two adults had no time to eat, quietly pulled the plate of braised pig's head, which was a bit far away, to his side. He scooped the last 5 slices of meat from the plate into his own bowl and quickly hid it under his rice. Uncle Zhong didn't say anything, he just kept crying. Even while crying, he didn't forget to pull out another piece of braised pig's head meat that the boss's son had hidden, stuffing it into his mouth. Little Zhao stared in disbelief, seriously suspecting the old man was acting. The people eating nearby, however, showed no surprise at seeing Uncle Zhong cry. Instead, they seemed completely unfazed. "Oh, another one's crying. The last time I saw a customer cry was the last time. The young boss's food is just so delicious, even happy people are moved to tears. I prefer to laugh. Every time I eat the young master's cooking, it makes me happy for a whole week." Zhao Yin keenly sensed the underlying issue in everyone's conversation. Why again? Because a customer once cried for ages because they were so happy eating there. Don't be surprised, they were just suffering from the joy. Zhao Yin gave an "oh," surprised that her head chef was so sentimental. Only Uncle Zhong knew why he was crying. It turned out that hard work was truly worthless in the face of talent. He, a middle-aged man who had painstakingly learned to cook, had never dared to relax for a moment since he started learning, just to reach the position of head chef. Even then, he still had to constantly taste other people's dishes to improve his own. After cooking for half his life, he couldn't even compare to an elementary school student. "Wah, master, I'm so sorry." Chapter 87. The head chef wants to run away. Uncle Zhong ate while crying, barely slowing down his pace. He held a tissue in his left hand, wiping away tears between chews, truly managing to eat and cry simultaneously. Zhao Yin was relatively calm, but his son couldn't take it anymore. "Uncle Zhong, weren't you crying? Why are you taking my chicken feet?" Uncle Zhong choked back tears. "Who says you can't eat chicken feet when you're crying? I'm just using food to comfort my wounded heart." 12-year-old Zhao was speechless at the adult's shamelessness. After eating and drinking his fill, Uncle Zhong's tears had stopped, but his eyes were still red. Looking at the plate he had almost licked clean, and reflecting on his 30 years of culinary practice, he felt utterly useless. After much reflection, Uncle Zhong made a decision. He stood up and walked towards the small kitchen window. Uncle Zhong and his group had gotten their number late, and many people had bought their braised food to take away, so there weren't many people eating at the food stall anymore. The kitchen was quiet now. Fang Jun and Aunt Chen were cleaning, but they didn't see the little culinary prodigy who cooked so delicious food. Uncle Zhong turned to Wu Xian, who was sitting at the cashier, and asked, "Boss lady, where's your amazing little culinary prodigy who's so good at making braised dishes?" Wu Xian pointed upstairs and said, his teacher brought back 2 test papers, and he went upstairs to do them. Hearing this, Uncle Zhong felt a strange urge to laugh. It was like the contrast between being scolded by his master for his lack of talent and being unable to learn no matter what, only to find his master kneeling on a washboard at his master's wife's house. No, the little culinary prodigy is still a primary school student, doing homework as normal. He pursed his lips, suppressing a smile. His cooking skills are just too amazing, just like my master's. Can I meet him? Wu Xian hesitated. Please, ma'am, I really want to see him. Could you please make an exception? You wouldn't believe it, I'm a culinary student too. Meeting such a talented young chef is like seeing Andy Lau for you. It's incredibly exciting. It's like talking to your idol. I promise, I won't disturb his homework. Like seeing Andy Lau? Is it really that exaggerated? Wu Xian couldn't empathize. After all, he wasn't a chef. He was going to refuse, but Uncle Zhong was incredibly lucky. Just then, Fang Sheng came downstairs to get some watermelon. The stairs on the second floor connected to the lobby. As soon as Fang Shang came down, Uncle Zhong rushed over to him, his hand already outstretched. Then he remembered he'd just eaten chicken feet. Although he'd wiped them with tissues, what if they weren't completely clean? He quickly wiped his hand on his clothes before daring to reach out, his eyes burning with fervor. "Hello, little chef. I'm a fan of yours. Your cooking is amazing. I've never seen anyone cook as well as you. It's incredible. Can I shake your hand?" Fang Sheng usually only received such enthusiastic stares from his classmates at school, never expecting an older man to look at him like that. He felt a little smug, but being an adult at heart, he immediately reached out and shook the man's hand in return. "You're too kind. I'm not as amazing as you say. I just have a tiny bit of talent." How can it be just a tiny bit? In Uncle Zhong's mind, this elementary school student was even more skilled than his master at making braised food. He showered Fang Sheng with praise, his excitement growing with each exaggeration. Suddenly, he knelt down before Fang Sheng with a thud. "Holy crap, what are you doing?" Fang Sheng sprang to his feet with incredible speed. Wu Xian, standing nearby, was startled and rushed to her son to help Uncle Zhong up. Zhao Yin was a bit bewildered. Just moments ago, a young man had knelt before him, and now his head chef was kneeling before someone else? Uncle Zhong's long-dormant passion was boiling. He had been hesitant to stop praising Fang Sheng before, but now he felt comfortable doing so. He clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Fang Sheng. "Little culinary genius, please take me as your apprentice. I want to learn how to make braised dishes from you." Fang Sheng had already positioned himself behind Uncle Zhong, even alerting Fang Jun in the kitchen, who came out. "I'm sorry, I'm just a 10-year-old child. My main job is going to school, cooking is just a hobby. I just do it casually, I don't intend to take on any apprentices." "Uncle, please get up. Kneeling like this isn't appropriate. If you keep kneeling, I'll have to talk to you outside." "Yes, sir, my son's cooking is purely by talent. I haven't taught him much. When he wants to eat it, he learns after making it a couple of times. He figured it all out himself. How can I teach you? Even if you wanted to learn, you might not be able to. Please get up, don't scare the child." Right, get up first." Uncle Zhong also realized he had been a bit rash and stood up. He just wanted to learn a few tricks from Fang Sheng, but the braised dishes smelled so good, there must be a secret recipe. If he didn't show sincerity and perform the proper apprenticeship ceremony, how could Fang Sheng be willing to teach him? An adult would have no problem, but the culinary prodigy was only 10 years old. Kneeling down wouldn't bring surprise, only shock. He tried again, expressing his desire to become an apprentice, his tone very serious, not joking. In fact, his culinary skills were quite good among chefs, otherwise, how could he be the head chef? But good was just that good, far from being outstanding. He had a feeling that if he apprenticed under a chef as skilled as Fang Sheng, his culinary skills, which had reached a plateau, might receive a qualitative leap. He had even prepared the apprenticeship fee. As long as Fang Sheng agreed, he would transfer the money immediately and report for duty the next day. "I'm sorry, I really have no intention of taking on apprentices. Besides, I cook only as I please. I cook whatever I feel like eating each day. I don't even know what else I can do." Fang Sheng's rejection was straightforward. Realizing it was hopeless, Uncle Zhong gave up on the idea of becoming an apprentice, but in the blink of an eye, he thought of another way. "Then how about I work as a cook at your food stall? I'm the head chef at Zhu Fenla restaurant on Zai Street. I have my own unique style of preparing side dishes and stir-fries. If I'm the cook, you can help me out when you're cooking, and you can give me some pointers." Puffed, cough, cough. Zhao Yin, who was drinking ice-cold beer, was so shocked by this that he spat out his beer, spraying it all over Xiao Zhao's face and coughing repeatedly. He was completely dumbfounded. He originally intended to bring his own head chef to learn from the chef, hoping to replicate the dishes and improve his own culinary skills. But instead, his own chef is running away, insisting on becoming the chef's apprentice, and if he can't become an apprentice, he wants to join the chef's kitchen. Isn't this what people often say? If you can't beat them, join them? He can't compete with the chef's skills, and he can't replicate the dishes, so he just joins the chef's kitchen, right? What will he do then? This is his restaurant's head chef. The head chef has run away. Who will cook the restaurant's signature dishes? What will happen to his restaurant? Chapter 88. You're so poisonous. That won't do either. Our little shop is too small to afford a chef like you, and we don't even need one. I'm the only chef, along with my son who likes to show off his skills. Fang Jun refused again, and Fang Sheng chimed in. Their small food stall didn't need a head chef from a big restaurant. It wasn't a matter of affordability, they simply didn't need one. Fang Jun could handle the cooking himself. Hiring a chef would be a complete waste of money. Uncle Zhong, rejected again, looked dejected. He glanced at Fang Sheng one last time and let out a long sigh. "Then I probably won't have a chance in this lifetime. You're only 10. By the time you're 20 and in charge, I'll be over 60. I'll be old, and my memory won't be good. Forget being an apprentice, even being a junior chef would be too much for me. Alas, I was born before you were born, and you were born after I was old. What a pity, what a pity. Wait, why are you reciting poetry out of the blue? Are you sure this poem is appropriate here? Why is it getting sentimental? Should I consider what kind of emotion this line expresses? Homesickness? Fang Shang's mind was a mess, incredibly embarrassed. Uncle Zhong returned to his seat, looking back every few steps. Zhao Yin couldn't eat anymore. He had originally wanted to pack up the leftovers, but seeing his son practically licking the plate clean, he grabbed his son with one hand and his head chef with the other, fleeing Jun's food stall like his life depended on it. If they didn't leave soon, he was afraid his head chef would be gone. What he didn't know was that the last time he brought the head chef over, the chef was worried about losing the big boss. No wonder they came from the same restaurant, their thinking was exactly the same. Seeing him leave, the family of three breathed a sigh of relief, simultaneously taking a step back and patting their chests. They were clearly startled. Anyone would be taken aback by a man in his 50s suddenly kneeling before them. A few seconds later, Wu Xian laughed again, gently nudging Fang Jun beside her. Old Fang, isn't your son amazing? Even the head chef of a big restaurant wants to become his apprentice. That shows how good his cooking is. But don't worry, if my son wants to teach someone, he'll definitely teach you first. After all, you're his father. If he doesn't teach you, no one else can. She coughed lightly and teased, I declare that from now on, you are my son's first disciple, the top student. Aren't you happy? Surprised? What? He's his son's first disciple, the top student? What kind of father becomes his son's apprentice? It's practically turning the world upside down. Fang Jun whirled around, looking at Fang Shang. You little brat, you're pretty smug, aren't you? Sensing trouble, Fang Shang, who hadn't had a chance to slip away, was caught red-handed. He quickly shook his head. Anyone who nodded at this moment would be a fool. You're clearly smug, and you've been smiling the whole time. Fang Jun scoffed. Have you finished your test? Have you finished your weekend homework? Do you know why going home is go home and going to school is go to school? You know nothing, yet you want to be my mentor? Believe me, I'll call my dad and tell him you're bullying his son. Fang Shang. There were too many things to complain about, he didn't know where to begin. He grabbed his iced watermelon and ran away. After all the customers left the shop, Fang Jun and his wife, exhausted from a long day, immediately pulled down the roller shutter, locked the door, and wanted to rest. They even cut some chilled watermelon to take upstairs. Jun had also left some chicken feet, which he filled a plate with, and said earnestly to Wu Xian, Honey, I know you love them, so I saved these especially. Let's eat and drink, and maybe watch some TV. Although she had eaten a lot of braised meat that afternoon, she was quite hungry after all the busy work. Seeing the plate full of chicken feet, Wu Xian's face lit up with a smile, and she happily carried the chicken feet upstairs with Fang Jun. A switch was flipped, the lights at the entrance went out, the signboard went out, and the surroundings quickly fell silent. At Zhao Yin's house, however, little Zhao wasn't enjoying the weekend's pleasures. Instead, she was holding a pen, tearfully copying sentences. His father said he was becoming lazy too quickly, starting at only 12, and needed to change his mindset. So he made him copy, as heaven's movement is ever vigorous, so should a man constantly strive for self-improvement 100 times before going to sleep. Good heavens, 100 times. Adults are devils. Just as distressed as Xiao Zhao was traffic policeman Xiang Ziahua. He'd worked a whole day, standing in the scorching sun, looking like a dog. He should have gone home to enjoy the cool air conditioning and gone to bed early, but instead, he couldn't fall asleep at all, suffering from insomnia. His pillow was uncomfortable, his bed was uncomfortable, even his neck was starting to hurt. As soon as his head hit the pillow and he closed his eyes, the scene from the daytime flashed through his mind. He couldn't remember anything else, only a fleeting glimpse in the sunlight, the meat the SWAT officer had shoved into his mouth, seemingly golden red, incredibly beautiful, with a faint fragrance wafting to his nose. Then, an unparalleled aroma exploded in his mouth. What an exquisite aroma! Salty and rich, intensely flavorful, yet undeniably delicious. The tender, melt-in-your-mouth pork head meat was so succulent it seemed to melt in your mouth. It barely needed chewing, a gentle bite, a push against the roof of your mouth, and the meat would melt away. A flick of the tongue and the meat was swallowed whole. Afterward, a unique sweetness lingered, almost like the aroma of Chinese herbs, distinctive and delicious, the fragrance traveling from the tip of the tongue all the way to the stomach. Even a breath carried this special aroma. Gulp! Saliva welled up in her mouth again. Having barely eaten any at dinner, Xiang Ziahua felt hungry again. She got up and rummaged through the kitchen for a while. There was plenty of food, leftovers from dinner, unfinished braised pork ribs, and a pot of simmering bone broth. Normally, this was something he loved to eat, but today, he couldn't eat a single bite. Even though he was hungry, he couldn't eat anything. All he wanted was to savor the delicious pig's head meat one more time. He glanced at his phone 11:30 and gritted his teeth, went downstairs to the night market across the street, and bought half a pound of pig's head meat to take home. He eagerly picked up his chopsticks and ate a piece, but the next second, he let out a wail. They're both braised dishes, so why is there such a big difference? He wasn't usually a picky eater, he was even a bit rough on the tongue. His parents always said he was easy to feed and would eat anything, but today, he couldn't eat a single bite of this pig's head meat. That's right. After eating incredibly delicious food, who could stomach a dish made with the same ingredients but tasting completely different? Unless they hadn't eaten for 3 days, they'd just be disgusted. Xiang Ziawa tried for a long time, but not only did it not satisfy his craving, the fact that the pig's head wasn't as tasty as he'd imagined only made his mouth water even more. He hugged his blanket, rolling around on the bed in discomfort. Damn SWAT officer, you're so ruthless. All I asked you to do was post something on your WeChat moments, and you tried to make me drool. Don't let me see you again. If I do, I'll not only make you post it on WeChat moments, I'll make sure you get 100 likes before you leave. The video for chapter 89 went viral. That night, many people didn't sleep well, including regular customers who hadn't been able to buy their braised food, and countless netizens. The news of child traffickers openly snatching children near a school had gone viral online, reaching a huge number of netizens. Things are different now. There are fewer children, most families have only 1 or 2, unlike the 7 or 8 children of the past. Children are the focus of attention for parents, and in this information age, even minor news spreads like wildfire, let alone something as serious as child abduction. Everyone deeply abhors child traffickers. Just seeing the word child trafficker is enough to make anyone, no matter how busy, take a look to see what happened. What was initially thought to be a simple account turned out to include pictures and videos. Someone on an apartment building next to the school was filming the bustling scene outside, and they captured the moment Fang Shang was snatched into a car by 3 neighbors. Netizens only saw a child pushing a bicycle past a van. 2 people jumped out of the van, their actions swift and coordinated. One grabbed the child, the other the bicycle, pulling them both into the van. Then, the van door slammed shut, and it drove away. Netizens were furious, wishing they could jump into the screen and beat the 3 child snatchers to a pulp, then rescue the child. They didn't even watch what happened next. They were so enraged they flooded the comment section. Outrageous! These child traffickers are so brazen. What era are we living in? They still dare to snatch children in the street. I want to beat them to death. It's infuriating. In broad daylight, they become this arrogant. Where am I? I'm from the rescue team. I need to request our team's help in finding the child. If we encounter child traffickers, I'll beat them half to death first. Request to beat them to death. Ideally, everyone should swarm them, each giving a punch and a kick, and kill them. Netizens were furious, their teeth clenched, their anger burning. However, some who had watched the video posted messages in the comments section urging everyone to calm down. Watch the whole video before commenting. I never expected such a big twist. It's just child traffickers snatching children, what kind of twist could there be? Netizens initially didn't think much of it, but then they realized it wasn't impossible. For example, a divorced couple, the father snatching the child. What if it's something like that? So, everyone abandoned the comments section and re-watched the video carefully. The blogger who posted the most popular video was quite capable. They not only found the original video but also footage of the SWAT team going to the store to inquire about the situation. Although the person filming was squeezed at the back due to the large crowd, and only the backs of rows of people's heads could be seen, the audio was clear. Everyone clearly heard the SWAT team ask the 3 men why they were going to such lengths to snatch the child, and the 3 men gave the same answer, so everyone could eat the braised meat made by this elementary school student as soon as possible. Netizens were stunned, utterly stunned, their shock no less than Meow Tao's when he first heard the news. What? You all said this elementary school student's braised food was incredibly delicious, and you've been craving it for days just from the smell. You guys are saying that all this fuss was just to bring him back early so he could make braised meat? Don't you even need to listen to what you're saying? Even novels don't go this far. Suddenly, netizens began to doubt the authenticity of this news. Could it be another case of unscrupulous media outlets cutting apart videos and fabricating stories? Someone told me that a 10-year-old elementary school student made braised meat so delicious it almost made people commit crimes. Do you guys believe it? I certainly don't. Could it be that those parents are trying to create a persona for their son, trying to make him a little internet celebrity? They're just adults trying to make money off a child, wasting public resources. Forget it. Possibly, but there's no need to promote a little chef as a little internet celebrity. He'd be exposed as soon as he starts cooking. The main point is those 3 people. Doing something so outrageous doesn't make sense at all. I suspect it's scripted. It's definitely scripted. They know everyone hates child traffickers, so they pulled this stunt. Block them. The netizens were happy that there were no child traffickers, since the child being safe is the most important thing. But once the discussion started, they became unhappy again, feeling like they'd been tricked. Everyone started criticizing Fang Shang's parents, and the uproar was just as big as the earlier discussion about child traffickers. Netizens are so clever, they love to dig deep into these kinds of things. And as they dug, they suddenly found even more information about Fang Shang. Fang Shang has been cooking for a while now, from cold dishes to soups to braised dishes. Over this time, countless netizens have shared photos of their delicious meals. There's also the video Fang Jun posted online, asking for help because his son loved cooking more than studying. That video is still going strong, with netizens frequently commenting. They've all dug it up. The netizens who uncovered the truth were incredulous. No way, it's actually true. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Danny. I was refuting a video about parents faking a little chef, but I never expected the little chef to actually be real. So, are there any local netizens from GXing who can say something? Is the food stall owner's cooking really that good? Everyone was just asking casually, but the video's popularity led to local GXing netizens actually seeing it and enthusiastically replying. It's true, more real than pearls. Whenever the owner isn't in school and cooking, the food stalls are packed. Everyone's queuing up, waiting in line, just to eat his food. We locals in GXing are most envious of those who live near these food stalls. It's convenient, the queues are easy, and they can easily get a table. Unlike me, I live far away, and on weekends I don't even sleep in. The first thing I do is get up around 9 a.m. and go to the food stall to get a number. If you have time, come to GXing for a visit and try this food. I guarantee you'll regret not living here. The locals have confirmed it, so it seems to be true. After all, those kids on Douyin, TikTok, are incredibly skilled at cooking, often making adults wonder if they didn't drink the soup of oblivion when they were reincarnated. Maybe one of those kids was a royal chef in his past life, and he's just continuing to cook in this one. But just how delicious is this food? Everyone started to get curious. Looking for a food blogger. Can someone go to Jiachin and check out the food at Ajun's food stall, Kid Brothers, dishes? Tell us how delicious they really are. Interested but unable to go themselves, netizens immediately started searching for a blogger in the comments. Did Chapter 90 dig its own grave? With so many food review influencers these days, having one check out a restaurant would conveniently satisfy their curiosity. And sure enough, there was one. Sensing the buzz and discussion, Zhang Sanbei immediately jumped in. Here I am. I was wondering where to eat next week, and since everyone wants to see, I'll go to Jiachin next week to review some restaurants and show you just how amazing the young owner's cooking skills are. Zhang Sanbei isn't actually named Sanbei, it's his surname. When he goes to review restaurants, he likes to buy 300 yuan worth of food at once, hence the name Zhang Sanbei, meaning 300. He's quite well known among food review influencers. Seeing an influencer chime in, the netizens felt reassured and eagerly awaited his restaurant review next week. Saturday morning, Fang Jun, as usual, got up early to go to the market to prepare the ingredients for the day. On the long list of ingredients, only a small portion was for himself, most was for making braised dishes for his son. Yesterday's 50 jin of chicken feet sold out, and today, not only were the portions of pork head and chicken legs increased, but Fang Shang also added spring chicken and dried tofu. The huge pile of stuff took Fang Jun quite a while just to carry it into the kitchen. This time, he didn't prepare it in advance but waited for the two housekeepers to come and help. With so much stuff, he could have a break. Fang Shang slept and studied in the system space last night, waking up around 8 a.m. He slept for 10 hours, which is more than enough for a 10-year-old, especially since he had studied for 10 hours. He woke up full of energy, skipping and hopping downstairs. Fang Jun and his wife were having breakfast. Seeing their son making so much braised food yesterday, yet not only did he not seem tired, but he looked especially happy. Thinking back to the past, if their son did 2 practice tests one day, he would walk hunched over the next, looking like he was about to die. They exchanged a glance and silently shook their heads. It seems cooking is her son's true passion, even doing a couple of practice tests after cooking makes him happy. Wu Xian is even considering letting her son cook next time he doesn't want to do boring copying homework, promising him he'll cook after finishing his assignments. It just feels a bit strange. Other families motivate their sons with rewards like trips or money, but hers is rewarding him with kitchen work. If someone didn't know better, seeing them leaving their son in the kitchen, washing and cooking, then going back to his homework, they'd think they were exploiting him, even his breaks from homework being spent in the kitchen. Son, aren't you tired? You made me buy so much braised meat today, can you finish it all? Maybe we should sell it in 2 batches, one for lunch and one for dinner. I'm afraid you can't handle making it all at once, Wu Xian said. Fang Shang was unwilling. That was all experience, the meat was already bought, and the experience was practically beckoning him. His father actually wanted to split that experience into 2 parts for him. Absolutely not. Mom, don't worry. Making braised food isn't like making anything else. You guys do all the washing and cutting, I just need to marinate the meat and put it in the braising pot. You even take the meat out of the pot. How tiring could it be? He paused, looking at Fang Jun beside him. Dad, are you too tired and can't handle it, so you want me to make less braised food? If you really can't, then make it in 2 batches, so Mom won't worry. Fang Jun's face darkened instantly. His son actually said he couldn't handle it? Did he miss his 7 Wolves brand? What nonsense are you spouting, brat? If I wasn't worried you were too young to handle it, would your mother be saying this? Why drag me out here? A little braised meat, a piece of cake. Go ahead and order your dad around as much as you want. If I dare utter a single word of complaint, I'm not your father. Okay, then Dad, hurry up and finish your meal. Help me soak and wash the spices I bought today. The 5-spice braised meat turned out great. I want to try the spicy braised meat. Spicy duck neck and liver are great with drinks. I'll make a small pot today, and the whole family can try it. No problem, teach your dad, I'll make it right away. Fang Jun patted his chest loudly, with an expression that said, I'll handle it, you can relax. He quickly finished his meal and rushed into the kitchen, enthusiastically starting to busy himself. He did whatever Fang Shang said, fiddling with this and that, working like a whirlwind, all while cheerfully. But something felt off. Had he said something strange that got him into trouble? Fang Jun, still puzzled after thinking for a while, obediently continued working, even more diligently than when he worked for his father. After all, his father had a rebellious phase, but not his son. Wu Xian watched the father and son with a smile, one bossing the other around while the other cooked, remarking on the heartwarming scene of filial piety. She returned to the dining room and began preparing today's numbers. There were so many people asking for numbers now that she usually cut the paper in advance, wrote the numbers all at once, and gave them out when people arrived. Although handwritten numbers looked a bit shabby, it saved money. It wasn't that customers hadn't suggested she buy a number dispensing machine for convenience, but Wu Xian was focused on saving money to open a bigger restaurant. Aside from essential expenses and her son's needs, she tried to save as much as possible. Why spend money on a machine when she could write numbers herself? This morning, people arrived exceptionally early to get their numbers. Normally, everyone arrives around 10 a.m., but today it was even earlier. Besides those from the neighborhood, people from farther away also came early. Nothing else was done. After getting up and having breakfast, the first thing everyone did was come to A Jun's food stall to get a number. Some people didn't get up until after 9 a.m., and didn't even have time to sit down and leisurely eat breakfast. They rode their bikes, eating steamed buns as they rode towards A Jun's stall, just to grab a number. Besides these regular customers, there were also a lot of new diners today. Many customers came in without even knowing what was going on, asking all sorts of questions before taking a number and leaving. No wonder there were so many new diners today. The video was so popular that netizens from other places had seen it, let alone local netizens. Many unsuspecting netizens only realized after seeing the video that a little culinary genius had appeared in their city, and that the whole city had almost mobilized to find a child just to eat his food. These local netizens who had never tried it before became curious and decided to try Fang Shang's braised dishes. They found out that they all came in the morning to queue up. So, by 10:30 that morning, all the numbers Wu Xian had written down were taken. Out of curiosity, Wu Xian even asked the new customers how they knew about their restaurant. She learned that the incident between her son and a neighbor had gone viral online. Suddenly, Wu Xian was both happy that her food stall had become popular and embarrassed by the unusual way it had gained fame. Chapter 91 is not enough at all. At lunchtime, A Jun's food stall was packed, incredibly crowded. Besides those who had initially taken a number and found seats, later arrivals were so packed that even the queue was overflowing. The small stall was nearly bursting at the seams. Some netizens who had traveled a long way, arriving late and right at lunchtime, were shocked when they got off their cars and arrived at the entrance. This food stall, recommended online, was just an ordinary one. There were no private rooms, and the main hall was tiny. They couldn't even find a seat, let alone a private room to enjoy their meal. It seemed they would have to get takeout. Later, they squeezed inside to ask, only to find that all the numbers had been given out. Forget takeout, there was nothing left to buy. What was the point of eating? Some netizens, initially skeptical and thinking the online praise was exaggerated and a publicity stunt, were just there for the spectacle and hadn't even planned to try it. But once they entered the shop and smelled the aroma of the braised pork, they were instantly captivated. The smell was so enticing, just the aroma made their mouths water. How could it not be delicious? However, when they went to buy some, they discovered it was already sold out. No, it's only lunchtime, and they're already sold out? Is this some kind of exaggeration? I'm very sorry, many customers came early to queue and get numbers, but they only arrived at lunchtime. You're late, so there aren't any numbers left. 1 or 2 more numbers shouldn't be a problem. Please give me another number, please. Wu Xian shook her head helplessly. It's not about the numbers. I handwrite them. If I could write tens of thousands, but the problem is the kitchen only prepares so much food. Even if I gave you numbers, there wouldn't be any left by the time it's your turn. If you want to eat, you can come earlier in the afternoon to get a number. Helpless, the diners could only come earlier in the afternoon, as suggested by the stall owner. However, to their surprise, there were even more people in the evening. After all, many people either have things to do during lunchtime or don't want to go out during their rest time, staying home and relaxing. They only come to eat with family or friends in the evening. Therefore, the 6 p.m. dinner was even more crowded than lunchtime. It was only 6 o'clock, and the food stalls were already packed. The queue for takeout was so long it practically overflowed the stalls. With so many people, more ingredients were prepared, and more numbers were issued, making it even more crowded than before. Many people, thinking the stalls were too full, simply waited outside. In the sweltering summer heat, the sun was still blazing at 6 o'clock. People started finding ways to cool off, with nearby supermarkets and cafes becoming ideal spots. Even the foot massage parlors on the street were full. A foot massage package for 19.9 yuan was cheaper than a cup of coffee. Lying in a chair, soaking your feet and watching TV was a pretty good option. The foot massage parlor owner was delighted. He certainly had a business sense. He had recognized the weekend crowds and finally brought a boost to his shop's business and revenue. Of course, besides those seeking cool places, some people still lingered outside, holding parasols and waiting. This was only Saturday. Business was even better on Sundays. The food stall was packed and bustling all day. It was quiet for a couple of hours during the lunch break, but the stall was never short of customers. People were willing to wait even before the meat was fully braised. They preferred to watch Fang Shang make the braised meat from the window, their mouths watering, rather than leave to do anything else. In their words, their mission for the day was to eat the braised meat, nothing else mattered. Looking at the noisy, crowded scene of people asking questions, Wu Xian had never felt before that her small food stall was insufficient, utterly inadequate, almost chaotic. With so many people, the braised meat prepared for the evening sold out even faster. Usually, they wouldn't sell out until after 9 p.m., and the stall wouldn't completely close until after 10 p.m. This Sunday, because customers arrived early, they started selling as soon as the meat was braised, and surprisingly, they closed early, around 9:30 p.m. The 2 chaotic days finally came to an end. Fang Jun was so exhausted he sat there, too tired to even speak. Dealing with so many people and making so much braised food had worn him out. Even with 2 aunties helping, he was nearly exhausted. Looking at Fang Shang sitting there munching on an ice pop, Fang Jun's eyes held a rare hint of resentment. He'd agreed to let his son do as he pleased, and his son had actually done just that. Did he think his father was made of iron? He wanted to say something to his son, but he was afraid that next time his son wouldn't behave and would have to do it himself. What if he overworked his son? His son was only 10 years old. It was already good enough that he'd been working in the kitchen for so long. He couldn't put pressure on him. The father, with his unwavering love, sighed inwardly. In the end, he had to shoulder everything alone. Wu Xian, on the other hand, sat energetically doing the accounts. Although she was tired, business was good, and she was making a lot of money. After deducting the costs of ingredients, labor, and utilities, and calculating today's revenue, her lips almost curled into a smile. At this rate, she could quickly accumulate a considerable sum of money. However, there was a problem she needed to solve. The food stalls have been getting increasingly crowded these past few days, especially today. Because there are so many people, some were even worried about not getting a number in the afternoon, so they came back shortly after lunch just to try and get a number after 2 p.m. They've been in the shop almost all day. There are so many people, it feels like chaos. I think we need to change our operating methods. Fang Jun immediately responded to Wu Xian's words. It was indeed chaotic today. In the afternoon, new customers didn't know what was going on and thought there were private rooms on the second floor, so they all went up there. Yes, the shop is only so big, and with so many people, it's a complete mess. All you see are heads, you can't do anything. The main problem is that the shop's braised meat can be taken away. Many people come to buy braised meat, and since there's nowhere to cook, they take it to go. Wu Xian figured that since it's all takeout, there's no need to cook in the shop, so they've been writing up a lot of numbers. To ensure everyone in line could get their share of braised meat, Fang Jun prepared plenty of ingredients. It would be strange if such a small shop wasn't packed. The two discussed how to keep the shop from becoming chaotic without affecting their income, but they couldn't come up with a good solution after thinking for a long time. Fang Shang, however, thought the problem was easy to solve. Mom and Dad, this isn't easy to handle. The chaos of the shop is because many people arrive early to get a number, and after they get their number, those who live far away stay in the shop. If you just wrote down all the numbers for the whole day in the morning, wouldn't that solve the problem? That way, those who get their dinner numbers can go home peacefully and come back leisurely after get off work in the afternoon. After 2 p.m., there won't be any more chaotic scenes of customers queuing up early. Chapter 92. Another day of feeling awesome about my son and useless about myself. It has to be said, Fang Shang's idea was brilliant. Releasing all the numbers at once not only avoided afternoon chaos but also served as a de facto purchase limit. Those who had lunch and dinner and were queuing early wouldn't get two numbers this time, allowing more people to eat at their restaurant. Furthermore, while releasing the numbers in the morning was a bit busy, once they were all gone, there wasn't much to do in the dining area. Wu Xin could even help in the kitchen, weighing the braised food at the window. After explaining this method, Fang Shang offered a second solution. Let's remove another pane of glass from the window. Once the dining area is full in the evening, the rest will be takeout. With Aunt John greeting customers and cleaning up, Mom can focus on packing the braised food at this window, making it even faster. Great idea, son, you're so clever. Understanding the benefits of these two methods, Wu Xin excitedly hugged her son and gave him a kiss. Mom, what are you doing? I'm 10 years old already. Don't treat me like a child. Fang Shang quickly pulled away from his mother's embrace. 10 years old? What else could he be but a child? Wu Xin laughed. Tomorrow he had school, so the kitchen wasn't a place Fang Shang should be. However, the braising broth had only been made a few days ago, and Fang Shang was still enjoying it. He begged his father to buy some dried bean curd and lotus root tomorrow, wanting to try braising vegetables. Two simple vegetable dishes, not much was bought. They planned to eat some themselves and sell the rest to customers at the shop. It didn't require much effort, so the couple hesitated for a moment but didn't refuse. By the way, Dad, I'll leave the braising sauce to you while I'm at school. Starting tomorrow, you can prepare some of your favorite dishes, or those you're good at controlling the heat, and braise them in the sauce before selling them. What? I'll braise the meat? Will it taste the same? Before, you wouldn't let us sell the braising sauce just because the taste didn't meet your expectations. Now you want me to braise it? I don't know how to season it properly, and I won't reach your level. Won't you blame me for ruining your reputation? After the braising sauce is ready, it's not all done. Such a large pot of sauce needs to be seasoned slowly during the braising process. Spices need to be added gradually based on the changes in the sauce and the amount of ingredients. And these spices aren't just added randomly, they need to be lightly sautéed in oil to make an oil-based braising liquid. The process is intricate and complex. Even if Fang Jun knew how, he wouldn't dare add them, fearing they might actually make things worse. Fang Shang said helplessly, I have no choice. You said it yourself, the braising liquid needs to be aged. So if I rest for 5 days, the liquid will need to sit for 5 days. In this hot weather, it's hard to preserve and it's easy to spoil. Keeping the pot burning actually helps preserve it better. More importantly, I have many classmates who live far away and can't buy the food I make on weekends. If I don't come up with a solution for them, they'll cry to me when I go to school. If you make it, the taste might be a little lacking, but at least they can buy it, and it's better than what they buy outside. It'll give them some comfort. Fang Jun hesitated. He wanted to make it before his son asked him to, but now that his son asked, he felt unsure. Sigh, his son is too outstanding, the pressure is immense. Wu Xin understood her husband perfectly, she knew what he was thinking the moment he sat up. She patted him on the shoulder and comforted him, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your cooking certainly won't taste as good as our son's, but the customers know that, so there won't be any problems. Fang Jun, such comforting words were unnecessary. Fang Shang thought for a moment and then said to his father, how about this? I'll give you a precise recipe. Prepare the ingredients according to this recipe every morning, and only braise that much. This way, the braising liquid won't become diluted. When I come back at noon, I'll braise some vegetables and also prepare some braising liquid for him. Then I can braise that much more in the afternoon, ensuring the quality. The difference between our braised dishes is probably just the texture. The subtle difference in the braising liquid might not even be noticeable to someone with a sensitive palate. This way, you'll feel more at ease. Okay then, I'll braise some meat tomorrow, Fang Jun nodded, but his expression still showed some hesitation. After their son went upstairs to sleep, Wu Xin asked him in surprise, business at the shop has always been slow when our son is at school. Now that we have braised meat, business should improve. Why do you look so reluctant? Aren't you happy to earn more money? I'm not unwilling, I just have mixed feelings. Wu Xin was displeased, clicking her tongue, look at you, our son is only 10 years old, and you're already benefiting from his success. Many parents wouldn't even dare to dream of that, and you're being dramatic. Fang Jun sighed, rubbing his forehead. Okay, another day of feeling superior to his son and useless to himself. Perhaps he could start thinking differently, he was just prematurely entering a life of sponging off his child, avoiding decades of detours. Because they were so tired, the whole family went to bed early, especially Fang Jun. He fell asleep the moment his head hit the bed, and within moments, his snoring was deafening. Only Wu Xin, a good sleeper, wasn't disturbed. Anyone else with a poor sleep would have kicked him out of bed. On Monday morning, Fang Shang unusually lingered in bed until 7 a.m. Since he didn't have to go into the kitchen that day, there was no need to get up so early. After getting up, he spent 10 minutes washing up and 10 minutes eating breakfast. He left home around 7:20, just in time to cycle to school. Walking into the classroom with his backpack, before he even found a seat, he heard his classmates shouting excitedly, "Fang Shang's here." Their voices were loud and excited, and they instinctively swarmed around him. This scene even reminded Fang Shang of a celebrity's entrance. Fang Shang immediately had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next second, several classmates pounced on him. He quickly dodged behind the crowd, avoiding being grabbed by the leg again. Chen Xiong, having missed his target, relentlessly darted towards his seat, wailing as he went. Brother Shang, my fragile heart is broken, I need your comfort. Brother Shang, we promised to be each other's angels, you can't abandon us, you promised to find a way for us, I still haven't had any braised food this week, I'm so craving it. I still can't get any. There are even more people now. I begged and pleaded, even found a relative who lives here, but all I got was a picture of your food stall packed with people. I didn't get anything. Brother Shang, please help me. Fang Shang weaved through the crowd, and just as he was about to be pushed into a corner, about to experience that scene again where his classmates clung to his legs crying, he shouted, "Stop. I've got an idea." The noisy classmates suddenly quieted down and stopped wailing. Brother Shang, what's the idea? Do our classmates have some special purchasing channels? Brother Shang, you're really kind. Chapter 93. Is this the competitive spirit of elementary school students? What special channels? Fang Shang shook his head, explaining, I only have time to make it on weekends. I understand you all live far away and can't get it, but it's different now. I've made so much braising broth, and my dad makes braised food to sell every day. The broth tastes the same. Except for the texture of the meat, which might be slightly different between my dad's and mine, everything else is pretty much the same. If you're really craving it, you can come to my house after school and buy some from my dad. We have it every day. Yay! The students, hearing they could have braised meat every day, felt this was the best news they'd heard recently. They excitedly ran around the classroom, yelling and banging on desks and stomping on the floor, almost turning the classroom upside down. If they kept this up, things would definitely get messy. Fang Shang quickly raised his hand to stop and shouted, "Stop! Stop! Sit back in your seats. Class is about to start." His influence was undeniable. A raised hand, a shushing sound, and a single word were enough to quiet the students, who were usually difficult to get to. They obediently returned to their seats, took out their books, and began reading. The classroom became eerily quiet. Outside the corridor, the principal, hearing the deafening noise, was searching frantically for the disruptive class. After circling the classroom, he couldn't find them. He began to wonder if he hadn't slept well and was hallucinating. This morning was particularly difficult for Fang Shang. The morning math class was about the chicken and rabbit problem. He hadn't paid any attention to the lifting foot method or the assumption method. As soon as he saw a problem, he automatically spun a linear equation in two variables, completely forgetting everything else. There was no way he could just crawl out the door immediately after leaving. He forced himself to stay awake, at least preventing himself from falling asleep. The last period was music class. Since it was a minor subject, no one paid much attention. With school almost over, many students were practically leaning out into the hallway, just waiting for the teacher to announce the end of get out of class so they could rush out. Finally, the pleasant bell rang. As soon as the teacher stood up, everyone scurried out of the classroom faster than rabbits. Clearly, they had been preparing for a long time, and hadn't even been delayed. The students all had their own small groups. Now they were in groups of 3 or 5, already discussing how to get to Jun's food stall. Some were going to take a taxi together, some were planning to walk, and some were hitchhiking. Xiao Guan, my dad's picking me up. There's still room for one more person on our electric scooter. I'll ask him to take us to Jun's food stall, it'll be faster. Good buddy, you're the brother who used to copy homework and sneak naps with me. I'll remember that. But I only brought 10 yuan of pocket money. Can I borrow some from you? I'll buy some braised food to take home. My mom will give me the money, and I'll pay you back this afternoon. No problem. The two students in the lead were running and discussing the most reasonable plan when the students behind realized they were so focused on buying braised meat that they forgot to check if they had enough money. Quick, get the money out. Let's see how much we have. When elementary school students don't have enough money to buy things, they like to pool their resources. Those with more money contribute 20, 30, and 3 or 5 classmates can easily scrape together 100 yuan, enough to buy meat and share it. However, not everyone has that much pocket money. Some 5th graders don't have enough. They usually only have 10 or 8 yuan in their pockets, or even just 2 yuan to buy a bag of spicy strips. Together, they only have a little over 10 yuan, not enough to buy braised meat. What do? We don't have enough money. A group of elementary school students immediately looked distressed. We can buy it this afternoon, but we wanted to eat it this morning. We're so hungry. These students were frantic, racking their brains for ideas. One suggested borrowing from a relative living nearby, another from an older neighbor. How about we go ask our homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, for money? Mr. Wang is so kind, he'll definitely lend us some, Chen Xiong suddenly said. In an instant, everyone turned to look at him, their eyes wide, as if they'd seen a ghost. Don't you even listen to what you're saying? You're craving something to eat but don't have money, and you try to borrow from your homeroom teacher? Believe me, you'll be greeted with 7 Wolves cigarettes and a clothes rack when you get home this afternoon. Meanwhile, the innocent Kui Xiaoqing said, I'm too scared to ask the homeroom teacher. How about we ask the art teacher? She's so gentle, I'm not afraid of her at all. Fang Shang, who was passing by, couldn't help but facepalm. Being a fake kid but a real adult, sometimes it's really frustrating. Dai Tianyu, who was standing nearby, saw this, chuckled, and in a flash, pulled out a huge sum of 500 yuan from his pocket, waving it in front of everyone. Borrow money? I have some. Wow, Dai Tianyu, how come you have so much money on you? A group of classmates' eyes lit up when they saw he had so much money. Dai Tianyu said proudly, this is my New Year's money. Ever since Brother Shang said he'd find a way to let us buy delicious food regularly, I've been carrying a huge sum of money, ready to sacrifice myself for Brother Shang's food needs at any time. Just shout Dai Tianyu and Fang Shang are the best in the world. Dai Tianyu is Fang Shang's #1 lackey, and I'll lend you money. Just bring me an IOU if you want to borrow any amount. Nowadays, conditions are better, and children have plenty of pocket money, plus their own New Year's money piggy banks. Lending 10 or 20 yuan occasionally isn't a big deal. The group of children shouted without hesitation. Brother Shang and Dai Tianyu are #1 in the world. Dai Tianyu is Brother Shang's #1 underling. Dai Tianyu was overjoyed. Okay, everyone gets their money. Come and collect it. Mr. Fang had already reached the stairwell when he heard the shouts and turned back. He saw the conspicuous Dai Tianyu standing there, enjoying the slogans. He was both amused and exasperated. Remembering the vegetarian dishes his father had prepared for him, he quickened his pace. When he reached the bicycle parking area, before he could even look for his bike, Zhang Chao rushed up, grabbed the bicycle keys from his hand, and accurately pulled out the bicycle that he himself hadn't even found from the pile of bikes. Zhang Chao pushed his bike in front of him and respectfully gestured for him to get on. Brother Shang, get on. Dai Tianyu is nowhere to be seen today, so it's finally my turn. Haha, I'm Brother Shang's #1 little brother. Is this what a primary school student's competitive spirit is like? Fang Shang didn't say anything, got on his bike, sped up, and quickly returned home. At this time, the school gate was full of primary school students. The younger ones were picked up by adults, while those in 5th grade and above went home on their own or to after-school care centers. This was also the time when the street vendors set up their stalls. Various snacks and small portions of stir-fried food stalls appeared in the open space next to the school, enticing the passing primary school students to stop and admire them. Chapter 94 Fan Diagram Eyes. Don't underestimate the stalls outside the school gate, they're incredibly affordable. From 1 yuan spicy chicken noodles to 2 yuan sushi, handmade spicy strips, and mala tuo, a type of spicy stew, they have it all delicious and inexpensive snacks. As soon as the elementary school students come out, the aroma of those fragrant and spicy dishes makes their eyes light up as they look at the stalls. The older students with a little pocket money are in for a treat. Wow, that spicy chicken noodle stall is open today. I want some. My favorite roasted sweet potato is here too. Quick, anyone want to team up? We can share one. I want that mala tuo. Anyone want some? Let's all eat together. I want some. Because they come out in batches, the gate is currently full of 5th grade students. Since their classrooms are close together, they often know each other, and when they bump into each other coming out, they often team up. Seeing familiar faces from Fang Shang's class, they invite them to eat together. The students in Fang Shang's class were all craving braised pork, so they wouldn't touch their usual snacks. They all refused with expressionless faces, not even glancing at them, looking as if they'd already seen through the illusions of the world. It would be normal for 1 or 2 to refuse, but why did everyone they knew refuse? It was as if snacks and popsicles had lost their appeal, which puzzled the students from other classes. Xia Xin, what's wrong with your class today? Nobody's eating snacks. Did your class get criticized at the class meeting, and then get a beating from 7 Wolves snack bar at home? Humph. Led by Xia Xin, the students in Fang Shang's class all held their heads high with a haughty air, their expressions uniformly disdainful. Their eyes held 3 parts contempt, 3 parts arrogance, 3 parts smugness, and 1 part smugness, almost forming a fan-shaped pattern. You just got beaten up by 7 wolves. We're going to A Jun's food stall as a group to buy braised food. Let me tell you, all the snacks you eat aren't even a fraction as good as my brother Shang's braised meat. Do you know Brother Shang? A genius little chef, just as amazing as Chef Xiao Fu Gui. Don't believe me? No problem. You guys can stay here and slowly eat these mediocre snacks. Unlike us, we can eat my brother Shang's super delicious food. Elementary school students love to show off. Having a classmate who's such a great cook, how could they not talk about it? They immediately started recounting Fang Shang's amazing achievements. Clay pot soup, cold beef salad, they said, their mouths watering as they talked. The other students were stunned, feeling like they were watching a cartoon. It was all so exaggerated. Really? You guys have been watching too much Little Chef Fu Gui TV. I don't believe it. Why don't you take me with you to try it? I want to see just how delicious your class's Little Chef Fu Gui really is. A classmate was about to agree when Xia Xin stopped him. We can't say that. If you do, they'll come along, and then a lot more people will come and compete with us for food. We'll have to wait in line for ages, and we might not even be able to buy any if there aren't many dishes. After a quick discussion, the group decided to ditch the other classes and enjoy the food on their own. You wish. We can't even get any ourselves. We only got to eat here today because Brother Shang thought of a solution after a long time. You want to eat here? No way. A group of students rushed out of the school gate and towards the zebra crossing, leaving the other students standing there bewildered. Is there really a little lucky chef in this world? Should they chase after him, or chase after him? Meanwhile, Fang Shang had already ridden his bike home. He wasn't slow, but the students picked up by their parents were even faster. They were already sitting in the living room, greeting him as they returned. Fang Shang responded, glancing at the living room with a hint of surprise. Mondays were usually quiet, and although the number of people had increased since he started cooking, it wasn't by much. But today was different. The room was almost full. His classmates were still on their way. Once they arrived, there would be a queue again to buy braised meat. Dad, many of my classmates want to buy braised food. Could you get things ready here? Have Aunt Chen finish what she's doing and weigh the braised food for them at the window later. That way, they can go home earlier and their parents won't worry. Okay, you eat first. Leave the business to me. Don't worry too much. Fang Shang hummed in agreement and went to the dining table to eat. He was at a crucial stage of growth, and the dishes on the table were nutritious lunches carefully prepared by his parents, with both meat and vegetables. Besides stir-fried beef and vegetables, they even steamed an egg custard. Fang Shang was quite a picky eater. He didn't like eggs or stir-fried water spinach, but he was mature enough to eat them, being an adult. Just as he was eating, his classmates arrived late and lined up at the window to buy braised food. Auntie, we want chicken feet and a big chicken leg. Oh, and please cut the big chicken leg into 4 pieces for the 4 of us. Okay, kids, just a moment, I'll pack it for you right away. Children don't have much money, so even with several children, they could only afford the amount one adult would buy. A moment later, Dai Tianyu made his grand entrance. As the big spender, he was surrounded by a group of people as he entered the food stall, followed by a large, imposing group of little ones. After praising Wu Xin as usual, he led everyone to queue. Brother Dai, please. You go first. The little one stood there, waiting for Dai Tianyu to go first before standing behind him. This scene amused the other diners. Dai Tianyu, being a complete rascal, didn't feel embarrassed by the laughter and greeted everyone with a smile, calling them uncles and aunties. Turning his head, he said to Fang Jun, Uncle Fang, give me some braised food. You braised several kinds, pack some of each for me to take home to my parents. Pack a lot, 3 pounds of chicken feet, and also, give me a generous amount of the braising broth, I'll use it to mix with rice. Shang Shang had already packed him 2 pounds of chicken feet, but Dai Tianyu still wasn't satisfied. Today, he wanted to eat his fill. Okay, then how about 2 more chicken legs and a pound of pig ears for your dad to have with his drinks? The pig ears are very well braised today. I kept one for myself, and you can have the other one. Thank you, Uncle Fang. Dai Tianyu nodded with a smile. This kid was so sweet-talking, Fang Jun liked him too. Before weighing the food, he first gave Dai Tianyu a chicken foot to satisfy his craving. Dai Tianyu held the chicken foot to his nose, sniffed it, his eyes brightening, and quickly popped it into his mouth. He tore off the meatiest part from the palm and chewed rapidly. The chicken foot was incredibly flavorful, savory, and delicious, with a unique combination of softness and chewiness. The moment it touched his tongue, it made his mouth water. His nerves, which had been a little sluggish from the sun, seemed to be stimulated and awakened. After eating just 1 chicken foot, not only did his appetite return, but his energy also improved considerably. Chapter 95. As expected of Brother Shang's father. Having eagerly awaited this meal all morning, Dai Tianyu immediately gave Fang Jun a thumbs up. Uncle Fang, your chicken feet are delicious. No wonder you're Shang Ji's dad, amazing. Now, when I can't eat Shang Ji's cooking, I can ask my parents to buy yours. I'm so happy. See that? That's a child with high emotional intelligence. He clearly meant that although yours isn't as good as Shang Ji's, it's still pretty good, and he can have a meal replacement. But Fang Jun didn't catch the slightest hint of something amiss and even thought he was being praised. Fang Jun, pleased, put another chicken foot in Dai Tianyu's hand. I'm glad you like it. Here, take it, eat it on the way. Thank you, Uncle Fang. Dai Tianyu, carrying the braised food, said goodbye to the busy Fang Shang and happily left. Fang Jun then started calling to the elementary school students behind him. While packing the braised food, he suddenly froze in place. Wait a minute, that kid Dai Tianyu seemed to say that he's worthy of being Fang Shang's father. Shouldn't it be that the father came first, then the son? It should be that Fang Shang is worthy of being his son, hence his culinary talent. That's completely backwards. Fang Jun handed the tongs to Aunt Chen to weigh the braised goods, then silently sat in the corner, feeling depressed. Fang Shang added new seasonings to the braising liquid, perfecting it to the ideal state. He also braised some lotus root and tofu skin. While savoring the texture of the tofu skin, he suddenly saw his father squatting in the corner drawing circles. Curious, he asked, "Dad, what are you doing?" Fang Jun waved his hand, his back to his son. "Don't mind me, I want some peace and quiet." Fang Shang exclaimed, "Do you need my help? Are you asking who Jing Jing is?" Fang Jun. That noon after school, Fang Shang's classmates all went home later than usual. These days, it's all about attending school nearby, and many students live near the school. Some students, living in the neighborhood right across from the school, would travel 3 kilometers to Fang's shop just to buy braised food, a round trip taking almost half an hour. Luckily, after the incident where Fang Yang forgot to call his family and caused them concern, Teacher Wang specifically reminded everyone in class to try and find a phone number at the convenience store near the school to call home before buying braised food. The parents who had eaten at a Jun's food stall were naturally very supportive when they heard that their child had gone there to buy braised meat. They thought their child was growing up and would even buy delicious food to bring home himself. They hadn't raised him in vain. At Fang Yang's home, Fang's father came home from get off work, already hungry. He sat down at the table, ready to eat, and saw Fang's mother bring out the food. He quickly picked up a bite with his chopsticks. However, Fang's mother received a phone call and took the food back, along with Fang's father's chopsticks. Mr. Fang, who had only taken one bite, complained, "Why are you taking it away? I've been working on blueprints all morning, I'm starving, I want to eat." Mrs. Fang, seeing that he was indeed very hungry, scooped a bowl of rice for him and added some vegetables. "You eat first," she said. "Our son went to Ajun's food stall to buy us some delicious braised food. He'd be heartbroken to come back to a table full of leftovers. I want to wait for him to come back so we can eat together." Upon hearing that the braised food was from Ajun's food stall, Mr. Fang stopped eating and took the food back to the kitchen. "It's all right, a little hunger is nothing. Let's wait for our son to eat together. It's not because of the braised meat, but mainly to let him experience what it means to have a father's love as deep as a mountain." The other parents were also waiting expectantly at home for their children to bring home delicious braised meat. However, a few parents were skeptical about their children's classmates being able to cook well. They were puzzled when they heard that their son was going to buy braised meat before coming home. Yuleshen's parents were like that. The couple were incredibly busy. Their son usually went to a after-school care center, and even his homework was handled by a professional tutoring class. They would leave in the morning and not pick him up until after 8 p.m. Today, they were both home, so they cooked and waited for their son to come home to eat together. But their son didn't come home, so they had to sit at the table waiting. "This silly son of mine, he actually told me that his classmates' cooking is delicious. It must be that the food at the after-school care center is so bad that he has the illusion that his classmates' cooking is good too." Yu's father felt a little sorry for his son. "Mrs. Yu sighed, "It's all our fault for being too busy with work and not having enough time to care for our son. He's introverted and doesn't make many friends. Even if a friend makes something bad, he'll probably still praise it. Let him be." Not long after, Yuleshen finally returned. He had brought 50 yuan with him, intending to buy toys, but he ended up buying pig's head and chicken feet. He was overjoyed to see his parents when he opened the door, rushing over with the pig's head. "Mom and Dad, I bought you some delicious food. Quick, get a plate, come and try some." "Okay, just a moment." The couple didn't want to spoil their son's fun, so they cooperated. One got a plate, and the other took the bag and opened it, preparing to pour the food into the large plate. But as soon as the bag was opened, an overwhelming aroma wafted out. The fragrance was strong and rich, with a subtle hint of Chinese herbal medicine, very pleasant and increasingly fragrant the more you smelled it. "This aroma is wonderful." The couple couldn't help but sniff deeply. "Of course it smells good. This is the braising sauce that Brother Shang made, and his dad just made this braised meat." Yuleshen couldn't wait any longer, grabbing his chopsticks and taking a bite himself. Yu's parents quickly picked up their chopsticks as well, putting the pig's head meat into their mouths and chewing gently. After tasting the aroma, they were both stunned by how delicious it was. "My goodness, this braised meat smells amazing. It's so delicious. Even though it's braised until very soft and mushy, the melt-in-your-mouth texture is just so satisfying. Is this really the braising sauce your classmate made?" Yuleshan had told his parents about Fang Shang many times before, but they still asked, "Mom and Dad, you don't think I was joking before, do you? Brother Shang is amazing. Everyone says he's a real-life version of Xiao Fu Gui, a character from a popular Chinese novel known for his cunning and cunning." This meat was braised by his dad today. Dai Tianya said that Brother Shang's braised pig's head is even better. What an amazing kid! The couple couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The braised meat was so delicious that the three of them didn't bother with anything else. They each had a bowl of rice and ate it with the braised meat. Seeing that there was still some braising sauce in the bag, they used it to mix with their rice. My mother-in-law was incredibly busy with work every day, practically sick of writing proposals. Suddenly, tasting such delicious braised meat, she felt a long-lost sense of relaxation and happiness. The feeling was peculiar, like finding a great way to relieve stress. Her whole body felt light and relaxed. She patted her son's shoulder forcefully. "Good son, although you're usually unambitious, your studies are terrible, you sleep in class, and you fool around after school. Even 7 Wolves cigarettes and clothes hangers can't change you. Your biggest dream in life is to just lie down and relax, but you have a knack for food. You managed to find such delicious braised meat, that's a skill in itself.